Last Man Standing by David Baldacci 1. Webb London held a semi-automatic SR-75 rifle custom built for him by a legendary gunsmith. The SR didn't stop at merely wounding flesh and bone, it disintegrated them. Webb would never leave home without this high chieftain of muscle guns, for he was a man steeped in violence. He was always prepared to kill, to do so efficiently and without error. Lord, if he ever took a life by mistake, he might as well have eaten the bullet himself, for all the misery it would cause him. Webb just had that complex way of earning his daily bread. He couldn't say he loved his job, but he did excel at it. Despite having a gun welded to his hand virtually every waking moment of his life, Webb was not one to coddle his weapons. While he never called a pistol his friend or gave it a slick name, weapons were still an important part of Webb's life, though like wild animals, guns were not things easily tamed. Even trained lawmen missed their targets and everything else 8 out of 10 times. To Webb, not only was that unacceptable, it was also suicidal. He had many peculiar qualities, but a death wish was not one of them. Webb had plenty of people looking to kill him as it was, and once they had nearly gotten their man. About 5 years prior, he had come within a liter or two of spilled blood of checking out on the floor of a school gymnasium strewn with other men already dead or dying. After he had triumphed over his wounds and stunned the doctors tending him, Webb started carrying the SR instead of the submachine gun his comrades in arms toted. It resembled an M16, chambered a big .308 bullet, and was an excellent choice if intimidation was your goal. The SR made everyone want to be your friend. Through the smoked-out window of the suburban Webb eyed each fluid knot of people along the corners and suspicious clumps of humanity lurking in darkened alleys. As they moved farther into hostile territory, Webb's gaze returned to the street where he knew every vehicle could be a gun cruiser in disguise. He was looking for any drifting eye, nod of head or fingers slyly tapping on cell phones in an attempt to do serious harm to old Webb. The suburban turned the corner and stopped. Webb glanced at the 6 other men huddled with him. He knew they were contemplating the same things he was. Get out fast and clean, move to cover positions, maintain fields of fire. Fear did not really enter into the equation. Nerves, however, were another matter. High-octane adrenaline was not his friend. In fact, it could very easily get him killed. Webb took a deep, calming breath. He needed his pulse rate to be between 60 and 70. At 85 beats, your gun would tremble against your torso. At 90 ticks, you couldn't work the trigger. As blood occlusion in veins and constricted nerves in shoulders and arms combined to guarantee that you would fail to perform at an acceptable level. At over 100 pops a minute, you lost your fine motor skills entirely and wouldn't be able to hit an elephant with a damn cannon at 3 feet. You might as well slap a sign on your forehead that read "Kill me quick," because that undoubtedly would be your fate. Webb pushed out the juice, drew in the peace, and for him there was calm to be distilled from brewing chaos. The Suburban started moving, turned one more corner and stopped. For the last time, Webb knew. Radio squelch was broken when Teddy Reiner spoke into his bone microphone or mic. Reiner said Charlie to TOC request compromise authority and permission to move to yellow through Webb's mic. He heard TOS, or Tactical Operations Center's terse response, copy Charlie 1, stand by. In Webb's Crayola world, yellow was the last position of concealment and cover. Green was the crisis site, the moment of truth, the breach. Navigating the hallowed piece of earth that stretched between the relative safety and comfort of yellow and the moment of truth, green, could be quite eventful. Compromise authority, Webb said the words to himself. It was just a way of asking for the okay to gun down people if necessary and making it sound like you were merely getting permission from your boss to cut a few bucks off the price of a used car. Radio squelch was broken again as TOC said, TOC to all units, you have compromise authority and permission to move to yellow. Thank you so very much, TOC. Webb edged closer to the cargo doors of the Suburban. He was point, and Roger McCallum had the rear. Tim Davies was the breacher, and Reiner was the team leader. Big Cal Plummer and the other 2 assaulters, Lou Patterson and Danny Garcia, stood ready with MP5 machine guns and flashbangs and .45 caliber pistols and their calm demeanors. As soon as the doors opened, they would fan out into a rolling mass looking for threats from all directions. They would move toes first, then heels. knees bent to absorb recoil in case they had to fire. Webb's face mask shrunk his field of vision to a modest viewing area, his miniature Broadway for the coming real-life mayhem, no expensive ticket or fancy suit required. Hand signals would suffice from now on. When bullets were flying at you, you tended to get a bit of cotton mouth anyway. Webb never talked much at work. He watched as Danny Garcia crossed himself just like he did every time, and Webb said what he always said when Garcia crossed himself before the Chevy doors popped open. "God's too smart to come round here, Danny boy, we're on our own." Webb always said this in a jesting way, but he was not joking. 5 seconds later, the cargo doors burst open and the team piled out too far away from ground zero. Normally, they like to drive right up to their final destination and go knock knock boom with their 2x4 explosive. Yet the logistics here were a little tricky. Abandoned cars, tossed refrigerators, and other bulky objects conveniently blocked the road to the target. Radio squelch broke again as snipers from X-ray team called in. There were men in the alley up ahead, X-ray reported, but not part of the group Webb was hunting. At least the snipers didn't think so. As one Webb and his Charlie team rose and hurtled down the alley, the 7 members of their hotel team counterparts had been dropped off by another Suburban on the far side of the block to attack the target from the left rear side. The grand plan had Charlie and hotel meeting somewhere in the middle of this combat zone masquerading as a neighborhood. Webb and company were heading east now, and approaching storm right on their butts. Lightning, thunder, wind, and horizontal rain tended to screw up ground communications, tactical positioning, and men's nerves, usually at the critical time when all of them needed to operate perfectly. With all their technological wizardry, the only available response to Mother Nature's temper and the poor ground logistics was simply to run faster. They chugged down the alley, a narrow strip of potholed, trash-littered asphalt. There were buildings close on either side of them, the brick veneer blistered by decades of gun battles. Some had been between good and bad, but most involved young men taking out their brethren over drug turf, women, or just because. Here a gun made you a man, though you might really only be a child running outside after watching your Saturday morning cartoons, convinced that if you blew a large hole in someone, he might actually get back up and keep playing with you. They came upon the group the snipers had identified, clusters of blacks, Latinos and Asians wheeling and dealing drugs apparently, potent highs, and the promise of an uncomplicated cash-and-carry business cut through all troublesome issues of race, creed, color, or political affiliation to Webb. Most of these folks looked a single snort, needle nick, or popped pill from the grave. He marveled that this pathetic assemblage of veteran paint hackers even had the energy or clarity of thought to consummate the simple transaction of cash for little bags of brain inferno, barely disguised as feel-good potion, and only then, the first time you drove the poison into your body in the face of Charlie's intimidating wall of guns and Kevlar. All but one of the druggies dropped to their knees and begged not to be killed or indicted. Webb focused on the one young man who remained standing. His head was swathed in a red do-rag symbolizing some gang allegiance. The kid had a toothpick waist and barbell shoulders, ratty gym shorts hung down past his butt crack, and a tank shirt rode lopsided across his muscular torso. He also had an attitude several miles long riding on his features, the kind that said, "I'm smarter, tougher, and will outlive you." Webb had to admit, though, the guy carried the rag look well. It took all of 30 seconds to determine that all but Bandana Boy were looped out of their minds and that none of the druggies were carrying gun-sore cell phones that could be used to call up the target and warn them. Bandana Boy did have a knife, yet knives had no chance against Kevlar and submachine guns. The team let him keep it, but as Charlie team moved on, Cal Plummer ran with them backward, his MP5 trained on the young back-alley entrepreneur, just in case. Bandana Boy did call after Webb, something about admiring Webb's rifle and wanting to buy it. "Head, give him a sweet deal," he yelled after Webb, and then said, "Head, shoot Webb," and everyone else dead with it. "Ha ha." Webb glanced to the rooftops, where he knew members of Whiskey Team and X-Ray were in their forward-firing positions with rounds seated and lethal beads drawn on the brainstems of this gaggle of losers. The snipers were Webb's best friends. He understood exactly how they approached their work, because for years he had been one of them. For months at a time, Webb had lain in steamy swamps with pissed-off water moccasins crawling over him, or else been wedged into wind-gusted clefts of frigid mountains with the custom-built rifle stock's leather cheek pad next to his own as he sighted through his scope and provided cover and intelligence for the assault teams. As a sniper, he had developed many important skills, such as learning how to very quietly pee into a jug. Other lessons included packing his food in precise clusters so he could carbo-load by touch in pitch darkness and arranging his bullets for optimal reloading, working off a strict military model that had proved its worth time and time again. Not that he could easily transfer any of these unique talents to the private sector, but Webb didn't see that happening anyway. The life of a sniper lurched from one numbing extreme to another. Your job was to achieve the best firing position with the least amount of personal exposure, and oftentimes those twin goals were simply incompatible. You just did the best you could. Hours, days, weeks, even months of nothing except tedium that tended to erode morale, and core skills would be sliced wide open by moments of gut-wrenching fury that usually came at you in a rush of gunfire and mass confusion. And your decision to shoot meant someone would die, and you were never clear whether your own death would be included in the equation or not. Webb could always conjure up these images in a flash, so vivid were they in his memory. A quintuplet of match-grade hollow points would be lined up in a spring-loaded magazine waiting to rip into an adversary at twice the speed of sound once Webb's finger pulled the jeweled trigger, which would break ever so sweetly at precisely 2.5 pounds of pressure. As soon as someone stepped into his kill zone, Webb would fire and a human being would suddenly become a corpse crumbling to the earth. Yet the most important shots Webb handled as a sniper were the ones he'd taken. It was just that kind of a gig. It was not for the faint-hearted, the stupid, or even those of average intelligence. Webb said a silent thank you to the snipers overhead and raced on down the alley. They next came upon a child, maybe all of 9, sitting shirtless on a hunk of concrete, and not an adult in sight. The approaching storm had knocked at least 20 degrees off the thermometer, and the mercury was still falling, and still the boy had no shirt on. Had he ever had a shirt on? Webb wondered. He had seen many examples of impoverished children. While Webb didn't consider himself a cynic, he was a realist. He felt sorry for these kids, but there wasn't much he could do to help them. And yet threats could come from anywhere these days, so his gaze automatically went from the boy's head to his feet, looking for weapons. Fortunately, he saw none. Webb had no desire to fire upon a child. The boy looked directly at him. Under the illuminated arc of the one flickering alley lamp that somehow had not been shot out, the child's features were outlined vividly. Webb noted the too lean body and the muscles in shoulders and arms already hard and clustering around the protrusion of ribs, as a tree grows bark cords over a wound. A knife slash ran across the boy's forehead. A puckered, blistered hole on the child's left cheek was the unmistakable tag of a bullet. Webb knew. "Damn to hell," said the child in a weary voice, and then he laughed, or more accurately, cackled. The boy's words in that laugh rang like cymbals in Webb's head, and he had no idea why. His skin was actually tingling. He had seen hopeless kids like this before. They were everywhere around here, and yet something was going on in Webb's head that he couldn't quite figure. Maybe he'd been doing this too long, and wasn't it a hell of a time to start thinking that? Webb's finger hovered near his rifle's trigger, and he moved farther in front with graceful strides, even as he tried to rid himself of the boy's image. Though very lean himself and lacking showy muscles, Webb had enormous leverage in his long arms and strong fingers, and there was deceptive power in his naturally broad shoulders, and he was by far the fastest man on the team, and also possessed great endurance. Webb could run 6-mile relays all day. He would take speed, quickness, and stamina over bulging muscles any day. Bullets tore through muscle as easily as they did fat, yet the lead couldn't hurt you if it couldn't hit you. Most people would describe Webb London with his broad shoulders and standing 6'2" as a big man. Usually, though, people focused on the condition of the left side of his face or what remained of it. Webb had to grudgingly admit that it was amazing. The reconstruction they could do these days with destroyed flesh and bone. In just the right light, meaning hardly any at all, one almost wouldn't notice the old crater, the new rise of cheek, and the delicate grafting of transplanted bone and skin. Truly remarkable, all had said, all except Webb. That is, at the end of the alley they stopped once more, all crouching low at Webb's elbow was Teddy Reiner. Through his wireless Motorola bone mic, Reiner communicated with Tuck, telling them that Charlie was at yellow and asking permission to move to greenth crisis site of the target, which here was simply a fancy term for the front door. Webb held the SR-75 with one hand and felt for his custom-built .45 caliber pistol in the low-slung tactical holster riding on his right leg. He had an identical pistol hanging on the ceramic trauma plate that covered his chest, and he touched that one too in his pre-attack ritual of sorts. Webb closed his eyes and envisioned how the next minute would play out. They would race to the door. Davies would be front and center, laying his charge. Assaulters would hold their flashbang grenades loosely in their weak hand. Subgun safeties would be off, and steady fingers would stay off triggers until it was time to kill. Davies would remove the mechanical safeties on the control box and check the detonator cord attached to the breaching charge, looking for problems and hoping to find none. Reiner would communicate to Toke the immortal words, "Charlie at green." Toke would answer, as it always did, with, "Stand by, I have control." That line always rankled Webb, because who the hell really had control doing what they did? During his entire career, Webb had never heard Toke reach the end of the countdown. After the count of 2, the snipers would engage targets and fire, and a bevy of 38s firing simultaneously was a tad noisy. Then the breach charge would blow before Took said 1, and that high-decibel hurricane would drown out even your own thoughts. In fact, if you ever heard Tooks finish the countdown, you were in deep trouble, because that meant the breach charge had failed to go off, and that was truly a lousy way to start the workday. When the explosive blew the door, Webb and his team would invade the target and throw their flash bangs. The device was aptly named since the flash would blind anyone watching, and the bang would rupture the unprotected eardrum. If they ran into any more locked doors, these would yield quickly either to the impolite knock-knock of Davies' shotgun, or to a slap charge that looked like a strip of tire rubber, but carried a C4 explosive kicker that virtually no door could withstand. They'd follow their rote patterns, keying on hands and weapons, shooting with precision, thinking in chess maneuvers. Communication would be via touch commands, hit the hotspots, locate any hostages, and take them out fast and alive. What you never really thought about was dying. That took too much time and energy away from the details of the mission, and away from the bedrock instincts and disciplines honed from doing this sort of thing over and over until it became a part of what made you. According to reliable sources, the building they were going to hit contained the entire financial guts of a major drug operation headquartered in the capital city. Included in the potential haul tonight were accountants and bean counters, valuable witnesses for the government if Webb and his men could get them out alive. That way the feds could go after top guys criminally and civilly from a number of fronts. Even drug lords feared an IRS full frontal assault, because seldom did kingpins pay taxes to Uncle Sam. That was why Webb's team had been called up. They specialized in killing folks who needed it, but they also were damn good at keeping people alive. At least until these folks put their hands on the Bible, testified, and sent some greater evil away for a very long time. When talk came back on, the countdown would begin. 5, 4, 3, 2. Webb opened his eyes, collected himself. He was ready. Pulse at 64. Webb just knew, okay boys, pay dirt's dead ahead, let's go take it. TOC came through his headset once more and gave the okay to move to the front door. And that's precisely when Webb London froze. His team burst out from the cover heading for Green, the crisis site, and Webb didn't. It was as though his arms and legs were no longer part of his body. The sensation of when you've fallen asleep with a limb under your body and wake up to find all the circulation has vacated that extremity. It didn't seem to be fear or runaway nerves. Webb had been doing this too long, and yet he could only watch as Charlie team raced on. The courtyard had been identified as the last major danger zone prior to the crisis site, and the team picked up its pace even more, looking everywhere for the slightest hint of coming resistance. Not a single one of the men seemed to notice that Webb was not with them. With sweat pouring off him, every muscle straining against whatever was holding him down, Webb managed slowly to rise and take a few faltering steps forward, his feet and arms seemingly encased in lead. His body on fire and his head bursting, he staggered onward a bit more, reached the courtyard, and then he dropped flat on his face as his team pulled away from him. He glanced up in time to see Charlie team running hard, the target in their sights, seemingly just begging them to come take a piece of it. The team was 5 seconds from impact. Those next few seconds would change Webb London's life forever. 2. Teddy Reiner went down first. Of the 2 seconds it took him to fall, the man had been dead for one of them. On the other side, Cal Plummer fell to the ground like headbin pole axed by a giant. As Webb watched helplessly up and down the compact lines, heavy ordnance impacted with Kevlar and then flesh, and then there was nothing else. It didn't seem right for good men to die so quietly. Before the guns started firing, Webb had fallen on his rifle and it was wedged under him. He could barely breathe. His Kevlar and weapons seemed crushed against his diaphragm. There was stuff on his mask he couldn't know, but it was part of Teddy Reiner throw-off from the monster round that had blown a hole the size of a man's palm through his body armor and sent part of Reiner flying back to where Webb lay, dead last of Charlie team and, ironically enough, the only one still living. Webb still felt paralyzed, none of his limbs responding to pleas from his brain to move. Had he suffered a stroke at age 37? Then suddenly the sounds of gunfire seemed to clear his head. The feeling finally returned to his arms and legs, and he managed to rip off his mask and roll on his back. He exhaled a gush of foul air and screamed in relief. Now Webb was staring straight up at the sky. He saw spears of lightning, though he couldn't hear even the belly rumbles of the thunder over the gunfire. He had a powerful, if insane, urge to lift up his hand into the maelstrom above him, perhaps to confirm the presence of the bullets racing past, as though he were a youngster told not to touch a hot stove, and who would then, of course, think of nothing else. Instead, he reached down to his belt, undid the latch on a side pouch, and pulled out his thermal imager. On the blackest night, the TI would pick up an entire world invisible to the unaided eye, zeroing in on the core heat signature that burned in just about everything. Though he was unable to see them even with the TI, Webb could easily sense the vapor trails thrown off by the net of bullets zipping across above him. Webb also observed that the dense gunfire was coming from 2 separate directions, the tenement building dead ahead and a dilapidated structure to the immediate right. He looked through his TI at the latter building and saw nothing but jagged glass. And then Webb observed something that made his body tense even more. The muzzle flashes were erupting at the same time at each of the shattered windows. They moved across the apertures, stopped for a few seconds, and then moved back across as the gun barrels he could not see yet, knew were there, completed their controlled firing arc. As the gunfire began anew, Webb rolled over on his belly and stared at the original target building through his imager. Here, too, there was a line of windows in the lower level of the target, and the same muzzle flashes were occurring with the exact same synchronized arc of movement. Webb could now make out the long barrels of the machine guns through the TI. The silhouettes of the guns were brick red, the metal molten hot from the amount of ammo they were spraying. No human outline, though, came up on his thermal, and if any man had been in the vicinity, Webb's imager would have nailed him. He was for sure looking at some kind of remote-controlled firing post. He now knew that his team had been set up, ambushed, without the enemy putting a single man at risk. The slugs ricocheted off the brick walls behind and to the right of him, and Webb felt bits of shrapnel hitting all around like hardened raindrops. At least a dozen times the deflections had skimmed his Kevlar, but most of their speed and lethality had already been depleted. He kept his unarmored legs and arms tight to the asphalt. However, not even his Kevlar could withstand a direct hit, for the machine guns were almost certainly doling out 50 caliber ordnance, with each round as long as a butter knife and probably armor-piercing, too. Webb could gauge all this from the supersonic cracking sound made by the guns and the signature muzzle flash, and the vapor trail of a 50 caliber was also something pretty damn unforgettable. In fact, you felt the snap before you even heard the round. It raised every hair on your body, as lightning did, right before its fatal blow. Webb screamed out the names of his teammates one by one. No answer, no movement, no moans, no body twitches to show that life was still out there somewhere. And still Webb yelled out their names again and again, like some insane roll call. Everywhere around him, garbage cans exploded, glass burst, walls of brick were being eroded as if bludgeoning rivers were carving canyons. This was Normandy Beach, or more aptly, Pickett's charge, and Webb had just lost his entire army. Alley vermin fled the slaughter. That courtyard was as clean of such rodents as it ever had been. No city inspector had ever done as good a job as Rhythmic. .50 caliber ordnance did that night. Webb didn't want to die, but every time he looked at what was left of his team, a part of him wanted to join them. The family fought and died together. It held some appeal for Webb. He actually felt his legs tense for such a leap to eternity. Yet something stronger took hold and he stayed hunkered down. To die was to lose, to give up was to let everyone perish in vain. Where the hell were X-ray and whiskey? Why weren't they fast roping to the rescue? The snipers on the buildings overlooking the courtyard couldn't come down without getting ripped apart, though. Yet there were other snipers on the roofs of the buildings along the alley. Charlie had come through. They could rope down. But would Talk give them the green light? Maybe not. If Talk didn't know what was going on, and how could they? Webb didn't even know what the hell was going on, and he was right in the middle of it. Yet he couldn't exactly hang around waiting for Talk to make up their mind until a stray round made it a clean sweep of Webb's team. He felt a thin layer of panic settle over him despite years of training designed specifically to banish that weakness from his psyche. Action he needed to be doing something. His bone mic lost, Webb snared his portable Motorola from its shoulder Velcro patch. He pushed the button, yelled into it, HR-14 to Talk, HR-14 to Talk. No response. He changed to the backup frequency and then to a general-purpose one. Still nothing. He looked at the radio and his spirits sank. The front was smashed from where he had fallen on it. Webb slithered forward until he reached Cal Plummer's body. When he tried to grab Plummer's two-way radio, something hit Webb's hand and he pulled it back. A ricochet only a direct hit would have taken his hand off. Webb counted 5 fingers still there, and the intense pain made him want to fight, to live. If for no other reason than to destroy whoever had done this, although Webb's bag of tricks was almost empty. And for the first time in his career, Webb wondered if the opposition he now faced was actually better than he was. Webb knew that if he stopped thinking he still might leap up, firing at nothing that could be killed. So he focused on the tactical scenario. He was in a carefully confined death zone, automatic firing arcs on 2 sides, forming a 90-degree angle of destruction and providing no human agent that could be stopped. Okay, that was the field situation. Now what the hell was he supposed to do about it? What chapter was that in the manual? The one that read, "You're screwed"? God, the sounds were deafening. He couldn't even hear his heart pounding. His breath came in short gasps. Where the hell were whiskey and X-ray? And hotel? They couldn't run any faster. And yet, what really could they do? They were trained to gun down human targets at both long and close range, he screamed out. There's nothing for you to shoot. Chin tucked hard to his chest, Webb started in surprise as he saw the little boy, the shirtless one from the chunk of concrete, hands over his ears. The kid was crouched at the edge of the corner along the alleyway. Webb and company had come from. If he moved out into the courtyard, Webb knew the boy's body would be going into a morgue bag, probably 2 morgue bags, because the 50 rounds could actually cut the kid's skinny body in half. The boy took a step forward, nearing the end of the brick wall and almost at the courtyard. Maybe he was intending to come help. Maybe he was waiting for the gunfire to stop so he could strip the bodies of any valuables, snagging their weapons for later resale on the streets. Maybe he was just flat-out curious. Webb didn't know or really care. The gun stopped firing, and just like that, there was quiet. The boy took another step forward. Webb screamed at him. He froze, obviously not expecting the dead to yell at the living. Webb inched up his hand, called to him to keep back, but the gunfire started again and drowned out the end of his warning. Webb slithered on his belly under the hail of fire, shouting at the boy with every twist and thrust of his pelvis. "Stay back! Get back!" The kid didn't flinch. Webb kept his gaze on him, which was difficult when you were double-timing on your gut, afraid that if you raised your head another centimeter, you would no longer have a head. The boy finally did what Webb thought he would do. He started to fall back. Webb crawled faster. The kid turned to run, and Webb yelled at him to stop. Shockingly, he did. Webb was almost to the edge of the alley. He was going to try and time this just right, for there was now a new element of danger for the child. During the last pause in the firing, Webb had heard synchronized footsteps and shouts in the distance. They were coming, Webb thought. It must be everybody, Hotel and the snipers, and the reserve unit that Talk always kept back for emergencies. Well, if this didn't qualify as an emergency, nothing ever would. Yes, they were hustling to the rescue, or so they thought. What they were really doing, though, was running blind with no reliable intelligence. The problem was the kid heard them coming, too. Webb could tell the boy knew exactly what and who they were. Like a scout sniffing the earth and deducing from that the location of great buffalo herds. The boy was feeling trapped, and for good reason. Webb knew that for the alley kid to be seen around people like Webb was a death sentence here. The powers that be would just assume he was a traitor and deposit his body in the woods as his reward. The child twitched, looked behind him even as Webb picked up his pace. Webb lost half his equipment, whipping along the rough asphalt like that. A 200-pound serpent on speed. Webb could feel the blood coming from a dozen scratches on his legs, hands, and face. His left hand stung like a couple thousand wasps were partying there. The body armor was so damn heavy now, his body ached with each thrust of his arms and legs. Webb could have dropped his rifle, but he still had use for it. No, he would never let go of the damn SR-75. Webb knew what the kid was going to do. Retreat cut off, he was going to go for it. Race across the courtyard and then disappear into one of the buildings on the far side. The boy could hear the bullets as well as Webb could. Yet he could not see the lines of fire, he could not dodge them. And yet Webb knew the boy was about to try. The child jumped out of the blocks, and Webb leapt off his belly at the last possible second so that the two met right at the fringe of safety. In a collision, Webb would win 10 times out of 10. The child kicked at Webb. His knotty fists struck him about the face and chest as Webb's long arms wrapped around him. Webb went back farther into the alley, carrying the kid. Kevlar was not easy on the hands, and the boy finally stopped punching and looked at Webb. "I ain't do nothing. Let me go. You run out there. You die," Webb yelled over the gunfire. He held up his bloody hand, wearing body armor, "and I can't survive out there. Those bullets will cut you in half." The boy calmed as he studied Webb's injury. Webb carried the kid farther away from the courtyard and the guns. Now they could at least talk without shouting. From some odd impulse, Webb touched the bullet wound on the boy's cheek. "You've been lucky before," Webb said. The boy snarled and jerked away from him, breaking free of Webb's grip. He was up, ferret-like, before Webb could blink, and had turned to run back down the alley. "If you go at them in the dark," Webb said, "your luck runs out. They'll blow you away." The kid stopped and turned back. For the first time, his eyes truly seemed to focus on Webb. Then he peered beyond to the courtyard. "They dead?" he asked. In answer, Webb slipped the big rifle from his shoulder. The boy took a step back at the sight of the intimidating weapon. "Damn, mister. What you gonna do with that?" "Stay here and keep down," Webb said. He turned back to the courtyard. Sirens were everywhere now. The cavalry was coming too late, as the cavalry always did. The smartest thing to do would be nothing. Yet that just wasn't going to cut it. Webb had a job to finish. He ripped a piece of paper from the notebook he carried on his belt and scribbled a quick note. He then pulled off the cap he wore under his helmet. "Here," he said to the kid. "Walk, don't run, back down the alley, hold up this cap, and give this note to the men coming this way." The boy took the items, his long fingers curled around the cloth of the cap and the folded paper. Webb pulled his flare gun from its pouch and loaded in a flare. "When I fire, you go. Walk," Webb said again. "Don't run." The boy looked down at the note. Webb had no idea if he could even read around here. You didn't assume that children received the fundamentals of education that other kids took for granted. "What's your name?" Webb asked. The boy needed to be calm now. Nervous people made mistakes, and Webb knew the charging men would cremate anyone who came rushing at them. "Kevin," the boy answered. As he said his own name, he suddenly looked like the frightened little kid that he was, and Webb felt even guiltier about what he was asking the boy to do. "Okay, Kevin, Webb. You do what I say, and you'll be okay. You can trust me," he said, and then felt guiltier still. Webb pointed the flare gun to the sky, looked at Kevin, nodded reassuringly, and then fired. The flare would be their first warning. The note carried by Kevin would be their second. The boy moved off, walking, but walking fast. "Don't run," Webb yelled. He turned back to the courtyard and slid his thermal imager onto the rifle's Picatinny rail and locked it into place. The red-colored flare bloodied the sky, and in his mind Webb saw the assaulters and snipers stop and consider this development. That would give the boy time to reach them. Kevin would not die, not tonight anyway. When the next pause in the wave of fire came, Webb burst out from the alley, rolled and brought the rifle up as he assumed a prone firing position and flipped down the rifle's bipod, pressing the weapon's butt flush against his shoulder. The 3 windows dead ahead were his first targets. He could see the muzzle flashes with his own eyes easily enough, but the thermal allowed him to draw a bead on the heated outlines of the machine guns. That's what he wanted to hit. The SR-75 roared and one machine gun nest after another exploded. Webb rammed in another 20-round mag, aimed the rifle and pulled the trigger, and 4 more machine guns were finally silenced. The last gun nest was still firing when Webb crawled forward and lobbed a concussion grenade into its throat. And then there was silence until Webb emptied both of his .45s at the now silent window openings, ejected cartridges tumbling out of the weapons like parachutists from a plane's belly. When the last shot was fired, Webb doubled over, sucking in precious air. He was so hot he thought he might spontaneously combust. Then the clouds opened and the rain came down hard. He looked over and saw an armor-coated assaulter cautiously edge into the courtyard. Webb tried to wave to him, but his arm wouldn't follow through. It just hung limply by his side. Webb surveyed the shattered bodies of his team, his friends spread over the slick pavement. Then he sank to his knees. He was alive, and he didn't really want to be. The last thing Webb London remembered from that night was watching drops of his sweat fall into the blood-tinted pools of rain. 3. Randall Cove was a very big man endowed with great physical strength, and also remarkable street instincts that he had further honed over many years of working them. He was an FBI undercover agent, and had been one for nearly 17 years. He had infiltrated Latino drug gangs in L.A., Hispanic crews on the Tex-Mex border, and heavyweight Europeans in South Florida. Most of his missions had been startling and at times nail-biting successes. He was currently armed with a .40 semi-automatic chambering hollow points that would collapse to small pancakes when they entered a body, wreaking internal havoc and probably death. He also had a sheathed knife with a serrated edge that he could use to slash vital arteries in a blur. He always prided himself on being professional and reliable in his work. Right now, some ignorant people would condemn him as a vicious criminal who should be locked up for life, or, better yet, executed for his terrible sins. Cove knew he was in serious trouble, and he also realized he was the only one who could get himself out of it. Cove crouched low in the car and watched as the group of men climbed in their vehicles and headed out. As soon as they passed, Cove rose, waited a bit, and then followed them. He pulled his ski cap tighter over his newly shorn head, the dreadlocks all gone, and about time, too, he had decided. The cars stopped up ahead, and Cove did too. When he saw the group of men emerge from the vehicles, Cove pulled a camera from his backpack and clicked away. He put away the Nikon, pulled out a pair of night binoculars, and adjusted the distance magnifier. Cove nodded to himself as he tallied the men one by one. He inhaled and let go of one last deep breath and took a fast-forward reel on his life thus far as the group disappeared into a building. In college, Cove had been a bigger, faster version of Walter Payton, a consensus All-American from Oklahoma. Every NFL team was throwing bales of cash and other perks at him. They were, that is, until a ruptured ACL in both knees during a freakish spill at the scouting combine had reduced him from a supernatural guaranteed #1 pick to a man with merely normal abilities who no longer excited NFL coaches. Millions of potential dollars had disappeared instantly, and the only way of life he had ever known had vanished along with them. He had moped for a couple of years, looking for excuses and pity, and his life had spiraled downward until it had nowhere else to go. And then he had found her. His wife had been a divine intervention. He had always believed saving his miserable, self-pitying carcass from oblivion. With her help, he had straightened himself out and fulfilled a secret dream of his to be a real-life G-man. He had bounced here and there in the bureau. It was a time when opportunities for black men were still severely limited. Cove had found himself pushed toward drug undercover work because his superiors had bluntly informed him that most of the bad dudes were people of his color. You can walk the walk and talk the talk and you look the part too, they had said, and he couldn't argue with that, really. The work was dangerous enough to never be boring. Randall Cove had never easily tolerated being bored, and he put away more crooks in a month than most agents put away in their entire careers. And these were big fish, the planners, the true moneymakers, not the nickel-and-dime streetwalkers one bad snort from a pauper's grave. He and his wife had had 2 beautiful children, and he was thinking seriously of calling it a career when the bottom had dropped out of his world, and he no longer had a wife or kids. He snapped back as the men came out, climbed in the cars, drove off, and Cove once more followed. Cove had lost something else that he could never get back. 6 men had died because he had messed up badly, been snookered like the most green agent there was. His pride was hurt and his anger was molten, and the 7th member of the shattered team deeply intrigued Cove. The man had survived when he should have been dead too, and apparently nobody knew why, though it was early in the game yet. Cove wanted to look the man in the eye and say, "How come you're still breathing?" He didn't have Webb London's file, and he didn't see himself getting it any time soon. Yeah, Cove was FBI. But yeah, everyone was no doubt thinking he had turned traitor. Undercover agents were supposed to live right next to the edge, weren't they? They were supposedly all head cases, right? What a thankless job he'd been doing all these years. But that was okay, because he had done it for himself, nobody else. The cars pulled into the long drive and Cove stopped, took some more pictures, and then turned around. That was apparently it for tonight. He headed back to the only place he could be safe right now, and it wasn't home. As he rounded a curve and sped up, a pair of headlights seemed to appear out of nowhere and settled in behind him. That wasn't good, not on a road like this. Attention from his fellow man was not something Cove ever sought or encouraged. He turned, so did the car. Okay, this was serious. He sped up again. So did the tail. Cove reached down to his belt holster, pulled out his pistol, and made sure the safety was off. He glanced in the rearview mirror to see if he could tell how many folks he was dealing with. It was too dark for that. No street lights out this way. The first bullet blew out his right rear tire, the second bullet his left rear, as he fought to keep control of the car. A truck pulled out from a side road and hit him broadside. If his window had been up, Cove's head would have gone right through it. The truck had a snowplow on its front end, though it was not wintertime. The truck accelerated, and Cove's car was pushed in front of it. He felt his car about to roll, and then the truck pushed his sedan over a guardrail that had been placed there, principally to protect vehicles from plummeting down the steep slope that the curve of road was built around. The car's side smashed into the dirt and then rolled, both doors popping open as the sedan continued its cartwheeling, finally landing in a heap at the rocky bottom of the slope and bursting into flames. The car that had tailed Cove stopped, and one man got out, ran to the twisted guardrail and looked down. He saw the fire, witnessed the explosion as fuel vapor met flames, and then ran back to his car. The 2 vehicles kicked up gravel, leaving the scene. As they did, Randall Cove slowly rose from the spot where he'd been thrown when the driver's door had been ripped open by the first impact with the ground. He had lost his gun, and it felt like a couple of ribs were cracked, but he was alive. He looked down at what was left of his car and then back up at where the men who had tried to kill him had raced off. Cove stood on shaky legs and started slowly making his way back up. Webb clutched his wounded hand, even as his head seemed primed to explode. It was like he had taken 3 quick slugs of straight tequila and was about to reflux them. The hospital room was empty. There was an armed man outside to make sure nothing happened to Webb, nothing else anyway. Webb had been lying here all day and into the night thinking about what had happened, and he was no closer to any answers than when they first brought him here. Webb's commander had already been in, along with several members of Hotel and some of the snipers from Whiskey and X-Ray. They had said little, all of them reeling in their personal agony, their disbelief that something like this could have happened to them. And in their eyes, Webb could sense their suspicions, the issue of what had happened to him out there. "I'm sorry, Debbie," Webb said to the image of Teddy Reiner's widow. He said the same to Sin Plumber Cal's wife and also now a widow. He went down the list, 6 women in all friends of his. Their men were his partners, his comrades. Webb felt as bereaved as any of the ladies. He let go of his injured hand and touched the metal side of the bed with it. What a sorry wound to bring back with him. He hadn't taken one round directly. Not one damn shot did I get off in time. He said to the wall, "Not one. Do you realize how unbelievable that is?" He called out to the IV stand before falling silent again. "We're going to get them, Webb." The voice startled Webb, for he had heard no one enter the room. But of course a voice came with a body. Webb inched up on his bed until he saw the outline of the man there. Percy Bates sat down in a chair next to Webb. The man studied the linoleum floor as though it were a map that would guide him to a place that held all the answers. It was said that Percy Bates had not changed a jot in 25 years. The man hadn't gained or lost a pound on his trim 5'10" frame. His hair was charcoal black without a creep of white, and was combed the same way as when he first walked into the FBI fresh from the academy. It was as though he had been flash frozen, and this was remarkable in a line of work that tended to age people well ahead of their time. He had become a legend of sorts at the Bureau. He had wreaked havoc on drug operations at the Tex-Mex border, and then gone on to raise hell on the West Coast in the LA field office. He had risen through the ranks quickly and was currently one of the top people at the Washington field office, or WFO as it was called. He had experience in all the major bureau divisions, and the man knew how all the pieces fit together. Bates, who went by Perce, was usually soft-spoken. Yet the man could crumple a subordinate with a look that made one feel unworthy to be occupying a square foot of space. He could either be your best ally or your worst enemy. Maybe that's how a man turned out after growing up with a name like Percy. Webb had been on the end of some of the classic Bates tirades before when he had been under the man's direct command in his previous professional life at the Bureau. A good deal of the abuse had been deserved, as Webb had made mistakes as he learned to be a good agent. Yet Bates did play favorites from time to time, and like everyone else, sometimes went searching for scapegoats to pin blame upon when things went to hell. Thus, Webb did not accept the man's statements right now at face value, nor did he accept the subdued tone as a token of peace and goodwill. Yet the night Webb had lost half his face in the fury of combat. Bates had been one of the first people by his bedside, and Webb had never forgotten that. No, Percy Bates was not a simple equation. Not that any of them were. He and Bates would never be drinking buddies, yet Webb had never believed one had to do shooters with a guy to respect him. "I know you've given us the prelims, but, well, need your full statement as soon as you're able," said Bates, "but don't rush it. Take your time, get your strength back." The message was clear. What had happened had crushed them all. There would be no outbursts from Bates, at least not right now. "More scratches than anything," Webb mumbled in response. "They said a gunshot wound to your hand. Cuts and bruises all over your body. The doc said it looked like somebody had taken a baseball bat to you." "Nothing," Webb replied, and then felt exhausted by saying the word. "You still need to rest," and then, "Well, get your statement." Bates rose, "And if you're up to it, and I know it'll be hard, it would help if you could go back down there and run us through exactly what happened. And how I managed to survive?" Webb nodded. "He'll be ready sooner than later." "Don't rush it," Bates said again. "This one ain't gonna be easy, but well, get it done." He patted Webb on the shoulder and turned to the door. Webb stirred, trying to sit up. Perce in the darkness, the whites of Bates' eyes were really the only things visible of him. To Webb, they were like a pair of dice hanging, showing deuces somehow. "They're all dead, aren't they?" "All of them," Bates confirmed. "You're the only one left, Webb. I did all I could." The door opened and then closed, and Webb was alone. Outside in the hallway, Bates conferred with a group of men dressed exactly as he was: nondescript blue suit, button-down shirt, muted tie, rubber-soled black shoes, and big pistols in small clip holsters. "This will be a media nightmare, you know that?" said one of them. "It already is, in fact." Bates stuck a piece of gum in his mouth, substitute for the Winstons he had given up for the 5th time now and counting. "The needs of suckwad journalists are not high on my priority list," he said. "You have to keep them informed, Perce. If you don't, they'll assume the worst and start making it up. There's already been stuff on the internet you wouldn't believe. That this massacre is tied to either the apocalyptic return of Jesus or something to do with a Chinese trade conspiracy. I mean, where do they get this crap? It's driving the media relations people nuts. I can't believe anybody would have the guts to do this, Taus," said another man who had grown gray and plump in the service of his country. Bates knew this particular agent had not seen anything other than the top of his government desk in more than a decade, but liked to act as though he had. Not the Colombians, the Chinese, or even the Russians could have the guts to attack us like that. Bates glanced at the man. "It's U.S. against them. Remember? We try to cram it down their throats all the time. You think they don't want to return the favor? But my God, Perce, think about it. They just slaughtered a squad of our men. On our home turf." The old fellow blustered indignantly. Perce looked at him and saw an elephant without tusks, just about ready to drop and die and become dinner for the jungle carnivores. "I didn't realize we had laid claim to that part of D.C., said Bates. He had last slept the day before yesterday and was now really starting to feel it. In fact, I was under the impression that was their home turf and we were the visiting team. You know what I mean? What could have prompted this sort of attack? Shit, I don't know. Maybe because we try so damn hard to pull the plug on their $1 billion a day drug pipeline, and it's starting to really piss them off, you idiot." As he said this, Bates backed the man into a corner and then decided the guy was far too harmless to be worth a suspension. "How's he doing?" asked another man with blonde hair and a nose red from the flu. Bates leaned against the wall, chewed his gum, and then shrugged. "I think it's messed more with his mind than anything else." "But that's to be expected. One lucky guy is all I can say," commented Red Nose. "How he survived it is anyone's guess. It took barely a second for Bates to get in this man's face. He was obviously taking no prisoners tonight. You call it luck to watch 6 of your team get ripped right in front of you. Is that what the hell you're saying, you dumb son of a bitch? Jeez." "I didn't mean it like that, Perce. You know I didn't." Red Nose coughed a good one as though to let Bates know he was sick and in no shape to fight. Bates moved away from Red Nose, thoroughly disgusted with him. "All right now, I don't know anything. No, I take that back. I know that Webb single-handedly took out 8 machine gun nests and saved another squad and some ghetto kid in the process. That I do know. The preliminary report says Webb froze. This came from another man who had joined their ranks, yet he was one who clearly stood above them all. 2 stone-faced gents were in lockstep behind the intruder. And actually, Perce, what we know is only what Webb has told us," said the man, though this person was obviously Percy Bates, superior in official rank. It was equally apparent that Bates wanted to bite his head off, yet didn't dare. The man continued. "London's got a hell of a lot of explaining to do, and we're going into this investigation with our eyes wide open, a lot more wide open than last night. Last night was a disgrace. Last night will never ever happen again. Not on my watch." He stared hard at Bates and then said with sarcasm driven home with a sledgehammer, "Give London my best with that, Buck Winters." Head of the FBI's Washington field office stalked off, followed by his 2 robotic escorts. Bates gazed with loathing at the man's back. Buck Winters had been one of the principal frontline supervisors at Waco and had, in Bates' opinion, contributed to the eventual carnage with his ineptness. Then, in the funny way of big organizations, Winters had received promotion after promotion for his incompetence until he had reached the top of WFO. Maybe the Bureau was just unwilling to admit it had messed up and believed that promoting from the ranks of the leadership of the Waco fiasco was a strong message to the world that the Bureau considered itself blameless. Eventually, many heads had rolled because of the flameout of David Koresh in Texas, but Buck Winters' head was still firmly attached to his shoulders. For Percy Bates, Buck Winters represented much that was wrong with the FBI. Bates leaned against the wall, crossed his arms, and chewed his Wrigley's so hard his teeth hurt. He was certain that old Buck would be running off to confer with the FBI director, the Attorney General, probably even the President. Well, let him, so long as they all kept out of Percy Bates' way. The group of men slithered away singly and in pairs until just Bates and the uniformed guard remained. Finally, Bates moved off too, hands in his pockets, gaze fixed on nothing. On the way out, he spit his gum into the trash can. "Assholes and idiots," he said. "Assholes and idiots." Webb, dressed in a set of blue surgery scrubs, carried a bag with his personal belongings and stared at the sunlit sky that filled the window of his hospital room. The layers of gauze around his wounded hand were irritating. He felt like he was wearing a boxing glove. He was about to open the door to leave when it opened all by itself. At least that's what Webb thought until the man appeared there. "What are you doing here, Romano?" said Webb in surprise. The man didn't acknowledge Webb right away. He was just under 6 feet tall, about 180, very powerful looking in a wiry way. He had dark wavy hair and wore an old leather jacket, a Yankees baseball cap, and jeans. His FBI shield was pinned to his belt, the grip of a pistol poked out from its clip holster. Romano looked Webb up and down until his gaze came to rest on the man's bandaged hand. He pointed at it. "Is that it? Is that your damn wound?" Webb looked at his hand and then back at Romano. "Would it make you happier if the hole was in my head?" Paul Romano was an assaulter assigned to hotel team. He was one very intimidating guy among many such folks, and you always knew where you stood with the man, which was usually nowhere good. He and Webb had never been close principally, Webb thought, because Webb had been shot up more than he had, and Romano strongly resented the perception that Webb was more heroic or tougher. "I'm only going to ask you this once, Webb, and I want it straight, man. You bullshit me and I'll pop you myself." Webb looked down at the guy and stepped a bit closer so that his height advantage was even more evident. He knew this ticked off Romano too. "Gee, Paulie, did you bring me some candy and flowers too? Just give it to me straight, Webb." He paused and then asked, "Did you wimp out?" "Yeah, Paulie, those guns somehow shot themselves all up." "I know about that. I meant before that. When Charlie Team went down, you weren't with them. Why?" Webb felt his face growing warm, and he hated himself for it. Romano usually couldn't get to him. Yet, the truth was, Webb didn't know what to tell the man. "Something happened, Paulie, in my head. I don't know exactly what, but I didn't have anything to do with the ambush. In case you suddenly lost your mind and were thinking that." Romano shook his head. "I wasn't thinking you turned traitor, Webb, just that you turned chicken shit. If that's all you came to tell me, then you can go on and get the hell out now." Romano looked him up and down again, and Webb felt like less and less of a man with each pronounced glare. Without a word, Romano turned and left. Webb would have preferred the man had exited on the heel of another insult rather than silence. Webb waited another few minutes and then opened the door. "What are you doing up?" asked the surprised guard. "Docs discharged me, didn't they tell you?" "Nobody told me anything like that." Webb held up his bandaged hand. "Government isn't paying for another night on account of a scratched hand, and damn if I'm paying the difference on my paycheck." Webb didn't know the guard, but he seemed like the type to be sympathetic to such a common-sense plea. Webb didn't wait to get an answer, but just walked off. He knew the guard had no grounds to stop him. All he would do was communicate this development to his superiors, which he was assuredly doing right now. Webb ducked out a side exit, found a phone, called a buddy, and an hour later he was inside his split-level 30-year-old rancher in a quiet Woodbridge, Virginia, suburb. He changed into jeans, loafers, and a navy blue sweatshirt, ripped off the gauze, and replaced it with a single Band-Aid of blazing symbolism. He wanted no pity from anyone, not with 6 of his closest friends right now lying in the morgue. He checked his messages there, weren't any of importance, yet he knew that would change. He unlocked a firebox, pulled out his spare 9mm, and thrust it into his belt holster. Although he had not technically shot anyone, this was still an SR Bohr shooting review board matter now, since Webb had most definitely fired his weapons. They had confiscated his guns, which was akin to taking his hands. Next, they had advised him of his rights, and he had given them a statement. It was all standard by the book's practice, and yet it still made him feel like a criminal. Well, he wasn't about to walk around without hardware. He was paranoid by nature, and the massacre of his team had made him a walking schizoid, capable of seeing real threats in babies and bunnies. He went out to the garage, cranked up his 1978 coal-black Ford Mach 1, and headed out. Webb had two vehicles, the Mach and an ancient and iron-gutted Suburban that had carried him and his Charlie team to many Redskin football games, to the beaches in Virginia and Maryland, to beer-drinking outings, and on assorted other manly campaigns up and down the East Coast. Each guy had had his own assigned seat in the Suburban, based on seniority and ability, which was the way everything was divvied up where Webb worked. What outstanding times they had had in the big machine. Now, Webb wondered how much cash he could get for the Suburban, because he didn't see himself driving the beast anymore. He jumped on Interstate 95, headed north, and fought through the obstacle course that was the Springfield Interchange, which apparently had been designed by a highway engineer strung out on cocaine. Now that it was undergoing a major overhaul scheduled to last at least 10 years, the driver navigating it each day had the option of laughing or crying, as years of his life slipped by while the traffic's progress was measured in inches. Webb sailed over the 14th Street Bridge, cleared the northwest quadrant where all the major monuments and tourist dollars were kept, and was quickly in a not-so-nice part of town. Webb was an FBI special agent, but he did not see himself as such. First and foremost, he was a hostage rescue team, HRT operator, the Bureau's elite crisis response group. He didn't dress in suits. He didn't spend much time with fellow agents outside HRT. He didn't arrive on the crime scene after all the bullets had stopped flying. He was usually there from the get-go, running, dodging, firing, wounding, and occasionally killing. There were only 50 HRT operators because the selection process was so grueling. The average time at HRT was 5 years. Webb had bucked that trend and was going on his 8th year of duty. It seemed that HRT was being called upon a lot more often these days, and to hotspots all over the world, with HRT's unwritten policy of being wheels up in 4 hours from Andrews Air Force Base. Well, the curtain had fallen on his part of that show. Webb was teamless now. It had never occurred to Webb that he would be the sole survivor of anything. It just didn't seem in his nature. They all had joked about it, even had morbid betting pools on who would die one moonless night. Webb had almost always been first on the list because he always seemed to be first in the line of fire. Now it was torturing Webb, though, not knowing what had gotten between him and the 7th coffin, and the only thing worse than the guilt was the shame. He pulled the Mach to the curb and got out at the barricade. He showed his ID to the men posted there, who were all stunned to see him. Webb ducked down the alley before the army of reporters could glom onto him. They had been reporting Live Here since the massacre from their toll-mast satellite broadcast trucks. Webb had caught some of the news from the hospital. They were feeding the public the same facts over and over, using their little charts and pictures, and sporting their little dour expressions, and saying things like, "That's all we know right now. But stay with us, I'm certain we'll have more later, even if we have to make the shit up. Back to you, Sue." Webb jogged down the alley. Last night's storm had long since blown itself into the Atlantic. The air pushing behind it was cooler than the city had had in a while. Built on a swamp, Washington, D.C. handled heat and humidity better than cold and snow. When the snow fell, the only street likely to be cleared was the one in your dreams. He ran into Bates halfway down the alley. "What in the hell are you doing here?" Bates said. "You said you wanted my take on things, so I'm here to give it to you." Bates glanced at Webb's hand. "Let's get going, Perce. Every minute counts." From the exact spot where the Chevy had dropped them off, Webb retraced the steps of his squad. With every stride Webb took toward the target, he could feel both his anger and his fear swell. The bodies were gone, the blood was not. Even the hard rain apparently was incapable of clearing it all away. In his mind, Webb blitzed through every move he had made, every emotion he had felt. The ruined machine gun nests were being dismantled and examined by a team of people who consistently pulled legal convictions out of microscopic scraps. Others walked the square courtyard, kneeling, stooping, tagging things, probing, and basically looking for answers from objects that did not appear willing to give any. Watching them, Webb was not confident. It was highly unlikely that crystal-clear tented arches and plain whorls were just waiting around on the guns to be plucked by the fingerprint techs. Whoever had planned this intricate ambush wouldn't be that careless. He stepped between the bloodstains like he was tiptoeing around a graveyard, and wasn't he really? Windows were painted black so the guns couldn't be spotted until they started firing. No light reflections off barrels, no nothing, said Bates. Nice to know we were done in by professionals, replied Webb bitterly. You did a number on the 50s. Bates pointed to one of the ruined weapons, an SR-75. We'll do that for you. They're miniguns, military design. 6-barrel Gatling-style tripod mounted with the pods bolted to the floor so the firing position wouldn't deviate. There were feeder box and conveyor belt attachments and 4,000 linked rounds per gun. Firing rates were set at 400 a minute, though its maximum setting is 8,000. 400 was plenty, and there were 8 guns. That's 3,200 slugs flying at you every 60 seconds. I know because all except one ricochet missed me by a few inches. With that low firing rate, those guns could shoot a long time. They did. Power drive was electric, and they were chambering armor-piercing rounds. Webb just shook his head. Did you find what tripped them? Bates led him over to a brick wall on the side farthest from the alley. Webb had come down. It was part of the building perpendicularly placed to the targeted abandoned tenement house and the source of one half of the firing arc that had wiped out Charlie save Webb. What was invisible in the dark was only a bit more apparent in the daylight. Webb knelt down and looked at what he recognized as a laser device. A small hole had been punched in the brick, and the laser point and power pack inserted into it. The hole was deeper than the power pack, so that once inside the hole, it was pretty much invisible. The snipers wouldn't have been able to ID it from where they had their posts set up, even if they had been looking for such a thing, and their intelligence had given them no indication of it, as far as Webb knew. The path of the laser was knee-height, and the invisible light stream no doubt had run across the courtyard when activated. Beam breaks, firing starts and doesn't stop, except for a few seconds pause after each cycle until the ammo's gone. He looked around in bewilderment. What if a dog or cat or somebody just strolling by here tripped the laser before we got there, from Bates' expression? It was clear he had already considered this possibility. Him thinking people were discreetly warned to stay away. Animals are another issue. So him thinking the laser was armed via remote web rose. So they waited until we were just about there before activating the laser. That means the person would have to be reasonably close by. Well, he hears you guys coming, or he gets intelligence to that effect. He waits until you've maybe turned the corner, and he hits the remote and runs. We didn't see a damn soul in the courtyard, and my thermal didn't pick up a 98.6 temp anywhere. They could've been in the building, hell. Any one of these buildings, they point the device out, one of the windows, hit the button, and they're long gone, and the snipers in hotels saw nothing. Bates shook his head. Hotel's story is they saw Zip until the kid brought them your note. At the mention of hotel, Webb thought of Paul Romano, and his spirits sank even more. Romano was probably at Quantico right now telling everyone that Webb had turned coward and let his team die and was trying to blame it on a mental lapse. Whiskey? X-ray? They had to see something, Webb said, referring to the snipers on the rooftops. They saw some things, but I'm not prepared to discuss it quite yet. Webb's instincts told him to let that one alone. What would the snipers say? That they saw Webb freeze, let his team charge on without him, and then drop to the ground while his comrades in arms got obliterated. How about the DEA? They were with Hotel, and there was a crew of them in reserve, too. Bates and Webb looked at each other, and Bates shook his head. The FBI and DEA weren't the best of friends. The DEA Webb had always thought was like a little brother kicking at his older sibling's shins until Big Brother hit back, and then the little punk ran off and tattled. Well, I guess we have to accept that until something makes us not, commented Webb. Guess. So were any of you wearing night vision equipment? Webb immediately understood the logic of the question. NV goggles would have picked up on the laser, transforming it into a long, unmistakable band of light. No. I pulled my thermal after the shooting started, but assaulters don't wear NVs. You get any source of ambient light while you're wearing them. Then you're basically blind if you have to take them off and start shooting. And the snipers probably wouldn't have been using them during the assault. They screw up depth perception too much. Bates nodded toward the gutted buildings where the guns had been set up. The techs examined the guns. Each had a signal link box. They're thinking that there was a delay of a few seconds between when Charlie Team tripped the laser and when the guns were activated in order to make sure the team was squarely in the kill zone. The courtyard and firing lanes were large enough to allow for that. Webb suddenly felt dizzy and put his hand against the wall. It was as though he were re-experiencing the paralysis he had suffered during the doomed attack. "You should have given yourself some more time to recover," said Bates as he slid an arm under Webb's to help support him. "I've had paper cuts worse than this. I'm not talking about your hand." "My head's fine too. Thanks for your concern." Webb snapped and then relaxed. "Right now I just want to do, not think." For the next half hour, Webb pointed out the locations and descriptions of all the persons they had passed that night, and everything else he could recall from the time Charlie left the final staging area to the moment the last bullet was fired in the courtyard. "You think any one of them could have been working with the target?" said Bates, referring to the people Webb and company had passed in the alley. "Down here anything's possible," replied Webb. "There was obviously a leak, and it could have come anywhere along the line." "There's a lot of possibilities there," Bates said. "Let's go over some." Webb shrugged. "This wasn't a 888 beep scenario," he said, a reference to the 3 number 8s that appeared on his pager representing a command for all HRT operators to haul butt to Quantico. Last night was selected as the target date in advance, so everybody met at HRT to get our gear and team configurations ready, and then we moved out in the Suburbans. We did the prelim staging at Buzzard Point, and then drove to the last staging area. We had a U.S. attorney available in case we needed some additional warrants issued. The snipers were already in place. They went in early posing as HVAC rehab workers doing a job on roof units on 2 of the buildings along the strike path. Assaulters did our down and dirty with the local police just like always. After we left the last point of concealment, Teddy Reiner requested and received compromise authority because of the unfriendly logistics. We wanted to be able to shoot on the fly if we had to. We knew that hitting the place from the front and exposing ourselves to fire in the courtyard was risky. But we also thought they wouldn't expect it. Plus the way the building was situated and configured, there were a lot of options. We got the green light to move to crisis site, and then we were going to execute on TOZ's countdown. We had one primary exterior breach point. The assault plan was to split once we were inside and hit from 2 points while Hotel and DEA blew in from the rear, with a unit in reserve and the snipers as backup firepower and cover, hard and fast just like always. The 2 men sat on a pair of trash cans. Bates tossed his pack of gum in the trash, pulled out his cigarettes and offered one to Webb, who declined. "The local police knew the target, didn't they?" Bates asked. Webb nodded, the approximate physical location. "So they can keep a presence, help quadrant off the area, and keep people on the outside of the perimeter out of the way. Look for associates of the target tipping them off, that sort of thing. How much advance time you figure the locals had in case there was a leak from there?" "Hour." "Well, nobody set up that death trap in an hour." "Who was the undercover on this one?" "Goes without saying that you take this name to the grave with you." Bates paused, presumably for emphasis, and then said, "His name is Randall Cove, a real vet. Working the target from deep inside, I mean deep, like down in the sewer deep. African-American, built like a truck and could do the street stuff with the best of them. He's done 1 million of these gigs. So what's his story?" "I haven't asked him." "Why not?" "I can't find him." Bates paused and then added, "Do you know for certain if Cove was aware when the hit was happening?" Webb was surprised by this question. "Your end would know that better than mine. I can tell you for a fact that we were not briefed that the undercover or any snitches would be at the target. If they were supposed to be there, they'd tell us in the pre-op. That way we'd know who they were, what they looked like, and we'd cuff 'em and get 'em out just like everybody else, so the real target wouldn't get a heads up and kill them." "How much did you know about the target?" "Druggies financial ops with bean counters present heavy security. They wanted the money guys as potential witnesses that we were to treat as hostages, bag 'em fast and get them out before anyone figured out what we were doing, and pop them so they couldn't rat." Our strike plan was approved. OPS orders written. We got blueprints of the target and built a copy of it at Quantico. Practiced our butts off until we knew every inch. Got our rules of engagement, nothing out of the ordinary, suited up and climbed in the Suburban. End of story. You guys do your own surveillance. Snipers on glass, Bates said, referring to snipers observing the target through binoculars and spotting scopes. Anything pop on that? Nothing special, or else we would have been told in our briefing. Except for the possible witness angle. To me, it was just a glorified dope house raid. Hell, we cut our teeth on those. If it was just a dope house, they wouldn't have needed you guys to crack it. Webb, WFO Could-Be used its SWAT team. Well, we were told the logistics were really tricky, and they were, and we knew the targets were supposed to be real nasty, and were packing some ordnance SWAT didn't think they could handle. And then you had the issue of the potential witnesses. That was enough to make it our gig. But none of us were expecting 8 remote-controlled miniguns. Obviously, it was all bullshit. Fed to us like mother's milk, except for the guns. The place was empty. Ambush all the way. There were no bean counters, no records, no nothing. Webb rubbed his hand against the bullet gouges on the brick. Many were so deep Webb could see the concrete block underneath armor piercing, for sure. The only good thing was death for his team would have been instantaneous. The snipers had to see something. He was hoping they had seen whatever had made Webb freeze. Yet how could they? I haven't finished talking to them, was all Bates would offer on that point, and again Webb chose not to press it. Where's the kid? Webb hesitated, trying to remember. Kevin Bates also hesitated for a second, disappeared. Webb stiffened. How? Hez a kid. I'm not saying he did it on his own. We know who he is. Kevin Westbrook, age 10, got some family around, but most are guests of the state. Has an older brother street name of Big F, the standing for what you think it does. Head street ganger as big as a tree and smart as a Harvard MBA deals in meth. Jamaican Sinsemilla. The really cool stuff, though, we've never been able to build a case against him. This area is sort of his turf. Webb stretched the fingers of his injured hand. The Band-Aid wasn't doing the trick right now, and he felt guilty for even thinking about it. That's a pretty big coincidence that the little brother of the guy who runs this area was sitting out in the alley when we came by. Even as he talked about the boy, Webb could feel a change come over his body, as though his very soul were sliding out and moving on. He actually thought he might pass out. Webb was starting to wonder if he needed a doctor or an exorcist. Well, he does live around here. And from what we found out, his home life isn't all that great. He probably avoided it if he could. This big brother missing too? Webb asked as his balance began to return. Not that he actually lives at a normal address. When you're in the kind of business he is, you keep moving. We don't have any direct evidence tying him to even a misdemeanor, but we're looking for him real hard right now. He stared at Webb. You sure you're okay? Webb waved off this comment. How exactly did you lose the kid? That's not real clear right now. Well, no more after we finished going through the neighborhood. Somebody had to see those weapons coming in and that machine gun nest being put up. Even around here, that qualifies as a little unusual. You really think anybody here's going to talk to you? We have to try, Webb. We only need one pair of eyes. The men fell silent for a while. Bates finally looked up, his expression uncomfortable. Webb, what really happened? Say what you really mean. How come it wasn't a perfect 7 for 7 Eames saying it? Webb gazed across the courtyard at the exact spot where he had hit the asphalt. I came out of the alley late. It was like I couldn't move. I thought Idiot had a stroke, then I went down right before the shooting started. I don't know why. Webb's mind suddenly went blank and then came back like he was a television and there had been a lightning strike nearby. It was over in a second. A second was all it took. Worst timing in the history of the world. He looked at Bates to gauge his reaction to this. The narrowed eyes of the man told Webb all he needed to know. Hell, don't feel bad. I don't believe it either, said Webb. Bates remained silent, and Webb decided to get to the other reason he had come here. Where's the flag, he asked. Bates looked surprised. The HRT flag. I have to bring it back to Quantico. On every mission HRT undertook, the senior member was given the HRT flag to carry with him in his gear. When the mission was completed, the flag was to be returned to the HRT commander by the senior member of the team. Well, now that happened to be Webb. "Follow me," said Bates. An FBI van was parked at the curb. Bates popped open one of the back doors, reached in, and pulled out a flag folded military style. He handed it to Webb. Webb held the flag in both hands, staring down at the colors for a moment. Every detail of the slaughter once more working through his head. "It's got a few holes in it," Bates observed. "Daunt, we all said Webb 5 the following day." Webb headed down to Quantico to the HRT facility. He drove along Marine Corps Route 4 past the campus-style FBI academy that was home to both FBI and DEA grunts. Webb had spent 13 very intense and stressful weeks of his life at the academy learning how to be an FBI agent. In return, Webb was paid peanuts and lived in a dorm room with a shared bath, and he even had to bring his own towels. And Webb had loved it and had devoted every waking moment to becoming the best FBI agent he could, because he felt he had been born for the job. Webb had walked out of the academy as a newly minted and sworn agent of the FBI with his Smith Wesson 357 wheel gun, which required a staggering 9 pounds of pull to fire. Rarely did one shoot oneself in the foot with the weapon. Recruits now carried 40 Glock. Semi-automatics with 14-round magazines with a much easier trigger pull, but Webb still had fond memories of his Smith & Wesson with a 3-inch bull barrel. Fancier didn't necessarily mean better. He had spent the next 6 years learning how to be an FBI agent in the field. He had sweated through the infamous FBI paperwork mountain, ferreted out leads, drummed up informants, answered criminal complaints, kept his butt on wiretaps, undertaken all-night surveillances, built up cases and arrested people who badly needed to be. Webb had gotten to the point where he could concoct a battle plan in 5 minutes while he was driving a Bureau Carror Bucar, as it was always Colada 110 miles an hour down the highway, steering with his knees and shoving shells into his shotgun. He had learned how to interrogate suspects, establishing baselines, and then asking them tough questions designed to knock them for a loop to later gauge when they were lying. He had also learned how to testify without being cracked by slick defense lawyers whose only goal was to not discover the truth and instead to bury it. His superiors, including Percy Bates, when Webb had been transferred to the Washington field office after several years in the Midwest, had filled his personnel file with commendation after commendation, impressed with his dedication, his physical and mental skills, and his ability to think on his feet. He had worked outside the rules at certain points, yet most of the really good agents did, he thought, because some of the Bureau rules were just plain stupid. That was also something Percy Bates had taught him. Webb parked, got out of the car, and headed into HRT's building, which would never be termed beautiful by anyone who could actually see. He was welcomed with open arms, and tough, hardened men, who had seen more death and danger than the average citizen could possibly imagine, broke down with him in private rooms. HRT was not a place where anyone rushed to show his vulnerabilities and emotions. No man wanted to be firing guns and risking his life next to the shy, sensitive type. You left your warm, fuzzy aura at the door and just brought your alpha male kick-ass side to work. Everything here was based on seniority and ability. Those two attributes usually, though not always, paralleled each other. Webb returned the flag to his commander. Webb's chief, a lean, muscular man with salt and pepper hair and a former HRT operator who could still outwork most of his men, accepted the flag with dignity and a handshake that dissolved into an embrace in the privacy of the man's office. Well, thought Webb, at least they didn't hate his guts. The HRT's admin building had been built to hold 50 personnel, yet now 100 people called it their home away from home. There was a two-holer for all those folks, so the P-lines were long even for elite crime-busting feds. There were small offices behind the reception area for the commander, who was at the rank of ANASAC or Assistant Special Agent in charge, and his down-the-line chain of command that consisted of one supervisor for assaulters and one for snipers. The HRT operators had honeycomb cubicle areas across the hallway from each other, split between snipers and assaulters. There was only one classroom in the building, which also doubled as a conference and briefing room in the Space Challenge complex. There was a line of coffee mugs on a shelf on the rear wall of the room. Whenever the choppers landed here, the force of the blades would make the mugs vibrate. Somehow that sound had always been very soothing to Webb. Team members coming home safe, he supposed. He stopped by to see Ann Lyle, who worked in the office. Ann was 60, much older than the other women who worked in administration, and could be truly termed the matriarch and unofficial mother hen of the hardcore lads who called HRT home. The unwritten rule was that you did not curse around Ann or use any other sort of uncouth language or gestures. Both rookie and veteran operators who ran afoul of this policy quickly found themselves the target of retribution, ranging from glue in their helmets to taking a particularly hard shot during a training drill, the kind that left you wondering if one of your lungs had fallen out. Ann had been with HRT almost since its inception, after working at the WFO for many years, and had become a widow during that time. Childless, she let her entire life revolve around her work, and she listened to the young single agents and their problems and doled out sensible advice. She also served as HRT's unofficial marriage counselor and had on more than one occasion prevented a divorce. She had come to Webb's hospital room every day while he was waiting to get his face back, far more often than his own mother had bothered to. Ann regularly brought home baked goodies to the office, and she was known as the primary information source for all things having to do with the Bureau and HRT. She was also a whiz at navigating the Bureau's requisition morass, and if HRT needed something, no matter how big or small, Ann Lyle made sure they got it. He found Ann in her office, closed the door, and sat across from her. Ann's hair had been white for several years now, and her body had lost its shape, but her eyes were still youthful-looking, and her smile was truly beautiful. Ann rose from her desk and gave Webb a much-needed hug. Her cheeks were wet from tears. She had been especially close to the members of Charlie Team, who took great pains to show her their affection for all she did for them. "You don't look good, Webb. I've had better days. I wouldn't wish this on anybody, not even my worst enemy," she said, "but you're the last person in the world this should have happened to Webb right now. All I want to do is scream and never stop." "I appreciate that, Ann," said Webb. "I still don't know what happened, really. I've never frozen like that before. Webb, honey, you've spent the last 8 years of your life getting shot at. Don't you think that adds up? You're only human." "That's just it, Ann. I'm supposed to be more than that. That's why I'm at HRT. What you need is a good long rest. When's the last time you took a vacation? Do you even remember what? I need is some information, and I need you to help me get it." Ann accepted this change in subject without comment. "I'll do what I can, you know that. An undercover named Randall Cove. Mia. That name sounds familiar. I think I knew a Cove when I worked at WFO. You say, has gone missing. He was the inside guy on the HRT hit. Guess he was either in on it or else got his cover blown. I need whatever you can find on him. Addresses, aliases, known contacts, the works. If he was working in D.C., his home won't be around there," said Ann. "There is an unofficial 25-mile rule for UCs. You don't want to run into one of your neighbors while you're working your shift. For big-time assignments, they might even bring the agent in from another part of the country." "Understood, but 25 miles out still leaves a lot of possibilities." "Maybe we can get a record of phone logs, communications with WFO, that sort of thing. I don't know how you manage it, but I really need whatever you can get. UCs mostly use disposable phone cards with low amounts on them to call in with. Buy them at convenience stores, use them up, chuck them, and buy another. No record of anything that way." Webb's hopes dimmed. "So there's no way to trace?" He had never had to track down an undercover agent before. Ann smiled her beautiful smile. "Oh, Webb, there's always a way. You just let me dig around a little." He looked at his hands, him feeling kind of like a guy at the Alamo that the Mexicans somehow missed. Ann nodded in understanding. "There's some fresh coffee in the kitchen and a chocolate walnut cake I brought in." "Go help yourself, Webb. You've always been too skinny." Her next words made Webb look up into that wonderfully reassuring face. "And I'm watching your back here, honey. Don't think that I'm not." "I know what's what, Webb. I hear everything uptown or down, and nobody, and I mean nobody, is going to pull anything on you while I'm sitting here." As he walked out, Webb wondered if Ann Lyle would ever consider adopting him. Webb found an empty computer terminal and logged on to HRT's database. It had occurred to him, as he was sure it had to others, that his team's annihilation might have been a simple case of revenge. He spent considerable time going through past cases where HRT had been called up. Memories came flooding back to him of chest-thudding victories and heart-wrenching failures. The problem was that if you added up all the people who had been affected by an HRT mission and factored in family and friends, along with fringe crazies chasing any cause they could get their demented hands around, the numbers ran into the thousands. Webb would have to leave that to somebody else to run down. He was certain the Bureau computers were crunching that data right now. Webb passed down the main hallway and lingered in front of the photo displays of past HRT operations. Here there were visual images of many stunning successes. The credo of hostage rescue was speed, surprise, and violence of action, and HRT put big-time action to those words. Webb looked at a photo of a terrorist on the most wanted list who had been plucked from international waters, grabs they called them, like an unsuspecting crab taken from a sandhole and whisked away to stand trial with a lifelong prison term to follow. There were photos of a joint international task force operation on a drug farm in a Latin American country. And finally, there was a picture of a very tense hostage situation in a high-rise government building in Chicago. The result was all hostages were saved, with 3 of the 5 hostage-takers dead. Unfortunately, it didn't always work that way. He walked outside the admin building and observed the lone tree there. It was a species of the state tree of Kansas, planted there in memory of the HRT operator who had been killed in a training accident and who had hailed from there each time. Webb had passed that tree. He had said a silent prayer that it would be the only one they would ever have to plant, so much for answered prayers. Soon they'd have a damn forest here. Webb really needed to be doing something, anything that would make him not feel like a total failure. He went to the equipment cage, snagged a .308 sniper rifle and some ammo, and headed back out. He needed to calm down, and ironically, firing guns did that for him, as it required a precision and focus that would block out all other thoughts, however troubling. He passed the HRT's original headquarters building, which was narrow and tall and looked like a glorified grain silo instead of home for an elite law enforcement unit. Then he stood and looked out at the sheared-off hillside where one of the shooting ranges was situated. There was a new 1,000-yard rifle range, and work crews were in the process of leveling an adjacent forest in order to add to the HRT's ever-growing complex, which also included a new indoor shooting range facility. Behind the outdoor shooting range, the trees were leafy green. It had always seemed an odd juxtaposition to Webb, nature's beautiful colors serving as a backdrop to where he had stood for so many years learning better ways to kill. Yet he was the good guy, and that made it all right. At least that's what the bill of goods that came with the badge had very strongly implied. He set up his targets. Webb was going to play a game of sniper's poker. The cards were slightly fanned out across the target holder, such that only the tiniest portion of each card other than the front card was visible. The goal was to build a winning hand. The trick was you could only count a card that you hit cleanly. If your round even nicked another card, you couldn't claim the card you were shooting at. And you only got 5 shots. The margin of error was impossibly tiny. It was just the sort of nerve-wracking task to relax a person, if that person happened to be an HRT grunt. Webb set himself up 100 yards away from the targets. Lying flat on the ground, he placed a small beanbag under the .308 stock to support his upper body weight as he settled in. He aligned his body with the recoil path to minimize muzzle jump. His hips were flat against the ground, his knees spread shoulder width and ankles flat to the ground to shrink his target profile in case someone was aiming at him. Webb dialed the proper settings on the scope's calibration wheel and figured in wind, too. The humidity was high, so he added an extra half-minute click as a sniper. Every shot he had ever fired during a mission had been recorded in his log. It was a very valuable record of environmental effects on bullets fired, and also might explain why a sniper had missed a target, which was the only time anybody gave a damn. When you hit your target, you were just doing your job. You didn't get a key to the city. There was no detail too small when it concerned killing at long range. A hint of a shadow across your objective lens could easily make the less than vigilant shooter wipe out a hostage rather than the person holding him. Webb lightly squeezed the pebbled pistol grip. He pulled the stock to his shoulder, pressed his cheek to the stock, set the proper eye relief, and gripped the butt pad with his weak hand to steady the 308's bipod. He sucked in a breath, eased it out. No muscle could come between Webb and his sniping. Muscle was erratic. He needed bone on bone because bone didn't flinch. Webb had always used the ambush technique when sniping. This entailed the shooter waiting until the target entered a predetermined kill zone. The sniper would plant his crosshairs just ahead of the target and then count the mil dots in the reticle to calculate distance to target, angle of incidence, and speed. You also had to judge elevation, wind, and humidity, and then you waited to kill like the proverbial spider in the web. You always shot into the skull for a very simple reason. Targets shot in the head never fired back bone on bone. Pulse at 64. Webb let out one last breath. His fingers slid to the trigger and he fired 5 shots with the precise motion of a man who had done this very thing well over 50,000 times. He repeated the process 4 more times, 3 times at 100 yards, and the last hand of poker was played out at 200 yards, which was the outer reaches of distance for sniper's poker. When he checked the targets, Webb had to smile. He had a royal flush in spades on 2 hands, aces with king high on 2 others, and a full house on the hand at 200 yards, and not one mark on any other card, and not one round thrown either, which in bureau parlance meant not a shot missed. This allowed him to feel good about himself for about 10 seconds, and then the depression came roaring back. He returned the weapon to the equipment cage and continued his stroll. Over at the adjacent Marine Corps facility was the Yellow Brick Road, which was a hellish 7.5-mile obstacle course with 15-foot rope drops, bear pits with barbed wire just waiting for a slip and fall, and also sheer rock cliffs. During his HRT qualification days, Webb had run that course so many times he had memorized every single disgusting inch of it. Team events had involved 15-mile runs, loaded with upward of 50 pounds of gear and precious objects carried, such as bricks that must not touch the ground lest your team lose. There were also swims through icy, filthy water and 50-foot-long ladders pointed straight to God that had been followed by a trek up Heartbreak Hotel, a mere 4-story jaunt, and the optional, leap off the gunwale of an old ship into the James River. Since Webb's joining HRT, Heartbreak Hotel had been tamed somewhat with guide wires, railings, and nets. It was undoubtedly safer, but in his opinion, a lot less fun. Still, those with a fear of heights most definitely need not apply. Rappelling from choppers into thick forest really separated the men from the boys where, if you missed your break point, a 100-foot oak got to know your insides far too well. And along the way to graduation, each recruit had to navigate the hothouse, which was a 3-story concrete tower, with steel shutters over the windows, welded shut. The interior configuration, with its mesh floors, allowed a fire at the bottom to shoot smoke all the way to the top in seconds. The luckless recruit got thrown into the 3rd floor and had to use his sense of touch, guts, and instincts to find his way to the bottom and out to safety. Your reward for surviving that was a bucket of water in the eyes to clear out the smoke there, and the chance to do it again a few minutes later with a 150-pound dummy on your back. Crammed in between all that was tens of thousands of rounds fired classroom drills that would have perplexed and confounded Einstein. Fitness grinders that would have left many an Olympian heaving from exhaustion, plus enough paralyzing split-second decision-making scenarios to make a man give up booze and women, crawl in a padded room and start talking to himself. And every step of the way were the real HRT operators grading your sorry butt on every mistake and every triumph, and you just hoped you ended up with far more of the latter. But you never really could tell, because the HRTs never talked to you. To them you were scum, busting your ass scum, but still scum, and you knew they wouldn't even acknowledge your presence until, and if you graduated, hell, they probably wouldn't even attend your funeral if the tryout managed to kill you. Webb had somehow survived it all, and upon graduation from the new Operators Training School, or NOTS as it was known, he had been drafted as a sniper and spent 2 more months at the Scout Sniper School of the Marine Corps, where he had learned from the very best the skills of fieldcraft, observation, camouflage, and killing with rifle and scope. After that, Webb had spent over 7 years, as first a sniper and later an assaulter, either being bored to death at long standoffs, often in miserable conditions, or else shooting or being shot at all over the world by some of its most deranged inhabitants. In return, he got all the guns and ammo he wanted, and a pay scale equivalent to what a 16-year-old could earn programming computers during his lunch hour. All in all, it had been really cool. Webb walked by the hangar facility, which housed the team's Big Bell 412 helicopters, and the much smaller MD-530s, which they all referred to as the Little Birds, because they were fast and agile, and could carry 4 men on the inside, and 4 more on the skids at a speed of 120 knots. Webb had ridden the Little Birds into some hellish situations, and the 53s had always brought him back out, a couple of times dangling upside down from a rope hooked to the chopper's swing arm. Yet Webb had never been picky about exactly how he survived a mission. The motor pool was behind a chain-link fence. Webb stopped and zipped up his jacket against a chilly wind. The sky was quickly becoming overcast as a storm system swept into the area, something it routinely did this time of day at this time of year. He went inside the fence and sat atop the team's sole armored personnel carrier, a hand-me-down gift from the Army. His gaze swept across the row of parked Suburbans. The vehicles had been reconfigured with ladder packages such that they could drive right up to a building and extend the ladder and go knock-knock surprise on the 5th floor of some criminal's lair. They were mount-out trucks that carried their gear, jet skis, food service trucks, and a rigid hull boat with inflatable gunnels that had been designed by Navy SEALs. The thing had twin Chrysler V8s, whose effect Webb could only equate to being inside a building while it was being demolished via wrecking ball. He had ridden in it on numerous occasions, or more aptly, had survived it. They had it all here, from equipment for jungle assaults to Arctic expeditions. They trained for every contingency, put everything they had into the work, and yet they could still be beaten by coincidence, by the blundering luck of inferior opponents, or by the skillful planning and insider knowledge of a traitor. It started to rain, so Webb ducked inside the training facility, which was a large warehouse-style building with long corridors to simulate hallways and hotels and movable, rubber-coated walls. It was very much like a Hollywood studio back lot. If they were lucky enough to get the blueprints of a target, HRT would reconstruct it on-site here and train within exact parameters. The last set they had built here was for the operation where Charlie had ceased to be. As Webb studied this configuration, it hadn't occurred to him that he would never see the insides of the actual target for real. They had never even gotten to the front door. He hoped they would tear out the guts of this place soon, get it ready for the next operation. The result couldn't be any worse, could it? The rubber-coated walls here absorbed the slugs, for HRT often practiced with live fire. Stairways were made of wood that would not allow ricochets. However, the team had discovered, fortunately without serious injury, that the nails in the wood could catch a bullet and send it on to unintended places. He passed by the aircraft fuselage mock-up that had been constructed so they could practice on skyjacking scenarios. It hung from the rafters and could be raised or lowered for training purposes. How many imaginary terrorists had he shot down in here? The training had paid off, for he had done it for real when an American airliner had been stormed in Rome. The terrorists had ordered the plane flown to Turkey and then on to Manila. Webb and crew had gone wheels up at Andrews Air Force Base within 2 hours of learning of the skyjacking. They had followed the hijacked plane's movements from their airborne perch in an USAF C-141. On the ground at Manila, where the jetliner was being refueled, the terrorists had tossed out 2 dead hostages, both Americans, one of them a 4-year-old girl. A political statement they proudly announced. It was the last one they would ever make. The hijacked plane's takeoff had been delayed first by weather and then by mechanical failure. At around midnight local time, Webb and his Charlie team had boarded the plane disguised as mechanics. 3 minutes after they got on the plane, there were 5 dead terrorists and no more slain hostages. Webb had shot one of them with his .45 directly through the Diet Coke can the guy had been holding up to his mouth. To this day, he still couldn't drink the stuff, yet he never regretted pulling the trigger. The image of an innocent little girl's body on the tarmac, American, Iranian, Japanese, it didn't matter to Webb was all the motivation he would ever need to keep pulling the trigger at rank evil. These guys could claim all the geopolitical oppression in the world, call upon all the grand and omniscient deities in their religious warehouses, make every half-assed justification they wanted to, so they could detonate their bombs and fire their weapons, and none of it meant a damn thing to Webb when they started killing innocent people, and in particular kids. And he would fight them for as long as they wanted to perform their perverted little dance of sin and mayhem across the globe, for wherever they could go, so could he. Webb moved through small rubber-walled rooms where posters of bad guys pointing guns at him hung on support poles. He instinctively drew a bead with his finger and blew them away with an armed person. You always keyed on hands, not the eyes, because no one in history had ever been killed by a pair of eyes. As he lowered his gun, Webb had to smile. It was all so easy when no one was actually firing at you. In other rooms were the heads and upper torsos of dummies on poles, their skin and bulk replicating that of a real human. Webb threw sidekicks to their heads, followed by a series of paralyzing kidney punches, and then moved on. From inside one room. He heard some movement and looked in. The man there had on a tank shirt and cami pants and was wiping the sweat from his muscular neck, shoulders and arms. Long ropes dangled from the ceiling. This was one of the rooms where the men practiced their fast roping skills. Webb watched as the man went up and down 3 times with graceful fluid motions, cords of muscles in his arms and shoulders tensing and then relaxing. When the man finished, Webb stepped inside and said, "Hey, Ken, don't you ever take a day off?" Ken McCarthy looked over at Webb, and his gaze was not exactly what Webb would have called friendly. McCarthy was one of the snipers who had been overhead along the alley the night Charlie team had disappeared under the wave of 50s. McCarthy was black, 34 years of age, a Texan by birth as well as an Army brat who had seen the world on Uncle Sam's dime. He was a former SEAL, yet did not exude the flagrant cockiness that most SEALs tended to. Only 5'10", he could bench press a truck and held advanced multi-degree black belts in 3 different martial arts. He was the most skilled water operator HRT had, and he could also place a bullet between a person's eyes at 1,000 yards in the dead of night while straddling a tree limb. A 3-year veteran of HRT, he was quiet, kept mostly to himself, and lacked the ghoulish sense of humor that most operators had. Webb had taught him things McCarthy hadn't known or was having trouble picking up, and in return McCarthy had shared some of his remarkable skills with Webb. To Webb's knowledge, McCarthy had never had a problem with him, yet the man's look right now possibly heralded an end to that streak. Maybe Romano had turned everyone against him. "What are you doing here, Webb?" "Figured you'd still be in the hospital nursing your injuries." Webb took another step toward the man. He didn't like McCarthy's tone or words, yet he could understand where they were coming from. Webb could also understand where Romano was coming from, too. It was just that sort of a place. You were expected to do your job perfectly. Perfection was all they asked for here. Webb hadn't come close. Sure, he had knocked out the guns after the fact. That counted for zip with these men. I take it, you saw it all. McCarthy slipped off a pair of workout gloves and rubbed his thick, heavily calloused fingers. "Would be fast roped down to the alley, but Tok told us to sit tight. There was nothing you could do, Ken." McCarthy was still looking at his feet. "Finally got the go-ahead. Took too long, hooked up with hotel. Took damn way too long," he said again. "We kept stopping, trying to raise you guys on the mic. Tok didn't know what the hell was going on. Our chain of command sort of broke down. Guess you knew that. We were prepared for everything except what went down." McCarthy sat on the rubber mat floor and drew his knees up. He glanced up at Webb. "Heard you were a little late coming out of the alley and that you kind of fell down or something." He sat down next to McCarthy. The guns were triggered by a laser, but the laser was probably activated by a remote so the 50s wouldn't kick on prematurely and hit the wrong target. Somebody had to be around there to do that. Webb let that last statement hang as his gaze remained on McCarthy. "I've already talked to WFO. I'm sure it's an ongoing AFO, Webb," he said. "An AFO was an investigation of an assault on a federal officer. Actually, lots of them in this case. I know all that too, Ken. Look, I'm not sure what happened to me. I didn't plan it that way. I did all I could." Webb drew a long breath. And if I could take it all back right now, I would, and I've got to live with that every day of my life. Ken, I hope you can understand that." McCarthy lifted his head and his hostile look faded. There was nothing to shoot. Webb, there wasn't a damn thing for the snipers to blow away. All that training and no party to show it off at. We had 3 guys on the buildings overlooking the courtyard, and not one of them could get even a decent bead on the miniguns. Hell, they were afraid to fire because they thought one of their ricochets might nail you. "How about the kid? Did you see the kid? The little black kid? Yeah, when he came down the alley with your cap and the note. We passed him going in, too. You guys must have blocked our view, and the light in that alley really reflected weird up where we were. Okay, how about the other guys, the dudes doing the drugs? We had a sniper on them the whole time. They never left where they were until the firing started, then they took off running. Jeffrey said they seemed as surprised as anybody when TOC gave us the green light. We took off. What happened then? Hooked up with Hotel, like I said. We saw the flare, stopped, fanned out. Then the kid came to us. We got the note, your warning. Everett and Palmer went forward as scouts. Too damn late. McCarthy paused here, and Webb saw a single tear slide down the man's youthful, handsome features, normal features like what Webb had once possessed. I never heard gunfire like that in my life, Webb. I've never felt helpless like that in my whole life. You did your job, Ken, and that's all you can do. Webb paused and then said, "They can't seem to find the kid. Know anything about that?" McCarthy shook his head. Couple guys from Hotel took charge of him. Romano and Cortez, I think. Romano again. Shit. That meant Webb had to go talk to the man. What you do? I went into the courtyard with some of the others. We saw you, but you were out of it. He looked down again, and we saw the rest of Charlie. He glanced at Webb. A couple of the snipers told me how you went back out there, Webb. They saw what you did and still can't believe you did it. Said you must have the luck of the Irish somewhere in your back pocket to have gone back out there. I don't think I could have. Yes, you would, Ken, and you would have done it better than me. McCarthy seemed startled at this praise. After you came back out of the courtyard, did you see the kid? McCarthy thought about this. I remember him sitting on a trash can. By that time, everybody was showing up. Did you see any suits take custody of the kid? McCarthy thought again. No, I sort of recall Romano talking to somebody, but that's all. Did you recognize any of them? You know, we don't interface with the regulars that much. How about D.A. That's all I can tell you, Webb. You've been talking to Romano, a little daunt. Believe everything you hear, Ken. It's not healthy, including from you? McCarthy asked, pointedly. Including from me. As Webb drove away from Quantico, he realized he had a lot of ground to cover. This was officially not his investigation, yet in some ways it was more his than anyone else's. But he had to take care of something else first, something even more important than finding out who had set up his team, and finding out what had happened to a little boy with a bullet hole on his cheek and no shirt to his name. 6 funerals. Webb attended 6 funerals over 3 days. By the 4th one, he couldn't muster a single tear. He walked into the church or the funeral home and listened to people he mostly didn't know, talk about fallen men he knew better than he understood himself in some ways. It was as though all of his nerves had been boiled away, along with part of his soul. In a way, he felt incapable of reacting as he was supposed to. He was terrified he would start laughing when he should be mourning at the services. Half the caskets were open, the rest not. Some of the dead men had fared better with the size and placement of the wounds that had killed them and thus had open caskets. However, staring at pale, collapsed faces and rigid, shrunken bodies in metal boxes, inhaling flower fragrance, and hearing the sobs of all those around him made Webb wish he could just lie down in a box, too, and be put away in the ground to hide forever. The funeral of a hero, there were far worse ways to be remembered. He had wrapped his hand back up in the layers of gauze because he felt guilty walking among the bereaved without a trace of a wound. It was a pathetic thing to be concerned with, he knew. Yet he felt like a walking slap in the face to the survivors. All they really knew was that Webb London had somehow gotten off with barely a scratch. Had he run? Had he left his comrades to die? He could see those questions in some of the people's faces. Was that always the fate of the sole survivor? The funeral processions had passed between endless lines of men and women in uniform, and hundreds of others dressed in the neat suits and sensible shoes of the FBI. Motorcycles led the way, citizens lined the streets, and flags everywhere flew at half-mast. The president and most of his cabinet came, along with many other VIPs. For a few days, the entire world talked of nothing else except the slaughter of 6 good men in an alley. Not much was said about the 7th man, and for that Webb was mostly grateful still. He wondered how long that moratorium could possibly last for him. The city of Washington was deeply stricken, and it was not entirely over the fate of the slain men, for the broader implications were troubling. Had criminals really become so brazen? Was society coming apart at the seams? Were the police not keeping pace? Was American law enforcement's crown jewel, the FBI, losing its luster? The Middle Eastern and Chinese news services were having a particularly delicious time reporting yet another example of Western mayhem that would one day bring arrogant America to its soft knees. Cheers were no doubt racing up and down the streets of Baghdad, Tehran, Pyongyang, and Beijing at the thought of the old USA falling apart one miserable media-fueled crisis at a time. The pundits on American soil were spouting so many absurd scenarios that Webb no longer even opened a newspaper or turned on a TV or radio. If anyone had asked him, though, he would have said that the whole world, and not just the United States, had been screwed up for a long time. There had been some relief from this crossfire, though its catalyst was another appalling tragedy. A Japanese commercial jetliner had crashed off the Pacific coast, so the newsmongers had chased after that story and left the alley and its dead behind for now. A single news truck was still there, but scraps of 300 bodies floating in the ocean was a far bigger draw than a days-old story about a team of dead FBI agents, and for that Webb was also grateful. Leave us alone to grieve in peace. He had been debriefed uptown at the Hoover Building and at the WFO on 3 different occasions by several teams of investigators. They had their pads and pencils, their recorders, and some of the younger agents even had laptops. They had asked Webb many more questions than he had answers for. However, when he told each group that he didn't know why he had frozen and then fallen, the pencils had stopped scribbling on paper, fingers had stopped clacking on keyboards. When you say you froze, did you see something? Hear something to make you do that? The man spoke in a monotone which, to Webb, was one imperceptible inflection short of incredulity or, worse, outright disbelief. I don't really know. You really don't know? You're not sure if you froze? I'm not sure. I mean, I did. I couldn't move. It was like I was paralyzed. But you moved after your team was killed. Yes, Webb conceded. What had changed to allow you to do that? I don't know. And when you got to the courtyard, you fell. That's right. Right before the guns opened fire, said another investigator. Webb could barely hear his own answer. Yes. The silence that followed these meager responses came close to dissolving Webb's already bludgeoned insides. During each debriefing, Webb had kept his hands on top of the table, his gaze steady on each questioner's face, his posture in a slight forward lean. These men were all professional, seasoned inquisitors. Webb knew that if he looked away, sat back, rubbed his head the wrong way, or worse yet, crossed his arms, they would instantly conclude he was a lying sack of shit. Webb wasn't being untruthful, but he wasn't telling all of the truth either. Yet if Webb started talking about how the vision of a little boy had had a weird effect on him, perhaps inexplicably caused him to freeze, thus saving his life for a bout, then feeling weighed down as though encased in concrete, and then seconds later being able to freely move, he would be finished at the bureau. The higher-ups tended to frown on field agents making insane comments, yet he had one thing going for him. Those machine gun nests didn't disintegrate by themselves, and his rifle rounds were embedded in all of them, and the snipers had seen everything, and he had warned Hotel Team and saved the boy on top of it. Webb made sure he said that. He made sure all of them knew that you can kick me while I'm down, friends. Just not too hard. I'm a damn hero after all. It'll be all right, Webb had told them. I just need a little time. It'll be all right. And for one awful moment, Webb thought that might be the first actual lie he had told all day. They would call him back in as needed. They told him for now they just wanted him to do nothing. He was to take plenty of time to get himself together. The Bureau had offered the assistance of a counselor, a mental health professional. In fact, they had insisted on it, and Webb said he would go, although there was still a stigma at the Bureau for those seeking such help. When things looked okay, Webb was told he would be assigned to another assaulter or sniper team, if he so desired, until Charlie could be rebuilt. If not, he could take another position within the Bureau. There was even talk of allowing him to burn an office of preference transfer that would allow him to proceed directly to go in the form of an office he would retire from. That sort of treatment was usually reserved for senior-level agents and symbolized that the Bureau was really unsure of what to do with him. Officially, Webb was in the middle of an administrative inquiry that might well blossom into a full investigation, depending on how things shook out. Well, no one had given Webb his Miranda rights, which was both good and bad. Good because Webb getting his Miranda warning would mean he was under arrest. Bad in that anything he said during the inquiry could be used against him in civil or criminal proceedings. The only thing he had done wrong, apparently, was having survived, and yet that was a source of guilt far stronger than anything the Bureau could charge him with. No, really, whatever he wanted, Webb was told he could have. They were all his friends. He had their full support. Webb asked how the investigation was going and didn't get an answer in return. So much for their full support, Webb thought. Get better, another man had told him. That's what you need to focus on as he was leaving from his last debriefing. He got one final question. How's the hand? The man asked. Webb didn't know the guy, and although the question seemed innocent enough, there was something in the fellow's eyes that made Webb want to deck him. Instead, Webb said it was just fine, thanked them all, and left. On the way out from the last session, he had passed the FBI's Wall of Honor, where hung plaques for each of the FBI personnel killed in the line of duty. There would be a major addition coming to the wall, the largest single one in the history of the Bureau, in fact. Webb had sometimes wondered if he would ever end up on there, with his professional life compacted into a chunk of wood and brass hanging on a wall. He left Hoover and drove home, besieged by many more questions than he wanted to confront. FBI also officially stood for fidelity, bravery, and integrity, and right now Webb didn't feel he possessed any of these qualities. 7. Francis Westbrook was a giant of a man, with the height and girth of a NFL starting left tackle, regardless of the weather or season. His clothes of choice were silk, tropical, short-sleeved shirts, matching slacks and suede loafers with no socks. His head was bald, his large ears were covered with diamond studs, and his enormous fingers were festooned with gold rings. He wasn't a dandy of any sort, but there simply weren't that many things he could spend his drug earnings on without the law, or even worse, the IRS sniffing around. And he also liked to look good right now. Westbrook was riding in the back seat of a large Mercedes sedan with black-tinted windows. To the left of him was his first lieutenant, Antoine Peebles. Driving was a tall, well-built young man named Tuna, and in the passenger seat was his chief of security, Clyde Macy, the only white guy in Westbrook's entire crew. And it was easy to see that the man carried that distinction with great pride. Peebles had a neatly trimmed beard, and afro, was short and heavyset, but he wore his Armani and his designer shades well. He looked more like a Hollywood exec than a high-level drug entrepreneur. Macy looked like a breathing skeleton, preferred his clothes black and professional-looking, and with his shaved head could easily have been mistaken for a neo-Nazi. This represented the inner circle of Westbrook's small empire, and the leader of that empire held a 9mm pistol in his right hand and seemed to be looking for someone to use it on. You want to tell me one more time how you lost Kevin? He looked at Peebles and clutched the pistol even tighter. Its safety was in the grip, and Westbrook had just released it. Peebles seemed to recognize this, and yet didn't hesitate in responding. If you let us keep somebody on him 24/7, then we'd never lose him. He goes out sometimes at night. He went out that night and didn't come back. Westbrook slapped his enormous thigh. He was in that alley. The feds had him, and now they don't. He's mixed up with this shit somehow, and it happened in my damn backyard. He smacked the gun against the door and roared, "I want Kevin back." Peebles looked at him nervously, while Macy showed no reaction. Westbrook put a hand on the driver's shoulder. "Tuna, you get some of the boys together and you're gonna hit every part of this damn town. You hear me? I know you already done it once, but you do it again. I want that boy back nice and safe, you hear me? Nice and safe, and don't come back till you done it. Damn it, you hear me? Tuna. Tuna glanced in the rearview mirror. I hear you, said Peebles, all around. To put the blame on you. You think I ain't know that? You think 'cause you went to college that you smart, and him stupid? I know the feds coming after my ass on this. I know the word on the street. Somebody's trying to get all the crews together almost like a damn union. But they know I ain't joining shit, and it's messing up their plan. Westbrook's eyes were red. He hadn't slept much in the last 48 hours. That was just his life surviving. The night was usually the big project of the day, and all he could think about was a little boy out there somewhere. He was getting close to the edge. He could feel it. He had known this day might come, and still he was not prepared for it. Whoever got Kevin, they gonna let me know it. They want something. They want me to jump my crew in. That's what they want, and you'll give it to them. Anything I got they can have, so long as I get Kevin back. He paused and looked out the window, at the corners and alleys and cheap bars they were passing, where his drug tentacles slithered. He did a brisk business in the suburbs, too, where the real money was. Yeah, that's right. I get Kevin back, and then I kill every one of the mothers. I do it myself. He pointed the pistol at an imaginary foe. Start with the knees and work my way up. Peebles looked warily at Macy, who still showed no sign of any reaction. It was as though he were made of stone. Well, nobody's contacted us so far, said Peebles. They will, they. Didn't take Kevin 'cause they want to shoot hoops with him. They want me. Well, I'm right here. They just gotta come to the party. I'm ready to party. Bring it the fuck on. Westbrook spoke more calmly. Word is one of them dudes didn't eat it in that courtyard. That right. Peebles nodded. Webb London, they say machine guns, 50 caliber shit. How's a dude slip that? Peebles shrugged his shoulders and Westbrook looked at Macy. What you hear on that, Mace, nobody's saying for sure right now. But what I hear is the man didn't go in that courtyard. He got scared, freaked or something, said Westbrook. Okay, you get some shit on this man and you let me see it. Man walk away from something like that, man got something to tell me. Like maybe where Kevin is? He looked at his men. Whoever shot them feds up got Kevin. You can count on that. Well, like I said, we could have had him on round the clock, commented Peebles. What the hell kind of life is that, said Westbrook. He ain't got to live that way. Not because of me, but the feds come after my ass. Then it'll just point them boys in another direction. But we got to know which way that is. With 6 damn feds dead, they ain't gonna be looking to cut no deals. They'll want some serious ass to fry, and it ain't gonna be mine. Whoever took Kevin, there's no guarantee they'll let him go, said Peebles. I know you don't want to hear this, but we have no way of knowing if Kevin's even alive. Westbrook lay back against the seat. Oh, he's alive, all right. Ain't nothing wrong with Kevin. Not right now, anyway. How can you be sure? I just know, and that's all you need to know. You just get me something on this fed mother. Webb London. And if he ain't got what I need, then hell wish he died with his crew. Hit it, Tuna. We got business. The car sped on into the night. 8. It took Webb a couple of days to make an appointment with a psychiatrist whom the Bureau used on an independent contractor basis. The FBI had trained people on staff, but Webb had opted for someone on the outside. He was ain't sure why. Yet spilling his guts to anyone on the inside right now didn't seem like a good idea. Rightly or not, tell the feds shrink. You're telling the feds was Webb's thinking to hell with patient confidentiality. The Bureau was still pretty much in the dark ages when it came to the mental health of their people, and that probably was as much the fault of the individual agents as the organization. Until several years ago, if you worked at the FBI and were feeling stressed or were having problems with alcohol or substance abuse, you pretty much kept it to yourself and dealt with it in your own way. The old school agents would have given no more thought to seeking counseling than they would about leaving home without their gun. If an agent was seeking professional help, no one knew about it, and certainly no one talked about it. You were, in a sense, tainted goods if you did, and the indoctrination process of being a member of the Bureau seemed to instill both a stoicism and stubborn independence that were difficult to overcome. Then the powers that be had finally decided that the stress of working for the FBI reflected in rising rates of alcohol and drug abuse, and the high incidence of divorce needed to be addressed. An Employee Assistance Program, or EAP, was instituted. Each FBI division was assigned an EAP coordinator and counselor. If the in-house counselor couldn't handle the situation, he or she would refer the patient to an approved outside source, as Webb had opted to have done. The EAP wasn't widely known at the Bureau, and Webb had never gotten any written materials on its existence. It was just sort of whispered ear to ear. The old stigma, despite the Bureau's efforts, was still there. The psychiatric offices were in a high-rise building in Fairfax County near Tyson's Corner. Webb had seen Dr. O'Bannon, one of the psychiatrists who worked here before. The first time was years ago, when HRT had been called up to rescue some students at a private school in Richmond, Virginia. A bunch of paramilitary types belonging to a group calling themselves the Free Society, who apparently were seeking to create an Aryan culture by means of their own version of ethnic cleansing, had burst into the school and immediately killed 2 teachers. The standoff had lasted almost 24 hours. HRT had finally gone in when it appeared imminent that the men were going to start killing again. Things were going perfectly until something had alerted the Frees right before HRT was ready to pounce. The resulting shootout had left 5 of the Frees dead and 2 HRT personnel injured, Webb critically. So the only other hostage to die was a 10-year-old boy named David Canfield. Webb had been almost close enough to the child to pull him to safety when things went to hell. The dead boy's face had intruded into his dreams so often that Webb had voluntarily sought counseling. At that time, there was no EAP. So after he had recovered from his injuries, Webb had discreetly gotten O'Bannon's name from another agent whom O'Bannon was seeing. It had been one of the hardest things Webb had ever done because, in effect, he was admitting that he couldn't handle his problems. He never talked about it with other HRT members, and he would have cut out his tongue before he would reveal that he was seeing a shrink. His colleagues would have only seen that as a weakness, and at HRT there was no room for that. The operators at HRT had had a previous encounter with mental health counseling, and it had not gone well. After Waco, the Bureau had brought in some counselors who had met directly with the stricken men as a group instead of individually. The result would have been comical if it hadn't been so pathetically sad. That was the last time the Bureau had tried that sort of thing with HRT. The most recent time Webb had seen O'Bannon was right after Webb's mother had died. After quite a few sessions with O'Bannon, Webb concluded that things were never going to be right on that score, and he had lied and told O'Bannon that he was just fine. He didn't blame O'Bannon, for no doc could make that mess right. He knew it would have taken a miracle. O'Bannon was short and heavy-set, and often wore a black turtleneck that made his multiple chins even more pronounced. Webb remembered that O'Bannon's handshake was limp, his manner pleasant enough, and yet Webb had felt like running for the door the first time the two had met. Instead, he had followed O'Bannon back to his office and plunged into some dangerous waters. "Well, be able to help you, Webb. It'll just take time. I'm sorry we have to meet under such difficult circumstances, but people don't come to me because things are wonderful. It's my lot in life, I suppose." Webb said that was good, and yet his spirits sank. O'Bannon clearly had no magic that would make Webb's world normal again. They had sat in O'Bannon's office. There was no couch, but rather a small love seat not nearly long enough to lie down upon. O'Bannon had explained it as the greatest of all misperceptions in our field. Not every psychiatrist has a couch. O'Bannon's office was sterile, with white walls, industrial furnishings, and very few items of a personal nature. It all made Webb feel about as comfortable as sitting on death row waiting to do a last dance with Mr. Sparky. They made small talk, presumably to ease Webb into opening up. There was a pad and pen next to O'Bannon, but he never picked them up. "He'll do that later," O'Bannon had said when Webb asked him about his lack of note-taking. "For now, let's just talk." He had a darting gaze that had been unsettling to Webb, though the psychiatrist's voice was soft and relatively soothing. After an hour, the session was up, and Webb could see nothing much that had been accomplished. He knew more about O'Bannon than the man knew about Webb. He had not gotten around to any of the issues disturbing him. "These things take time, Webb," O'Bannon had said as he led Webb out. "It'll come, don't you worry. It just takes time. Rome wasn't built in a day." Webb wanted to ask him exactly how long it would take to build Rome in this case, but he said nothing except goodbye. At first, Webb had believed that he would never go back to see the short, pudgy man with the blank office, and yet he had. And O'Bannon had worked through the issues with him session after session, getting him to deal with things. But Webb had never forgotten the little boy who had been gunned down in cold blood with Webb mere feet away and unable to save him. That would have been unhealthy, to ever forget something like that. O'Bannon had told Webb that he and others at his psychiatric practice had catered to the needs of bureau personnel for many years and had helped agents and administrative staff through lots of crises. Webb had been surprised at that because he assumed he was one of the few who had ever sought professional counseling. O'Bannon had looked at him in a very knowing way and said, just because people don't talk about it doesn't mean they don't want to address their issues or don't want to get better. I can, of course, reveal no names, but trust me, you're definitely not alone in coming to me from the FBI. Agents who hide their heads in the sand are just ticking bombs waiting to explode. Now Webb wondered if he was a ticking bomb. He went inside and over to the elevators, each step heavier than the previous one. With his mind clearly elsewhere, Webb nearly collided with a woman coming from the other direction. He apologized and pushed the elevator button. The car came and they both got on. Webb punched the button for his floor and stepped back. As they headed up, Webb glanced over at the woman. She was average height, slender, and very attractive. He put her age at late 30s. She wore a gray pantsuit, the collar of a white blouse topping it. Her hair was a wavy black and cut short, and she had on small clip earrings. She carried a briefcase. Her long fingers curled around the handle, pressing tightly. Noted Webb, whose whole professional life was spent obsessing over the small details, because the little things almost always determined his future, or lack of one. The car stopped at Webb's floor, and he was a little surprised when the woman got off too. But then he recalled she had not pushed another floor button. Well, so much for always observing the little details. He followed her to the office he was going to. She glanced back at him. "Can I help you?" Her voice was low, precise, and somehow inviting, comforting to him. The unusually deep blue of her eyes caught Webb's attention. The eyes were also big, sad, and peering. They held you, those eyes did. "I'm here to see Dr. O'Bannon. Did you have an appointment?" She seemed wary, Webb thought. Yet he also knew women had every right to be suspicious when confronted with strange men. He had seen the ugly results of many such encounters, and those images never left you. "Yes, for 9 o'clock Wednesday morning. I'm a little early." She gave him a sympathetic look. "Actually, today is Tuesday." Webb muttered shit and shook his head wearily. "Guess I'm getting my days sort of mixed up. Sorry to bother you." He turned to leave, and he was reasonably sure he would never come back. "I'm sorry, but you look very familiar to me," the woman said. Webb turned slowly back. "I apologize," she added. "I'm not usually that forward, but I know I've seen you before." "Well, if you work here, you probably did." "I've been to see O'Bannon before." "No, it wasn't here." "I believe it was on TV." Realization finally swept across her features. "You're Webb London, the FBI agent, aren't you?" He couldn't decide what to say for a few moments, and she simply looked at him, apparently awaiting confirmation of her observation. "Yes." Webb glanced past her. "Do you work here? I have an office here, so you're a shrink too." She put out her hand. "We prefer psychiatrist. I'm Claire Daniels." Webb shook her hand, and then they stood there awkwardly. "I'm going to put some coffee on if you'd like a cup," she finally said. "Don't go to any trouble." She turned and unlocked the door. Webb followed her inside. They sat in the small reception room and drank the coffee. Webb glanced around the empty space. Office closed today. "No, most people don't get in before 9. It always surprised me that you don't have a receptionist here. Well, we want to make it as comfortable for people as possible. And announcing yourself to a stranger because you're here to receive treatment can be very intimidating. We know when we have appointments and the doorbell lets us know when someone has arrived and we come right out. We have this common waiting area because that's unavoidable, but as a rule, we don't like to make patients sit out here with one another. That can be awkward too, sort of like people sitting around playing Guess My Psychosis." She smiled. "Something like that, Doctor. O'Bannon started this practice many years ago, and he cares quite deeply about the comfort zone of the people who come here for help." The last thing you want to do is to increase the anxiety level of already anxious people. So you know O'Bannon well? Yes. I actually used to work for him then. He simplified his life a while back, and we're all on our own now, but we still share this office space. We've come to prefer it that way. Has very good health be able to help you? You think so? Webb said without a trace of hope. I guess like the rest of the country, I've been following what happened. I'm very sorry about your colleagues. Webb drank his coffee in silence, Claire said. If you were thinking of waiting, Dr. O'Bannon is teaching at George Washington University. He won't be in at all today. No big deal. My mistake, thanks for the coffee. He rose, Mr. London. Would you like me to tell him you were here? It's Webb. And no, I don't think he'll be back on Wednesday. Claire stood too. Is there something I can do to help you? He held up his cup. You already made the Java. Webb took a breath. It was time to get out of here. What are you doing for the next hour, he asked instead, and then was stunned to hear his own words. Just paperwork, she said quickly, her gaze downcast, her face slightly red as though he had just asked her out to the prom and, instead of saying no to his advance, she was deciding for some unknown reason to encourage it. How would you like to talk to me instead? Professionally? That's not possible. You're Dr. O'Bannon's patient. How about human to human? Webb had absolutely no idea where any of these words were coming from. She hesitated for a moment and then told him to wait. She went into an office and then came back out a few minutes later. I tried reaching Dr. O'Bannon at the university, but they couldn't track him down. Without talking to him, I really can't counsel you. You have to understand, it's a touchy thing ethically. Webb am not into poaching patients. Webb abruptly sat down. Wouldn't it ever be justified? She mulled this over for a few moments. I suppose if your regular doctor wasn't available and you were in crisis, it would be he's not available, and in an honest-to-God crisis. Webb was being absolutely truthful, for it was like he was back in that courtyard, unable to move, unable to do a damn thing to help. Useless. If she still refused him, Webb wasn't sure he could even manage to get up and leave. Instead, she led him down the hallway to her office and closed the door behind them. Webb looked around. There could not have been a greater difference between Claire Daniels' digs and those of O'Bannon. The walls were a muted gray instead of stark white, and cozy with femininely floral curtains instead of industrial shades. There were pictures hung everywhere, mostly of people, presumably family. The degrees on the wall evidenced Claire Daniels' impressive academic accomplishments. Degrees from Brown and Columbia Universities and her medical sheepskin from Stanford. On one table was a glass container that had a label reading, Therapy in a Jar. There were unlit candles on tables and cactus lamps in two corners. On shelves and on the floor were dozens of stuffed animals. There was a leather chair against one wall, and by God, Claire Daniels had a couch. You want me to sit there? He pointed to it, trying desperately to keep his nerves in check. He suddenly wished he wasn't armed, because he was starting to feel a little out of control. Actually, if you don't mind, I prefer the couch. He collapsed in the chair and then watched as she switched her flats for slippers that were lying next to the couch. The momentary sight of her bare feet had prompted an unexpected reaction from Webb. There was nothing sexual about it. It made Webb think of the bloodied skin in the courtyard, the remains of Charlie Team. Claire sat down on the couch, pulled a pad and pen off the side table, and uncapped the pen. Webb took a series of small breaths to arrest his nerves. O'Bannon doesn't take notes during the session, he commented. I know, she said with a wry smile. I don't think my memory is as good as his. Sorry. I didn't even ask if you're on the Bureau's approved list of outside contractors. I know O'Bannon is, I am too. And this session will have to be revealed to your supervisor, Bureau policy. But not the content of the session. No, of course not. Just that we met. The same basic rules of confidentiality apply here as they would in a normal psychiatrist and patient relationship basic rules. There are modifications, Webb, because of the unique job you have. O'Bannon explained that to me when I was seeing him, but I guess I was never really clear on it. Well, I'm under an obligation to inform your supervisor if during a session anything is revealed that poses a threat to yourself or others. I guess that's fair. You think so? Well, from my point of view, it gives me a great deal of discretion, because where one hears something benign, another hears genuine threats. So I'm not so sure that policy is very fair to you. But just so you know, I have never had occasion to use that discretion, and I've been working with people from the FBI, DEA, and other law enforcement agencies for a long time. What else has to be revealed? The other major one is drug use or specific therapies, right? The Bureau is a stickler for that, I know, said Webb. Even over-the-counter stuff you have to report that you're taking. It can actually get to be quite a pain in the ass. He looked around. Your place is a lot more comfortable. O'Bannon's office reminds me of an operating room. Everybody approaches their work differently. She stopped and stared at his waist. Webb glanced down and saw that his windbreaker had fallen open there, and the grip of his pistol was visible. He zipped up the jacket as Claire looked down at her pad. Sorry, Webb, it's not like it's the first time I've seen an agent with a gun, though I suppose when you don't see them every day, they can be scary as hell, he finished her thought. He eyed the array of furry toys. What's with all the stuffed animals? I have a lot of children as patients, she said, adding. Unfortunately, the animals make them feel more at ease. To tell the truth, they make me feel more at ease, too. It's hard to believe kids would need a psychiatrist. Most of them have eating disorders, bulimia, anorexia, usually centered on issues of control between them and their parents. So you have to treat the child and the parent. It's not an easy world for children. It's not all that great for adults either. She gave him a look that Webb interpreted as a quick appraisal. You've been through a lot in your life. More than some, less than others. You're not going to make me take an ink blot test, are you? He said this as a joke, but he was actually serious. Psychologists perform Rorschach, MMPI, MMCI, and neuro testing. I'm just a humble psychiatrist. I had to take the MMPI when I joined hostage rescue. The Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, I'm familiar with it. It's designed to ferret out the crazies. In a manner of speaking, yes, did it. Some of the guys failed it. Me, I figured out what the test was for and just lied my way through it. Claire Daniels' eyebrows lifted slightly and her gaze once more went to where his gun was. That's comforting. I guess I'm not real clear on the difference between psychologists and psychiatrists, that is. A psychiatrist has to take the MCATs, then do 4 years of medical school. After that, you have to serve 3 years of residency in psychiatry at a hospital. I also did a 4th-year residency in forensic psychiatry. I've been in private practice ever since as medical doctors. Psychiatrists can also prescribe medication, whereas psychologists generally can't. Webb clasped and unclasped his hands nervously. Claire, who was studying him closely, said, "Why don't I tell you how I go about my work? Then, if you're comfortable with that, we can continue. Fair enough?" Webb nodded in agreement, and she settled back into the cushions. As a psychiatrist, I rely on understanding patterns of normal human behavior, so that I can recognize when certain behavior falls outside the norm. An obvious example is one you're no doubt familiar with: serial killers. In the vast majority of cases, such people have suffered consistent, terrible abuse as children. They, in turn, exhibit clear patterns of rage when young, like torturing small animals and birds as they single-mindedly transfer the pain and cruelty foisted upon them onto living things less powerful than themselves. They move on to larger animals and other targets as they grow older, stronger, and bolder, and eventually progress to human beings when they reach adulthood. It's actually a fairly predictable evolution of events. You also have to listen with a third ear of sorts. I take what someone tells me at face value, but I'm also looking for cues underlying those statements. Humans are always layering their statements with other messages. A psychiatrist wears many hats, often at the same time. The key is to listen. I mean, really listen to what you're being told in words, body language, that sort of thing. Okay, how would you like to start with me? I usually have a patient fill out a background questionnaire, but I think I'll skip that with you. Human to human, she added, with a very warm smile. Webb finally felt the heat in his belly start to ease. But let's talk a little about your background, all the typical information. Then we can move on from there. Webb let out a deep breath. I'll be 38 next March. I did the college route, and then somehow got into the University of Virginia Law School and actually managed to graduate. After that, I worked in the Commonwealth Attorney's Office for about 6 months in Alexandria until I realized that life wasn't for me. I decided to apply to the Bureau along with a buddy of mine. It was really on a whim to see if we could do it. I made the cut. He didn't. I survived the academy and I've been with the FBI for a lucky 13 years. I started out as a special agent, cutting my teeth on this and that in a string of field offices across the country. A little over 8 years ago, I applied to HRT. That stands for Hostage Rescue Team. It's part of CERG, Critical Incident Response Group. Now, though that's a fairly recent development, they kill your ass in the selection process and 90% of the applicants don't make the cut. They sleep deprive you first, break you physically, and then force you to make snap decisions of life and death. They make you work and sacrifice as a team but still compete against one another, because there aren't many slots available. It was a real walk in the park. I saw former Navy SEALs, Special Forces guys, Deltas even, break down, cry, pass out, hallucinate, threaten suicide, mass murders, anything to make their tormentors stop. By a miracle, I somehow got through and then spent another 5 months at the new Operators Training School, or NOTS. In case you couldn't tell, the Bureau is big on acronyms. We're based at Quantico. I'm an assaulter right now. Claire looked confused. HRT has blue and gold units, with 4 teams in each. They mirror each other, so we can handle 2 crises in 2 different places simultaneously. Half the teams are made up of assaulters or the main attack force. The other half are snipers. Snipers train at the Marine Corps Scout Sniper School. We switch off periodically, cross-train. I started out as a sniper. They used to really get the short end of the stick, though after HRT was reorganized in 1995, it's gotten a lot better. Still, you lie in the mud and rain and snow for weeks spying on the target, learning the weaknesses of your opponents that will help you kill them later, or maybe even save their lives because watching them, you may spot something that will tell you that they won't shoot back in certain situations. You wait to take your shots of opportunity, never knowing if the shot you take will trigger some damn firestorm. You sound like you've experienced something like that. One of my very first assignments was Waco. I see right now I'm assigned to Charlie Team in the Blue Unit. Was Webb mentally corrected himself. There was no more Charlie Team. So you're not an FBI agent per se? No, we all are. You have to have at least 3 years at the Bureau and a superior performance rating to even apply to HRT. We carry the same shields, the same credentials. But we, HRT guys, keep to ourselves. Separate facilities, no other duties outside HRT. We train together. Core skills, NOTS, CQB. What are those things? NOTS covers combat and firearm training. CQB stands for Close Quarters Battle Training. Firearms and CQB are the most perishable skills, so you're constantly working them. Sounds very military, it is. And we are very military. We're split into active duty and training. If you're on duty and a mission comes up, you go. Any downtime for active duty operators is spent on special projects and special skills like rope climbing, chopper rappelling, SEAL training, first aid, and also field craft, what we call snooping and pooping in the woods. The days go quickly, believe me, I'm sure, said Claire. Webb studied his shoes, and they sat there quietly for a while. 50 alpha males together is sometimes not a good thing. He smiled. We're always trying to one-up each other. You know those taser guns that shoot out electrified darts and paralyze people? Yes, I've seen them. Well, we had a contest one time to see who could recover the fastest after getting hit by one of those. Good God, exclaimed Claire. I know crazy, he added. I didn't win. I went down like I'd been hit by an NFL lineman. But that's sort of the mentality. Ultra-competitive. He became more serious, but we're good at our jobs, and our jobs aren't easy. What nobody else wants to do, we do. Our official motto is, to save lives. And we mostly succeed. We try to think of every contingency, but there's not a lot of room for error. And whether we succeed or not could come down to a chain on a door you weren't expecting when you're doing a dynamic entry, or turning left instead of right, or not firing instead of firing your weapon. And these days, if the target gets a little nick while he's trying to blow our heads off, Everybody starts screaming and suing, and FBI agents start falling like flies. Maybe if you'd checked out after Waco, my life would really be different. Why didn't you? Because I have a lot of special skills that I can use to protect honest citizens, to protect the interests of this country from people who would do it and them harm. Sounds very patriotic. Some cynics might take you to task over that philosophy, though. Webb stared at her for several seconds before answering. How many TV pundits have ever had a sawed-off shotgun stuffed up their noses while some deranged lowlife freaked on meth has his finger on the trigger deciding whether to end their lives? Or waited out in the middle of nowhere, USA, while some pseudo-Jesus psycho who finds it in his holy book somewhere that it's all right to screw his disciples' kids, messes with the psyche of the whole country, and then ends his 15 minutes of fame in a fireball that takes every abused child with him. If the cynics have a problem with my motivation or methods, then they can get out there and do it. They'd last all of 2 seconds. They expect perfection from the good guys in a world where that just is never going to happen. And the bad guys could have ripped the heads off 1,000 babies, and you're still going to get their lawyers screaming, "Holy hell," if you give them a hangnail while you're trying to arrest them. Now, the higher-ups at the Bureau do make mistakes when issuing orders, and some of them shouldn't be holding the jobs they have because they're incompetent. I wasn't at Ruby Ridge, but that was a disaster from minute one, and the feds were more to blame than anybody else for innocent people dying. But it's ultimately guys like me following those orders who get their nuts cut off because they had the audacity to risk their lives to do what they believe is the right thing and get paid jack shit for the privilege. That's my world, Dr. Daniels. Welcome the hell to it. Webb took a deep breath, started trembling, and looked over at Claire, who looked as stunned as he felt. "Sorry," he finally said. "I'm kind of a patriotic jerk when it comes to all of that." When Claire spoke, she sounded contrite. "I think I should apologize. I'm sure you find your job thankless at times. I'm kind of finding it that way right now." "Tell me about your family," she said after a few more moments of awkward silence. Webb sat back and put his hands behind his head as he once more took several small breaths. 64 beats a minute, Webb. That's all you need, man. 64 smacks a minute. How hard can it be? He leaned forward. "Sure, no problem. I'm an only child. I was born in Georgia. We moved to Virginia when I was around 6. So who is the we here? Your mother and father?" Webb shook his head. "No, just me and my mother. And your father. He didn't come. The state wanted to keep him a while longer." "Was he employed with the government?" "You could say that. He was in prison." "What happened to him?" "Don't know. Weren't you curious?" "If I had been, I would have satisfied that curiosity." "All right. And so you came to Virginia. What then?" "My mother remarried." "And your relationship with your stepfather?" "Fine." Claire said nothing, apparently waiting for him to continue. When he didn't, she said, "Tell me about your relationship with your mother." "She's been dead 9 months now, so we don't have a relationship." "What was her cause of death?" she added. "If you don't mind my asking?" The big B. Claire looked confused. "You mean the big C, cancer?" "No, I mean the big B, booze. You said you joined the FBI on a whim? Do you think it could have been more than that?" Webb shot her a quick glance. "You mean did I become a cop because my real father was a crook?" Claire smiled. "You're good at this." "I don't know why I'm still alive, Claire," Webb said quietly. "By all rights, I should be dead along with my team. It's driving me crazy. I didn't want to be the sole survivor." Claire's smile quickly faded. "That sounds important. Let's talk about that." Webb's hands ground against each other. Then he stood and looked out the window. "This is all confidential, right?" "Yes," Claire said. "Absolutely." He sat back down. "I went into the alley, hauling butt with my team. We're almost at the breach point, and then he stopped, and then I froze. I couldn't move. I don't know what the hell happened. My team went out into that courtyard, and I couldn't. Then I finally get going, and it feels like I weigh 1,000 pounds, like my feet were in concrete blocks, and I dropped because I couldn't keep myself up. I just went down, and then he stopped. A hand went to his face, not the damaged side, and he pushed hard there, as though keeping things that wanted to come out from doing so. And then the guns started, and I lived. I lived, and none of my team did. The pen sat idle in Claire's hand as she looked at him. "It's okay, Webb. You need to get this out. That's it. What in the hell can I add to that? I freaked out. I'm a damn coward." She spoke very calmly and precisely. "Webb, I understand that this is extremely difficult to discuss, but I'd like you to go over the exact events leading up to you freezing as you referred to it as accurately as you can remember. That might be very important." Webb went through the details with her, starting from the moment the Chevy doors popped open to the point where he couldn't do his job, where he had watched his friends die. When he had finished, he felt totally numb, as though he had given away his soul as well as his pitiful story. "It must have felt paralyzing," she said. "I'm wondering whether you felt any earlier symptoms before it hit you so completely. Something like a drastic pulse change, rapid breathing, a feeling of dread, cold sweats, dry mouth." Webb thought about this for a bit as he again went over in his mind every step he had taken. He started to shake his head in answering no. But then he said there was a kid in the alley. He wasn't about to reveal to Claire Daniels the importance that Kevin Westbrook was taking in the investigation. However, there was something that he could tell her. When we passed him, he said something. Something really odd. I remembered his voice sounded like an old man's in some ways. You could tell from his appearance that life had not been exactly kind to him. "You don't remember what he said?" Webb shook his head. "I'm drawing a blank on that, but it was something weird." "But what he said made you feel something beyond the usual pity or sympathy." "Look, Dr. Daniels, please call me Claire." "Okay, Claire. I'm not looking to make myself out to be a saint. With my job, I go into some real hellholes. I try not to think about all the other things like the kids. It sounds as though if you thought that way, you wouldn't be able to do your work." Webb shot a glance at her. "Is that what you think might have happened to me? I see the kid, and it snapped something in my brain." "It's possible, Webb. Shell shock, post-traumatic stress syndrome that induces physical paralysis along with a whole host of other physical debilitations. It happens more often than people think. The stress of combat is unique, but nothing had happened yet. Not one shot fired. You've been doing this for many years, Webb. It can all accumulate inside you, and the effect of that accumulation can manifest itself at the most inopportune moments and in the most unfortunate ways. You weren't the first person to go into battle of sorts and have that kind of reaction. Well, it's the first time it's happened to me, Webb said with an edge to his voice. And my team had been through just as much as me, and none of them locked up. Even though this was the first time it's happened to you, Webb. You have to understand that we're all different. You can't compare yourself to anyone else. It's not fair to you." He pointed a finger at her. "Let me tell you what's fair. What's fair is me maybe making a difference that night. Maybe I could have done something, seen something that would have warned my guys, and maybe they'd still be living, and I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you about why they're not. I understand that you're angry, and that life is often not fair. You've doubtless seen hundreds of examples of that. The point is how best for you to deal with what happened. How exactly do you deal with something like this? It doesn't get any worse than this. I know it may seem hopeless, but it would be worse if you can't work through your issues and move on with your life." "Life, oh yeah, that's right. I guess I have something of a life left. You want to switch with me?" "It'll give you a real deal. Do you want to go back to HRT?" she asked flatly. "Yes," he said immediately. "You're sure?" "I'm absolutely sure." "Then that's a goal that we both can work toward." Webb ran a hand up his thigh and stopped at the bulge of his pistol. "Do you really think that's possible? I mean, at HRT, if you can't cut it, mentally or physically, well, then you're gone. Gone, he thought, from really the only place he had ever fit in. We can try, Webb. That's all we can do. But I'm pretty good at my job, too, and I promise that I'll do all I can to help you. I just need your cooperation." He looked squarely at her. "Okay, you've got it. Is there anything particularly troubling in your life right now? Any especially stressful issues out of the usual?" "Not really." "You mentioned that your mother had died recently." "Yes." "Tell me about your relationship with her. I would have done anything for her, so I take that as you were very close to her." Webb hesitated for so long that Claire finally said, "Webb, right now, the absolute truth is important. She had her problems, her drinking for one, and she hated what I do for a living." Claire's gaze drifted again to where Webb's gun rested under his jacket. Not so unusual for a mother. What you do is very dangerous." She glanced at his face and then quickly looked down. Webb, though, had noted it. "It can be," he said evenly, and turned the damaged side away from her. It was a movement he had grown so adept at he usually didn't notice he was even doing it. "I'm curious about something. What did you inherit from her? Did she leave you anything that means something to you?" "She left me the house. I mean, she didn't leave it to me. She didn't have a will under the law. It went to me. Do you plan to live there?" "Never." Claire jumped at his tone. He said quickly but in a calmer tone, "I mean, I've got my own house. I don't need hers." "I see." Claire made a note and then seemed to consciously shift gears. "By the way, have you ever been married?" Webb shook his head. "Well, at least not in the conventional way." "What do you mean?" "The other guys on my team all had families. I felt like I had a bunch of wives and kids through them, so you were very close to your colleagues. In our line of work, you tended to hang together. The better you knew each other, the better you worked together and down the road that could save your life. Plus, they were just great guys. I liked being with them." As soon as he finished saying this, the fire in his belly returned. Webb jumped up and headed to the door. "Where are you going?" An astonished Claire called after him. "We've just started. We have a lot more to talk about." Webb paused at the door. "I've talked enough for now." He closed the door behind him, and Claire made no move to follow. She put her pad and pen down and stared after him. 9. At Arlington National Cemetery, Percy Bates walked from the Visitors Center up the paved road that led to the Custis Lee House after Robert E. Lee had chosen his native state of Virginia and leadership of the Confederate forces over a similar offer from the Stars and Stripes at the outset of the Civil War. The federal government had responded to this rebuff by confiscating Lee's home. Anecdotal history stated that the Lincoln administration had offered the property back to the Confederate general during the war. All he had to do was come and pay the back taxes in person. Lee, of course, had not taken Lincoln up on the offer, and his estate had been turned into what was now the country's most prestigious national cemetery. That bit of history had always made the Michigan-born Bates smile, although the mansion was now a memorial of sorts to Lee and was popularly known as Arlington House. Bates reached the front of Arlington House and looked out over what many considered the finest view in all of Washington and perhaps the country. From here, the entire capital city lay at your feet. Bates wondered if old Bobby Lee ever thought this as he got up each morning and looked out. The cemetery covered over 600 acres of grounds and was dominated by simple, uniform white headstones. There were also some very elaborate memorials to the dead, erected by survivors or other grateful parties. However, the sea of white headstones, which at the right angle created the illusion of snow-covered ground even in summer, was what most people remembered from their visit here. Arlington National was the final resting place for American soldiers killed while fighting for their country. 5-star generals, an assassinated president, 7 Supreme Court justices, explorers, famed minorities, and many others who qualified to be interred at this national shrine. There were well over 200,000 dead buried here, and that number increased at the rate of 18 bodies every weekday. Bates had come here numerous times. On several occasions he had attended funerals of friends and colleagues. Other times he had come as a tour guide of sorts when his family had company in town. A favorite thing to do was watch the changing of the guard by members of the U.S. 3rd Infantry, who maintained around-the-clock vigil over the tombs of the unknowns. Bates checked his watch. He would be just in time if he hurried. As he arrived at the tombs area, Bates could see that the crowd was already gathering, mostly out-of-toners with their cameras and kids. The guard on duty was performing his excruciatingly precise routine of marching 21 steps, pausing for 21 seconds, switching his rifle to his other shoulder, and then marching back along the same narrow path. Bates had often wondered if the rifle the guards carried was even loaded. However, Bates believed that if anyone ever tried to pillage or defile one of the tombs, he would be met with a swift and painful response. If there was sacred ground for the military in this country, this was it. Arlington Cemetery ranked right up there with Pearl Harbor. As the changing of the guard started and the crowd grew and moved in for their photo opportunities, Bates glanced across to his left and then started working his way through the rows of tourists and down the steps. The changing of the guard was an elaborate ceremony and would take some time to fully complete. The spectacle drew just about everyone in the cemetery, but not Percy Bates. He walked around the large memorial amphitheater that was situated adjacent to the tombs area. Bates continued strolling, crossed over Memorial Drive, and walked around the Challenger Space Shuttle Memorial. Then he turned back and entered the amphitheater. He walked down to the stage area with its large columns, pediments, and balustrades, moved over to a wall there and pulled out a map of the cemetery, held it up, and studied it. The man was hidden from Bates or anyone else's view. He had a pistol in a belt holster, and one hand rested on its grip, even as he drew nearer to where Bates was standing. He had shadowed Bates around most of the cemetery, making certain that the FBI agent was alone. He moved closer. "Didn't think you were going to show until you gave me the high sign back there," said Bates. The map completely hid his face from whoever might be watching. "Had to make sure conditions were right," said Randall Cove. He remained in hiding behind a section of wall. "I made sure I wasn't followed. Whatever any of us can do, somebody out there can do better. Can't exactly argue with that. How come you always like to meet in a cemetery?" "I like the peace and quiet. I rarely get it anywhere else." Cove paused and then said, "I got set up. I figured as much, but I've got 6 men dead, and the 7th one is a question mark right now." "Did your cover get blown from the inside instead of killing you? Did they feed you bad stuff to set up HRT? I need details here, Randy. I was in that damn building myself, went in as a potential player with those folks, and wanted to check out their operation. I saw desks, files, computers, geeks running around spouting numbers, cash, product, the whole 9 yards. With my own eyes, I saw it. I don't call up you guys on something like that unless I've seen it for myself. I'm no rookie. I know that. But that building had zip in it when we got there other than 8 trashed machine guns." "Right. Trashed. Talk to me about London. You trust him? As much as I trust anybody." "What's his story? Why is he still kicking?" "I don't think he knows," he says. He froze. Damn good timing on that. He shot those guns up. Saved a little kid in the process. That's a real special little kid, Kevin Westbrook. "So I know. Look, we went into this thing hunting the elder Westbrook 'cause the higher-ups thought it was about time to bring him down so they could toot their own horn. But the more I got into it, the more I realized Hez small fish. Perce, he makes a good living but not a great one. He doesn't shoot up neighborhoods, keeps a low profile. But if not him, who? There are about 8 main street sellers in this town, and Westbrook is just one of them. Collectively, they sell a ton of the shit. Now you multiply that action by every major metropolitan area from here to New York and south to Atlanta, and you got yourself a real heavyweight. What are you saying one group controls all that flow? That's impossible." "No, what I am saying is that I think one group is controlling the flow of OxyContin from rural areas to metropolitan areas up and down the East Coast. OxyContin, the prescription drug, right? They're calling it hillbilly heroin because the illegal trafficking started in rural areas, but now it's moving to the cities. See, that's where the real money is. The hicks in the mountains don't have the kind of cash the city folks do. It's synthetic morphine for chronic pain or for the terminally ill. Abusers crush it, snort it, smoke it, or inject it, and they get popped like something close to heroin. Yeah, except it's time-released, so you do a whole pill like that, bypassing the time release, you could kill yourself, 100 deaths and counting so far. It's not as potent as heroin, but it's got double the kick of morphine, and it's a legal drug, and that makes some people believe it's safe, even if abused. You even got old people selling one pill on the street to cover the cost of the rest of their prescription because their insurance doesn't. Or else you get docs to write up bogus prescriptions, or you burglarize pharmacies or homes of patients using it. It's bad, agreed Bates. That's why the Bureau and DEA ran their joint task force, and it's not just Oxy, you got the older stuff like Percocet and Percodan too. Now you can get perks on the street for $10 to $15 a pop. But they don't pack the wallop of Oxy. You'd have to take 16 tablets of Percocet to get the same high as 180 milligram Oxy pill. During this discussion, Bates had looked around casually several times to see if anyone was observing him, yet there was no one. Cove had picked a good place to meet. Actually, Bates concluded since no one could see him, and the way Bates was facing the wall and holding the map up, he appeared simply to be a tourist in need of directions. Bates said, well, the government watches dispensation of controlled narcotics, of course, and you get a doc and a pharmacy dispensing tens of thousands of the same pills. It raises red flags, but you also don't have to worry about getting it over the border, right? How come I didn't know this oxy angle, Randy? 'Cause I just figured that part of it out. I didn't know I was dealing with an oxy pipeline when I first stumbled into this. I just thought it was your run-of-the-mill coke and heroin. But then I started seeing and hearing stuff. Most of the drug seems to be coming in from little pockets up and down Appalachia. For the longest time it just used to be little mom-and-pop operations, mostly by people hooked on the drugs themselves, but I'm sensing a single force out there that's putting all this together and shipping it to the big cities. See, that's the next step. This could be the mother of all gravy trains, and somebody's figured it out. At least around here. Bringing it up to the standards of a real drug operation, but with profit margins triple what the cartels or anybody else is doing, and with a lot lower risk. That's the people we want. That's actually who I thought was operating out of the building HRT hit. I thought we could crack this thing wide open if we got to the bean counters, and ETD makes sense to hide your money clearinghouse in a big city. Because in the rural areas that sort of thing would stick out. Bates completed his thought. You got it, and they have plenty of incentive. Say you work up to moving 1 million pills a week with a street value of 100 mil. Well, you get my point. But Hover's driving the product. They'd have no incentive to waste an HRT unit. That'll bring them grief they just don't need. Why would they do that? All I can tell you is the operation I saw in that building was not Westbrook's. It was huge. Lots of activity. Way more than his business could generate. If I thought it was just Westbrook, I would have said no-go on the HRT hit. We would be gotten a little fish, but the big one would be just floated away. With that said, I think Westbrook is distributing the product in D.C., and so are the other crews, but hard proof of that I don't have. The guy's real smart and has seen it all. Yeah, but you got to someone in his crew. That's valuable, right? But snitch today, dead tomorrow in my line of work. So somebody really put on a damn Broadway production for us by loading up that warehouse to make it look like a big-time drug operation. Any thoughts on that? Nope. After I passed along the intel to you guys and the hit was set, whoever snookered me didn't need old Randall Cove anymore. Figuring lucky to be alive purse. In fact, wondering why I'm alive. So is Webb London? I guess after a massacre there's always a lot of that going around. No, I mean, somebody tried to waste me after the HRT hit. Cost me my bukkar and a couple of cracked ribs. Jesus, why didn't you let us know you have to come in, Randy? Get fully debriefed so we can figure this out. Bates looked around once more. This was taking too long. He would have to move on soon. He could only look at the cemetery map for so long without arousing suspicion, but he didn't want to leave without Randall Cove. No way in hell am I doing that. Purse, replied Cove in a tone that made Bates lower his map. I'm not doing that because this shit hits way too close to the bone. Meaning exactly what, said Bates with an edge to his voice. Meaning that this shit stinks from the inside and I'm not putting my life in somebody's hands, unless I know they're going to play fair with me. This is the FBI, Randy, not the KGB. Maybe to you it is. You've always been an insider, Purse. Me am about as outside as somebody can get. I come in now, without knowing what happened. Then all of a sudden they might not ever find me again. I know a lot of folks uptown think I was behind what happened to HRT-8s. Crazy. Crazy as 6 dudes getting wiped. How'd they manage that, without inside info? That crap happens in our line of work. Okay, you telling me you haven't noticed stuff falling down everywhere? Blown assignments. 2 undercover agents getting killed in the last year. Bureau strike teams showing up to do their thing and finding nobody home to play. Major drug busts going down the tubes because folks got tipped off. I think there's some big stinking rat right in the Bureau selling a lot of folks down the river, including me. Don't go conspiracy theorist on me. Randy Cove's voice grew calmer. I wanted to let you know I wasn't in on it. You got my word because that's all I got to give right now. I hope to have more later. So you're on to something? Said Bates quickly. Look, Randy, I believe you, okay? but I've got people I've got to answer to. I understand your concerns. A lot of bad things have been happening, and we're trying to find the source, but you've got to understand my concerns too." He paused. "Damn it. Come on, Il. Give you every assurance that if you come in now, I will watch over you like it's my father on his deathbed, okay? I hope you feel that you can trust me after all we've been through together. I've gone to bat for you before. There was no answer from Cove. Look, Randy, tell me what you need to come in and I'll see what I can do." There was still no answer. Bates swore under his breath and darted behind the wall. Across the space he saw the door leading out from the other side. He went to it, but it was locked. He ran back around the amphitheater and out into the open. The guard ceremony was breaking up, and large crowds had spilled out onto paved walkways and cemetery ground. As Bates looked everywhere, he knew he had already lost him. Despite his large physical size, Cove had spent many years learning how to blend in with any surroundings. For all Bates knew, he was dressed as a groundskeeper or possibly a tourist. Bates threw his map in the trash and trudged off. 10, the neighborhood Webb was driving in, was identical to most others in the area. Modest, post-war homes with boxy shapes, gravel driveways, and metal awnings. The front yards were tiny, but there were big back spaces where detached garages lurked and grills sat in protected areas, and split-trunk apple trees gave comforting shade. This was the land of working-class families who still took pride in their homes and never took it for granted that their children would go to college. Today, men fussed with old cars and the coolness of their garages. Women gathered on front porch stoops to drink coffee, smoke cigarettes, and exchange gossip under a sun that was very hot for this time of year, and skies that were finally clear of the last storm. Kids in shorts and tennis shoes raced up and down the street on scooters that actually required one to use his legs to make it go. As he pulled up in front of Paul Romano's house, Webb could see Paulie, as everyone called him, laboring under the hood of a vintage Corvette Stingray that was his absolute pride and joy, his wife and kids rating a little farther down on the love and gush meter. Originally from Brooklyn, Paul Romano was a get-your-fingers-dirty kind of guy and fit in a neighborhood like this with its mechanics, power linemen, truck drivers, and the like. The only difference was Romano could kill you in 100 different ways if he wanted to, and damn if there was anything you could do about it. Paul Romano was one of the ones who talked to his guns, gave them names like you would a pet. His MP5 was Freddy, as in Freddy from Nightmare on Elm Street, and his twin .45s were Cuff and Link, named after the turtles in the movie Rocky. Yes, as hard as it was to believe, Paul Romano from Brooklyn was a big Sly Stallone fan, although he was forever complaining that damn Rambo character was one wimpy ass. Romano looked up in surprise as Webb walked over and peered into the guts of the Nassau Blue Vet with a white convertible soft top. Webb knew the car was a model year 1966, which was the first production year of the famous 427 cubic inch block engine that carried 450 horses inside, because Romano had told him and all the other HRT guys this about 1,000 times. 4-speed manual close ratio. Top speed of about 165 blow anything off the street, he had said, until Webb was sick of hearing it. Police cruisers, morphed street, shit cans, hell, half the damn stock cars racing at the smaller tracks. Webb had often wondered what it would have felt like to be a kid pulling wrenches and tearing apart cars in the driveway with your old man, learning stuff about carburetors, sports, women, all the things that made life worth living. Like, hey, Pop, you know how she's next to you? And you're wondering, should I slip my arm around her and maybe take a chance placing my hand there? Yeah, there, Pop, help me out. You were young once, weren't you? Don't tell me you never thought about stuff like that, because I'm standing here, aren't I? And when should I go in for the kiss? What signs should I be looking for? Pop, you won't believe this, but I can't figure these crazy women out. Does it get easier when they get older? And the old man would wink, smile knowingly, take a swig of beer, a long drag on a Marlboro, and sit down, wipe off his greasy hands on a rag, and say, "Okay, listen up, Junior, this is how you work it. Let me lay it out for you here, and you better write this down, 'cause this is the gospel, son," staring into the Corvette's chest cavity. Webb wondered what that exchange would feel like. Romano eyed Webb and didn't mention the 450 HP big block that could blow away morphed street shit cans. All he said was, "Beer's in the cooler, Buck a can, and don't make yourself comfortable." Webb reached inside the small Coleman at his feet and popped open a Budweiser without, however, leaving a dollar bill in payment. "You know Paulie, Buds? Not all there is. Got some wicked South American brews you should try, right? On my salary? We make the same money. I got a wife and kids, you got shit." Romano gave the socket wrench a few more pulls and then stepped past Webb and fired up the engine. It sounded powerful enough to burst through the thin metal, keeping it all together. "Purring like a kitten," said Webb as he sipped his beer, hell, like a tiger. "Can we talk? Got some questions, you and everybody else." "Sure, come on. Got all the time in the world. What the hell am I supposed to do on my day off? Enjoy myself. So what do you need some ballet tights? Ill check with my wife? You know, ID, appreciate you not ragging my ass to everybody at Quantico. And the ID, appreciate you not ordering me around. And while we're at it, get the hell off my property. I got standards on people I hang with. Let's just talk, Paulie. You owe me that." Romano pointed the wrench at him. "I owe you nothing, London. After 8 years doing this crap, I think we both owe each other more than we'll ever be able to cover." The two men stared at each other until Romano finally put down the wrench, wiped off his hands, turned the Tiger off, and headed toward the backyard. Webb took this as an invitation to follow, yet part of Webb was thinking that maybe Romano simply was going to the garage to get a bigger wrench to hit him with. In the backyard, the grass was cut short, the trees pruned, a fat rosebush billowed out from one side of the garage. The temperature must have been near 80 in the sun, and it felt good after all the rain. They pulled up a couple of lawn chairs and settled down. Webb watched as Romano's wife, Angie, hung clothes on the line to dry. She was from Mississippi originally. The Romanos had 2 kids, both boys. Angie was petite and still curvy, with big blonde hair, bewitching green eyes, and a let-me-eat-you-up, darlin' look. She was always flirting, always touching your arm or grazing your leg with her foot, saying that you were cute, but it was all innocent stuff. It drove Romano nuts sometimes, yet Webb could tell he really loved that other guys were attracted to his wife. That was just part of what made Romano tick, and yet when Angie Romano got pissed off, you had better look out. Webb had seen that side of her too at some HRT get-togethers. The little woman could be a hellcat on speed. She had made intensely confident guys who shot big guns for a living dive for cover when she was on the warpath. Paul Romano was a hotel team assaulter now, but he and Webb had come to HRT in the same class and been paired as snipers for about 3 years. Romano had been with the Deltas before joining the FBI. Though Romano was built like Webb, lacking big muscles. The muscle he did have was like cable. You couldn't break it, and the guy's motor never quit. No matter what you threw at him, he never stopped. Once, during a night raid on a drug boss Caribbean stronghold, the assault boat had dropped Romano off too far from shore, and the guy, carrying 60 pounds of gear, had plunged into 15 feet of water. Instead of drowning like everybody else would have, he hit the bottom, stood, somehow got his bearings, held his breath for a mere 4 minutes, walked to shore and participated in the attack. Because there had been a snafu in communications, and the target wasn't exactly where he was supposed to be. Romano had actually ended up nailing the drug lord himself after killing 2 of his bodyguards. And the only thing Romano had bitched about afterward was getting his hair wet and losing the pistol named Cuff. Romano had tattoos over most of his body, dragons, knives, and snakes, and a cute little Angian, a heart on his left biceps. Webb had run into Romano on the very first day of the HRT selection class for that year, when most of the applicants had stood naked and scared, awaiting the terror they all knew was ahead of them. Webb had been checking out all the other guys, looking for scars on knees or shoulders that evidenced physical weakness or expressions on faces that demonstrated mental paralysis. This was both free enterprise and Darwinism at their full, feverish pitch, and Webb had been looking for anything to get an edge over the competition. Webb knew that only half of them would survive the first cut that would take place in 2 weeks, and only 1 in 10 of those would get an offer to come back and really kill himself. Romano had come from the FBI's New York City SWAT team, where he had the reputation of being extremely intimidating among a group of intimidating folks. He hadn't looked scared standing in a room with 70 stripped males that first day of HRT qualifying. To Webb, he had looked like a guy who loved pain, who was just itching for HRT to start clobbering his butt with it. And the guy could dole out the hurt, too. Back then, Webb hadn't known himself if he would make the cut for the HRT slots, yet he had known from day one that Paul Romano would. The two had always been super competitive, and the guy regularly made Webb mad, but Webb had to admire the man's ability and courage. "You wanted to talk," said Romano. "Kevin Westbrook, the kid from the alley." Romano nodded at his beer. "Okay. Hez missing?" "The hell you say? You know Bates?" "Percy Bates. No, should I?" "He's heading up WFO's investigation." "Ken McCarthy said you and Mickey Cortez were with Kevin. What can you tell me?" "Not much. What the kids say? Nothing, so who'd you pass him off to?" "Couple of suits. Get their names." Shake of the head. "Hey, Paulie, you know the difference between talking to you and talking to a wall?" "What?" "Not a damn thing. What do you want me to say, Webb?" "I saw the kid. I watched the kid, and then the kid was gone. Are you telling me he didn't say one thing to you? He was pretty tight-lipped. He told us his name and gave us his address. We noted that down. Mickey tried to talk to him some more, but got nothing. Hell, Cortez doesn't even talk to his own kids. See, we weren't all that sure what the boys' role in all this was. I mean, we're hauling ass to the courtyard, see your flare, and stop. Then this kid comes out of the dark with your cap and a note. I wasn't sure if he was on our side or not. I didn't want to screw up legally by asking him stuff I shouldn't. Okay, that was actually smart of you. But you passed him off to the suits without a word? How the hell does that compute?" "They flashed their creeds, said they were there for the kid, and that was that. It's not like we had the authority to say no. HRT doesn't do investigations. Webb, we just bang 'em and hang 'em. The suits do the snooping, and I had other things on my mind. You know, me and Teddy Reiner were in Delta together." "I know, Paulie, I know. So about what time was that when the suits showed up?" Romano thought about this. "We weren't there that long. It was still dark, say 2:30 or so. Pretty efficient for WFO to get its act in order and send guys for the kid that quickly. So what you want me to say to them? Hey guys, you can't have the kid. You're way too efficient and the FBI just doesn't work that way. Boy, that'd do wonders for my career. I could kiss my GS-14 salad days. Goodbye with that one. The suits. Can you give me a description?" Romano thought this over. "I already told the agents a bunch of other suits. So tell me, it won't kill you, trust me, right? If I was that stupid, you wouldn't have to stop at the bridge because you could sell me Brooklyn too." "Come on, Paulie. Assaulter to assaulter. Hotel team to what's left of Charlie." Romano thought about this for a bit and then cleared his throat. One of them was a white guy. A little shorter than me, thin but wiry, satisfied. "No, hair. Short and blonde he's, a Fed. What else is it going to be?" "You think J. Edgar walked around with a ponytail? Some folks claim he did that in a dress. Young, old, in between, 30s. Had on your standard issue Fed suit, maybe a little nicer than that, actually. A lot nicer than anything you have in your closet. London, eyes. He had on shades at 2:30 in the morning. Well, they might have been tinted prescription glasses. I wasn't exactly going to interrogate the guy on his choice of eyewear. You remember all that, and you can't remember the guy's name?" He flashed his creeds, and I zoned out. "I'm in the middle of a crime scene with people running everywhere and 6 of our guys with their heads blown off. He came for the kid and he took the kid. He walked the walk and talked the talk. Hell, he probably outranked my ass." "What about his partner?" "What his partner? The other suit, you said there were 2 of them, right?" Romano didn't look so certain now. He rubbed at his eyes and sipped his beer. "Well, see, that guy didn't actually come over. The one suit pointed at him said it was his partner and that was that. That other guy was talking to some cops, so he never actually came over." Webb looked at him skeptically. "Paulie, that means you don't know for sure if the guy you talked to was even with that other guy. He could have been working all alone and just been blowing smoke up your butt. Did you tell their real honest-to-God FBI all this?" "Look, Webb, you were an honest-to-God fibby. You're used to investigating this kind of crap. I was at Delta. I only joined the FBI so I could jump to SWAT and then on to HRT. It's been a long time and I've forgotten how to play detective. I just bang 'em and hang 'em. Just bang 'em and hang 'em, man. Well, you might just have hung a little boy. Romano stared at him angrily for a few seconds and then slouched down and looked off. Webb figured Romano was thinking about his own two sons. Webb wanted the guy to feel guilty, so this blunder would never happen again. That kid's probably in some landfill right now. He has a brother, some badass named Big F. Daunt. They all, growled Romano. Kid hasn't had much of a life. You saw the bullet hole on his cheek at all of 10 years old. Romano took a slug of beer and wiped his mouth. Yeah, well, 6 of our guys are dead and they shouldn't be, and Im's still wondering why it wasn't 7. He shot Webb a nasty look as he said this. If it makes you feel any better, I'm getting some professional help now trying to figure that out. This was a huge admission for Webb to make, particularly to Romano, and he immediately regretted it. Oh yeah, that makes me feel so good. I'm gonna run through the streets yelling Webbs, seeing a shrink. The world is safe. Give me a break here, Paulie. You think I wanted to freeze out there? Do you think I wanted to see my team get shot up, do you? I guess you're the only one who can answer that. Romano fired back. Look, I know this all looks bad, but why are you giving me such a hard time? You want to know why? You really want to know why? Yeah, okay, I did talk to that kid, or let me put it better. The kid talked to me. You want to know what that kid said? I'm sitting here, Paulie. He said you were so scared you were bawling like a baby. He said you begged him to please don't tell anybody. You were the biggest piece of chicken shit he'd ever seen. He said you even tried to give him your gun because you were scared to use it. Talk about your ungrateful kid, and you believe that crap. Romano took a swig of his beer. Well, not the part about the gun. You ain't giving that damn SR-75 to nobody. Thanks a lot, Romano, but the kid must have seen something to make him say stuff like that. I mean, why would he lie about everything? Oh, I don't know, Paulie. Maybe because I'm a cop and he's just not big into law enforcement types. Why don't you go ask some of the snipers about it? They can tell you if I was crying or shooting, or maybe you wouldn't believe them either. Romano ignored this. I guess people turn chicken shit all the time. Of course, I wouldn't really know about that. You know, you're a real bastard. Romano put down his beer and half rose out of his chair. You want to find out how much of a bastard I really am? The two looked to be working up to blows when Angie came over and said hello to Webb and gave him a comforting hug along with some soothing words. Paulie, she said, maybe Webb would like to stay for dinner? In making pork chops? Maybe I don't want Webb to stay for damn pork chops, okay? Growled Romano. Angie bent down and grabbed Romano's shirt, jerking him up. Excuses for a sec, Webb, she said. Webb watched as Angie dragged her husband over to the side of the garage and gave him what Webb could only describe as a dressing down of intimidating proportion. She tapped her bare foot and waggled her hand in his face and did a very fine impersonation of a drill sergeant taking a serious bite out of an enlisted man's ass. And Paul Romano, who could kill just about anything that lived, just stood there, head down, and quietly took it from his little woman. Angie finally led him back over to Webb. Go ahead, Paulie, ask him. Angie said, Webb, don't make him. Shut up, Webb, snapped Angie. And Webb shut up. Angie smacked the still silent Romano on the back of the head. Either ask him or else you'll be sleeping in the garage with that stupid car of yours. Do you want to stay for dinner, Webb? Asked Romano as he stared at his lawn, arms folded across his chest. A pork chop dinner, prompted Angie. And why don't you try saying it like you actually mean it, Paulie? Would you like to stay for a pork chop dinner, Webb? Asked Romano in the meekest little voice Webb had ever heard. And damn if he didn't even look Webb in the eye when he said it, that Angie was a miracle worker. With all Romano's suffering, how could Webb say no? Although the truth was, he was really tempted to decline the invitation just to tick the guy off. Sure, Paulie, I'll stay. Thanks for thinking of me. As Angie went in to start dinner, the men worked on their beers and stared at the sky. If it makes you feel any better, Angie scares the crap out of me too, Paulie. Romano looked over and for the first time, at least in Webb's recent memory, he actually smiled. Webb looked down at his beer. I guess you told Uptown what the kid said? Nope. Webb glanced up, surprised. Romano just stared straight ahead. Why not? Because it wasn't true. I appreciate that. I know when kids are lying their asses off. My own boys do it enough. I guess I was just pulling your chain. Guess that's gotten to be a habit. But I really can't believe the kid said all that, Paulie. I saved his butt. Hell, he got lucky twice. It's only thanks to me he didn't have another bullet hole in his head. Romano looked at him, puzzled. That kid didn't have a bullet wound. Sure he did, on his left cheek, and he had a knife slash on his forehead too long as my pinky. Romano shook his head. Look, Webb, I was with the kid and maybe I wasn't paying all that much attention to him, but I wouldn't have missed something like that. I know what a bullet wound looks like because I got one of my own, and I sure as hell have popped enough guys to know what they look like. Webb sat up very straight. What was his skin color? What the hell are you talking about? What was his skin color? He was black. Damn it, I know that, Paulie. I mean light-skinned, dark light-skinned. Smooth as a baby's ass, and not a mark on him. From my lips to the Pope, I swear. Webb smacked the arm of the chair. Damn Kevin Westbrook, at least the one Webb had run into, had chocolate brown skin after dinner with the Romanos. Webb visited Mickey Cortez and got the same story. Had heard no other statements from the kid, no ID on the suit who had taken him away, but corroboration on the time, and no bullet wound on the boy's cheek, so who had made the kid switch, and why? 11. Fred Watkins climbed out of his car after another long day for the U.S. Attorney. It took him an hour and a half to drive into Washington each day from his Northern Virginia suburb, and about the same coming home. 90 minutes to drive barely 10 miles. She shook his head at the thought of it. His work wasn't over either, despite having risen at 4 a.m. And having labored 10 hours already today, he had at least another 3 hours awaiting him in the small study he used as an office in his house. A little dinner and some brief quality time with his wife and teenage kids, and he would burn the midnight oil. Watkins specialized in high-profile racketeering cases at the Department of Justice in Washington after a long stint as a humble Commonwealth's attorney in Richmond prosecuting whatever miscreants came his way. He enjoyed the work and felt he was doing a real service for his country. He was reasonably well compensated for doing so, and though the hours were sometimes long, his life had turned out all right, he believed. His oldest would be going off to college in the fall, and in another 2 years, so would his youngest child. He and his wife had plans for traveling then, seeing parts of the world they had only viewed in travel magazines. Watkins also had visions of taking an early retirement and teaching as an adjunct professor of law at the University of Virginia, where he had received his degree. He and his wife were thinking of maybe even moving to Charlottesville someday permanently and escaping forever the traffic dungeon that Northern Virginia had become. He rubbed his neck and breathed in the fresh air of a nice, cool evening. A good plan overall, at least he and his wife had a plan. Some of his colleagues patently refused to think beyond tomorrow, much less years from now. But Watkins had always been a practical, commonsensical man. That's how he had always approached his law practice. And that's how he dealt with life. He closed the car door and headed up the sidewalk to his house. On the way, he waved to a neighbor pulling out of her driveway. Another neighbor was grilling next door, and the smell of cooking meat filled his nostrils. He might just fire up the barbecue tonight, too. Like most people in the Washington area, Watkins had read about the ambush of the hostage rescue team unit with great interest and sinking despair. He had worked with some of those folks on a case once and had nothing but good things to say about their bravery and professionalism. Those guys were the best, at least in his book, and they did a job that virtually no one else would be willing to do. Watkins had thought he had had it tough until he saw what those fellows went through. He felt especially sorry for their families and was even thinking about inquiring if a fund had been established to help them. If there wasn't such a fund, Watkins was thinking about starting one. Just another item to add to the old to-do list. But that's just how life worked, he guessed. He never saw it until it rose from the bushes and charged right at him. Watkins yelled out and then ducked. The bird missed him by inches. It was the same damn blue jay. The thing seemed to lie in wait for him most nights, as though trying its best to scare him into a premature coronary. "Not this time," said Watkins to the fleeing creature. "Not ever he'll get you before you get me." He chuckled and walked up to the front porch. As he opened the front door, his cell phone rang. Now what he thought? Few people had this number. His wife, but she wouldn't be calling him because she had no doubt seen him pull in the driveway. It had to be the office. And if it was the office, that meant something had happened that would probably take up the remainder of his evening, and perhaps even require him to turn around and drive back into town. He pulled out his phone, saw that caller ID was unavailable, and thought about not answering it. But that just wasn't how Fred Watkins did things. It might be important, yet maybe it was just a wrong number. No barbecuing tonight, he thought as he punched the talk button, ready to confront whatever it was. They found what remained of Fred Watkins in the neighbor's bushes across the street, where the blast that disintegrated his house had delivered him. The instant Head hit the talk button, a tiny spark from his phone ignited the gas that had filled his house. Gas that Watkins had little chance of detecting when he opened the door because of the smells of grilling meat next door. Somehow his briefcase had survived, still clamped in a hand that was now virtually all bone. The precious papers were intact and ready for another attorney to take over from the deceased lawyer. The bodies of his wife and children were found in the wreckage. Autopsies would show that all of them had already died from asphyxiation. It took 4 hours to extinguish the fire, and 2 other homes were engulfed before the conflagration was put out. Thankfully, no other people were seriously injured. Only the Watkins family had ceased to exist. The question of how he and his wife would spend their retirement years after a lifetime of hard work was laid to rest with them. They had no problem finding Watkins' phone, because it had melted to his hand. At about the time Fred Watkins' life was ending, 90 miles south in Richmond, Judge Louis Leadbetter was climbing into the back of a government car under the watchful eye of a United States Marshal. Leadbetter was a federal trial judge, a position he had held for 2 years after being elevated from being chief judge of the Richmond Circuit Court. Because of his relative youth, he was only 46 and his exceptional legal ability. Many folks in powerful places had their eye on Leadbetter as eventually a candidate for the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, and perhaps even one day taking his seat on the Supreme Court of the United States. As a judge in the legal trenches, Leadbetter had overseen many trials of varying complexity, emotion, and potential volcanic eruption. Several men that he had sentenced to prison had threatened his life. Once he had almost fallen prey to a letter bomb sent by a white supremacist organization that hadn't cared for Leadbetter's steadfast belief that all persons, regardless of creed, color, or ethnicity, were equal under the eyes of God and the law. These circumstances dictated that Leadbetter receive additional security, and there had been a recent development that had further increased concerns for his safety. There had been a daring prison escape by a man who had sworn revenge on Leadbetter. The prison where the man had been held was very far away, and the threats were from several years ago. Yet the authorities were wisely taking no chances with the good judge. For his part, Leadbetter simply wanted to live his life as he always had, and the beefed-up security was not particularly appealing to him. However, having barely escaped death once, he was practical enough to realize that the concern was probably legitimate, and he didn't want to die violently at the hands of some piece of filth who should be rotting away in prison. Judge Leadbetter wouldn't want to give the man the satisfaction. "Any news on Free?" he asked the U.S. Marshal. That the man who had escaped from prison was named Free had always rankled Leadbetter. Ernest B. Free, the middle initial and surname, weren't his real ones, of course. He had had his name legally changed when he had joined a paramilitary neoconservative group whose members all had taken that name as symbolism of the perceived threats to their liberty. In fact, the group called themselves the Free Society, ironic since they were violent and intolerant of anyone who didn't look like them or who disagreed with their hate-filled beliefs. They were the type of organization that America could certainly do without, and yet they were also an example of the vastly unpopular types of groups that the First Amendment to the United States Constitution was constructed to afford protection to, but not when such groups killed, no, not when they killed. No bit of paper, no matter how cherished, could protect you from the consequences of that. Free and other members of his group had broken into a school, shot 2 teachers to death, and taken numerous children and teachers hostage. Local authorities had surrounded the school, and a SWAT team had been called up, but Free and his men were heavily armed with automatic weapons and body armor. Thus, federal lawmen specializing in hostage rescue had been called up from Quantico. At first things looked like they would end peacefully, but shooting had erupted from inside the school, and eventually the hostage rescue team had gone in. A horrific gun battle had ensued. Ledbetter could still vividly recall the heartbreaking sight of a young boy lying dead on the pavement along with two teachers. A wounded Ernest B. Free had finally given up when his accomplices had been gunned down. There had been some question as to whether Free would be tried in federal or state courts. While it was believed that the school was targeted because it was a cutting-edge magnet school for integration and enhancement of race relations, and Free's racist views were well known, it still would have been hard to prove. Ledbetter recognized, to start with, the three people killed the two teachers and the young boy were white, and thus prosecuting Free under a federal hate crime statute looked relatively weak. And while technically Free could have been charged with assaults on federal officers, it seemed the best shot was to make things simple and try him in state court and seek the death penalty for the multiple murders. The result was not one any of them had intended. "No, Judge," replied the marshal, snapping Ledbetter out of his reminiscing. The marshal had been looking out for Ledbetter for a while now, and they had quickly established a good rapport. "If you ask me, that man's plan is to head to Mexico and then on to South America. Hook up with some Nazis, people of his own kind. Well, I hope they get him and put him right back where he belongs," said Ledbetter. "Oh, they probably will. Feds are on it, and they sure got the resources. I wanted that bastard to get the death penalty. That's what he deserved." It was one of the few regrets that Ledbetter had as a circuit court judge. But Free's defense counsel had, of course, raised the issue of insanity and even tiptoed along the fringe of alleging a claim of brainwashing by the cult, as he had described the organization Free belonged to. The attorney was just doing his job, and in the minds of the prosecution, it apparently had raised just enough doubt about the odds of a solid conviction that they had struck a deal with Free's counsel before the jury had come back in. Instead of a potential death penalty, Free had gotten 20 to life with the possibility, however slight, that he might someday be paroled. Ledbetter hadn't agreed with the deal, yet he really had no choice but to sign off on it. The media had taken an informal poll of the jury later. Free had the real last laugh then. All jury members would have voted for conviction, and all would have recommended the death penalty. The press had had a field day with that one. Everyone had ended up with egg on his face. Free had been transferred for a variety of reasons to a maximum security prison in the Midwest. That was the place he had escaped from. Ledbetter looked over at his briefcase. Folded neatly inside was a copy of his beloved New York Times. Ledbetter had been born and attended school in New York City before heading south and settling in Richmond. The transplanted Yankee loved his new home. But each evening when he got home, exactly 1 hour was spent reading the Times. It had been his habit for all his years on the bench, and his copy was specially delivered to the courthouse before he left each day. It was one of the few acts of relaxation the man was able to enjoy anymore. As the marshal drove out of the court's garage, his phone rang and they answered it. "What's that?" "Yes, sir, Judge. Yes, sir. Tell him." He put the phone down and said, "That was Judge Mackey. He said to tell you to look at the last inside page of the front section of the Times if you want to see something really amazing." "Did he say what it was?" "No, sir. Just that you were to look and then to call him right back." Ledbetter glanced at the paper, his curiosity running high. Mackey was a good friend and his intellectual interests ran similar to Ledbetter's. If Mackey thought something fascinating, probably so would he. They were stopped at a light now. That was good because Ledbetter couldn't read in a moving car without getting violently ill. He pulled the paper out, but it was too dark to see in the car. He reached over and turned on the reading light switch and opened the paper. The annoyed marshal looked back and said, "Judge, I told you not to be turning that light on. It makes you a dern sitting duck." The tinkle of glass stopped the marshal cold. That and the sight of Judge Louis Ledbetter toppling face down onto his precious New York Times, its pages now soiled with his blood. 12 Kevin Westbrook's mother, Webb, learned was probably dead, though no one could tell him for sure. She had disappeared years before, a meth and crack addict. She had most likely ended her life with the prick of a dirty needle or snort of impure powder. The identity of Kevin's father was unknown. Apparently these were not unusual gaps in personal history in the world where Kevin Westbrook dwelled. Webb drove down to a section of Anacostia even the cops avoided, to a crummy falling-down duplex amid others just like it, where Kevin reportedly lived with a hodgepodge of second cousins, Great aunts, distant, kind of sort of uncles or stepbrother-in-laws. Webb wasn't really clear on the boy's living situation, and apparently neither was anyone else. It was the new and improved American nuclear family. The area looked like a reactor had been hemorrhaging nearby for a few decades. Apparently no flowers or trees could grow here. The grass in the small yards was a sickly yellow. Even the dogs and cats in the street looked ready to keel over. Every person, place, and thing looked totally used up. Inside, the duplex was a dump. From outdoors, the stench of rotting garbage was overpowering, and indoors there were offensive odors heightened even more by the close quarters. This lethal combination hit Webb so hard when he walked through the doorway, he thought he might end up kissing the floor. Lord, he'd take tear gas over this homemade toxin any day. The people who sat across from him didn't look unduly worried that Kevin was not among them. Maybe the child routinely disappeared after a shootout of staggering proportions. A sulky young man sat on the couch. "We already talked to the cops," he said, more spitting the words at Webb than saying them. "Just following up," said Webb, who didn't want to think about what Bates would do to him if he found out Webb was nosing around on his own. Well, he owed it to Reiner and the other guys. To hell with official bureau policy. Still, the butterflies were numerous and reproducing freely in his belly. "Shut your mouth, Jerome," said the grandma type who sat next to Jerome. She had silver hair, big glasses, an enormous bosom, and a no-bullshit attitude. She had not given Webb her name, and he had not pushed it. It was in the FBI file, no doubt, but he had tracked it down from other sources. She was as large as a small car and looked like she could take Jerome, no problem. Hell, it looked like she could take Webb, no problem. She had asked to see Webb's badge and credentials twice before unchaining the door. "I don't like letting people I don't know into my house," she explained. "Police or otherwise, this area ain't been safe for as long as I can remember. And that's from both sides of the table." She said this with raised eyebrows and a knowing look that penetrated right to Webb's federal law enforcement soul. "I really don't want to be here," Webb wanted to tell her, "particularly since I'm holding my breath so I won't puke." When Webb sat down, he could see between the wide cracks in the floorboards all the way down to the hard clay the house was built on. This place must be toasty warm in the winter, he thought. It was about 65 outside right now, and it felt like 30 inside. There was no comforting sound of a furnace going, and no smells of good food simmering in Grandma's nice kitchen. In one corner of the room was a pile of Diet Pepsi cans. Somebody was watching her weight. Yet next to that was a mound of McDonald's trash, probably Jerome's, thought Webb. He looked like a Big Mac and fries kind of guy. "I can understand that," said Webb. "Have you lived here long?" Jerome simply snorted while Granny looked down at her clasped hands. She said 3 months. Other place we were in, Wed, been there a long time. Had it fixed up nice. But then they decided we made too much money to be living in such a nice place, and they kicked us out, added Jerome angrily. Just kicked us out. Nobody said life was fair, Jerome, she told him. She looked around the filthy place and drew in a heavy breath that seemed to drain all of Webb's hope away. "We gonna fix this place up, too." "It'll be fine." She didn't sound too sure, Webb noted. "Have the police made any progress on Kevin's disappearance?" "Why don't you go ask them?" asked Grandma. "Because they ain't telling us nothing 'bout poor Kevin." "They lost his ass," said Jerome, as he slid farther down into the mound of sagging, heavily stained cushions that passed for a couch. Webb couldn't even tell if there was a frame left. The ceiling was split open in 3 different spots that Webb could see, and it sagged down so far you almost didn't need stairs to get to the second floor. You could just reach and pull yourself up. The walls had black mold growing over them, and there was probably lead paint in there as well. And no doubt asbestos clung around the pipes. There was rodent excrement everywhere, and Webb would have bet $1,000 that termites had eaten most of the wood in the place, which was probably why it had that little lean to the left he had observed as he had come up the front sidewalk. The building inspectors must have just written off this whole area, or else they were drinking coffee somewhere and laughing their butts off. "Do you have a picture of Kevin?" "Course we do, gave one to the police," said Grandma. "Got another?" "Hey, we ain't. Got to keep giving you stuff," snarled Jerome. Webb leaned forward and let the grip of his pistol show very prominently. "Yes, Jerome, you do. And if you don't lose the attitude, I'll just haul your ass downtown and we can go over your record for any outstanding warrants that'll put your little butt away for a while, unless you want to try and bullshit me and claim you've never been arrested. Slick." Jerome looked away and muttered, "Shit." "Shut up, Jerome," said Grandma. "You just shut your damn mouth." "There you go, Granny," Webb thought. She pulled out a little wallet and lifted out a photo. She handed it across to Webb. And when she did, her fingers started to tremble a little, and her voice caught in her throat. But then she straightened everything out. "That's my last picture of Kevin. Please don't lose it. I'll take good care of it. You'll get it back." Webb glanced down at the photo. It was Kevin. At least the Kevin Webb had saved in the alley. So the kid Cortez and Romano had babysat was somebody else who had lied and said he was Kevin Westbrook. That took some planning, but it also would have to have been on the fly. And yet for what purpose? "You said you gave the police a photo of Kevin?" Grandma nodded. "Hez a good boy. He goes to school, you know. Most every day he does. A special school because Hez a real special little boy," she added proudly. Down here, Webb knew going to school was an accomplishment to tout, perhaps second only to surviving the night. "I'm sure he is a good boy." He looked over at wild-eyed, felony-in-waiting Jerome. "You were a good boy, too? Once, weren't you, Jerome? Were they uniformed police?" Jerome stood. "What? You think that were stupid? They was FBI man, just like you." "Sit down, Jerome," said Webb. "Sit down, Jerome," said Grandma, and Jerome sat. Webb thought rapidly. So if the Bureau had a photo of Kevin, then they had to know that they'd had the wrong boy, however briefly, in custody. Or did they? Romano had been clueless about there being two boys. He had just described him as a black kid. What if that was the entire official report? If the fake Kevin Westbrook had disappeared before Bates and the others got on the scene, then all they'd know was a black kid around 10 years old named Kevin Westbrook who lived at such and such address near the alley was missing. They'd come here and talk to the family, get a picture like they had done, and go about their investigation. It's not like they'd for sure go ask Romano and Cortez for a positive ID, especially if they had no reason to suspect a switch. And Ken McCarthy had said the snipers hadn't gotten a look at the real Kevin when Charlie Team had passed him on the way in. Perhaps only Webb knew about the deception. Webb looked around, and for the sake of the grandmother or whatever her relation to Kevin was, he tried hard not to show his disgust. Did Kevin actually live here? Bates had said Kevin's home life was miserable, and that he probably avoided it when he could, which would explain why he'd been out alone in the middle of the night instead of here in bed. The physical surroundings truly were awful, but probably no worse than many of the other homes down here. Poverty and crime were everywhere, and the marks they left were in no way pretty. Yet Granny seemed solid as a rock, a good person, and it seemed like she genuinely cared for Kevin. Why would he avoid her? Granny and Jerome exchanged a glance. "Most of the time," said Granny. "Where would he live other times?" Neither of them said a word. He watched as Granny looked at her very substantial lap, and Jerome closed his eyes and swayed his head apparently to some bitchin' music in his head. "I understand Kevin has a brother. Does Kevin live with him sometimes?" Jerome's eyes popped open, and Granny stopped looking at her lap. In fact, from the expressions on their faces, it was as though Webb were pointing a gun at them and had just told the pair to kiss their respective butts goodbye. "Don't know him. Never seen him," said Grandma quickly. As she sat there rocking back and forth like something suddenly was hurting her, she didn't look like she could take anybody right now. She looked like an old woman scared out of her wits. When Webb looked over at Jerome, he jumped up and was gone before Webb could even rise. Webb heard the front door open and then slam shut, and then came the sound of feet running away. Webb looked back at Granny. "Jerome don't know him neither," said Grandma. 13. The morning came for the official memorial service, and Webb rose early, showered, shaved, and dressed in his nicest suit. The time to formally honor and mourn all of his friends had come, and all Webb wanted to do was run like hell. Webb had not spoken with Bates about what he'd learned from Romano and Cortez, nor about his visit to Kevin's home. Webb wasn't exactly sure why he hadn't, only that he wasn't feeling in a real trusting mood, and because Bates would no doubt chew him out for interfering in the investigation. To Webb, Bates had identified the kid as Kevin Westbrook, which meant either the boy had told him that was his name, or Bates had gotten it from Romano and Cortez if the boy had disappeared before Bates had arrived on the scene. Webb would have to confirm which it was. If Bates had seen the other kid, then when he had taken Kevin's photo from the grandmother, he'd have known there were two different kids involved. So Webb had given a kid with a bullet wound on his cheek a note to take to his HRT guys. That kid had told Webb his name was Kevin. The note had been delivered, but apparently not by the same kid Webb had given the note to. That meant that between him giving the kid calling himself Kevin the note and the note being delivered, the boy had been switched with another kid that could only have taken place in the alley between where Webb was and the charging HRT unit. That wasn't a whole bunch of space, yet it had been enough to pull the switch, which meant other people had been lurking somewhere in that alley, waiting for this to happen, maybe waiting for a lot to happen. Was Kevin's coming down that alley planned? Was he working for his brother, Big F? Was he supposed to check for survivors, and had he not expected to find any? And when he did find Webb alive, had that thrown a monkey wrench in somebody's plan? And what the hell could that plan have been? And why pull one kid out and put another one in? And why did the fake Kevin lie and say Webb was a coward? And who was the suit who had taken the replacement kid? Bates had been pretty tight-lipped about losing the kid. Was the suit Romano had talked to even an FBI agent? If not, how could one imposter have walked right in with creeds and bravado impressive enough to fool Romano and Cortez and waltz off with another imposter? It was bewildering, and Webb was so full of doubt that turning to Bates for answers and information sharing was not real high on his list of action items. He parked the Mach 1 as close to the church as he could. There were many cars already there, and the parking spaces relatively few. The church was a somber-faced stone monolith built in the latter part of the 19th century, when the architectural commandment had been, "Thou house of worship shalt have more turrets, balustrades, ionic columns, broken pediments, arches, gables, doors, windows, and cool masonry curlicues than thy neighbor." It was at this holy temple that presidents, Supreme Court justices, members of Congress, ambassadors, and other lesser dignitaries of varying degrees did their praying, singing, and very occasionally confessing. Political leaders were often photographed or filmed going up or down its broad steps, Bible in hand and God-fearing looks on their features. Despite the separation of church and state in America, Webb had always believed that voters liked to see a little piety in their elected officials. No HRT members had attended this church. Yet the politicos had to have a grand stage to say their words of consolation, and the little backwoods house of religion near Quantico, where some of the members of Charlie Team had actually done their worshiping, apparently didn't cut it. The sky was clear, the sun warming, and the slight breeze refreshing. It was too fine an afternoon for such a depressing thing as a memorial service, it seemed to Webb. Yet he went up the church steps, each click of his polished shoes on the stones simulating the ding of a wheel gun's cylinder being turned, one chamber, one bullet, one potentially spent life at a time. Such violent analogies were Webb's lot in life, he supposed. Where others saw hope, he only witnessed the raw sores of a festering, degenerating humanity. God, with that attitude, it was no wonder he was never invited to parties. Secret Service agents were everywhere with their shoulder holsters, poker expressions, and curly ear cords. Webb had to go through a metal detector before entering the church. He showed his gun and his FBI creds, which told the Secret Service the only way Webb and his gun would be parted was if he was dead. As soon as he opened the door, Webb almost bumped into the rear of the mass of people that had somehow squeezed itself into the space. He took the rather uncouth tactic of flashing his FBI shield, and the seas parted, and he was allowed to move through. Over in one corner, a camera crew had set up and was broadcasting the entire spectacle. What idiot had authorized that, Webb wondered? And exactly whose idea was it to invite the whole frigging world to what should have been a private ceremony? This was how the survivors were to remember their dead at a circus. With the help of some fellow agents, Webb managed to wedge himself into one of the pews, and then looked around. The families were in the front 2 rows, which had been roped off. Webb bowed his head in prayer, saying one for each of the men, lingering the longest on Teddy Reiner, who had been a mentor to Webb, a crackerjack agent, a wonderful father, a good man all around. Webb dropped a couple of tears as he realized how much he had really lost in those few seconds of hell. Yet when he looked up front to where the family sat, he knew he had not lost as much as those folks had. The truth was beginning to set in with the younger kids, for Webb could hear their wails at Daddy being gone forever. And the sobbing and screaming continued through all the tired speeches, from the get tough on crime bullcrap from the politicians to the preachers who had never met any of the men they were eulogizing. They fought the good fight. Webb wanted to stand up and quietly say, "They died protecting all of us. Never forget them, for they were all unforgettable in their own way." End of eulogy. Amen. Let's hit the bars. The memorial service finally was over, and the congregation heaved a collective sigh of relief. On his way out, Webb spoke with Debbie Reiner and offered some words of comfort to Cindy Plummer and Carol Garcia, and exchanged hugs and snatches of more words with some of the others. He squatted down and talked to the little kids, held small trembling bodies in his arms, and Webb just didn't want to let go. This simple physical giving threatened to make Webb start bawling. Tears had never come easily to him, and yet he had shed more of them in the last week or so than he had in his entire life. But the kids were just killing him. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. As he rose and turned, Webb thought he would be comforting one more bereaved person. However, the woman staring back at him did not appear to need or want his sympathy. Julie Patterson was the widow of Lou Patterson. She had 4 kids and had been expecting a 5th, but had miscarried it 3 hours after learning she had become a widow and single mother. A look at her glassy eyes told Webb that the woman was heavily drugged with what he hoped were doctor-ordered prescriptions, and Webb could smell the liquor. Pills and booze was not a good combo to serve oneself on a day like today. Of all the wives, Julie had been least close to Webb because Lou Patterson loved Webb like a brother, and Webb had easily sensed that Julie was jealous of that relationship. "You really think you should be here, Webb?" said Julie. She tottered in her black heels, her eyes not entirely able to focus on him. Her words were slurry, her tongue moving on to form others before they had completed the last. She was puffy, her skin pale yet blotched red in spots. She had not carried the baby long enough for her belly to swell, and this lost opportunity seemed to have deepened the woman's hurt. She should be home in bed, and Webb wondered why she wasn't. "Julie, let's go outside and you can get some air. Come on, let me help you. Get the hell away from me," Julie shouted in a voice loud enough to make those within 20 feet of them stop and stare. The TV crew saw this exchange too, and both the cameraman and reporter apparently simultaneously saw potential gold. The camera swung in Webb's direction, and the reporter headed over. "Julie, let's go outside," Webb said again quietly. He put his hand lightly on her shoulder. "I'm not going anywhere with you, you bastard." She ripped Webb's hand off, and he grunted in pain, cupping his wounded hand near his body. Her fingernails had bitten right into the hole there, ripping out the stitches. It started to bleed. "What's the matter? Your little hand hurting. You gutless son of a bitch. You with the Frankenstein face. How'd your mother stand looking at you? You freak you." Sind and Debbie tried to talk to her, console her, but Julie pushed them away and got close to Webb again. "You froze up before the shooting started. Only you don't know why? And then you fell down. You expect us to buy that bullshit." Her liquor breath was so intense Webb had to close his eyes for a moment, and that only magnified his sense of faltering balance. "You coward. You let them die. How much did you get? How much did loose blood get you, you asshole? Miss Patterson?" This came from Percy Bates, who had swept up next to them. "Julie," he said very calmly, "let's get you to your car before the traffic gets really bad. I've got your kids right over here." Julie's lips trembled at the mention of her children. "How many are there?" Bates looked confused. "How many kids?" Julie asked again. One hand slid to her empty belly and stayed there, and wet spots from tears marked the front of her black dress. Julie focused once more on Webb, her lips curling back in a snarl. "I was supposed to have 5 of them. I had 5 kids and a husband. Now I got 4 kids and no Lou. My louse gone and my baby's gone, damn you, damn you." Her voice edged upward again. Her hand was making crazy circles on her belly, as though she were rubbing a magic lamp, perhaps making a wish for the baby and husband to come back. The camera was eating up all of this. The reporter was scribbling furiously. "I'm sorry, Julie, I did all I could," said Webb. Julie stopped rubbing her belly and spit in his face. "That's for Lou," she spit again. "That's for my baby. Go to hell, you go to hell, Webb London." She slapped his face, hitting him right on his ruined cheek, and she almost fell over with the effort. "And that's for me, you bastard, you." "You freak." Julie's energy was spent, and Bates had to grab the woman before she collapsed to the floor. They got her outside, and the nervous crowd started to drift away into small pockets of discussion. Many of them cast angry, backward glances at Webb. Webb did not move. He had not even wiped away Julie's spit. His face was red from where she had hit him. He had just been proclaimed a freakish monster and a coward and a traitor. Julie Patterson might as well have cut off his head and took that with her, too. Webb would have beaten to death any man who had said those things to him. But coming from a bereaved widow and mother, her insults had to be accepted. He felt like taking his own life instead. None of what she said was true, yet how could Webb deny her any of it, sir? "It's Webb, right? Webb London?" said the reporter at his shoulder. "Look, I know this is probably a really awkward time, but the news sometimes can't wait. Would you be willing to talk to us?" Webb didn't answer. "Come on," said the reporter. "It'll only take a minute. Just a few questions." "No," said Webb, and started to leave. He wasn't sure until right then that he actually could even walk. "Look, we're going to talk to the lady too, and you don't want the public to have only her side of things. I'm giving you a shot to tell your story here. Fair is fair." Webb turned back and grabbed the man by the arm. "There are no sides, and you let that woman alone. Shez had enough for the rest of her life. You let her alone. Stay away from her. You understand me? Just doing my job." The man carefully edged Webb's hand off his arm. He looked at the cameraman. Excellent was the unspoken thought that seemed to travel between the two men. Webb walked out the door and quickly left behind the church of the famous and well-heeled. He climbed in the mock, fired it up, and headed off. He stripped off his tie, checked his wallet to make sure he had some cash, stopped at a liquor store in the district, and bought 2 bottles of cheap Chianti and a 6-pack of Negra Modelo. He drove home, locked all the doors, and pulled the shades on all the windows. He went into the bathroom, turned on the light, and looked at himself in the mirror. The skin on the right side of his face was slightly tanned, relatively smooth, a few odd whiskers and spots he had missed with his razor. A nice side of skin, not bad at all. Side of skin, that was how he had to analyze it now. The days were long gone when anyone could remark on his handsome face. Julie Patterson had had no trouble commenting on his mug, though. But Frankenstein? That was a new one, Julie. Given time to think about it, he wasn't feeling quite so understanding towards the woman right now. You would have lost Lou a long time ago if Frankenstein hadn't done what had done that cost him half his damn face. Did you forget that? I haven't, Julie. I see it every day. He turned slightly to fully reveal the left side of his face. No whiskers sprouted there, and the skin never really did tan. The doctors had said that this might happen, and there didn't seem to be enough of it. The skin was stretched so tight sometimes. When he wanted to laugh or smile really wide, he couldn't because that side of his face just wouldn't cooperate, as though it were telling him to kiss off. "Buddy, look what you did to me." And the damage had reached to the edge of his eye, such that the socket was pulled more to the temple than normal before the operations. It had given him quite an unbalanced appearance. Now the look was better, but the 2 sides of his face would forever be misaligned. Under the transplanted skin were lumps of plastic and metal that had replaced destroyed bone. The titanium in his face set off the airport detectors just about every damn time. Don't worry, guys. It's just the AK-47 I've got stashed up my butt. Webb had endured numerous operations to bring his face back to this point. The docs had done a good job, though he would always be considered disfigured. At last the surgeons had told him they had reached the end of their professional skills and even their medical miracles, and they'd wished him well. It had been a more difficult adjustment than he had thought, and to this day he couldn't say he was actually through it. It wasn't the sort of thing you ever really got over, he supposed, since it stared back at you in the mirror every day. He cocked his head a little more, inched down his shirt collar, and the old bullet wound on the base of his neck was fully revealed. It had come in above his armor line, and how it missed all vital arteries and his spine was nothing short of miraculous. The wound resembled a cigar burn, a big-ass cigar burn on his skin. He had joked when lying in the hospital bed with one side of his face missing and 2 large holes in him. And all the guys had laughed with him, though he had sensed the nervousness amid all the chuckling. They were reasonably sure he was going to make it, and so was he. Yet none of them knew what physical and emotional nightmare lay under those bandages. The plastic surgeons had offered to cover up the bullet wounds, but Webb had said no. He had had enough with doctors stealing skin from places on his body and gluing it to others. This was as good as old Webb was going to get. He touched his chest where the other cigar burn was in full blooming glory. It had entered his body and exited at the back of his shoulder, somehow skirting his Kevlar on both ends, and still had enough kick left to erase the head of a guy behind him who was about to cleave Webb's skull with a machete. And who said he wasn't lucky? Webb smiled at himself in the mirror. Lucky is as lucky does, he said to his reflection. HRT had always held Webb in the highest possible regard for the heroism he had shown that night. It had been the school hostage situation in Richmond, Virginia, executed by the Free Society. Webb had recently switched from sniper to assaulter and was still feeling his way a bit, eager to show his mettle in the front lines. The explosion had occurred from a homemade concoction thrown by one of the Frees. It would have hit Lou Patterson if Webb hadn't leapt and knocked him out of the way. The fireball caught Webb dead on the left side of his face, knocking him down and melting his shield against his skin. He had ripped the shield off along with a good part of his face and kept fighting, the adrenaline that always came with battle the only thing blocking out the horrible pain. The Frees had opened fire and Webb had taken a bullet through his torso, and the second round had tagged his neck. Many innocent men would have died but for what Webb had done after receiving these injuries. Instead of weakening him, the shots seemed to have energized him for how he had fought, how he had killed men trying to kill him and his team. He had dragged injured comrades to safety, including the late Louis Patterson, who had taken a round through the arm a minute after Webb had saved him from the flames. The acts Webb performed that night had far surpassed what he had done in that courtyard. For he had been so badly wounded at the time, no mere hand scratch that time, no simple band-aid that day. To both veteran and new operators at HRT, Webb was a legend, and at the highly competitive alpha male agency, there was no better way to elevate oneself on the pecking order than bravery and skill shown in the heat of battle. And all it had cost him were a few vanity points and most of the blood in his body. Webb didn't even remember the pain, but when the last bullet had been fired and the last man had fallen, he too had slumped to the ground. He had touched the open wound on his face and felt the blood pouring out of him from the 2 wounds, and Webb knew it was finally his time to die. He had gone into shock in the ambulance, and by the time the doctors at the Medical College of Virginia got to him, he was almost flat line. How he had come back that night was anyone's guess. Webb certainly didn't have an answer. Never a religious man, he had started to wonder about things like God. The recovery had been the most painful thing Webb had ever done. Though he was a hero, it was no guarantee that Webb would be able to rejoin HRT. If he couldn't carry his full weight, they wouldn't want him. Hero or note, it was just the way things were, and Webb would never have wanted the terms to be anything else. How many weights lifted, how many miles run, walls climbed, choppers repelled from, rounds fired? Fortunately, the wounds to his face had not affected his eyesight or aim. Without perfection there, you were gone from HRT. The psychological battering of his recovery, however, had been even worse than the physical cramming. Could he fire when called up? Would he freeze in a crisis and place his team in jeopardy? Well, no, he never had, at least not until that damn courtyard came along. He had come back all the way back. It had taken almost a year, but no one could say he didn't deserve to return on his own with no corners cut. Now what would people say? Would he make it back this time? The trouble wasn't physical this time. It was all in his head, and thus was 100 times more terrifying. Webb made a fist and put it right through the mirror, cracking the drywall behind it. "I didn't let them die, Julie," he said to the shattered glass. He looked at his hand. It wasn't even bleeding. His luck was holding, wasn't it? He opened the smashed medicine cabinet and took out the bottle of mismatched pills. He had collected them over time from a variety of sources, some official, some unofficial. He used them to help him sleep occasionally. He was careful, though, because Head almost become addicted to the painkillers while they were rebuilding his face. Webb flicked off the light and Frankenstein was gone. Hell, everybody knew monsters were more comfortable in the dark. He went downstairs and carefully laid out all his bottles of booze and sat in the middle of them, like a general with his aides going over a battle plan. Yet he didn't open a single bottle. The phone rang every few minutes, but Webb never answered it. There were knocks on the door. He let them go. Webb sat there and stared at a wall until it grew quite late. He rummaged through the mismatched pills and took out a capsule, looked at it, and then put it back. He leaned back against a chair and closed his eyes. At 4 a.m. he fell asleep on the floor of the basement. Webb still had not bothered to wash his face. 14:07 in the morning. Webb knew this because the mantel clock was chiming when he lifted himself groggily off the basement floor. He rubbed at his back and neck. As he sat up, his foot hit one of the bottles of wine, and it fell over and cracked slightly, and Chianti leaked across the floor. Webb threw the bottle away, grabbed some paper towels, and cleaned up the spill. The wine stained his hands red, and for a dazed moment his sluggish mind told him Head been shot in his sleep. The noise outside the rear lower window made him race up the stairs and grab his pistol. Webb went to the front door with the intent of circling around back and getting the drop on whoever was out there. Maybe it was just a stray dog or squirrel, but Webb didn't think so. Human feet, trying their best to keep quiet, just had a certain sound to them if you knew how to listen, and Webb knew how to. When he opened the door, the surge of people toward him almost caused Webb to pull his gun and fire. The reporters were waving microphones and pens and sheets of paper and calling out questions so fast they cumulatively appeared to be speaking Mandarin. They were screaming for him to look this way or that way so they could take his picture, film his video, as though he were some celebrity or, perhaps more apt, an animal in the zoo. Webb looked past them to the street, where the media ships with their tall electronic masts now were docked outside his modest rancher. The 2 FBI agents assigned to watch over his house seemed to be attempting to hold back the masses but were clearly losing the battle. "What the hell do you people want?" Webb cried out. One woman wearing a beige linen suit, her blonde hair sculpted, pushed forward and planted her high-heeled feet on the brick stoop bare inches from Webb. Her heavy perfume made Webb's empty stomach turn queasy. She said, "Is it true? You're claiming that you fell down right before the rest of your squad was killed but can't explain why? And that's why you survived?" The hike of her eyebrows signaled exactly what the woman thought of that preposterous story. Another reporter, a man, shoved his microphone near Webb's mouth. "There have been reports that you didn't actually fire your weapon, that the gunfire stopped on its own somehow, and that you were actually never in any danger. How do you respond to that?" The questions kept coming as the bodies pressed closer. "Is it true that when you were at the Washington field office, you were put on probation for a shooting infraction that resulted in the wounding of a suspect?" Webb said, "What the hell does that?" Another woman elbowed him from the side. "I have it on good authority that the boy you allegedly saved was actually an accomplice to this whole thing." Webb stared at her. "An accomplice to what? To who?" The woman gave him a penetrating look. "I was hoping you could answer that." Webb slammed the door, raced to the kitchen, grabbed the keys for the Suburban and headed back out. He pushed through the crowd and looked at his fellow agents for help. They came forward, yanked, and pulled on a few people, yet to Webb it seemed their hearts clearly were not in it, and they refused to meet his gaze. So that's how it's going to be, Webb thought. The crowd suddenly surged closer, sealing off the path to his truck. "Get out of my way," Webb yelled. He looked around. The entire neighborhood was out watching this. Men, women, and children, who were his friends, or at least his acquaintances, were staring at this spectacle with wide eyes, open mouths. "Are you going to respond to Mrs. Patterson's charges?" Webb stopped and looked at this questioner. It was the same reporter from the memorial service. "Are you?" the man said grimly. "I didn't know Julie Patterson had the authority to bring charges," said Webb. "She made it abundantly clear that you either acted with cowardice or were somehow involved." "Paid off." She didn't know what she was saying. She has just lost her husband and unborn child. So you're saying the charges are false? The man persisted and pushed the microphone closer. Somebody jostled him from behind, and his arm jerked forward and the microphone hit Webb in the mouth, drawing blood. Before he knew it, Webb's fist had shot out, and the man was lying on the ground holding his nose. He didn't appear to be all that upset. In fact, he was screaming to his camera unit. "Did you get that? Did you get that?" They all pressed forward more, and Webb, being in the middle of this circle, was pushed around by the sheer weight of the crowd. Cameras were snapping in his face, blinding him. Fat video machines were feeding away. Dozens of voices were jabbering at once. As the knot of people and machines jostled him around, Webb's feet got tangled in a cable and he went down. The crowd moved in, but he pushed his way back up. This was far past being out of control. Webb felt a bony fist hit him in the back. When he turned, he recognized the attacker as a man who lived down the street and who had never cared much for Webb as a neighbor or human being. Before Webb could defend himself, the man ran off. As Webb looked around, it was clear that the crowd was not filled just with reporters ravenous for a Pulitzer. This was a mob. "Get the hell away from me," Webb screamed. He yelled at the two agents. "Are you guys going to help or not?" "Somebody call the cops," said the perfumed blonde, pointing at Webb. "He just assaulted that poor man. We all saw it." She bent down to help up her fellow reporter while a slew of cell phones appeared from out of pockets. Webb looked around at a level of chaos he had never before experienced, and he had seen more than most, but he had had enough of this. Webb pulled his pistol. The FBI agents saw this and were suddenly interested once more. Webb pointed the pistol straight up and fired 4 shots into the air. On all sides of him, the mob now was in full retreat. Some dropped to the ground, crying out, pleading for him not to shoot them, that they were just doing their job, miserable though it might be. The perfumed blonde let her dear reporter friend drop back to the muddy earth and turned and ran for her life. Her heels sank in the soft grass and she ran right out of them. Her fleshy bottom made a nice target if Webb had been so inclined. The reporter with the bloody nose was crawling on his belly, shouting, "Are you getting this? Damn it, Seymour! Are you getting this?" Neighbors swooped up their kids and fled to their homes. Webb put his pistol away and walked to his Suburban. When the federal agents moved toward him, all he said was, "Don't even think about it." He climbed in the truck and started it up. He rolled down the window. "Thanks for the assist," he told the two men, and then drove off. 15. "Are you out of your mind?" Buck Winters stared over at Webb, who stood by the door of the small conference room at the Washington field office. Percy Bates was next to Webb, pulling and firing your gun in front of a bunch of reporters, no less, and then taping the whole damned thing. "Have you lost your mind?" he said again. Maybe Webb shot back. "I want to know who leaked information to Julie Patterson. I thought the Charlie Team inquiry was supposed to be confidential. How the hell did she know what I said to the investigators?" Winters looked at Bates in disgust. "Bates, you were this guy's mentor. How the hell did you foul it up so bad?" He looked back at Webb. "There are a bunch of different guys looking into this thing. Don't act like a virgin and be surprised when something slips, particularly to a wife who wants to know what the hell happened to her husband. You lost your head, Webb, and you screwed up, and it's not like it's the first time. Look, I walk out my door and get mobbed, and my own guys not lifting a hand to help me. People were punching me, screaming accusations in my face. I did what anybody would have done. Show him what has done, Bates." Bates quietly went over to a TV sitting in the corner. He picked up the remote and punched some buttons, compliments of the media department. Winters added. The tape started to run, and Webb was looking at the inside of the church during the memorial service. Specifically, he was watching Julie Patterson rubbing her childless belly, screaming at him, spitting in his face, slapping him with all her strength, and him just standing there, silently taking it. His statement about having done all he could was mysteriously absent, or at least couldn't be heard. On the tape, all he said to Julie was, sorry." It made Webb look like he had pulled the trigger on Lou Patterson himself. "And that's not the best part," said Winters, who rose and snatched the remote from Bates. He hit the device, and Webb watched as the scene outside his house ran across the TV. It had been craftily edited such that the atmosphere of the mob scene was gone. The edges of the camera shots crisp and narrow. The individual reporters were depicted as being tough, pushy, even but polite, professional in every way. The one fellow Webb had slugged looked particularly heroic, not even bothering to hide his bloodied nose, but going on about his business of introducing the madness the viewer was about to see. And then there was Webb looking like a rabid animal. He was screaming, cursing, and then he raised his gun. The film speed made him almost appear to pull the gun in slow motion so that it seemed deliberate, controlled, and not a man fighting for his life. There were some chilling cinematographic moments, too, of neighbors running with their children escaping from this mad fiend. And then there was Webb standing alone. Cold hard as he put the gun away and walked calmly from the chaos she had caused, Webb had never seen anything so slick outside a Hollywood movie. He looked sadistic, evil, the man with the Frankenstein face. The camera had gotten several close-ups of the damaged skin, yet with no mention of how he had come by such injuries. Webb shook his head and looked at Winters and said, "Damn it, that's not how it happened. I'm not Charlie Manson." Winters bristled. "Who cares if it's the truth or not? Perception is everything now. That's running on every TV station in town. And it's hit the national pipe, too. Congratulations. You're a breaking news story." The director flew back from a high-level meeting in Denver when he was briefed on this. "Your ass is in the fire, London in the fire." Webb slumped in a chair and said nothing. Bates sat across from him and tapped a pen against the table. Winters stood in front of him, his hands clasped behind his back, to Webb. It seemed the guy was really enjoying this. Now, you know that the Bureau's SOP in responding to something like this is to do nothing. We've followed the ostrich head in the sand before. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But the higher-ups like the passive tactic, the less said, the better bully for them. I'm not asking the Bureau to do jack shit on my behalf. Buck Bates picked up the conversation. "No, Webb, we're not taking this lying down. Not this time." Bates ticked the points off on his fingers. "First, the media relations guys are putting together a highlight film of our own. The world right now thinks you're some sort of psycho there, going to find out you're one of the most decorated agents we have. We're issuing press releases detailing all of that. Second, although he wants to strangle you right now, Buck here is holding a televised press conference at noon tomorrow to clearly state what an outstanding agent you are, and we're going to run our highlight film in all its glory, and we're going to release some details of what happened in that alley that will damn sure demonstrate that you didn't turn and run, but managed single-handedly to take out enough firepower to wipe out an army battalion." Webb said, "You can't do that while the investigation is still going on. You could blow some leads. We're willing to take the risk." Webb looked over at Winters. "I don't give a damn what these people say about me. I know what I did, and what I don't want is to do anything to jeopardize finding who wiped out my team." Winters placed his face a couple of inches from Webb's. "If I had my way, your ass would already be gone. But to some in the Bureau, you're kind of a hero, and the decision has been made that we're going to bat for you. Believe me, I argued against it, because from a PR point of view, it doesn't really help the Bureau. It's just to make you look good." He glanced at Bates. "But your friend here won that battle." Webb looked in surprise at Bates. Winters continued, "But not the war. And him not looking to make you some damn martyr?" Winters glanced at Webb's damaged face, a disfigured martyr. "Now, Perce is going to take you through the Bureau's little dog and pony show that we're doing to clean up your mess. I'm not going to stay for that, because it would make me nauseous. But listen up, London, and you listen really good. You're hanging by a thread right now, and I'd love nothing better than to cut that string. I'll be watching you so close I'll be able to count every one of your breaths. And when you screw up, and you will, then the hammer comes down and you're gone for good, and I'll smoke me the biggest damn cigar I can find. Is that clear?" "Yeah, a lot clearer than your orders at Waco were." Winters straightened up, and the two men stared intently at each other. Webb said, "I always wondered, Buck, how come you were the only one in the chain of command, the chain of chaos that didn't get his career path cut off for that mess. You know, while I was sitting out there on sniper duty a couple of times, I actually thought you were working for the Branch Davidians because of all the dumb shit decisions you made." Bates said sharply, "Webb, shut your damn mouth." He looked anxiously at Winters. "I've got it from here, Buck." Winters stared at Webb for several more seconds and then headed to the door, but he looked back. If I had my way, there wouldn't be an HRT, and I'm going to have my way yet. And guess who'll be the first son of a bitch to go? How's that for chain of command? Winters shut the door, and Webb let out a big breath he wasn't even aware had been holding. And then Bates got right in his face. I put my neck out for you, called in every chit I've ever earned at the Bureau, and you almost screwed it up, taking on Winters like that. Are you really that big a damn idiot? I guess I must be, Webb answered defiantly, but I didn't ask for any of this. The press can strip me clean, but nothing is going to mess up the investigation. You're going to give me a coronary. You really are. Bates finally calmed down. Okay, here are your marching orders. You're going to lay low for a while. Don't go home. Well, get you a car from the motor pool. Head out somewhere and stay there a while. The Bureau will foot the bills. Well, communicate via your secure cell phone. Check in regularly. As bad as you looked on the tube right now, you'll look just as good when we tell our side. And if I find you anywhere near Buck Winters during the next 30 years, I will personally shoot you myself. Now get out of here, Bates. Went to the door, but Webb remained sitting. Perce, why are you doing all this? You're taking a big risk standing up for me. Bates studied the floor for a few moments. This is gonna sound sappy, and maybe it should. But anyway, it's the truth. I'm doing this because the Webb London I know has risked his life for this agency more times than I can remember, because I've watched you lying in a hospital room for 3 months, not sure if you were going to make it. You could be retired then, with full pay, gone out on top, gone fishing, or whatever the hell it is retired FBI do. But you came back and got in the line of fire again. I don't know many guys that have ever done that. He drew a long breath. Because I know what you did in that alley, even if the rest of the world doesn't. But they're going to damn sure know it, Webb. There aren't many heroes left anymore, but you're one of them. That's all I'm going to say about it. And don't you ever ask me again. The man walked out and left Webb to contemplate another side of Percy Bates. It was almost midnight, and Webb was on the move. He was climbing over fences and sneaking through neighbors' yards. The goal tonight was a simple if absurd one. He had to break into his own home through a rear window because the media were still moored out front waiting to board him. And then sink him. 2 uniformed Bureau security officers were there too, backed up by a Virginia State Police cruiser, its blue waggle lights slicing through the darkness. Webb hoped there would be no more mobs, no more riots, so long as no one spotted him climbing in his own bathroom window. That is, then all bets were off. Webb quietly packed a duffel in the dark, threw in some extra rounds of ammo, some other pieces of equipment that he thought might come in handy, then crawled back out. He cleared the fence and slipped back into his neighbor's yard and then stopped. He opened the duffel, pulled out a battery-operated ambient light monocular that made the dark look as clear as day, albeit with a greenish tint, and looked through it. He surveyed the army camped outside his house and focused the magnifier for a better look. All those people whose sole purpose in life right now was to get any possible dirt, and damn the truth made Webb decide that paybacks, however small, should be taken when the opportunity arose. And right now he could use a generous fix. Webb pulled out a flare gun, loaded in a cartridge, aimed the weapon to the sky at a spot right over the top of this fine group of people, and fired. The flare sailed upward, exploded, and lit the heavens. A brilliant yellow web watched through his monocular as the pack of fine, exemplary people looked up with fearful eyes and then ran screaming for their lives. It truly was the little things that made life so sweet. Long walks, rain showers, puppies, scaring the crap out of a bunch of sanctimonious reporters. He jogged back to the Crown Vic that Bates had arranged for him and drove off. Webb stayed that night at a dump motel off Route 1 in South Alexandria where he could pay in cash. No one bothered him, and the only room service was the McDonald's bag you brought with you or the soda and snack machine chained to a graffiti-stained support column outside his room. He watched TV and ate his cheeseburger and fries. He pulled out from his duffel his bottle of pills and swallowed 2 of them. He fell into a deep sleep, and for once nightmares didn't rouse him from it. 16. Early on a Saturday morning, Scott Wingo navigated his wheelchair up the ramp and unlocked the door to a 4-story 19th-century brick building that housed his law office, divorced with grown children. Wingo had a thriving criminal defense practice in Richmond, the city of his birth where he had remained his whole life. Saturdays were a time for him to go into the office and not be bothered by peeling phones, clacking keyboards, harassed associates, and demanding clients. Those pleasantries were left for during the week. He went inside, made a pot of coffee, spiked it with his favorite Gentleman Jim bourbon, and rolled his way to his office. Scott Wingo and Associates, counselors at law, had been a Richmond institution for almost 30 years. During that time, Wingo had gone from being a sole practitioner working out of an office the size of a closet, basically defending anyone with enough cash to pay him, to head of a firm with 6 associates, a full-time PI, and a support staff of 8, as the sole shareholder of the firm. Wingo pulled down 7 figures in a good year, and even mid-6 money in bad times. His clients had also grown more substantial. For years he had resisted taking on the drug people, but the cash flow was undeniable, and Wingo had wearied of seeing far inferior attorneys drawing down those dollars. He comforted himself with the knowledge that anyone, regardless of what heinous thing he had done, deserved a competent and inspired defense. Wingo had considerable skills as a courtroom lawyer, and his presence before a jury had not been diminished one iota by his confinement 2 years ago to a wheelchair because of ongoing diabetes and kidney and liver ailments. In some ways, he felt his ability to reach out to a jury had been enhanced by his physical predicament, and many a member of the state bar envied Wingo's string of victories. He was also loathed by those who felt he was simply a means for rich criminals to avoid the rightful consequences of their terrible misdeeds. Wingo naturally didn't see it that way, but he had long ago stopped trying to win that argument because it was one of the very few issues he had ever come upon that didn't seem worth arguing about. He lived in a substantial home in Windsor Farms, a very affluent and coveted area of Richmond, drove a specially configured Jag sedan to accommodate his disability, took luxurious trips overseas when he wanted to, was good to his children and generous, and on good terms with his ex-wife, who still lived in their old home. But mostly he worked. At age 59, Wingo had outlived many predictions of his premature death. Those had come either because of his various medical conditions or because of threats from disgruntled clients or folks on the other side of a crime who felt justice had not been served largely through Wingo doing what he did best, which was finding reasonable doubt in 12 peers of the defendant. Yet he knew that his time was running out. He could feel it in his tired organs, in his poor circulation, his general fatigue. He figured he would work until he died. It wouldn't be such a bad way to go. He took a sip of coffee and Gentleman Jim and picked up the phone. He liked to work the phones, even on the weekends, particularly in calling back people he didn't want to talk with. Rarely would they be in on Saturday morning and he'd leave a polite message, telling them he was sorry to have missed them. He did 10 of these, and felt like he was being very productive. His mouth was growing very dry, probably from all the talking, and he took another shot of the whiskey coffee. He turned to a brief he was working on that would, if granted, suppress evidence in a burglary ring matter he was involved in. Most people didn't realize that trials were often won before anyone stepped foot inside a courtroom. In this case, if the motion were granted, there would be no trial because the prosecution would have no case. After several hours of work and more phone calls, he took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. The damn diabetes was wreaking havoc with just about every part of him, and he had found out last week that he had glaucoma. Maybe the Lord was getting him back for the work he was doing here on Earth. He thought he heard a door open somewhere and figured one of his overpaid associates might have wandered in to actually perform some weekend labor. The young folks these days, they just didn't have the same work ethic of Wingo's generation, even though they made outrageous sums. When had Henot worked a weekend for the first 15 years of his practice? The kids today grumbled about working past 6. Damn if his eyes weren't killing him. He finished the cup of coffee, but his thirst returned just as bad. He popped open a desk drawer and drank from the bottle of water he kept there. Now his head was throbbing, and his back was aching. He put a finger on his wrist and counted. Well, hell, his pulse was out of whack, too. Yet that happened just about every day. He had already taken his insulin and wouldn't need another shot for a while. Still, he wondered about speeding up the schedule. Maybe his blood sugar had plummeted somehow. He was always adjusting his insulin because he could never get the damn right dosage. His doctor had told him to stop drinking, but that was just not going to happen. Wingo knew. For him, bourbon was a necessity, not a luxury. He was sure he heard the door that time. "Hello," he called out. "Is that you, Missy?" Missy, he thought. Missy was his damn dog that had died 10 years ago. Where the hell had that come from? He tried to focus on the brief, but his vision was now so badly blurred, and his body was doing such funny things that Wingo finally started to get scared. Hell, maybe he was having a coronary, though. He felt no pain in his chest, no dull throb in his left shoulder and arm. He looked at the clock but couldn't make out the time. Okay, he needed to do something here. "Hello," he called out again. "I need some help here," he thought he heard approaching footsteps, but then no one ever came. "Okay, damn it," he thought. "Sons of bitches," he yelled. He picked up the phone and managed to guide his hand to the 9 and then twice on the 1. He waited, but no one came on the line. That was our tax dollars at work. You dial 911 and get Jack. "I need some help here." He called into the phone, and then he noted there was no dial tone. He hung up and lifted the receiver again. No dial tone. Well, shit. He slammed the phone down and missed the cradle, and the receiver fell to the floor. He pulled at his shirt collar because it was getting hard to breathe. Had been meaning to get one of those cell phones, but never had gotten around to it. "Is anybody out there, damn it?" Now he could hear the footsteps. His breathing was becoming impossible, like something was wedged down his gullet. Sweat was pouring off him. He looked up at the doorway. Through his clouded vision, he could see the door opening. The person came in. Mother? Damn if it wasn't his mother, and she would be dead 20 years this November. "Mother, I need some help. Not feeling too good." There was no one there, of course. Wingo was just hallucinating. Wingo slid to the floor now because he couldn't keep himself up in the chair any longer. He crawled along the floor to her, gasping and wheezing as he did so. "Mother?" he said hoarsely to the vision he was experiencing. "You got to help your boy. He ain't doing too good. He got to her and then she just disappeared on him just like that, right when he needed her." Wingo put his head on the floor and slowly closed his eyes. "Anybody out there? I need help," he said one last time. 17 Francis Westbrook was feeling seriously hampered. His usual haunts, his normal places of conducting business were not available to him. The feds, he knew, were looking for him, and whoever had set him up was no doubt trying to get the jump on him too. Westbrook couldn't assume anything else. In his line of work, extreme paranoia was really the only thing keeping him alive. Thus he was hanging out at least for the next hour in the back of a meat warehouse in southeast D.C. 10 minutes' drive from where he was sitting and freezing his ass off was the Capitol and other great national buildings. Westbrook had lived his whole life in Washington and had never been to a single monument. These grand edifices to a great nation meant absolutely nothing to him. He didn't consider himself an American, a Washingtonian, or a citizen of anything. He was just another brother looking to get by. His goal when he was 10 was to live to 15. Then his objective was to make it to 20 before he was killed. Then 25. When he hit 30, a couple of years ago, he had given himself a party worthy of a person achieving octogenarian status, because in his world everything was relative, maybe more so in the eyes of Francis Westbrook than other people. What was occupying most of his thinking now was how he had screwed up with Kevin. His desire to let the boy have a somewhat normal life had led him to be careless about Kevin's safety. He had once had Kevin with him all the time, but then a crew dispute had erupted into a full-fledged battle, and Kevin had been shot in the face and almost died. Francis hadn't even been able to take him to the hospital because he probably would have been arrested. After that, he let Kevin live with some quasi-family, an old lady and her grandson. He kept close watch on Kevin and visited him as often as he could. However, he let the boy have his freedom because every child needed that. And the fact was, Kevin was not going to grow up like Francis. He was going to have a real life away from guns and drugs and the quick drive to the medical examiner's office with a tag on your toe. Being around Francis too much, being witness to such a life, any young man might be tempted to stick his toes in the water. And once you did, you were caught for life, because that sweet-looking pond was pure quicksand and filled with water moccasins all claiming to be your friend until you were rent-looking and one of them sunk his fangs in your neck. That was not going to happen to Kevin, Francis had pledged when Kevin had been born, and yet maybe it already had. It would be truly ironic if Kevin did not outlive him, while Westbrook headed up one of the more lucrative drug operations in the D.C. metro area. He had never been arrested for anything. Not even a misdemeanor, though. He was going on his 23rd year in the business, having started very young and never looked back, because there was nothing to look back to. He was proud of that clean record, despite his felonious ways. It was not all luck. In fact, most of it was due to his carefully crafted survival plans, the way he gave information when it was needed to the right people, who in return then let him carry on his thing peacefully. That was key. Don't rock the boat. Don't be causing trouble on the street. Don't be shooting nobody or nothing if you can help it. Don't give the feds a hard time, because they got the manpower and money to make your life hell, and who needed that shit? His life was complicated enough as it was, and yet without Kevin his life was nothing. He looked over at Macy and Peebles, his twin shadows. He trusted them as much as he trusted anyone, which was not all that much. He always carried a gun and had needed it on more than one occasion to save his life. You only had to learn that lesson once. He glanced toward the door where Big Tuna had just come in. "Tuna, you got me some news, ain't you? Some good news about Kevin?" "Nothing yet, boss." "Then get your sorry ass back out there till you do." A sour-looking Tuna immediately left, and Westbrook looked at Peebles. "Talk to me, Antoine." Peebles looked chagrined and carefully adjusted his expensive reading glasses. The man's eyesight was excellent. Westbrook knew he just thought wearing spectacles helped him to look the part of an executive, trying to be something he never would be, legitimate. Westbrook had made his peace with that issue a long time ago. Really, the choice had been made for him. The moment he had been born in the back seat of a Cadillac up on cinder blocks, his mother snorting coke even as Frances had slipped out between her legs into the arms of her man of the moment, who had promptly set the child aside, cut the cord with a dirty knife, and forced the new mother to perform oral sex on him. His mother had told him about this later in graphic detail, as though it were the funniest story she had ever heard. "It's not good news," said Peebles. "Our main distributor said until the heat died down on you, he wasn't sure he could provide us with any more product, and our inventory levels are pretty low as it is." "Damn now, Anthata shock," said Westbrook. He sat back. Westbrook had to put on a strong front before Peebles and Macy and his people, yet the fact was he had a real problem. Like any reseller of sorts, Westbrook had obligations to folks down the line. And if they couldn't get what they needed from him, they would get it from somebody else. His survival time would not be long. And once you disappointed folks, they almost never did business with you again. "Okay, he'll deal with that later. This Webb London dude, what you got?" Peebles opened a file he had pulled from a leather briefcase and adjusted his reading glasses once more. Using his monogrammed handkerchief, Peebles had carefully wiped off the seat he was sitting on and had made it clear that holding a meeting inside a meat warehouse was far beneath his dignity. Peebles liked rolls of cash in his pockets and nice clothes and nice restaurants, and the nice ladies doing whatever he wanted for him or to him. He didn't carry a gun, and for all Westbrook knew, Peebles didn't even know how to shoot one. He had come up at a time when drug operations had been far less violent and run in a more orderly way, with accountants and computers and business files, and taking dirty money and making it clean, and having stock portfolios and even vacation homes that one traveled to in one's private jet. 10 years older than Peebles, Westbrook had come up purely on the streets. He had run crack for pennies a bag, slept in rat holes, gone hungry more often than not, dodged bullets and fired them into others when he had to. Peebles was good at what he did. He made sure that Westbrook's operation ran smoothly and that product came in when it was supposed to and went out to the people that it was intended for. And he also ensured that accounts receivable Westbrook had belly laughed when Peebles had first used that term with him. That accounts receivable were promptly paid. Money was efficiently laundered. Excess cash flow prudently invested innovations in the industry kept abreast of the latest technology utilized, all under the watchful eyes of Antoine Peebles. And still Westbrook couldn't bring himself to respect the man when personnel issues arose, though, which basically meant that somebody was trying to screw them. Antoine Peebles quickly stepped aside. He had no stomach for that part of the business. That's when Westbrook took over and handled things. And that's where Clyde Macy really earned all the dollars that he was paid. Westbrook looked over at his little white boy. He had thought it a joke when Macy had come to him for work. "You on the wrong side of town, boy," he had told Macy. "Whitey Town's up northwest way. You go get your ass to where it belongs." He had figured that would be the end of that until Macy had popped two gents trying to mess with Westbrook, and as Macy had explained at the time, had done it on a pro bono basis just to prove his value. And the little skinhead had never failed his boss. Who would have thought it? Big black Francis Westbrook being an equal opportunity employer. "Webb London," said Peebles, who stopped and coughed and then blew his nose, "has been with the FBI for over 13 years and with hostage rescue for about 8 he has highly thought of. Got lots of commendations and things like that in his file. He was badly injured and almost died during one mission." "Militiaman thing?" "Militiaman," said Westbrook, "right? That's white people with guns, think the government's fucked them over? They ought come see us black folk, see how good they really got it." Peebles continued, "There is an investigation currently going on into the shooting in the courtyard. Twan, tell me something I don't know, 'cause I'm freezing my ass off, and I see you are too. London's going to a psychiatrist. Not one at the Bureau, an outside firm. We know who. It's a group at Tyson's Corner. Not sure yet of the psychiatrist seeing him. Well, let's get that nailed down. Hell, talk to the shrink about things he ain't talked to anybody else about, and then maybe we have a talk with the shrink." "Right," said Peebles as he made a note. "And Twan, can you tell me what the hell they were going after that night? Don't you think that might be important shit?" Peebles bristled at this. I was just about to get to that. He rustled through some more papers while Macy meticulously cleaned his pistol, wiping away from the barrel dust motes that apparently only he could see. Peebles found what he was looking for and glanced up at his boss. "You're really not going to like this. There is a lot of shit I really don't like. Tell me, word is that they were going after you. That building was supposed to house our entire financial operations. Bean counters, computers, files, the whole deal." Peebles shook his head and looked offended, as though his personal honor had been impugned. "Like Wed, be stupid enough to have that centralized. They sent HRT in because they wanted to bring the money guys out alive to testify against you." Westbrook was so stunned by this that he didn't even take Peebles to task for saying our financial operations. They were Westbrook's, clear and simple. And why the hell they think that? We ain't never even used that building. I ain't never even been in the damn place. A thought suddenly seized Westbrook, but he decided to keep it to himself. When you wanted to deal, you needed to bring something to the party, and maybe he had something to do with that building. When Westbrook was just starting out on the streets, he had actually known that place real well. It was part of government-funded tenement housing built in the 1950s and designed to give poor families the subsidies they needed to get back on their feet. What it ended up being 20 years or so later was one of the worst drug areas in the city, with killings nightly. White kids in the suburbs watched TV at night while Westbrook had watched homicides in his own backyard. But there was something about that building and others like it that maybe the feds didn't know. Yeah, that one went in his deal-making file. He started feeling a little better, but just a little. Peebles perched his glasses on the end of his nose as he eyed Westbrook. "Well, I'm assuming the Bureau had some undercover working this thing, and that agent must have told them otherwise." "Who's the damn agent?" asked Westbrook. "That we don't know?" "Well, that's shit I gotta know. People going around lying about me. I want to know who it is." Something very cold had suddenly seized in Westbrook's chest even as he tried to put on a strong front. Now he was not feeling so good. If a Bureau agent had targeted what he thought was Westbrook's operations center, then this meant the FBI had turned its attention to him. Why the hell had they done that? He wasn't that big an operation, and he sure wasn't the only game in town. A bunch of crews did things a lot worse than he did. Now, nobody walked over him and nobody touched his turf, but he had played it low and cool for years, causing nobody trouble. Peebles said, well, whoever tipped the Bureau off knew what strings to pull. They don't call up HRT unless they got something very serious to go on. They hit that building because it was supposed to be filled with evidence to be used against you. At least that's what our sources say, and what they find there except the guns. Nothing place was empty. So the undercover was full of shit, or else his sources were. Or else they set him up. To set me up, said Westbrook. See, Twan, the cops ain't going to care what's not there. They still gonna think my ass was behind it 'cause it's on my turf. So whoever did this was taking no risk. They stacked the deck against me right from the go. Ain't no way I could win that. Am I right, Twan? Or you see it different? Westbrook studied Peebles closely. The man's body language had very subtly shifted. Westbrook, who had made the noticing of such things an instinct that had saved his life numerous times, definitely picked up on it, and he knew its source. Despite his college education and his skill at managing the business, Peebles was just not as quick as Westbrook was at sizing up a situation and coming to the right conclusion. His street instincts paled in comparison to his boss, and there was a simple reason for that. Westbrook had spent years surviving on those instincts and all the while honing them to an even sharper precision. Peebles had never had to do that. You're probably right? Yeah, probably, said Westbrook. He stared grimly at Peebles until the man finally looked down at his papers. So the thing is, as I probably see it, is we know jack shit about London. Only that his seeing a shrink 'cause he froze up. He could be in on it and just faking everybody out and saying it's all in his head. I'm certain he is in on it, commented Peebles. Westbrook sat back and smiled. No, he ain't in on it. Twan, I was just seeing if you could finally show me some street mind. You ain't there yet, bro. Not by a long shot. Peebles looked up in surprise. But you said, yeah, I know what I said, Twan. I can hear myself talk, okay? He hunched forward. I've been seeing the TV and newspapers, catching up on this dude Webb London, Twan, like you say. Man's a damn hero, got his ass shot up and all I've been following it too, said Peebles. And I didn't see anything that convinced me London's not in on the setup. In fact, the widow of one of his own men thinks he was in on it. And did you see what happened outside his house? The guy pulled his gun and fired on a bunch of reporters. Hez crazy. No, he fired in the air. Man like that. If he had wanted to kill anybody, they'd be dead. That man, he knows guns. That's easy to see. Peebles was backing down. I think the reason he didn't go out in that courtyard was because Heck knew the guns were there. He went down right before the guns started shooting, head to no. Is that right, Twan? He had to know. Peebles nodded. You wanted my informed opinion, that's it? Well, let me inform your damn opinion some more. You ever been shot at? Peebles looked over at Macy and then back at Westbrook. No, thankfully. Yeah, that's a hell of a lot to be thankful for. Well, see, I have, you too, right? Mace? Macy nodded and put his pistol away as he followed this discussion. See, folks don't like to get shot at, Twan. It just ain't natural to like something like getting your head blown off. Now, if London was in on it, he could have done lots of shit to stay away from that hit. He could have shot himself in the foot during training, ate some bad food and put himself in the hospital, run into a wall and broke his arm. All sorts of shit, so his ass not even been anywhere near that place, but he was. He hauling butt with all the rest of his crew. Then he can't haul no more and his team gets shot up. Now, a man on the take. What's he gonna do if he is stupid enough to go on the gig? He gonna sit back, maybe fire a few rounds in there, and then go see the shrink saying his mind's messed up. But what a guilty man ain't gonna do is go out in that courtyard and mess with those machine guns. He gonna stay nice and safe and collect his money for setting everybody up. Now this man, he went out there and did something even I ain't got the balls to do. He paused and he done something else just as crazy. What's that? Westbrook shook his head and decided it was really fortunate for Peebles that he was so good at the business end because he was surely lacking everywhere else. Unless the whole world's lying their asses off, that man saved Kevin. Ain't no way a guilty man gonna bother with that shit. Peebles sat back, looking thoroughly whipped. But if you're right, and he's not involved, then he won't know where Kevin is. That's right, he ain't. In fact, I ain't know nothing, do I? Except shit that don't matter. He said the last with a hard stare right at Peebles, and I ain't no closer to getting Kevin back than I was a week ago, am I? You happy about that, Twan? 'Cause I ain't, so what do we do? Asked Peebles. We keep a line on London and find out what shrink is seeing, and we wait them folks took Kevin didn't do it for nothing. They'll come to us and then we see what happens. But let me tell you this. I find out somebody sold me and Kevin out, baby. They could run to the South Pole and I'd find 'em and feed 'em to the polar bears limb by limb. And folks think I'm shitting, they better hope they never find out. Despite the severe chill in the room, a bead of sweat crept down Peebles' brow as Westbrook adjourned the meeting. 18, the air here was not fresh, the smells noxious at times, yet at least it was warm. They fed him all the food he wanted, and it was good. And he had books to read, though the light was fairly poor, but they had apologized for that, and they had even given him sketch pads and some charcoal pencils when he had asked for them. That had made his imprisonment easier. When things were going badly in his life, he could always turn to his drawings for a measure of solace. And yet, despite everyone's kindness, every time someone came to the room, he was convinced that it would be the moment of his death, because why else would they have brought him here but to kill him? Kevin Westbrook looked around at a room that was far bigger than the one he had at home, yet it seemed close all around him, as though it was shrinking or he was growing larger. He had no idea how long he had been here. Without the rise and fall of the sun, telling time was not possible, he had found. He never thought about calling out anymore. He had tried that once, and the man had come and told Kevin not to do that. He said it very politely and in a non-threatening way, as though Kevin had merely walked across a prized flower bed. Yet Kevin could sense that this man would kill him if he yelled out again. It was always the soft-talking ones who were the most dangerous. The clanking sound was always there, that and the hissing and the sound of running water nearby. Collectively, it would probably cover any noises he could make. But it was very irritating and interrupted his sleep. They apologized for that, too. They were much more polite than captors probably should be, thought Kevin. He had looked for ways to escape, yet there was only one door to the room and it was locked, so he read his books and drew his pictures. He ate and he drank, and he waited for the time when somebody would come and kill him. While he was sketching another drawing decipherable only to him, Kevin flinched when he heard the footsteps. As he listened to the door being unlocked, he wondered if that time had come. The man was the same one who had told him not to yell. Kevin had seen him before but didn't know his name. He wanted to know if Kevin was comfortable, if he needed anything else. Nope. You treating me real good? But my grandma be worried about me. Maybe I ought be getting on home now. Not right now, was all the man said. He perched on the large table in the middle of the room and eyed the small bed in the corner. You sleeping well? Okay. Then the man wanted to know one more time exactly what happened between Kevin and the man in the alley, the one that had grabbed Kevin, given him the note, sent him on his way. I didn't tell him nothing, because I ain't had nothing to tell him. Kevin's tone was more defiant than he would have liked, but the man had asked him these questions before, and he had told him the same answers, and he was growing weary of it. Think, said the man calmly. Here's a trained investigator. He may have picked up on something you said, though it didn't seem important when you said it. You're a smart boy. You'll be able to remember. Kevin held the piece of charcoal pencil in his hand, squeezing it until his joints cracked. I went down the alley like you told me to. I'd done what you told me to, and that's all. And you say he ain't gonna be moving or nothing. All messed up and stuff. Well, that ain't happen. He scared the crap out of me. See? You were wrong about that. The man put out a hand and Kevin flinched, but the man merely rubbed him gently on the shoulder. We didn't tell you to go near that courtyard, did we? We said to just sit tight and we'd come get you. See, we had everything timed out perfectly. The man laughed. You really made us jump through some hoops, son? Kevin felt the hand tighten on his shoulder, and despite the man's laughing, he could tell the fellow was upset, so he decided to change the subject. Why, you have that other boy with you. Just something for him to do, just like you did. He made some nice money, just like you did. In fact, you weren't supposed to see him, But we had to change things, see, because you weren't where you were supposed to be. Cut it pretty darn tight. The hand tightened some more. So you already let him go? Go ahead with your story, Kevin. That boy's no concern of yours. Tell me why you did what you did. How did Kevin explain this? He had had no idea what would happen when he had done what they told him to. Then the guns started firing, and he was scared, terrified, but it had been a terror rife with curiosity. It had been a curious dread, actually, to see what he had wrought, as though, say, you dropped a rock from a bridge onto a highway with no purpose other than to scare some motorists, only to see your handiwork result in a 50-car pileup and numerous deaths. And so when he should have run like hell, Kevin had gone farther down the alley to see what he had done, and the guns, instead of making him flee, had somehow drawn him closer, like both the horror and allure of a dead body. And then that man yelled at me. He now told his captor. Lord, how that had scared him. Rising up from all those bodies, that voice telling him to get back, stay back, warning him. Kevin looked at the man after describing all this. He had done what they had told him for one of the oldest reasons in the world, money enough to help his grandma and Jerome get into a nicer place, money enough to allow Kevin to believe he was helping out, taking care of others rather than always being taken care of. His grandma and Jerome had warned him about accepting offers of fast money from people who trolled his neighborhood looking for folks to do things they shouldn't. Many of Kevin's friends had been so taken in, now dead, crippled, imprisoned, or disillusioned for life. And now he had been added to that miserable pile at all of 10 years old. And then you heard the others coming from down the alley, prompted the man smoothly. Kevin nodded as he thought back to that moment. He had been so scared. Guns in front of him, men with more guns cutting off his only avenue of escape, except across that courtyard. At least he had thought so. That man had stopped him from doing that, had saved his life. Didn't even know him, and he had helped him. That was a new experience for Kevin. What was the man's name again, he asked. Webb London, the man said. Hez the guy you talked to? Hez the one I'm really interested in. I told him I ain't done nothing, Kevin said again, hoping that the same answer once more would make this man leave and let him get back to his drawing. He told me if I went out there, I'd get killed too. He showed me his hand where he'd been shot. I started to run the other way, and he say, if I do that, they kill me too. That's when he give me the hat and the note. He shot that flare off and told me to go on, and that's what I did. Good thing we had another boy lined up to take your place. You'd been through a lot. Somehow Kevin didn't think it was such a good thing for the other kid, and London actually went back into the courtyard. Kevin nodded. I looked back once. He had that big-ass gun. He went back in there, and I heard that gun go off. I was walking fast. Yes, he had walked fast until some men had appeared out of a doorway and snatched him clean. Kevin had caught a glimpse of the other boy, roughly his age and size, yet who was a stranger to Kevin. He looked just as scared as Kevin. One of the men had quickly read the note, asked Kevin what had happened. And then the other boy had been given the cap and note and sent off to deliver it in Kevin's stead. Why you bring that other boy? Kevin asked again, but Theman didn't answer. How come you sent him with the note and not me? The man ignored the question. Did London seem at all out of it to you? Like he wasn't thinking clearly? He tell me what to do. He thinking pretty good from where I be standing. The man took a deep breath and shook his head, obviously pondering this. Then he smiled at Kevin. You'll never realize how extraordinary that is, Kevin. Webb London must be truly special to have done that. You ain't tell me all what was gonna happen? The man continued to smile. That's because you didn't need to know, Kevin. Where's the other boy? Why you bring him? He asked again. You think of every contingency. Then most times things turn out okay. Is that other boy dead? The man rose. Let us know if you need anything else. We'll try and take care of you. Kevin decided to toss out a threat of his own. My brother be looking for me. He hadn't said this before, but he had been thinking it every minute he had. Everybody knew Kevin's brother. Just about everybody he knew feared his brother. Kevin prayed that this man feared him too. Kevin's spirits sank when he could clearly tell from the man's face that he didn't. Maybe this man wasn't afraid of anything. You just rest up, Kevin. The man looked at some of his drawings. You know, you've got a lot of talent. Who knows? Maybe you could have ended up not like your brother." The man closed and locked the door behind him. Kevin tried to stop them, but the tears just came in a rush down his cheeks, dripped onto his blanket. He rubbed them away, but more took their place. Kevin sank into a corner and wept so hard he kept losing his breath. Then he pulled a blanket over his head and sat there in the darkness. 19 Webb drove the Crown Vic down the street his mother used to live on. It was a neighborhood on its last legs, its potential never realized, and its vitality long since exhausted. Yet the location 30 years ago considered rural was now smack in the middle of prime suburbia, what with the continued sprawl of the metropolitan area, where commuters rose from their beds at 4 to get to the office by 8. In 5 years' time, a developer would probably buy up all the dilapidated properties, bulldoze them under, and new homes costing too much would arise from the dust of old ones, sacrificed for too little. Webb got out of the Crown Vic and looked around. Charlotte London had been one of the older people living here, and her house, despite Webb's efforts, was about as run down as the rest. The chain-link fence was a few rusting strands from collapse. The house's metal awnings sagged with water and carried grime that could no longer be cleaned away. The lone maple in front was dead, with brown leaves on it from the year before scraping a sad tune in the breeze. The grass had not been cut for a while because Webb had not been around to push the mower. He had fought a valiant effort over the years to keep it as it had once been, but had finally given up because his mother had taken little interest in maintaining her home and yard. Now that she was dead, Webb figured he would be selling the place at some point. He just didn't want to deal with it right now. Maybe never. Webb went inside and looked around. Right after her death, he'd come here. The place had been a mess, exactly as his mother had left it. He had spent an entire day cleaning the house and ended up carrying 10 30-gallon bags of trash to the curb. Then Webb had kept the electricity, water, and sewer going after his mother's death. It wasn't that he ever envisioned himself living here, but something just wouldn't let him go. Now he surveyed the rooms clean except for dust and the occasional cobweb. He settled down, checked his watch, and flipped on the TV just as a soap opera was interrupted for a special news event. This was the promised FBI news conference. Webb scooted forward and adjusted the picture and sound. Webb gaped as Percy Bates appeared at the podium. Where the hell was Buck Winters? Webb thought. He listened as Bates ran through Webb's distinguished career at the FBI, and some feel-good film was shown of Webb accepting various awards, medals, and citations from the bureau heads, and one from the president himself. Bates spoke of the horror in the courtyard and Webb's bravery and grit in doing what he had done when confronted with such an overwhelming foe. One shot was of Webb in the hospital with half his face bandaged. This made Webb reach up and touch the old wound. He felt proud and cheap at the same time. He suddenly wished Bates had not done this. This promo wasn't going to change anyone's mind. It just made him seem defensive. The journalists would crucify him, probably accuse the Bureau of covering their ass by shielding one of their own, and maybe in a way they were. He let out a low moan. He didn't think it could get any worse, yet it just had. He turned off the TV, sat there, and closed his eyes. In his mind, he felt a hand on his shoulder, but there was no one there. This seemed to always happen to him when he came here. His mother's presence was everywhere. Charlotte London had kept until her death the shoulder-length hair that had over the years turned from glorious, sexy blonde to elegant, luxurious silver. Her skin had been unwrinkled because she was allergic to the sun and had covered herself from it all her life. And her neck had been long and smooth with tight muscles set at the base. Webb wondered how many men had been seduced by that delicate but overpowering curve. When he was a teenager, Webb had had dreams about his young, sexy mother that to this day he still felt shame for. Despite the drinking and less than healthy eating habits, his mother had not gained an ounce in 40 years, and the weight had remained pretty much in its original locations. When she really put herself together, she had been a knockout at age 59. It was too bad that her liver had given out. The rest of her could have kept going for a while longer. As beautiful as she had been, it was her intellect that attracted most people. Yet the conversations between mother and son had been downright bizarre. His mother did not watch TV. They call it an idiot box for good reason. She had often said, I'd rather read Camus, or Goethe, or Jean Genet. Genet makes me laugh and cry at the same time, and I don't really know why, for there is arguably nothing humorous about Genet. His subject matter was vile, depraved, so much suffering, mostly autobiographical. Right, sure. Genet Gerda Webb had told her several years before, G-men like me, sort of. His mother had never gotten the joke, but they can be wonderfully compelling erotic even, she had said. What can he had asked? Vileness and depravity? Webb had taken a deep breath. He had wanted to tell her that he'd seen some vileness and depravity in his time that would have made old Jean Genet barf up his lunch. He had wanted to unequivocally inform his mother that these evils were nothing to joke about, because one day somebody filled to the brim with vileness and depravity might appear on her doorstep and violently end her life. Instead, he had remained silent. His mother had often had that effect on him. Charlotte London had been a child prodigy, astounding folks with her broad-ranging intellect. She had entered college at age 14 and earned a degree in American literature from Amherst, graduating near the top of her class. She had spoken 4 foreign languages fluently. After college, Charlotte had traveled the world alone for almost a year. Webb knew because he had seen the photos and read her journals. And that was back in the days when young women didn't do that sort of thing. She had even written a book chronicling her adventures, and the book was still selling to this day. Its title was London Times. London had been her maiden name, and she had changed it back after her second husband had died. She had had Webb's surname legally changed from Sullivan after she had divorced her first husband. Webb had never carried his stepfather's name. His mother would not allow it. It was just how she was. And to this day he never knew why he had been given such an odd name as Webb with only the one. He had gone up and down his maternal family tree, and the answer wasn't there. His mother had steadfastly refused even to tell Webb who had named him. When he had been little, his mother had shared with Webb much of what she had seen and done on her teenage travels, and he had thought hers the most wonderful stories he had ever heard. And he had wanted to go on trips with her just like that and write in his journal and take photos of his beautiful, adventurous mother against the backdrop of pristine water in Italy, or on a snow-capped mountain in Switzerland, or at an outdoor cafe in Paris. The beautiful mother and the dashing son taking the world by storm had dominated his boyhood thoughts. But then she had married Webb's stepfather, and those dreams went away. Webb opened his eyes and rose. He went to the basement first. Thick dust covered every surface, and Webb found nothing remotely close to what he was looking for. He went back upstairs and into the rear of the house where the kitchen was. He opened the back door and looked outside at the small garage that housed, among other things, his mother's ancient Plymouth duster. Webb could hear the cries of children at play nearby. He closed his eyes and rested his face against the mesh as those sounds sank in. In his mind, Webb could almost see the football being thrown. The coltish legs hustling after it, a very young Webb thinking that if he didn't catch that ball, his life would end. He sniffed the air, the smell of wood smoke mingling with the sweet aroma of freshly cut fall grass. There was nothing better, it seemed, and yet it was only a scent, never lasting for very long. And then you were pretty much right back in the shit of life. The shit he had discovered was never temporary. In his vision, the young Webb ran harder and harder. It was growing dark, and he knew his mother would be calling him in soon. Not to eat, but to run over to the neighbors to bum cigarettes for his stepfather, or to hustle down to the neighborhood foodway with a couple dollars, and a sad tale for old man Stein, who ran the place with a bigger heart than he should have. Always hustling down to the foodway was young Webb, always singing the sad Irish song, his mother coaching him on the lyrics. Where had she learned it? The sad song, Webb had asked her. As with the origin of his given name, she had never answered him. Webb could vividly remember Mr. Stein squatting down with his big glasses, old cardigan, and neat white apron, and graciously accepting the crumpled dollar bills from Webby London, as he liked to call Webb. Then he would help Webb pick out food for supper and maybe even breakfast. These groceries, of course, always cost far more than $2, and yet Stein had never said a word about the cost. Yet he had not been so reserved about other things. You tell your mother not to drink so much he had called after Webb as he had run off home carrying 2 bulging bags of groceries, and you tell that devil of a husband of hers that God will strike him down for what he has done if a man's hand does not do so sooner, and if only God would allow me that honor. I pray for it every night, Webby. You tell her that? And him too. Old man Stein was in love with Webb's mother, as were just about all the men in the neighborhood, married or not. In fact, the only man who didn't seem to be in love with Charlotte London was the man she was married to. He went upstairs and stared at the attic pull-down stairs in the middle of the hallway. This was where he should have started his search, of course, but he did not want to go up there. He finally grabbed the rope pull, hauled down the stairs, and climbed up. He clicked on the light, his gaze darting to every darkened corner as soon as he did so. Webb took another deep breath and told himself that simpering cowards rarely accomplished anything with their lives, that he was a big, brave HRT assaulter with a loaded 9mm in his holster. He moved into the attic and spent an hour compulsively going through more elements of his history than he really cared to. The school yearbooks were here with the awkward pictures of boys and girls trying to look older than they were, when only a few short years would pass before they would desperately be trying to do the opposite. He also spent time deciphering the yearbook scribbles from classmates outlining lavish plans for their futures, which had not come true for any of them that Webb knew of, including himself. His old varsity jacket and his football helmet were there in a box. There was a time when he could remember where every scratch on the helmet came from. Now he couldn't even remember the jersey number he had worn. There were old and useless school books, journals that had nothing in them but stupid pictures drawn by bored hands. His bored hands. In one corner was a clothes rack, with garments from the last 4 decades gathering dust, mold, and moth holes. There were also old records warped in the heat and cold. There were boxes of baseball and football trading cards that might now be worth a tidy fortune if Webb hadn't used them as targets for dart games and BB shooting. There were pieces of a bicycle Webb vaguely remembered owning, along with a half-dozen burned-out flashlights. There was also a clay figurine his mother had sculpted, and quite well, but it had been bashed around so much by his stepfather that the figure was now not only blind but also lacking ears and a nose. It was all a sad memorial to a quite ordinary family that actually had been anything but ordinary in certain ways. Webb was thinking of giving up when he found it. The box was under a collection of his mother's college books, the works of long-dead philosophers and writers and thinkers. Webb quickly looked through the box's contents. It was enough to start with. He would be one poor investigator if he couldn't follow it up to something. He was surprised he had never noticed it before while growing up in this house, but he had never been looking for it back then. He jerked around and stared at the farthest corner from him. It was dark, shadowy, and he could almost swear something had moved there. His hand eased to his gun. He hated this attic, hated it, and yet he didn't really know why. It was just a damn attic. He carried the box to his car, and on the way back to his motel, Webb used his cell phone to call Percy Bates. "Nice job, Perce. What a difference a day makes." "But what happened to old Bucky Winters backed out at the last minute, right, in case I go crashing down? And so he left you to do it for him." "I actually volunteered when he waffled on it. You're a good guy, Perce, but you'll never rise higher in the Bureau if you keep doing the right thing. Like, I give a crap about that. Any breaks, we trace the guns. Stolen from a military facility in Virginia. 2 years ago. Big help. But, well, chase it down every path until it dies on us. Any sign of Kevin Westbrook? None. And no other witnesses have come forward. Apparently everyone down that way was struck deaf and dumb. I guess you've talked to the people Kevin lived with. Anything come out of that? Not much. They haven't seen him. Like I said, he avoided that place anyway." Webb chose his next words carefully, so nobody to love the kid. No old lady or grandmother lying around. There is an old woman. And we think she's Kevin's mother's stepmother or something like that. She wasn't real clear on the relation either. You'd think it'd be pretty simple to say one way or another. But talk about your extended families. Dads in prisons, moms gone, brothers dead, sisters hookers. You got babies dropped off everywhere with anybody who looks halfway respectable, and that's usually the older folks. She seemed genuinely worried about the boy, but she's scared too. They're all scared down there. "Perce, did you ever actually see Kevin before he went missing?" Why? I'm trying to put together a timeline between when I last saw him and when he disappeared. A timeline? Damn, wish he'd thought of that, Bates said sarcastically. Come on, Perce. I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes, but I saved that boy's life and I'd kind of like him to keep it. Webb, you know the likelihood of the kid turning up alive is pretty damn slim? Whoever took him wasn't planning a surprise party at Chuck E. Jesus for the boy. We've searched every place we can think of, got APBs out in all the surrounding states, and even on the Canadian and Mexican borders. It's not like they'd hang around the city with the kid. But if he was working for his brother, he might be safe. I mean, I understand this Big F is one mean bastard, but popping your little brother. Come on, I've seen worse and so have you. But did you see Kevin? No, I didn't personally see the kid. He was gone before I got there. There, you satisfied? I spoke with the HRT guys who were babysitting him. They said they turned him over to a couple of FBI suits. Webb had decided not to mention Romano's statement that actually only Oneman had been definitively involved because he wanted to hear Betas take on it. You'll be no doubt stunned that I talked to them too and found out the same thing. They couldn't tell me the names of the agents. Any luck there, it's a little early in the game. Webb now gave up any pretense of congeniality. No, it's really not, Perce. I spent a lot of years doing what you do. I know how these cases go down. If you can't tell me by now who the suits were, that means they weren't FBI. That means a couple of imposters got inside an FBI crime scene, your crime scene, and made off with a key witness. Maybe I can help. That's your theory? And I don't want or need your help. Are you telling me I'm wrong? What I'm going to tell you is to keep the hell out of my investigation. And I mean what I say. It was my damn team. I understand that. But if I find out you're doing anything asking one question, following up one lead on your own, then your ass is mine. I hope I'm making myself clear. I'll call you when I crack the case. Webb clicked off and quietly berated himself for blowing his last asset at the Bureau. He had been as subtle as a dump truck, but Bates just seemed to bring out the bulldog in folks. And to think he had originally called merely to thank the guy for the press conference. 20. Claire stretched her arms and stifled a yawn. She had been up too early and had worked too late the night before. Such had become her life's routine. Married at 19 to her high school sweetheart. She had been a mother at 20 and divorced at 22. The sacrifices she had made over the next 10 years while she pursued her medical and psychiatric degrees were too numerous for her to recall. Yet she had no regrets about her daughter. Now a freshman in college, Maggie Daniels was healthy, bright, and well-adjusted. Her father had wanted no part in his daughter's upbringing, and he would be given no role in her adulthood either. Actually, that was up to Maggie. Claire knew, but she had never asked much about her dad and had taken single parenting in stride. Claire had never really gotten back into the social circles, and she had finally come to the conclusion that her career would be her life. She opened her file and studied the notes she had made there. Webb London was a fascinating subject for any student of human psychology, from the little Claire had gathered before his very abrupt departure from her office. The man was a walking billboard of personal problems. From the obvious issues in his childhood to his disfigurement as an adult, to the sort of dangerous work that he did and seemed to derive so much from, a person could devote her professional life to such a patient. The knock on her door interrupted her thoughts. Yes, the door opened and one of Claire's colleagues stood there. You might want to come and see this. What is it, Wayne? I'm kind of busy. FBI press conference. Webb London. I saw him leaving here the other day. You counseled him, right? She frowned at his question and didn't answer it. But she got up and followed him out to the reception area, where there was a little TV set up. Several other of the psychiatrists and psychologists who had offices here, including Ed O'Bannon, were already assembled and watching the screen. It was lunchtime, and none of them appeared to have patience. Several of them held parts of their meals in their hands. For the next 10 minutes or so, Claire Daniels got a much more in-depth look at the life and career of Webb London. She found herself putting her hand up to her mouth when she saw Webb in the hospital, most of his face and torso bandaged. The man had been through a lot more than someone should have to go through, and Claire was feeling an incredibly strong urge to help him, despite how dramatically he had ended their session. When the press conference was over and people started to filter back to their offices, Claire stopped O'Bannon. "Ed, you remember I told you about seeing Webb London when you weren't available?" "Sure, Claire. I appreciate you doing that, actually." He lowered his voice. "Unlike some of the others around here. I know I can trust you not to pilfer my patients." "Well, I appreciate that, Ed. But the truth is, I've taken a particular interest in Webb, and he and I really hit it off at our session." She added very firmly, "And I want to take over his counseling." O'Bannon looked stunned and shook his head. "No, Claire. I've seen London before, and he's a bit of a tough nut. He and I never really finished exploring it, but he seems to have serious mother-son issues. I understand all that, but I really want to work on his case, and I appreciate that. But he's my patient, and there is something to be said for continuity of treatment, starting with keeping the same doctor." Claire took a deep breath and said, "Can we let Webb decide?" "Excuse me, can you call him and let Webb decide on which of us he'd prefer?" O'Bannon looked very annoyed. "I hardly think that's necessary. We really seem to click, Ed, and I think that perhaps another pair of eyes on his case might be beneficial. I'm not liking what you're insinuating, Claire. My credentials are impeccable. In case you didn't know, I served in Vietnam, where I dealt with combat syndrome cases, shell shock, prisoners of war who'd been brainwashed, and I was very successful. Webb is not in the military. HRT is about as military as you can get for a civilian agency. I know the breed, and I speak their language. I think my experience is uniquely suited to his case. I'm not implying anything to the contrary, but Webb did tell me that he wasn't completely comfortable with you. And I know you would agree that the best interests of the patient are paramount. I don't need you to lecture me on professional ethics." He paused for a moment, "But he said that he wasn't completely comfortable with me." "Yes, but I think that's more a reflection on the fact that you're right. He is a tough nut. For all I know, he may not like me once we get going in treatment." She touched O'Bannon on the shoulder. "So you'll call him today?" O'Bannon grudgingly said, "I'll call him." Webb was driving when his phone rang. He checked the readout on the screen. It was a number in Virginia he didn't recognize. "Hello," he answered cautiously. "Webb." The voice seemed very familiar, but nothing clicked. "It's Dr. O'Bannon." Webb blinked. "How did you get this number? You gave it to me during our most recent session. Look, I've been thinking that—" "Webb, I talked to Claire Daniels." Webb felt his face growing warm. "Did she tell you we talked?" "She did. But she didn't tell me what you had talked about, of course. I understand that you were in a bit of crisis and Claire tried to get hold of me before talking to you. That's really why I'm calling. I'm not exactly following this." "Well, Claire said that you two really seemed to hit it off. She seemed to think that maybe you would be more comfortable with her. Since you're my patient, you and I need to consent to such an arrangement. Look, Dr. O'Bannon, Webb, I want you to know that we were successful in the past in dealing with your issues, and I think we can be again. Claire probably was just embellishing somewhat on your uncertainty about me. But just so you know, Claire does not have the experience I do. I've been seeing FBI agents for longer than she has. I don't like to say this, but between you and me, Claire would be out of her league with you." He paused, apparently awaiting Webb's answer. "So, we're good? You'll continue to see me?" "I'll go with Claire." "Webb, come on." "I want Claire." O'Bannon was silent for a bit. "Are you sure?" he finally said curtly. "I'm sure, then. I'll have Claire get in contact with you." "I hope you two click," he added brusquely. The line went dead, and Webb continued driving. 2 minutes passed, and the phone rang again. It was Claire Daniels. "I guess you feel like quite the pursued man," she said, in a disarming tone. "It's nice to be popular." "I like to finish what I start, Webb. Even if it means upsetting a colleague. Claire, I appreciate everything, and I know I told O'Bannon it was okay, but please, Webb, I think I can help you. At least I did like to try." He thought about this for a bit as he stared over at the cardboard box. What treasures did it hold? "Can I reach you at this number? I'll be here until 5, after that." He pulled into a gas station and wrote down Claire's cell and home phone. He said he'd call her back later and clicked off. Webb punched the numbers into his phone's memory, pulled back onto the road and tried to think all this through. What he didn't like was that she was trying really hard, maybe too hard. Webb drove back to the motel room. He checked his messages at home. A few people who had seen the press conference had called to wish him well. And an equal number of voices he didn't recognize were basically telling him that they wanted to punch him in his cowardly, messed-up face. Once Webb thought he heard Julie Patterson's voice and kids bawling in the background, but he couldn't be sure. He wouldn't exactly be at the top of the woman's phone list. He sat on the floor with his back to the wall and suddenly felt so sorry for Julie he started to shake. Sure, things were going rough for him right now, but that would blow over. She had the rest of her life to work through, with the weight of a lost husband and child forever around her neck, and 4 young kids to raise on her own. She was a survivor like Webb. And survivors hurt them most of all, for they had to pick up the pieces somehow and go right on living. He dialed the number, and a child answered. It was the oldest, Lou Jr., all of 11 years old and the man of the house. Now, Louie, is your mom in? It's Webb. There was a long pause. Did you get our dad killed, Webb? No, I didn't, Louie. You know better than that. But we're going to find out who did it. Go get your mom, son, he added firmly. Webb heard the boy plunk down the phone and walk off. While he waited, Webb felt himself start trembling once more, for he had absolutely no idea what he would say to the woman. His nervousness grew as he heard footsteps approaching the phone, and then it was picked up, but the person said nothing. Julie, he finally said. What do you want, Webb? Her voice was tired. Ironically, the weary tone was more painful to Webb than her angry screams at the church. I wanted to see if there was anything I could do to help. There is nothing you or anybody else can do. You should have somebody with you. It's not good to be alone right now. My sister and mother came down from Newark. Webb took a breath. Well, that was good. Julie at least sounded calm, rational. We're going to find who did this, Julie, if it takes the rest of my life. I just want you to know that. Lou and the others meant everything to me. You do what you need to do, but that won't bring them back, Webb. Did you see the press conference on TV today? No, and please don't call again. She hung up. Webb sat there while he absorbed this. It wasn't that he had actually expected her to say she was sorry about trashing him the other day. That was far too much to expect. What bothered Webb was that he felt dismissed by her. Please don't call again. Maybe the other wives felt the same way. Neither Debbie nor Cinda nor any of the others had contacted him to see how he was doing. Then again, he reminded himself, their loss was much greater than his. They had lost their husbands. He had just lost his friends. He supposed there was an enormous difference. It was just in his case there didn't seem to be. He ran across the street to a 7-Eleven and bought a cup of coffee. It had started to drizzle and the temperature had dropped. What had started as a beautiful warm day now was gray and wet, so common for this area and so reinforcing for his suicidal spirits. Webb returned to his room, sat on the floor, and opened the cardboard box. The documents were musty, some mildewed, the few photos yellowed and torn, and yet he was enthralled by it all, for he had never seen these things before. Partly it was because he had never known his mother had kept these items from her first marriage, and he had also never searched the house for them before either. Why not? He wasn't sure. Perhaps his relationship with his stepfather had smothered all interest Webb had in Dad's. He arranged the photos fan-like on the floor and then examined them. His father, Harry Sullivan, had been a handsome man. Very tall and broad-shouldered. He had wavy dark hair worn in a greased pompadour and possessed a confident look as he stared out from the photo. He looked like a 1940s-era film star, young and commanding, with a mischievous gleam in his blue eyes. Webb could see how Harry Sullivan could be attractive to a young woman who was naive, perhaps despite her intelligence and her world travels. Webb wondered what his father would look like now, after years in prison, after decades of what he assumed was a fast life to nowhere. In another photo, Sullivan had his arm around Charlotte's tiny waist. The man's arm was so long it curled around her torso, and his fingers were placed just under her breasts, maybe even touching them. They looked very happy. Indeed, Charlotte London in her pleated skirt and flip hairstyle looked more beautiful, more enchanting, and more excited to be alive than Webb had ever seen her. Yet that was part of youth, he supposed. They hadn't experienced the hard times yet. Webb touched his cheek. No, the hard times weren't great, and they didn't necessarily always make you stronger. Looking at her so full of life, Webb had a hard time believing that the woman was actually dead. As the rain started to pour harder outside, Webb sat in his motel room and sipped his coffee and looked at some of the other items. He fingered the Sullivans' marriage certificate. Webb was surprised his mom had kept that. Then again, it was her first marriage, however awry it might have gone. His father's signature was surprisingly small for such a big, confident-looking man. And the letters were badly formed, as though old Harry were embarrassed by the exercise of signing his name, unsure of how to make out the letters. An uneducated man, Webb concluded. He laid down the certificate and picked up another slip of paper. A letter at the top was the heading of a correctional facility in Georgia. The date of the letter was a year after mother and son had fled the convict that the husband and father had become. The letter was typewritten, but Harry Sullivan's signature appeared at the bottom, and this signature was written bolder, the letters larger and more exactly formed, as though the man had been really working at it. But then, he had had a lot of free time in prison. The contents of the letter were brief. It took the form of an apology to Charlotte and Webb. When he got out, he would be a changed man, he claimed. He would do right by them. Well, actually, the letter said that Harry Sullivan would try hard to fulfill all these promises. Webb had to concede that it was perhaps brutal honesty on Sullivan's part. Not an easy thing for a man rotting slowly in prison. Webb had conducted enough interrogations to know that steel bars and big locks and no future as a free person tended to make people lie shamelessly if they thought it would help their cause. He wondered if the divorce papers had reached his father soon after he had sent the letter. What did that do to a man in prison? His freedom taken and then his wife and son gone too. It certainly didn't leave a person with much. Webb had never faulted his mother for doing what she did, and he didn't fault her now. Yet these little snippets of his family history made him feel a little sorry for Harry Sullivan, wherever he might be, dead or alive. Webb put the letter aside and spent the next couple of hours going through the other contents. Most were items completely useless to him in tracking down his father, yet Webb spent time over them all, if just to get a better feel for the man. His hand closed around two objects that promised a lead. One was an expired driver's license that had his father's photo on it, and the other, more importantly, was his Social Security card. These opened up all sorts of possibilities. Webb also had another angle to work. He swallowed his pride, called Percy Bates, and apologized to an almost embarrassing degree. Then he told him Harry Sullivan's name, Social Security number, and a guesstimate of the dates of Sullivan's incarceration in the Georgia prison. Webb had thought about calling Ann Lyle with this request, but he didn't want to go to that well too often. Ann had enough to do, and HRT really needed her full attention right now. Besides, she hadn't gotten back to Webb yet on Cove, and he didn't want her to feel pressured. Who is this guy? Bates wanted to know. When Webb had applied to join the Bureau, he had had to put down his real father's name, and the investigators had wanted further particulars. He had asked his mother back then to supply more information on the man, but she had absolutely refused to discuss it. Webb had told the investigators he didn't know the whereabouts of his father and had no information to help them track him down. As far as he knew, that had been the end of it. He had passed the background check and was off and running in his FBI career. His last contact with his father had been at age 6, and the Bureau couldn't exactly hold it against Webb that his father was a con, just some guy I need to find. Webb told Bates. Webb knew that the Bureau was very thorough in its background checks and could very well have information about Webb's father. Webb had just never felt inclined to check the file over the years, and yet Bates might know that Harry Sullivan was Webb's father. If so, he was lying very well, any connection to the investigation. No, like you said, that's off limits, but I'd really appreciate the favor. Bates said, head, see what he could do, and then hung up. Webb packed the box away and slid it into a corner. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed his voicemail again. He'd been obsessive about it since the courtyard, and not really sure why. When he heard the voice, he was glad he was so diligent. Debbie Reiner wanted to know if Webb could come to dinner tonight. He immediately called her back and said he would. She had seen the piece on TV. I never had any doubts, Webb. she said. He let out a long breath. Life seemed a lot better right now. He brought up the number he wanted on the phone screen. It was after 5, so Claire Daniels wouldn't be at her office. His finger hesitated over the button, and then he called her. She was in her car heading home. She told him, "I can see you first thing in the morning." "Nene M," she said. "So you've got all my problems solved. I'm efficient, but I'm not that quick." He found himself smiling at this remark. "I appreciate you letting me counsel you. I know change is hard. Change, I can handle, Claire. It's the going crazy part that's bothering me." "Ill. See you at 9. 21. The dinner with Debbie Reiner and her children did not go nearly as well as Webb had hoped. Carol Garcia was there too, with one of her kids. They sat around the dining room table, made small talk, and mostly avoided matters having to do with the total destruction of their lives. When the Garcias made the sign of the cross on their chests, Webb thought about what he told Danny Garcia before every mission. Webb had been right, for God had not been with them that night. Yet all Webb said was, "Would you pass the potatoes, please?" HRT operators didn't really encourage support groups among their wives. In some cases, it was because they didn't want their spouses to gossip among themselves about their husbands. Operators showed many sides of themselves at training and during missions, and not all good ones. An inadvertent slip by one of them to his wife could spread like wildfire among the women if they seriously networked. In other cases, it was to discourage the wives from collectively worrying themselves to death, swapping incorrect information, speculation, and outright falsehoods generated by fear of where their husbands were, how long they would be gone, whether they were dead. The kids poked at their food, slouched in their seats, and clearly did not want to be there. They treated Webb, who had been their bosom friend, playing and joking and watching them grow up, like they had no idea who he even was. Everyone, even Debbie Reiner's 7-year-old daughter, who had loved Webb from almost the day she was born, looked relieved when he said his goodbyes. "Keep in touch," Debbie said, pecking him on the cheek. Carol merely waved to him from a safe distance, while she clutched her glassy-eyed son to her wide hips. "You bet, sure thing," Webb said. "Take care. Thanks for dinner. You need anything, just let me know." He drove off in the Vic, knowing he would most likely never see them again. Time to move on. That was clearly the message of the dinner. At 9 sharp the next morning, Webb stepped into Claire Daniels' world. Ironically, the first person he saw was Dr. O'Bannon Webb. "Good to see you. Would you like some coffee? I know where it is." "I'll get it, thanks. You know, Webb, I was in Vietnam. Never under fire. I was a psychiatrist back then too, but I saw a lot of guys who were. Things happen in combat, things you never think will. But you know what? You'll probably be stronger for it. And I worked with POWs who'd been tortured by the damn Viet Cong. It's terrible what they were put through. Classic physical and mental manipulation, ostracizing troublemakers, robbing them of every scrap of moral and physical support, controlling their lives down to the position of their sleep, turning each individual against the other in the name of the group, as it was defined by their captors. Now, of course, it's not ethical for one psychiatrist to poach patients off the other, although frankly I was a little surprised about what happened with Claire, but I think Claire would agree that the paramount issue here is your best interest, Webb. So, if you ever change your mind about working with Claire, I'm here for you." He slapped Webb on the back, gave what Webb assumed was intended to be an encouraging look, and walked off. Claire came out of her office a few moments later, saw him, and they made their coffees together. They watched as a uniformed repairman with a box of tools came out of the closet, housing the office's electrical and phone lines, and left. "Problems? Ask Webb." "I don't know, I just came in," answered Claire. As they were making their coffees, Webb checked the woman out. Claire was wearing a blouse and knee-length skirt that showed off nice tanned calves and ankles, but her hair, though short, was in a bit of disarray. She seemed to note Webb's observation and swiped at the errant strands. "I've been fast walking around the building in the mornings to get a little exercise. Wind and humidity aren't really good for hair." She took a sip of her coffee and added some more sugar. "You ready?" "As ready as I'll ever be." Once in her office, Claire perused 2 files for a bit, while Webb stared over at a pair of sneakers in the corner. Probably what she fast walked in. He looked over at her nervously. "First of all, Webb, I want to thank you for having enough confidence in me to let me take over your treatment. I'm not really sure why I did," he said candidly. "Well, whatever the reason, I'm going to work hard to make sure your decision was a good one. Dr. O'Bannon wasn't very happy about it, but the primary concern is you." She held up a small file. "This is the file Dr. O'Bannon gave me when I took over your case." Webb attempted a weak smile. "I would have thought it would have been thicker." "Actually, I was thinking the same thing," was Claire's surprising reply. "It shows the notes from a number of standard sessions. He prescribed various medications, antidepressants, again, nothing out of the ordinary. So, is that good or bad? Good if it helped you, and I'm assuming it did since you returned to a productive life. But maybe your case deserves a little more digging. I have to tell you that I'm surprised that he didn't hypnotize you. Hess very skilled at that, and that is usually part of his course of treatment. In fact, O'Bannon teaches a course at GW where every third or fourth year he hypnotizes a student and does things like making them block out a letter from the alphabet so they'll look at the word cat on the blackboard and pronounce it at, or make them believe a gnat is flying around their ear, things like that. We do that as part of a routine to demonstrate visual and auditory-induced hallucinations. I remember we talked about it the first time I saw him years ago. I didn't want to do it, so we didn't," he said flatly. "I see." She held up a much thicker folder. "Your official bureau file, or at least part of it," she said in response to his inquisitive look. "So I gathered. I thought they kept that confidential. You signed a release when you agreed to counseling. The file is routinely given to the therapist for help and treatment, minus any top secret or other sensitive information, of course. Dr. O'Bannon transferred the file to me when you became my patient. I've been going over it thoroughly. Good for you." Webb cracked his knuckles and looked at her expectantly. "You didn't mention in our initial interview that your stepfather, Raymond Stockton, died from a fall in the house when you were 15. Didn't I? Huh, I thought I did. But you didn't take notes, so you have no way of checking, do you? Trust me, Webb, I would have remembered that. You also told me you got along with your stepfather, didn't you?" She looked down at the papers. Webb felt his heart rate accelerate and his ears burn. Her interrogation technique was classic. She had baselined him and had just now jerked his chain using a 500-pound gorilla for added leverage. "We had some differences. Who doesn't? There are page after page of assault claims in here. Some filed by neighbors, some by you. All against Raymond Stockton. Is that what you refer to as some differences?" He flushed angrily and she quickly added, "I'm not being sarcastic. I just want to try and understand your relationship with the man." "There is nothing to understand because we didn't have a relationship." Claire consulted her notes again, flipping back and forth, and Webb watched every movement with growing anxiety. "Is the house that your mother left you the same one where Stockton died?" Webb didn't say anything. "Webb, is it the same? I heard you," he snapped. "Yeah, it's the same one. So what?" "I was just asking. So, do you think you're going to sell it? Why do you care? Do you do real estate on the side? I'm just getting a sense that you seem to have issues about the house. It wasn't a real nice place to have a childhood. I understand that completely. But often to get better and move on, you must confront your fears head on. There's nothing in that house I need to confront. Why don't we talk about it some more? Look, Claire, this is getting pretty far afield, isn't it? I came to you because my team got blown away and it's messed me up. Let's stick to that. Forget the past, forget the house, and let's just forget fathers. They've got nothing to do with me or who I am. On the contrary, they have a great deal to do with who you are. Without understanding your past, I can't help with your present or your future. It's that simple. Why don't you give me some damn pills and well call it a day, okay? That way the Bureau's satisfied that I did my little mind massage and you did your job." Claire shook her head. "I don't work that way, Webb. I want to help you. I think I can help you. But you have to work with me. I can't compromise on that." "I thought you said I had combat syndrome or something." "What does that have to do with my stepfather?" "We merely talked about that being one possibility for what happened to you in that alley. I didn't say that it was the only possibility. We need to thoroughly explore all angles if we're to really address your issues. Issues you make it sound so simple, like moping about having acne. We can use another term if you prefer, but it really won't affect how we approach the problems." Webb covered his face with his hands and then spoke through this shield. "What the hell exactly do you want from me? Honesty to the extent you can give it? And I think you can if you really try. You have to trust me." Webb removed his hands. "Okay, here's the truth. Stockton was a creep, pills and a boozer. He never got past the 60s, apparently. He held some low-level office job where he got to wear a suit to work and fancied himself another Dylan Thomas on his off hours. So what you're telling me is he was some sort of frustrated dreamer, perhaps even a phony. He wanted to be more of an intellectual and more talented than my mother, and he wasn't, not by miles. His poetry was for shit. He never got anything published. The only thing he had in common with old Dylan was the fact that he drank too much. I guess he thought the bottle would inspire him, so he beat your mother?" She tapped the file. "Is that what it says in the file?" "Actually, what it doesn't say in the file is even more interesting. Your mother never filed charges against Stockton." "Well, I guess we have to believe the record then." "Did he beat your mother?" she asked again, and once more Webb didn't answer. "Or did he just beat you?" Webb slowly lifted his gaze to her, yet still said nothing. "So just you and your mother let this occur. Charlotte wasn't around a lot. Shed made a mistake in marrying this guy. She knew it, so she avoided it." "I see. I guess divorce wasn't an option." "Shed done that once. I don't think she felt like bothering with it again. It was easier just to drive off into the night, and she left you with a man who she knew abused you. And how did that make you feel?" Webb said nothing. "Did you ever talk to her about it, to let her know how it made you feel?" "Wouldn't have done any good? To her, the guy never existed, meaning she repressed the memory, meaning whatever the hell you want it to mean. We never talked about it." "Were you home when your stepfather died?" "Maybe. I don't really remember. I've sort of repressed it, too. The file just said your stepfather fell. How did he fall from the top of the attic stairs? He kept his secret stash of mind goodies up in the attic. He was wigged out, missed a step, cracked his head on the edge of the opening going down, and broke his neck when he hit the floor. The police investigated, and it was ruled an accidental death. Was your mother home when it happened, or had she gone out on one of her drivs?" "What? Are you pretending you're an FBI agent now?" "Just trying to understand the situation. Charlotte was home. She was the one who called the ambulance, but like I said, he was already dead. Have you always called your mother by her first name? Seems appropriate. I imagine you had to feel relief at Stockton's death. Let's put it this way. I didn't cry at the funeral." Claire leaned forward and spoke in a very low voice. "Webb, this next question is going to be very difficult, and if you don't want to answer it now, fine. But in instances of parental abuse, I have to address it." Webb held up both hands. "He never touched my private parts, and he never made me touch his private parts, okay? Nothing like that. They asked back then, and I told the truth back then. The guy wasn't a molester. He was just a cruel, sadistic asshole who made up for a lifetime of insecurities and disappointments by beating the shit out of a boy. If he had messed with me like that, I would have found a way to kill him myself." Webb realized what he had just said and hastily added, "But the guy saved everybody the trouble by taking his tumble." Claire sat back and put aside the file. This small measure relieved Webb's anxiety somewhat, and he sat up. She said, "You obviously remember your time with your stepfather and loathed it for good reason. Have you thought more about any memories with your natural father?" "Fathers are fathers," meaning what? You lump your real father and Raymond Stockton together saves the trouble of thinking about it too much, doesn't it? The easy way out usually solves nothing. I wouldn't know where to begin, Claire. I really wouldn't. All right, let's go back to the courtyard for a bit. I know it'll be painful, but let's go through it again." Webb did so, and it was painful, all right. "The first group of people you met, you don't remember that having any sort of effect on you? Nothing other than wondering if one of them would try to kill us or tip somebody off. But I knew the snipers had them covered. So other than the potential of instant death, everything was cool. If she was put off by his sarcasm, the woman didn't show it. That actually impressed Webb. All right, in your mind's eye, picture the little boy. Do you remember any better exactly what he said? Is that really important?" At this stage, we really don't know what's important and what's not. Webb sighed heavily and said, "Okay, I saw the kid. He looked at us." He said Webb stopped here because he could see Kevin clearly in his mind. The bullet hole in his cheek, the slash across his forehead. He was a little wreck of a kid who had obviously already lived a long, crappy life, he said. He said, "Damn to hell." That's what he said. He looked at her excitedly. "That's it?" Oh, and then he laughed. I mean, this really weird laugh, like a cackle? Really? At which part did you feel affected? Webb thought about this. He'd have to say when he first spoke. I mean, it was like this fog pushed into my brain. Webb added, "Damn to hell." That's exactly what he said. It's happening again. I can feel my fingers tingling. This is nuts. Claire wrote some notes down and then looked at him. That's pretty unusual for a young boy to use that phraseology, especially from the inner city. Certainly damn and hell would be used, but damn to hell. I mean, it sounds sort of archaic, like from another era. Maybe puritanical, fire and brimstone. What do you think about that? To me, it sounds like from the Civil War or around that time, actually, said Webb. It's all very strange. Trust me, Claire, the whole night was strange. Did you feel anything else? Webb thought hard. We were waiting for final orders to hit the target. Then we got them. He shook his head. As soon as I heard the orders in my earpiece, I froze. It was immediate. You remember I was telling you about the taser guns we messed around with at HRT? She nodded. Well, it was like I'd been hit with one of those electrified darts. I couldn't move. Could someone have actually shot you with a taser gun in the alley? Could that be why you froze? Impossible. No one was that close, and the dart wouldn't have penetrated my Kevlar. And last but not least, the thing would be still been sticking in me. Right? Right. Claire made more notes and said, "Now, you stated before that even though you froze, you were able to actually get up and move into the courtyard. It was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life, Claire. It was like I weighed 2,000 pounds, nothing on me was working right, and it finally won and I just fell and stayed there. And then the gun started up." When did you start to recover? Webb thought about this. It felt like years where I couldn't move. But it wasn't all that long. Right when the gun started firing, I felt everything start to come back. I could move my arms and legs, and they were burning like hell. Like when your arm or leg falls asleep and the circulation starts going again. That's what my limbs felt like, and it wasn't like I needed them at that point. I pretty much had nowhere to go. So it just came back on its own? You don't remember doing something that might have paralyzed you? Maybe a back problem suffered in training. Have you ever had any nerve damage that could immobilize you too? Nothing like that. If you're not in top-notch condition, you don't go on an operation. So you heard the guns firing and the feeling started to come back to your body. Yes. Anything else? The kid. I'd seen a million just like him, and yet he seemed different. I couldn't get him out of my head. It wasn't just that head been shot. I've seen kids like that too. I don't know. While the guns were firing, I saw him again. He was crouched down next to the alley. Another step and head have been cut in half. I screamed for him to get back. I belly crawled over to him. I could tell he was scared to death. He heard hotel team coming from one end, me from the other. These damn guns firing, and I could tell he was going to run for it across the courtyard, and that'd be it. I just couldn't let that happen, Claire. So many people had already died that night. He jumped, and I caught him, got him calmed down because he was yelling that he hadn't done anything. And of course, when a kid says that, he's hiding something, like I said, I got him calmed down. He asked if my team was dead, and I told him yes. I gave him the note and my cap and shot the flare. I knew that was the only way Hotel wouldn't kill him coming at them in the dark. I just didn't want him to die, Claire. It must have been an awful night for you, but, Webb, you should feel good about saving him. Should I? What did I save him for? To go back to the streets? See, this is a special little kid. Has got a brother named Big F who runs one of the local drug ops. Has bad news. So maybe all this could involve some of this Big F person's enemies. Maybe. He paused and decided whether to reveal this or not. Somebody switched kids in the alley. Switched kids? What do you mean? I mean the Kevin Westbrook that I saved in that alley was not the boy that delivered the note to Hotel Team. And the little boy that disappeared from the crime scene was not the Kevin Westbrook I saved. Why would somebody do that? That's the $64,000 question, and it's driving me nuts. What I do know is I saved Kevin Westbrook's butt in that courtyard, and the kid he was switched for told Hotel Team that I was this big coward. Why would he do that? Sounds like he was almost trying to intentionally discredit you. A kid I didn't even know. Webb shook his head. Somebody waystring to make me look bad. That's for sure, and must have told the kid just what to say, and then they waltzed right in and waltzed out with the fake kid. Hez probably dead. Hell, Kevin's probably dead. Sounds like somebody put a lot of planning into this, said Claire, and I'd love to know why. We can only try, Webb. I can help you with some of it, but the investigation part is way out of my bailiwick. It actually may be out of my league, too. I haven't really been doing much detecting over the last 8 years. He played with a ring on his finger. O'Bannon gave me a little pep talk on combat syndrome when I came into the office this morning. Claire hiked her eyebrows. Oh, did he? His Vietnam angle? She seemed to be trying hard not to smile. I didn't think it was the first time Head used that line. But is that what you think it is? I mean, despite this other stuff with the kid? I can't tell you that, Webb, not yet. See, I know soldiers get that way. Folks shooting at them and they freak. Everybody can understand that. She eyed him closely. But he started talking very quickly. But most soldiers get a little boot camp, and then they're thrown into the firestorm. They know nothing about killing somebody. They know nothing about what it's like to be in the line of fire for real. Me, I've trained most of my adult life to do this job. I've had stuff coming at me that you wouldn't believe, Claire. From machine gun fire to frigging mortar rounds that if they hit me, there'd be nothing left of me. I've managed to kill men with most of the blood in my body pooling on the floor, and never once, not one damn time did I ever lose it like I did that night, and there hadn't even been one damn shot fired at that point. Tell me, how the hell is that possible? Webb, I know that you're looking for answers. We have to keep plugging. But I can tell you that when we're dealing with the mind, anything is possible. He stared at her, shaking his head and wondering where the hell he could get off whatever road he was on. Well, Doc, that's not a whole lot of help, is it? How much is the Bureau paying you to tell me nothing? He abruptly got up and left. Once again, Claire didn't try and stop him, not that she could have. She had had patients walk out on her before, although never during their first 2 sessions. Claire settled back in her chair and started going over notes, and then picked up a recorder and started dictating. Unknown to Claire, hidden in the smoke detector attached to the ceiling, was a sophisticated listening device that ran off the building's electrical current and also had a battery backup. Every psychiatrist and psychologist who worked here had a similar listening device secretly housed in his office. The phone closet in the office housed additional electronic taps, one of which had broken down, prompting the repairman's visit that morning. These prying ears had swept up enormous amounts of intelligence on every patient who had come through the doors. Over the last year, over 100 FBI agents from all divisions, including undercover, public corruption, WFO, Uptown, and HRT, and over 20 spouses of those personnel had come here expecting the utmost confidentiality as they revealed their secrets and problems. They had received anything but that. As soon as Webb stormed out of the office, Ed O'Bannon slipped out as well, rode the elevator down to the garage, climbed in his brand-new Audi coupe, and drove off. He picked up his cell phone and punched in a number. It took a few rings, but the phone was finally answered. "Is this a good time?" he asked, anxiously. The party on the other end answered that it was as good as any if the conversation was short and to the point. "London came here today? So I heard," said the voice. "My guy was there to repair a glitch. So how's it going with old Webb?" O'Bannon swallowed nervously. He's seeing another psychiatrist. He quickly added, "I tried my best to stop it, but no go." O'Bannon had to hold the phone away from his ear. So loud and angry was the response from the other person. "Listen, it's not what I intended," said O'Bannon. "I couldn't believe he would actually see another psychiatrist. It came out of the blue. What her name is Claire Daniels. She used to work for me." Shez's been here for years, very competent. Under other circumstances there wouldn't be a problem. I couldn't make too much of a stink without them getting suspicious." The other person made a suggestion that caused O'Bannon to tremble. He pulled the car off the road. "No, killing her would only arouse suspicion. I know London too. Well, maybe Hez smart. If anything happens to Claire, he'll latch onto that and never let it go. That's just how he is. Trust me, I've worked with the man a long time. Remember? That's why you hired me." "But that's not the only reason why," said the other person. "And we pay you well, Ed, real well. And I don't like it one bit that Hez seeing this Daniels chick. I've got it under control. If I know London, hell, come a few times, and then blow the rest of it off. But if anything else comes of it, well, know it. I'll keep on top of it." "You better," said the other. And the second you no longer have it under control is the time we step in. The line went dead, and O'Bannon, looking very distraught, pulled back on the road and drove off. 22 Webb had spent considerable time in the Vic, cruising the streets near where the slaughter had taken place. He was on unpaid leave and not part of the official investigation. Thus he could request no backup should he need it, nor did he have a clear idea of what he was looking for. The darkness of the streets was broken by the uniform glare of traffic lights. There were cameras at many of these intersections ostensibly to photograph drivers who ran red lights. However, Webb thought they actually might be serving the dual purpose of surveillance devices in these high crime areas. He had to appreciate the ingenuity of the local criminals, though, because many of the cameras had been knocked out of their viewing lanes. Some pointed to the sky, others to the earth, a few at buildings, still others had been smashed. Well, so much for Big Brother. Webb kept checking messages at home. No more wives had called. Cinda and Debbie had probably worked the grapevine, informed the others that they had done the dirty work of getting him clear of all their lives. Webb could almost hear the ladies' collective sigh. Webb had finally made another appointment to see Claire. She did not mention his parting insult and second abrupt exit from her office. She merely noted the time and said that she would see him then. The woman must have a really thick skin, he thought. There were several other people in the waiting room when Webb got there. None of them made eye contact, and Webb attempted none. He supposed that's the way it was in a shrink's waiting room. Who wanted strangers to see you attending to your insanity? Claire came out and got him with a reassuring smile and handed him a fresh cup of coffee, the cream and sugar already in it just like he liked it. They settled in her office. Webb slid a hand through his hair. "Look, Claire, sorry about last time. Not usually that big a jerk. I know you're just trying to help, and I know none of this is easy to figure out. Don't apologize for doing exactly what you should be doing, Webb, which is getting all these thoughts and feelings out in the open so that you can deal with them." He gave her a weak smile and said, "So, where to today, Doc?" "Mars or Venus? To start off with, let's explore post-traumatic stress disorder and really see if it applies to your case." Webb inwardly smiled. Now this he could handle. Like shell shock. That term is very often misused, and I want to get a little more precise. Now, clinically speaking, you have probably suffered traumatic stress with the events that transpired in that courtyard. I'd probably agree with that. Well, let's test that conclusion. If that is the diagnosis, then there are several proven methods of coping with it, including stress management techniques, proper nutrition and sleep patterns, relaxation drills, cognitive reframing, and prescription anxiolytic medications. "Damn, sounds simple," he said sarcastically. She looked at him in what Webb thought was a strange way. Sometimes it is simple. She looked down at her papers. "All right. Have you noticed any changes in yourself physically? Chills, dizziness, chest pain, elevated blood pressure, difficulty breathing, fatigue, nausea, anything like that?" "The first time I went back to the courtyard and went over what happened, I felt a little dizzy." "Anything since then?" "No." "All right, have you been excessively excitable since then?" Webb didn't have to think long. "No, not really. Any type of substance abuse to help you cope?" "Nothing. I've been drinking less, actually. Flashbacks of the event." Webb shook his head. "Do you feel numb, wanting to avoid life, people?" "No, I want to find out what happened. I want to be proactive. Are you more angry, irritable, or hostile than normal with people?" She looked at him and smiled. "Present company excluded." Webb returned the smile briefly. Not really, Claire. I think I've been relatively calm, actually. Persistent depression, panic attacks, heightened anxiety or phobia formations, nothing like that. Okay, do you have repetitive memories of the event that intrude suddenly on your thoughts? Traumatic dreams or nightmares? In other words, Webb spoke slowly as he picked his way through this mental minefield. The night in the hospital after it happened, I had some bad dreams. They had me drugged up, but I remember I kept apologizing over and over to all the guys' wives. Perfectly natural under the circumstances. Anything since then along those lines? Webb shook his head. I've been really busy with the investigation, he said, by way of defense. But I think about it all the time. I mean, what happened in that courtyard? It crushed me, like a pile driver. I've never experienced anything like it. But in your line of work, you have experienced death before? Yes, but never to any of my team. Do you find you've blocked part of what happened out of your mind, something we refer to as memory dysfunction or amnesiac syndrome? No, I pretty much remember every damn detail, Webb replied wearily. While Claire looked down at her notes, Webb blurted out, I didn't want them to die, Claire. I'm sorry that they did. I would do anything to have them back. She looked up at him and put aside her notes. Webb, listen to me very carefully. Just because you don't have the symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder does not mean you don't care what happened to your friends. It doesn't mean you're not suffering. You have to understand that. What I see in you is a man who is suffering all the normal symptoms of having gone through an ordeal that would have left most people unable to function, at least for quite a long time. But not me. You have unique skills, years of training, and a psychological makeup that aided you considerably in being selected for HRT in the first place. I've learned a lot more about HRT since you came to me. I know that the physical pounding and stress they put you through is extraordinary, but the ordeal they put you through mentally is even more daunting. Because of both your physical and psychological makeup, you can deal with more than just about anyone. Webb, you survived that courtyard obviously not just with your life, but also with your mind intact. So I don't have post-traumatic stress disorder. No, I don't think that you do. He looked down at his hands. Does this mean we're done? No. Just because you're not traumatized over what happened in that courtyard doesn't mean you don't have some issues that need working through. Perhaps some issues that have been with you since long before you joined HRT. He sat back, instantly suspicious. He couldn't seem to help himself, like, that's what we're here to talk about. You mentioned that you felt a part of your colleagues' families. I'm wondering if you ever wanted a family of your own? Webb thought about this for a while before answering. I always thought it'd have a big family, you know? Lots of sons to play ball with and lots of daughters to spoil. Let them wrap old Dad around their pretty little fingers and me smiling all the way. Claire picked up her pad and pen. And why didn't you? Years got away from me. Is that all? Isn't that enough? She looked at his face, both the good and the bad. Webb turned away, just like he had last time. Do you always do that? Do what? Turn the injured side of your face away when someone looks at it. I don't know. I don't really think about it. It seems to me, Webb, that you think very carefully about everything you do. Maybe you'd be surprised. We haven't talked about personal relationships. Are you dating anyone? My job doesn't leave a lot of time for that, yet the other men on your team were all married. Maybe they were just better at it than me, he said curtly. Tell me, when did you receive the injuries to your face? Do we really have to go there? It seems as though you're uncomfortable with this. We can go on to something else. No, what the hell? I'm not uncomfortable about it. He stood, took off his jacket, and while Claire watched in growing amazement, Webb undid the top button on his shirt to reveal the bullet wound on his neck. I got the injuriesto my face right before I got this injury. He pointed to the wound on the base of his neck. Some white supremacists called the Free Society took over a school in Richmond. While my face was on fire, one of them got me with a .357 Magnum round. Nice clean wound, went right through me. Another millimeter to the left, I'm either dead or a quad now. I got another one, but I won't show you the hole, it's right here. He touched the wound near his armpit. That bullet was what we in the business call a chunneler round. You know, like the tunnel under the English Channel and those monster drills that dug it. It is damn wicked ordnance, Claire, steel-jacketed. It spirals into you at about Mach 3. And if anything gets in its way, it's pulverized. It went right through me and then killed the guy behind me who was looking to pop my head open with a machete. If it had been a dum-dum round instead of steel-jacketed, the bullet would still be in me and it'd be dead from a machete sticking in my skull. He smiled. Can you believe the timing on that one? Claire looked down, remaining silent. Hey, Doc, don't look away. You haven't seen the best yet. She glanced up as he cupped his chin with his hand and angled the damaged side of his face so it was fully on display for her. Now this beauty came from a flame gusher that almost took out my good buddy Lou Patterson, the late husband of the woman who dissed me to the whole world. I'm sure you saw that on TV, right? Damn shield melted right to my face. They tell me a doctor and a nurse fainted when they saw me at the hospital in Richmond. The whole side was a raw open wound. Somebody said I looked like I had already decomposed. 5 operations, Claire, and the pain. Well, let me tell you, the pain just doesn't come any better. They had to strap me down more than a few times. And when I saw what was left of my face, all I wanted to do was put a gun in my mouth and chew on a round. And in fact, I almost did. And after finally getting past all of that and checking out of the hospital, it was really fun to see how the women ran screaming when they saw old Webb coming their way. My little black book just went right down the old toilet. So no, I really don't date that often. And marriage just seemed to take a back seat to important things like taking out the garbage and cutting the grass. He sat back down and buttoned his shirt. Anything else you want to know? He asked amiably. I actually saw the Bureau press conference where they revealed a lot about how you received your injuries. What you did was incredibly heroic. Yet it seems like your view of yourself is someone who is unattractive and unacceptable to women. Then she added, and I'm also wondering if you think you would have made a good father. Damn the woman. She just didn't quit. I'd like to think so, he said evenly, trying very, very hard to keep his temper in check. No, I'm asking you if you do think so. What the hell kind of question is that, he said angrily. Do you think if you had children, you would have ever abused them? Webb came halfway out of his chair. Claire, about 2 seconds from walking out of here, and not coming back. She stared him down. Remember when we first started therapy, I said you had to trust me. Now, therapy is not easy, Webb, particularly if you have issues you don't want to address. All I'm trying to do is help, but you need to deal straight with me. If you want to waste time with histrionics, that's your call. I'd prefer to be more productive. Psychiatrist and lawman stared at each other for a very long moment. Webb finally was the one to blink, and he sat back down. He had just achieved a much better appreciation for Romano's plight with Angie. I wouldn't have beaten my kids. Why would I, after what Stockton did to me? What you say seems perfectly logical. However, the reality is that most parents who abuse their children were also abused as children. It's not as easy as learning from our parents' mistakes because our emotional psyche doesn't work that efficiently. And children aren't equipped to think that way. They are powerless to resist the abuse, and thus they repress the hatred and anger and feelings of helplessness, often over many years. It doesn't just go away by itself. This boiling pot of confusion, feelings of betrayal, or the low self-esteem that accompanies the abused child, daddy or mommy can't love me because they hit me and it must be my fault because daddy and mommy can do no wrong. Abused children grow up and have children, and sometimes they work through their problems and become outstanding parents. Other times, the anger and hatred that has lain dormant for so long comes out and is directed at their own children, just as it was done to them. I would never raise my hand to a child, Claire. I know what I do for a living might make me seem that way, but not like that. I believe you, Webb. I really do. But more to the point, do I believe you? His face flushed again. You're really throwing me here, lady. Let me phrase it more directly then. Do you think it just possible that your decision not to marry and have children may have come from the fact that you were abused, and you feared you may abuse your own children? It's not unheard of. Webb, it's really not. Some might claim it's the ultimate sacrifice, in fact, or the ultimate running away from your problems. Some might claim that too. What do you think it could very well be? You're both. But if that is the reason you've held back from marriage and a family, we can work through it, Webb. And while I can understand how the injuries to your face might make it difficult for some women to be attracted to you, don't think all women are like that, because they're not. He shook his head and then stopped, glanced up at her, held her gaze. When I was sitting out in the middle of Montana during yet another standoff with yet another group pissed off at the government, I'd spend my morning watch drawing beads on the guys with my sniper rifle as they passed by the window. I spent several hours every day just waiting for the moment when I'd have to kill one of them. That sort of thing just wears you down, Claire, the waiting to kill part. So when I was off watch, sitting under the stars in the evenings out there in the middle of nowhere, Montana, I used to write letters home. To whom? Webb looked a little embarrassed and took a few moments to get going, for he had never revealed this before to anyone. I pretended I had kids. He shook his head and couldn't even look at her now. I even made up names like Webb Jr. Lacey. My youngest was Brooke, with red hair and teeth missing, and I'd write them all letters. I actually sent them to my house so they'd be waiting there when I got home. In the middle of waiting to kill a bunch of losers in Montana who were so outgunned it wasn't even funny, I'm writing to Brooke Louise and telling her daddy will be home soon. I actually started believing I had a family back home. It's really the only thing that got me through, because I finally did have to pull that trigger and the population of Montana dropped by a couple. He stopped and wiped his mouth, swallowed what seemed to Webb like a mountain of belly bile, and stared at the carpet. When I got home, there were all those letters waiting for me, but I didn't even read them. I already knew what they said. The house was empty. No Brooke Louise. He finally looked up. "That's pretty crazy, isn't it?" he said. "Writing letters to kids you don't even have without trying to." Webb could see that he had finally gotten to Claire Daniels. When Webb left Claire's office and saw the two people conversing in low voices in the waiting area, he blanked for a second, because the context was wrong. O'Bannon was standing there, and that fit, for the man worked here after all. The woman he was there with, though she shouldn't be here, when she glanced over and saw Webb standing there. Debbie Reiner actually gasped. O'Bannon saw Webb too and came over to him, his hand extended. "Webb? I didn't know you were going to be in today. I guess there was no way I would know. Claire and I don't exactly share calendars. Bit of an ethical nightmare if we did." Webb didn't take the doctor's hand. He kept staring at Debbie, who seemed frozen, like she had just been caught in a tryst with O'Bannon. O'Bannon looked between them. "Do you two know each other?" Then he smacked his forehead and answered his own question. "HRT." Webb moved over to Debbie, who was pulling a tissue out of her purse. "Deb, you're seeing O'Bannon?" "Webb," O'Bannon said. "That's really confidential." Webb waved the little man off. "Yeah, I know, top secret. I never liked this common waiting area. It's not good for patient privacy. But there's no other configuration possible," O'Bannon said, though the two were clearly not listening to his complaint. Finally, he said, "See you, Debbie." To Webb, he said, "Take it easy, Webb. I'm sure Claire's doing wonders for you." He looked at Webb inquiringly. "She is, Doc." Webb wanted to say, "The woman's doing such wonders for me. She's driving me nuts." Webb held the door for Debbie and they walked to the elevators. She wouldn't look at him, and Webb felt himself growing red in the face with anger, embarrassment. He wasn't quite sure what. He finally said, "I'm seeing a shrink to help me through what happened." "I guess you are too." She blew her nose and finally looked at him. "I've been seeing Dr. O'Bannon for well over a year." Webb. Again he stared blankly at her and didn't even hear the elevator doors open. "Are you going down?" Debbie wanted to know. They got out on the street and were about to go off in different directions when Webb swallowed his confusion and said, "You got time for a cup of coffee, Deb?" He was absolutely certain that she wouldn't have any time at all for the likes of him. "There is a Starbucks around the corner. I know the lay of the land quite well around here." They sat with their grande cups in a lonely corner while shiny machines whirred, slurped and sputtered for their thirsty customers. "Over a year, you say? You've been seeing a shrink all that time?" Debbie stirred sprinkles of cinnamon deep into her cup. "Some people are in therapy their whole lives, Webb." "Yeah, other people. Not people like you." She looked at him in a way she never had before. Let me tell you about people like me, Webb. When Teddy and me were first married, he was regular military. I knew what I was in store for. Assignments overseas where no one spoke your language, or else in swampy backwater USA where you had to drive 100 miles to go to the movies. But I loved Teddy, and I went eyes wide open. Then he went Delta, and the kids started coming. And while we mostly stayed in one place, Teddy never was in that place. Half the time, I didn't know where he was, dead or alive. I'd read about it in the newspaper, or see it on CNN like everybody else. But we got through that. Then he joins HRT, and I thought it might actually be better. My God, nobody told me HRT was even crazier than Delta Webb, or that my husband would be gone more than he ever was before. I could take it when I was 20 with no kids. I'm not 20 anymore, Webb, and I've got 3 kids that I raised pretty much on my own on Teddy's paycheck, which, after all those years of serving his damn country, was about what a cashier at Kmart earns. I was there every day for my children, and all my youngest wants to know is, why did Daddy have to go away? Why can't Daddy come home? And I have absolutely no answer to give her. He died fighting the good fight, Deb. He died for his country. Her fist came down so hard on the table. The slurping customers all turned and stared. That's a bunch of bullshit, and you know it. With a monumental effort, she gathered herself. Webb. The woman seemed like an erupting volcano desperately trying to recall its lava. She said, he made his choice. He wanted to be with his buddies and his guns and his adventures. Her voice grew calmer, sadder. He loved you guys. He loved you, Webb. God, you have no idea how much he did. Far more than he cared about me or even his own kids, because he didn't know them half as well as he knew you. You guys fought together. You saved each other's lives each day you walked in harm's way, and were good enough and trained hard enough to make it through, as a team. The greatest damn team there ever was. He talked to you about things he never would with me. He had this whole other life I could never be a part of, and it was more exciting, more of a rush than anything else he had. She spread her arms wide. How can a mere wife and family compete with all that? Teddy would only tell me things here and there about what he was doing. Just little tidbits to keep peace in the family. She shook her head. There were so many days I hated all of you for taking him away from us. She put a tissue to her eyes to catch the tears. Webb wanted to put his hand out and touch her, but he didn't know if that would be welcome. He felt guilty of grand and awful crimes, and he never realized had even been indicted. Did Teddy go to therapy too? He asked quietly. Debbie wiped her eyes clear and took a sip of her coffee. No, he said, if anyone at HRT found out he was seeing a shrink, they'd throw him off the team, that there was no room for guys with weaknesses on HRT, and besides, he said he had no reason to go to a shrink. There wasn't anything wrong with him, even if I had some crazy problem. He didn't want me to go, but I put my foot down for once in my life. I had to Webb, I had to talk to somebody, and I'm not the only HRT wife who's seeing a psychiatrist. There are others, like Angie Romano. Angie Romano, Webb, wondered if she came to talk about Paulie. Maybe he beat her. No, more likely she beat Paulie. I'm sorry you weren't. Happy, Deb. You deserve to be at his house. Webb had 100 pictures of himself and his Charlie buddies doing fun things together, and not one wife appeared in any of those photos because they had never been invited to come. Webb had judged others without walking in their shoes. It was not a mistake he cared ever to repeat, for the exposure of one's ignorance could be so devastating and complete. She looked at him, reached out and touched his hand, even attempted a smile, so, now that I've unloaded on you like a ton of bricks, how's your therapy going? Webb shrugged. It's going. I'm not sure where. I know it doesn't come close to what you lost, but it suddenly occurred to me that those guys were all I had in my life. And they're gone and I'm still here and I'm not sure why. I don't think I'll ever be sure why. I'm sorry what Julie Patterson did to you. Shez totally screwed up. She was never that stable to begin with. She resented you guys, I think. Most of all, Julie could do it to me again, and I'd take it again, he said flatly. You should get out now, Webb. You've paid your dues. You've damn well served your country. You've given enough. They can't ask for any more of you. I figure after about 30 years of psychobabble, it'll be as good as new. It does work, Webb. O'Bannon's even hypnotized me. Got me to think about things I never thought I could. I guess they were hidden really deep inside. Debbie gripped his hand more tightly. I know the dinner at my house was awful. We didn't know what to say to you. We wanted to make you feel comfortable, but I know we didn't. I'm surprised you didn't run out screaming before dessert. It wasn't your job to make me feel comfortable. You've been so good with everybody's kids over the years. I want you to know how much we all appreciated that, and there's not one of us who isn't glad you survived. We all know how you've risked your life over the years to keep our husbands alive. She reached across and touched the damaged side of his face, sliding her soft fingers up and down the rough, jerry-rigged surface, and Webb did not pull away. We all know the price you've paid, Webb. Right now it seems worth it. 23 Tuna popped back into the driver's seat and closed and locked the door. He stretched out a long arm and handed the envelope back to Francis, who was sitting in the rear section of seats in the jet-black Lincoln Navigator. Macy sat in the middle section, a pair of sunglasses on, though the vehicle's glass was tinted. He wore an ear radio and a holstered gun. Peebles was not with them. Francis looked at the envelope but didn't take it.
Weird. You get this, Tuna? Don't be handing me shit you ain't know where it comes from. I taught you better than that. It's clean.
They already checked it out, boss. Don't know where it come from, but it ain't no letter bomb or nothing. Francis snatched the letter away and told Tuna to drive on. As soon as his hand touched the object in the envelope, Francis knew what the letter was. He opened it and took out the ring. It was small and gold and wouldn't have even fit over his pinky, but it had fit Kevin's middle finger just fine when Francis had bought it for him. On the inside of the ring was engraved the names Kevin and Francis. Actually, it read Francis and Kevin for life. Francis felt his hands begin to shake, and he quickly glanced up and saw Tuna staring at him in the rearview mirror. Drive the damn car, Tuna, or you're going to find your sorry ass in a dumpster with my whole pistol mag in your damn head. The Navigator pulled away from the curb and sped up. Francis looked down at the envelope and carefully slipped the letter out. It was old block print, something you might see in some mystery show. Whoever had Kevin was asking no, telling Francis to do something if he wanted to see the boy alive again. What they were telling him to do was odd. Francis would have expected a demand for money or for him to give up all or part of his territory, and he would have done it, gotten Kevin back, and then tracked down his abductors and killed all of them, probably with his bare hands. But there was no such demands, and thus Francis was confused and suddenly more afraid for Kevin than he already had been, because he had no clue as to what these people were up to. He had seen firsthand the motivations that made people do everything from taking someone's money to taking someone's life. He thought he'd seen it all. And from the contents of the letter, these people were obviously aware of something that Francis was too. Something special about the location of the building where all the feds had gotten shot up. Where'd this letter come from? Tuna. Tuna's gaze in the rearview mirror caught his. Tuan said it was at the downtown place. Somebody slipped it under the door. The downtown place was a condo that was one of the few places that Francis used more than a couple times. It was held in the name of a corporation whose sole purpose was to allow Francis the drug lord to actually own something legally without the police knocking his door down. He had fixed it up nicely with original artwork of some ghetto brothers he admired and who were trying to do almost the impossible and live life straight. That's right, Francis Westbrook was a patron of the arts of sorts. And the condo was also filled with custom-made furniture that was big enough and sturdy enough to allow him to lounge on it without breaking it. The address of the condo had been one of his most jealously guarded secrets, and it was the one place where he could actually relax. Now someone had discovered the location, had violated the place, and Francis knew he could never go back there. He folded up the letter and put it away in his pocket, but he held the tiny ring in his big hand and looked at it. Then he slipped the photo out of his shirt pocket and looked at it. It had been taken on Kevin's 9th birthday. Francis had the boy on his shoulders. They had gone to a Redskins game and had on matching jerseys. Francis was so big that most people at the stadium thought he was a Redskin. That's right, big and black, must be good for nothing except playing ball for outrageous bucks. He remembered, though, that Kevin had thought that very cool. Better than your old man being a drug dealer, he supposed. And what did his son really think of him? The man he believed was his big brother yet, who was really his daddy. What did he think when he got caught in a crossfire intended to kill Francis? Francis remembered holding Kevin with one arm, shielding him from more harm, while his other hand held a gun and he was firing at the sons of bitches who had turned a birthday party into a kill zone. Couldn't even take him to the damn hospital. Had to give him to Jerome, and Kevin screaming that he wanted his brother and Francis not being able to do anything about that because the cops were all over DC General after the shootout. They were just waiting for men with bullets in them to show up, and on would go the cuffs. The cops had been looking for a long time for some excuse to put his butt away, and Francis would have left on a nice lengthy visit to some supermax prison for the benign act of dropping his wounded son off so doctors could save his life. He felt tears welling up in his eyes, and he tried hard to push them away. He could only recall crying twice in his life. When Kevin was born and when Kevin had been shot and almost killed. His plan had always been to make enough money to last him 2 lifetimes, his and Kevin's, because when Francis retired from the business and left for his little island somewhere, his son was coming with him, away from the drugs and the guns and the premature deaths happening all around them. Maybe he would even summon the courage to tell Kevin the truth that he was his father. He wasn't really sure why he had created this lie about being his big brother. Was he afraid of fatherhood? Or were lies just an essential part of Francis Westbrook's life? His cell phone rang, just like the letter said it would. They must be watching him. He slowly held it up to his ear. Kevin Tuna turned his head around when he heard the name. Macy sat impassively. "You all right, little man? They treating you okay?" Francis said into the phone. He nodded at the answer he heard. They spoke for about a minute, and then the line went dead. Francis put down the phone. "Mace?" he said. Macy instantly turned and looked at him. "Mace, we got to get to this Webb London dude. Things have changed. You talking killing or information exchange? You want him to come to us or us go to him? Be better if he found us. If you're talking info, you want him dead though. Ill go to him and it's done." Macy was always logical like that. He read your mind, thought for himself, reviewed the possibilities, and took the pressure off his boss from having to do all the analysis, making all the tough decisions. Francis knew that Tuna would never be like that, and even Peebles was limited in that capacity. Damn ironic that a little white boy with a vicious streak would become his #1 kind of guy, his soulmate of sorts, as much as black and white could be info, for now. So he comes to us. How long, you reckon? Has been seen nosing around in that bucher of his, probably looking for clues. I'd say it wouldn't take all that long. He comes our way. We got a nice carrot to dangle in front of him. Let's do it. Oh, and Mace, nice call on that other thing. Francis glanced at Tuna. "Just doing my job," replied Macy. Kevin looked up at the man as he put the phone away. "You did real good, Kevin. I want to see my brother one step at a time. You just talk to him, see, we're not bad people. Hell, we're into family stuff. See, he laughed in a way that made Kevin think he wasn't into family at all. He rubbed his finger where his ring had been. Why you let me talk to him? Well, it's important that he knows you're okay, so he do what you tell him to do. Damn, you really are one smart kid. You want a job? He laughed again, turned and left, locking the door behind him. What I want, Kevin called after him, is out of here. 24 Webb had not read a paper in several days. He finally bought a copy of the Washington Post and went through it over coffee at a table near the large fountain at the Reston Town Center. He had been making slow circles of the Washington metropolitan area and racking up some serious motel bills for the Bureau. Webb occasionally looked up and smiled at the kids climbing up on the ledge and throwing pennies into the fountains while their mothers held onto their shirt tails so they wouldn't go plunging into the water. He had gone through sports, metro style, working his way backward to the front section. On page A6, his nonchalant attitude disappeared. He reread the article 3 times and looked closely at the accompanying photos. When he sat back and digested it all, he found himself coming to conclusions that didn't seem possible. So far-fetched were they. He touched the damaged side of his face and then pressed a finger against the spot of each bullet hole. After all this time, was he going to have to confront it again? He punched his speed dial. Bates wasn't in. Webb had him paged. The guy called back a few minutes later. Webb told him about the article. Louis Leadbetter. He was the judge down in Richmond who tried the Free Society case, gunned down. Watkins was the prosecuting attorney in the case. He goes in his house and it implodes all on the same day. And then you got Charlie Team. We were the team that responded to the Richmond field office's request. I killed 2 of the freebies myself before I got my face toasted and 2 holes in me. And then you have Ernest B., free himself, busted out of prison. What, 3 months ago? One of the guards was paid off, got him out in a transfer van, and ended up with his throat slit for his trouble. Beatty's reply was surprising. We know all that, Webb. We've had our computers crunching that stuff, and then those 2 murders happened. And there's something else? What, you better come on down. When Webb arrived at the WFO, he was escorted to the Strategic Operations Room that had all the bells and whistles one would expect at the deep-pocketed, crime-busting federal behemoth, including the standard-issue copper-coated walls, sophisticated interior security system, white noise at all vulnerable portals, retinal and palm scanners, stacks of high-powered computers, video equipment, and, most important, fresh coffee in high quantities, and a mound of hot, crispy cream donuts. Webb poured himself a cup and said hello to some of the folks scurrying around the large room. He looked at computer-generated diagrams of the courtyard and its environs that had been tacked to large boards and mounted on the walls. There were pins at various places on the diagrams that represented, Webb knew, significant points of evidence or clues. The bustle of feet, the nonstop clack of computer keys, the ringing of phones, the rustle of paper, and the ballooning body heat index told Webb that something was up. He had been part of these war room operations before. Oklahoma City set the standard way too high, said Bates with an ironic smile as Webb sat down across from him. Now everybody expects us to examine a few hunks of metal, check a few videotapes, run a few plates, hit some computer keys, and bingo. We have our man hours later. He dropped his legal pad on the table, but it almost never works that way. Like everything else, you need some breaks. Well, we just got a bunch telegraphed to us. Somebody definitely wants us to know he's out there. He'll take a lead however it comes in, Perce. Whoever it is can't control how it's followed up. You know, I really hated it when you left WFO to go climb ropes and shoot big guns. If you'd stuck with me, you might have made a decent FBI agent one day. You make your bed. You lie and die in it. You said there was something else. Bates nodded and slid a news clipping over to Webb, who looked down at it. Scott Wingo. That name rings a bell. Yeah. He defended our friend Ernest B. free. I wasn't at the trial, of course. I was still recuperating, but the guys who were there talked about Wingo. Slick and smart. He cut his guy a sweetheart deal, and now he's dead. Murdered atropine was applied to his telephone receiver. You pick up the phone, you naturally press it against your skin, near your nostrils and such. Atropine is absorbed through the membranes much faster than via the bloodstream. Causes your pulse to go into overdrive. Breathing constricted can make you hallucinatory all within an hour or so. If you have bad kidneys or other circulatory problems so the body can't quickly rid itself of the stuff, that would speed up the poison's effect. Wingo was diabetic, had heart problems, and was confined to a wheelchair, so atropine was the perfect choice. He went in alone on Saturdays, so nobody would be around to help when he started feeling the atropine hit him, and on weekends he was known to return a lot of calls, or so the folks in Richmond tell us, so whoever killed him knew both his medical history and his work routine. Bates nodded. Leadbetter got shot when he turned on the light to read an article another judge supposedly told him about. The marshal who took the call said it was a Judge Mackey. Of course, it wasn't the phone again. That's not all. Watkins' neighbor was pulling out of his driveway at the time Watkins was walking up to his house. He told police that he saw Watkins reach into his pocket and pull out his phone. The guy couldn't hear the phone ringing, but he said it looked like Watkins was answering a call. Gas in the house. He hits the talk button. Boom, Webb said. Wait a minute. A cell phone isn't like a light switch. It doesn't have the right type and amount of electrical spark to ignite gas. We examined the phone, or what was left of it. The forensic folks actually had to scrape it off Watkins' hand. Someone had planted a solenoid inside the phone that would cause the exact type of spark necessary to ignite that gas. So somebody had to snatch his phone, probably while he was asleep or away from it for any length of time. plant the solenoid, and then they had to be watching him when it happened to get the timing that exact. Yep, we checked the logs for Watkins and the marshal's phones. Both calls were made with disposable calling cards you buy with cash and then discard. No record, like undercover agents use. I take it yours hasn't surfaced yet. Forget our undercover no-ill, just come back to him later. So, what's the latest on Free? Nothing. It's like the guy's gone to another planet. Is the organization still active? Unfortunately, yes. You probably remember they disavowed being part of the hit on the school enrichment, and Ernie wouldn't rat on his soulmates. Said Head planned the job himself without their knowledge, so there went that case. The other gunmen were dead, 2 of them thanks to you. We couldn't crack any of the other members and get them to testify. So the Free Society was never even charged with anything. They laid low for a while because of all the negative publicity, but word is they're coming back with fresh blood. Where are they now? Southern Virginia, near Danville? You better believe we've got that place covered. We figured old Ernie would head there after his escape, but so far nothing after all this. Can't we get a search warrant for their headquarters? What? We go to the magistrate and say, we've got 3 murders, 6 if you count Watkins' family, and we think this Free Society might be behind them, but we've got absolutely no evidence linking them to the hit on HRT or anybody else. Wouldn't the ACLU just love to hit that one out of the park? Bates paused. It all makes sense, though. Prosecutor, judge, perfect motive for revenge. But why the defense lawyer? He saved Ernie from lethal injection. Why take him out? That's true. But you're not talking about rational people, Webb. For all we know, they're pissed because their fellow madman served one day in prison. Or maybe Ernie had a falling out with the guy, and when he got out, he decided to take them all out. Well, at least that should end the killings. There is nobody left. Bates reached in a file and pulled out another slip of paper and a photograph. Not quite. You remember there were 2 teachers gunned down at the school, too? Webb took a deep breath as the painful memories came flooding back. And the boy, David Canfield. Right. Well, one of the slain teachers was married. And guess what? Her husband was killed 3 days ago in western Maryland while driving home late one night from work. Homicide not sure. It was a car crash. Police are still investigating. Looks like a hit and run. Telephone involved. There was one in the car. After we contacted them, the police said they would check the phone logs to see if he received a call right before the crash. How about the other teacher's family? The husband and kids moved to Oregon. We've contacted them, and they're under 24-hour surveillance right now. And we're not stopping there. You remember David Canfield's parents, Bill and Gwen? Webb nodded. I was in the hospital at MCV for a while. Billy Canfield came to visit me a couple of times. He is a good guy. He took the loss of his son really hard. Who wouldn't? I never met his wife, and I haven't seen Billy since. They moved. Live up in Fauquier County now. Run a horse farm. Anything strange happened to them? We contacted them as soon as we made the connection. They said nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. They knew about Free's escape, and to quote Bill Canfield, he said he doesn't want our help, and he hoped the bastard came after him because he'd just love to blow his head off with a shotgun. Billy Canfield is no shrinking violet. I could tell that when he came to the hospital to see me, rough, tough, and opinionated. Some of my team who testified at the trial told me he was a pretty loud presence there, too. Came close to contempt citations a couple of times. He ran his own trucking firm and then sold it after his kid died. If the Frees are behind the killings in Richmond, Fauquier County is a lot closer than Oregon. The Canfields really could be in danger. I know. I've been thinking of taking a ride out there and trying to talk some sense into him. I'll go with you? You sure about that? I know that what happened at that school in Richmond is something you'd be better off not revisiting. Webb shook his head. That's not something you ever put behind you, Perce. I don't care how much time goes by. The 2 teachers died before we got there. I couldn't do anything about that. But David Canfield was killed on my watch. You did more than anybody could have, including almost getting killed, and you got a permanent badge from it right there on your face. You have nothing to feel guilty about. Then you really don't know me. Bates studied Webb closely. Okay, but let's not forget about you, Webb. If wiping out Charlie Team was the freeze goal, they haven't accomplished it yet. You're the last man standing. Barely, thought Webb. Don't worry, I look both ways before crossing the street. I'm serious, Webb. If they tried once, they'll try again. These people are fanatics. Yeah, I know. Remember, I got the permanent badge. And another thing, at the trial, Wingo filed that countersuit against HRT and the Bureau for Wrongful Death. That was bullshit all the way, right? But it allowed them to make some discovery on HRT. The Free Society probably learned some things about your methods, procedures, and such. It could have helped them in setting up the ambush. Webb hadn't considered this yet. It actually made a lot of sense. I promise if I get any weird-ass phone calls, you'll be the first to know. And I'll check my receiver for atropine. Now tell me about this undercover. Maybe the Frees are involved, but they had to have some inside help. Now I know, he's black and it's hard for me to believe the Frees would work with a man of color, but we can't afford to discount anything right now. You told me Cove was a loner. What else do you know about him? Webb hadn't heard back from Ann Lyle on his inquiries into Cove, so he had decided to go right to the source. Oh, lots of stuff. It's right in that file over there marked FBI undercover agents, all you ever wanted to know. Perse, this guy could be the key. Has not. Take my word for it. All I'm saying is I work these kind of cases. And contrary to what you think, I didn't forget how to be an FBI agent when I joined HRT. I had a great teacher, and don't let that swell your head. And another pair of eyes is another pair of eyes. Isn't that what you always beat into me? That's not how it works? Webb, sorry. Rules are rules. I seem to remember you telling me differently way back when. Times change. People change. Webb sat back and pondered whether he should play his trump card. Okay, what would you say if I told you something you don't know, but that could be important? It'd say, why the hell didn't you tell me before? I just figured it out. Yeah, right. Do you want to hear it or not? And what's in it for you? I give you info on the case. You do the same for me. How about I make you tell me for nothing? Come on, for old time's sake. Bates tapped the file in front of him. How do I know it's really something I can use? If it's not, then you owe me nothing. I'll trust your judgment. Bates eyed him for a few more moments. Webb told him about the switch with Kevin Westbrook. As he went on, Bates' face grew more florid, and Webb could tell the man's pulse was nowhere near 64, and had probably left double digits far behind. When exactly did you figure this out? And I want it to the minute. When I was having a beer with Romano and I mentioned that the Kevin Westbrook I saw had a hole in his cheek from a bullet wound. The kid he said didn't. Cortez corroborated that. And don't go after those guys. I told them I'd fill you in ASAP. Sure you did. Who would switch the kids and why? Not even a good guess. But I'm telling you, the kid I saved in the alley and the kid Romano turned over to the alleged FBI agent were two different boys. He tapped the table. So what's your judgment, worth it or not? In answer, Bates opened a file, although he recited the facts from memory. Randall Cove, age 44. Been with the Bureau his whole career. He was an All-American tailback from Oklahoma, but blew out his knees before the NFL draft. Here is a recent photo. Bates slid it across and Webb looked at the face. The guy had a short beard, dreadlocks and eyes that could only be described as piercing. The vitals said he was a big man, about 6'3", 240. He looked powerful enough to take on a grizzly and maybe win. Webb hunched forward, and while he pretended to study the picture in greater depth, he was actually reading as much as he could from the file Bates had open. His years as an FBI agent had left him with many tricks to help his short-term memory retention until he could write things down. And he had also become very proficient at reading upside down. Bates said he could take care of himself, knew the street better than most kingpins, and cool under pressure. Yeah, Princeton whitebreads named William and Jeffrey just never seemed to fit in with Drugtown, USA. I wonder why, said Webb. You mentioned before that he didn't have a wife or kids. So he never married. No, his wife's dead, and they didn't have kids. He did. What happened to them? Bates shifted uncomfortably in his seat. It happened a while back. In all attention, Bates let out a long breath and didn't seem like he was going to start talking. I lost my whole team. Perse, I'd kind of appreciate full disclosure here. Bates sat forward and clasped his hands in front of him. He was working an assignment in California. Heavy cover because it involved the Russian mob, and those guys will fire a missile up your ass for coughing around them. They make the mafia look like preschoolers. Bates stopped there, and his cover got blown. They traced his family, and killed them. Slaughtered would be more like it. Bates cleared his throat. I saw the photos. Where was Cove? They had intentionally diverted him away so they'd have a free hand, and they didn't go after him, too. They tried later. They waited until he buried his family, nice guys that they were. And Cove was waiting for them when they came, and he killed them. Bates started blinking rapidly, and Webb noted a sudden tick over the man's left eye. Slaughtered. I saw those photos too, and the Bureau just let this guy keep working? What? They don't believe in early retirement for agents with butchered families. Bates spread his hands in resignation. The Bureau tried, but he wouldn't go. He wanted to work. And to tell you the truth, after what happened to his family, the guy worked longer and harder than any UC we ever had. They transferred him to WFO to get him out of California. Let me tell you, he got into places we were never able to get into before. We got convictions on serious, large-scale operators all across the board because of Randall Cove. Sounds like a hero. Bates finally smoothed out his tick. Hez, unorthodox, goes his own way a lot, and the higher-ups can only take so much of that, even from the undercover dudes, slaughtered family or not. But none of it really stuck to Cove. I can't say it hasn't hurt his career. I mean, it's not like the Bureau has a place for a guy like this outside of undercover, and I'm sure he knew that too. But he plays the Bureau games, always covered his back. You take the dirt with the good, and the guy always delivered, until now. And the trace on his family by the Russians would that have been in any way the Bureau's screw-up. Bates shrugged. Cove didn't seem to think so. Hess been plugging away ever since. You know what they say about revenge, Perce? It's the only dish best eaten really cold? Bates shrugged again. Possibly. Webb was just starting to get worked up. You know, it just gives me the warm fuzzies that a guy like that was able to stay in the Bureau and maybe lead my team down the primrose path to Armageddon to avenge his wife and kids. Don't you guys have some kind of quality control over this shit, Earth to Webb? Undercover agents are a different breed. They live a lie all the time, and sometimes they get in too deep and get turned or just go nuts all on their own. That's why the Bureau switches people in and out, changes assignments, and lets them recharge their batteries. And they did all that with Cove. Switched him out, let him recharge his dreadlocks, gave him crisis counseling after he buried his family. Bates was silent on this. Or was he so good at his job that they just let him keep rocking along until he finally erupted all over my team? I'm not going to discuss that with you. I can't discuss that with you. What if I told you that was unacceptable bullshit? What if I told you you were getting way too close to the line? The men glared at one another until the fires died down. And his snitches, were they all pro too? Asked Webb. Cove always played it close. He had access to them only, not anybody else. That's not exactly Bureau procedure, but like I said, you couldn't argue with the guy's results. Those were his rules. So we know any more about this target? You said it was the financial guts of some drug op? Whose? Well, there's some difference of opinion about that. Oh, swell, Perce. I love a puzzle at both ends. This stuff is not an exact science, Webb. The area where your mission went down is controlled pretty much by one crew. Big FSI told you that. So it was his operation we were hitting in that building. Cove didn't think so. He didn't know for sure. What? You think the bad guys carry union cards or ID reading? A member of X crew? So what was Cove's opinion that the money operation was that of a much bigger player? Maybe the ring supplying a drug called OxyContin to the D.C. area. You heard of it? Webb nodded. DEA guys talk about it all the time down at Quantico. You don't have to drug lab the stuff or worry about sneaking it past customs. All you have to do is get your hands on it, which you can a dozen different ways, and then start printing money. A criminal's nirvana, added Bates dryly. It's one of the most potent and frequently prescribed painkillers on the market right now. It blocks pain signals from the nerves to the brain and gives you a feeling of euphoria. Normally, it works on a 12-hour time release. But if you crush it or smoke it, you get a brain rush that some say is almost equal to heroin. It also can throw the abuser into respiratory arrest, which it has frequently. Nice little side effect. Are you telling me you have no idea who his inside guy might have been? Bates tapped the file in front of him. We have some ideas now. This is totally unofficial at this point. It'll take rumors and lies. For Cove to get in as deep as he was, we figure the snitch has to be in the inner circle. Pretty tight. He was working the Westbrook angle when he stumbled into the Oxy piece. But I have to presume that whomever he was using to infiltrate Westbrook's operation is the person who helped him get on to this new development. Antoine Peebles is Westbrook's co-o, for want of a better term. He runs a damn tight ship, and it's largely because of him that we haven't been able to lay a finger on Westbrook. Harris Westbrook, and the other one is Peebles. He slid across 2 photos. Webb looked at them. Westbrook was a monster, far bigger even than Cove. He looked like he'd been through a war. His eyes, even staring out from the paper two-dimensionally, had the keenness that you always saw in survivors. Peebles was an altogether different picture. Westbrook is a warhorse. Peebles looks like he should be graduating from Stanford. Right? Hes young, and we figure Peebles is the new breed of drug entrepreneurs, not as violent, more businesslike and ambitious as hell. Word on the street is that someone's looking to band all the local distributors together to make them more efficient, enhanced bargaining power up the line, economies of scale, a real business approach to it. Sounds like old Antoine may want to be CEO instead of just COO, maybe. Now, Westbrook came up through the streets. Hess seen and done it all, but we've heard that he may be looking for an exit from the drug business. Well, Peebles may have a different agenda if Hess the one behind the organization of the local crews, but giving away valuable stuff to Cove doesn't exactly figure with being the heir apparent. If you bust the operation, what does Peebles have left to run? That's a problem, conceded Bates. Who else is in the picture? Westbrook's main muscle, Clyde Macy Bates, handed him the photo of Macy who, to put it kindly, looked like he should be taking up space on death row somewhere. Macy was so white he looked anemic, a skinhead with the sort of calm yet merciless eyes that Webb associated with the worst serial killers of his experience. If Jesus saw this guy coming at him, he'd scream for a cop. Apparently, Westbrook only works with the best, commented Bates. How did Macy fit in with all the brothers? He looks like a white supremacist. Nope, apparently just doesn't like hair. We don't know much about him before he came to D.C., though we could never prove it. He was believed to be a foot soldier for a couple kingpins who got sent to Federal Shangri-La in Joliet. After that, he came to D.C. and joined Westbrook. He has a well-deserved rep on the street for loyalty and extreme violence. A real crazy-ass, but professional in his own way. Just as any good criminal should be. His first big act of malice was putting a meat cleaver in his grandma's head because, he claimed, she was shortchanging him at dinner time. How come Hes walking around free after a murder rap like that? He was only 11, so he did time at a juvie detention center. Since then, the only crime the guy's committed is 3 speeding tickets. Nice guy, mind if I keep these photos? Help yourself. But if you run into Macy in a dark alley or a well-lit street, my advice to you would be to run him HRT. Purse, I eat guys like him for breakfast, right? Keep telling yourself that. If Cove's really as good as you say, then he didn't just walk into an ambush. Something else is going on, maybe, but everybody makes mistakes. Did you confirm that Cove didn't know when we were coming? I did. Cove was not told the date of the hit. How come he didn't know? They didn't want any leaks, and he wasn't going to be there anyway, so he didn't qualify as a need-to-know Thats. Great. You didn't trust your own undercover. That doesn't mean he couldn't have gotten the information from another source. Like WFO or like HRT. Bates shot back, and the potential witnesses being there. Was that intel from Cove? Bates nodded. You know, Perce, it would have been nice to know all this up front. Need to know Webb? And you didn't need to know that to do your job. How the hell can you say that when you don't have a damn clue how I do my job? You're getting close to that line again, my friend. Don't push it. Does anybody give a damn that 6 men were killed in the process? In the grand scheme of things, Webb? No. Only people like you and me care. So anything else I don't need to know? From his large stack of documents, Bates pulled out a very thick expandable file, slid out one of the manila folders and opened it. Why didn't you tell me Harry Sullivan was your old man?" Webb immediately rose and poured himself another cup of coffee. He didn't really need the extra caffeine, but it gave him time to think of a response or a lie. When he sat back down, Bates was still looking over the file. When he glanced at Webb, it was clear Bates wanted an answer to that question before he would give up the material. "I never really thought of him as my father. We parted company when I was barely 6. To me, Hez just a guy." After a moment he asked, "When did you find out he was my father, Bates?" Ran his finger down one of the pages. "Not until I pulled your entire background check file. Frankly, looking at this arrest and conviction record, I'm surprised he had time to get your mother pregnant. Lot of stuff in here," he added enticingly. Webb wanted to snatch the file out of Bates' hands and run from the room. However, he just sat there, staring at the upside-down pages, waiting. The bustle of the room had receded for him now. It was just him, Bates, and on those pages his father. "So why are you suddenly so interested in, as you say, just a guy?" asked Bates. "I guess you get to a certain age. Things like that start to matter." Bates put the folder back and slid the entire file across to Webb. Happy reading, 25. The first thing Webb noticed when he got back to the motel was that there was a fresh oil patch in the parking space he had been using. Nothing unusual, really, for another guest could have used that spot, though it was directly in front of Webb's unit. Before he unlocked the door, he checked out the doorknob while pretending to fumble for his room key. Unfortunately, even Webb could not tell if the lock had been picked or not. It hadn't been forced, but somebody who knew what he was doing could pop the simple lock in the time it took to sneeze and leave not a trace. Webb opened the door, his other hand on the butt of his gun. It took him about 10 seconds to discover that no one was in the tiny room. Nothing was out of place, and even the box he had taken from his mother's attic was there. Each piece of paper exactly where he had left it. However, Webb had 5 different types of tiny booby traps set up throughout his room, and 3 of them had been tripped. Over the years, Webb had developed this system whenever he was on the road. Well, whoever had searched his room was good, but not perfect. That was comforting. Like knowing the 400-pound brute you were about to rumble with had a glass chin and occasionally wet his bed. Ironic that, while He'd been meeting with Bates, someone had searched his room. Webb had never been naive about life, because he had seen the worst of it, as both a child and an adult. Yet the one thing he had always thought he could count on was the Bureau and all the people who gave it life beyond the technical forms and guns. For the first time in his career, that faith had been shaken. He packed his few belongings and was on the road within 5 minutes. He went to a restaurant near Old Town Alexandria, parked where he could see his car through the restaurant's window, ate his lunch, and made his way through Harry Sullivan's life. Bates had not been joking. Webb's old man had been a guest of some of the finest correctional facilities the country had to offer, most of them in the South, where Webb knew they grew some exceptionally fine human cages. His father's offenses were myriad, yet had a common theme. They were typically low-level financial crimes, business scams, embezzlement, and fraud. From some of the old court transcripts and arrest records in the file, Webb could see his old man's main weapon had been a smooth tongue and more chutzpah than any one human being should be toting around. There were various photos of his father in the file, from the front, right, and left sides, with the little line of prisoner identification numbers running underneath. Webb had seen many mug shots of arrested people, and they all looked remarkably the same, stricken, terrified, ready to slice wrist or blow out temple. Yet in all his mug shots, Harry Sullivan was smiling. The bastard was grinning like he had put one over on the cops, even though he was the one busted. But his father had not aged well. He was no longer the handsome man he had been in the photos in the attic box. The last series of shots showed a very old man, though he was still smiling, albeit with fewer teeth. Webb had no reason to care about him, yet it was difficult for him to witness the man's decline in all its impersonal Kodak glory. As Webb read some of the trial testimony of his father, he couldn't help but laugh in places. One slick operator emerged from the lines of dialogue as the KG Khan battled with prosecutors determined to put him away. Mr. Sullivan asked one DA, "Is it not true that on the night in question you were begging your pardon, lad? But what night would that be again? Me memory's not what it was?" Webb could almost see the lawyer rolling his eyes as he answered, "The 26th of June, sir." "Ah, that's right. Go on now, lad, you're doing fine. I'm sure your mum's proud of yer in the transcript." The court reporter had typed parenthetically laughter in courtroom. "Mr. Sullivan, I'm not your lad," replied the lawyer. "Well, forgive me, son, for I'm not quite experienced in such matters, and I surely meant nothing by it. Truth is, I don't know what to be calling you, though in the ride over from the jail to this fine courthouse, I heard others call you names I wouldn't be saying to me, dearest enemy in the world. Words that woulda made me poor God-fearing mum roll over in her good Catholic grave, attacking your honesty and integrity. And what man can be standing for much of that? I could care less what criminals say about me, sir. Begging your pardon, son, but the worst of it be coming from the guards." Laughter again, the stenographer had typed. Huge thunders of laughter. Webb concluded, judging from the regiment of exclamation points tacked on the end. "Can we continue, Mr. Sullivan?" said the lawyer. "Ah, now you be calling me Harry. It's been me name since me Irish arse came into this world." "Mr. Sullivan!" This came from the judge. Webb read, and in those two words he seemed to sense a long laugh. Though Webb was probably wrong. But the judge's last name was O'Malley, and perhaps he and Harry Sullivan shared a hatred of the English, if nothing else. "I certainly won't be calling you Harry," said the lawyer, and Webb could almost see the righteous indignation on the man's features for having to carry on such a conversation with a common criminal and getting the worst of it. "Well, now, lad, I know it's your job to put me old withered self into a cold, dark cell where men treat other men with no dignity at all. And all over a wee misunderstanding that might amount to nothing more than bad judgment, or perhaps a pint or two more than I should have had. But even so, you call me Harry, for though you've got to see this terrible deed through, there's no reason we can't be friends." As Webb finished the file on that particular chapter in his father's life, he had to note, with some satisfaction, that the jury had acquitted Harry Sullivan on all counts. The last crime his father had been sent to prison for had gotten him 20 years, by far his longest sentence. So far he had punched 14 years of the time in a prison in South Carolina, that Webb knew to be a sweat hole one short step from hell, and he had 6 more years to go unless he got paroled or more likely died behind bars. Webb took the final bite of his pastrami and the last swallow of his Dominion ale. There was one more file to check. It did not take long to read and left Webb stunned and even more confused. The Bureau was good. They left no stone unturned. When they checked somebody's background out, damn it, man, you were checked out. If you were applying to work at the Bureau in any capacity, they talked to everybody you had any contact with in your entire life. Your first-grade school teacher, your paper route manager, even the pretty girl you had taken to the prom and subsequently slept with. And they had no doubt also spoken with her father, to whom you had to explain your miserable conduct afterward when the secret got out, even though it was his innocent little girl who had ripped off your pants and brought the extra lubricated condoms. Your Boy Scout troop leader, your in-laws, the bank manager who had turned down your first car loan, the woman who cut your hair, nothing, absolutely nothing was sacred when the FBI was on the case. And damn if they hadn't managed to track down old Harry Sullivan. He had been newly ensconced in his little South Carolina retirement cell, and he had given the background-checking agents his 2 cents on Webb London, his son, my son. It was a phrase Harry Sullivan had used 34 times during the meeting because Webb took the time to count them. Harry Sullivan gave my son the best damn recommendation anyone could give another person, though he had only known my son for the first 6 years of his life. But according to Harry Sullivan, a proper Irishman could tell if my son had what it took from nearly the day the diapers came off, and his son had what it took to be the finest FBI agent there ever was or ever would be, and they could quote him on that. And if they wanted him to come up to Washington to tell the powers that be that very thing, he gladly would, though it would be with leg and arm shackles he'd be trooping in. Yet his heart would still be bursting with pride. There was nothing on earth that was too good for my son. Webb continued reading, and his head dropped lower and lower as he did so, and then finally it almost hit the table with Harry Sullivan's last written statement, And would the good agents, the fine agents, had begun mind telling my son that his father has thought about him every day over all these years, never once letting him out of his heart, and though it was not likely that they would ever hook up again, that Harry Sullivan wanted my son to know that he loved him and wanted the best for him, and to not think too badly of the old man for how things had turned out. Would the good agents mind telling my son that, for he'd be much in their debt if they did, and he would be proud to buy them each a pint or two if the opportunity ever arose, though the prospects did not look at all promising for that, given his current living arrangements, though one just never knew. Well, they never had told Webb anything. Webb had never seen this report until right this minute. Damn the Bureau. Was there never any room to bend the rules? Did everything have to be lockstep, their way or the highway? And yet Webb could have discovered this information years before if he had really wanted to. He just hadn't wanted to. The next thought that hit Webb made his features turn grim. If the Bureau had sent Claire Daniels Webb's file, was she already privy to some or all of this information regarding Harry Sullivan? If so, why hadn't she bothered to tell him that? Webb packed the file up, paid his bill, and walked back to the Vic. He drove to one of the Bureau's motor pools, switched vehicles, and drove a late-model Grand Marquis out another gate not visible from the street he had come in on. The Bureau wasn't exactly rolling in available cars, but the Grand had come in for a 10,000-miler, and Webb had persuaded the supervisor that he deserved a nicer set of wheels than the 20-year vet uptown at HQ the car was assigned to. If anyone had a problem with that, Webb had added, go talk to Buck Winters. Hez, my best friend. 26 Bates was still in the strategic ops room when the man entered. Bates looked up and did his best to keep the dismay off his face. Buck Winters sat down across from him. The crease on his suit was Bureau letter perfect, the shine on his wingtips equally regulation. The insertion of his pocket handkerchief looked like it had been done with a ruler. The man was tall, broad-shouldered, with confident, intelligent features, a walking poster boy for the FBI. Maybe that's how he had risen so far. I saw London leaving the building earlier, just checking in Perez's orders. Oh, I'm sure he is. Winters laid his palms flat on the table and seemed to study every feature on Beta's face. Why the hell do you care so much about that guy? He's a good agent. And like you said, I was sort of his mentor. That's not something I'd lay claim to, frankly. Hez almost gotten himself killed for this place a lot more than you or me. Hez a hothead. All those HRT guys are. They're not part of us. They go their own way and thumb their noses at the rest of us like they're somehow better. What they really are is a bunch of alphas with big guns just itching to use them. We're all on the same team, Buck. They're a specialized unit that takes care of stuff nobody else can. Yeah, sure, they're cocky. Who wouldn't be? But we're all FBI agents. We're all working toward the same goal. Winters shook his head. You really believe that? Yeah, I really do. If I didn't, I wouldn't be here. They've also been the cause of some of the Bureau's worst moments. Bates dropped his file. That's where you're dead wrong. The Bureau throws them into the fire on a moment's notice, and when something pops, usually because of knuckle-headed orders from the top that any guy on the front lines expected to execute said orders could tell you in a heartbeat won't work, they take all the heat. I'm actually surprised they haven't asked to be split off from us. You've never played the games you need to move up here, Perce. You're at the glass ceiling, or, in your case, the steel ceiling. There is no getting through it. Well, I like right where I am. Piece of advice. When you stop rising here, you eventually start falling. Thanks for the career advice, Bates said curtly. I've been getting your memos on the investigation. Frankly, they're pretty sparse. So are the results of the investigation. Cove, what's the status? You were sort of vague on that, not much to report. I trust you're working under the assumption that any Bureau undercover who hasn't shown after all this time is either dead, or if he isn't dead, he's been turned, and the way we should be looking for him is through an APB. Cove hasn't turned, so you've talked to him? Funny, I didn't see that in any of your reports. I'm still feeling my way. But I did receive information from Cove, and what did our illustrious undercover say about this mess that he thinks he was set up? Gee, that's stunning, said Winters sarcastically. That he doesn't want to come in because he thinks the rat is somewhere in the bureau. Bates stared hard at Winters when he said this, though he wasn't really sure why. It wasn't like Winters would be leaking secrets, would he? He knows all about the leaks happening and the blown missions. He thinks what happened to HRT was another one of those. Interesting theory, but I'm assuming he has no proof of that. That question struck Bates as odd. None that he cared to share with me, he answered. I've got it under control, Buck. I know how busy you are, and I don't want to clutter your legendary vision with small details. You have my word that if anything big is going down, you'll know beforehand. That way you can do the media circus. You're really good at that. Winters could hardly have missed the sarcasm yet, apparently chose to ignore it. If I remember correctly, you and Cove were really tight at one time. California, right? We worked together, about the time his family got hit. That's right. A disaster for the Bureau. Actually, I always thought it was a disaster for the Cove family. What's got me puzzled is how all this went down as I understand it. Cove had discovered a drug crew's financial operations in that building, and HRT was called up to hit it, said Bates. There were potential witnesses in there. HRT specializes in getting those kind of folks out alive. Boy, they really did a bang-up job of that. They couldn't keep themselves alive. They were set up, agreed. But how? If not Cove, how? Bates thought back to his meeting with Randall Cove at the cemetery. Cove believed there was a leak inside the Bureau that accounted for all the things going wrong. Bates studied Winters for a moment. Well, in order to accomplish something like that, I would suppose that somebody would have to have inside information of the highest order. Winters sat back. Of the highest order. From inside the Bureau, you're saying? Inside is inside. That's a very serious allegation, Bates. I'm not alleging anything. I'm just pointing out one possibility. It would be a hell of a lot easier to turn one undercover agent. You don't know Randall Cove, and maybe you know him too well. So well you can't see the forest for the trees, Winters rose. No surprises, Bates. Nothing substantial goes down unless I know about it ahead of time. Clear. As Winters left, Bates muttered under his breath. Waco, clear, Buck. Webb was in his car when Ann Lyle called. Sorry it took me so long, but I wanted to get something solid for you. That's okay. I just got some stuff on Cove from the Bureau. Understandably, it was like pulling teeth. Well, I got you someone who. Cove, im good, but im not that good. Webb, I've drummed up a D.C. police sergeant who was a regular contact of Cove's when he worked the WFO beat years ago. A local cop is a contact for an FBI undercover. How's that? It's not unusual for UCs to use a cop they trust to act as a go-between. Webb Cove had one of those during his first stint here, and the guy's willing to talk to you. He pulled the car over, grabbed pen and paper, and wrote down the name Sonny Venables, who was still a uniform in D.C.'s 1st District. Ann also gave him the man's number. Ann, anybody else got hold of the Venables angle? Not that Sonny said, and I think he would have mentioned it. He was Cove's informal contact on his first tour through D.C., and that was a long time ago. Some folks might not make the connection, though Sonny Venables tends to stand out, she added. You sound like you know him, Webb, honey. When you've been around as long as I have, you tend to know everybody. I worked a lot with the D.C. cops, and Venables willing to talk to me. Why, the only thing he said was he had heard of you. And I threw my 2 cents in, for what it was worth. But we still don't know his take on things. I guess that's up to you to find out. Ann clicked off. Webb called the number. Venables wasn't in, and Webb left his name and cell number. Venables called him back 20 minutes later, and the two arranged to meet later that afternoon. Webb also asked him another question, and Venables said he would see what he could do. If the guy could give Webb a handle on Cove, then Webb might be able to follow it up. However, something was bothering Webb about Bates, namely that he had never told Webb that Cove had worked at WFO before his stint in California. Not that it really mattered. He had given Webb a look at the guy's file, and Webb would have picked it up on his own, he supposed. He just hadn't had enough time to go through the man's entire history. But why not tell Webb? Venables had asked Webb to meet him in the early afternoon at a bar around the area of his beat. Nothing unusual about that. Webb knew that way you could quench your thirst and maybe overhear some info that might help you crack a case later. Cops were nothing if not efficient with their time. Sonny Venables was white, mid-40s and a veteran of almost 20 years on the force. He told Webb as they were buying their beers. He was over 6 feet tall and beefy, the kind of body mass one got from pumping lots of weights. The man looked like he could military press a semi. He wore a baseball cap, that read-all fishermen go to heaven, and wore a leather jacket with the NASCAR logo on the back. His neck was almost as thick as his very wide head. His voice had a twangy, common-sense Southern charm to it, and Webb noted the circular outline of a can of tobacco chew in the back pocket of his jeans as they walked to a booth in the bar. They found a quiet corner and settled down with their beers. Venables worked the night shift, he told Webb. He liked it, more excitement. Be hanging it up soon, though, right at 20 years. Go off and fish, drink beer, and watch fast cars go around a little track the rest of my time, like most good cops do. He smiled at his own words and took a long pull of his Red Dog beer. From the jukebox, Eric Clapton was going on and on about Layla. Webb looked around. 2 guys were playing pool in the back room, a stack of $20 bills and a couple of Bud Lights seating on the edge of the table. They occasionally glanced over at the booth, but if they recognized either Venables or Webb, they made no sign of it. Venables eyed Webb over the rim of his beer mug. The man's face held enough wrinkles to be considered experienced and craggy, a man who had seen a lot in life, mostly bad, Webb judged, just like him. Always wondered about you HRT guys, what's to wonder? We're just cops with a few more toys at our disposal. Venables laughed. Hey, give yourself some credit. I got a few FBI buddies who tried out for HRT and came back with their tails between their legs. Said they'd rather deliver a damn baby with just a stick between their teeth for the pain than go through that again. From the picture I saw of Randall Cove, he looked like he could cut it at HRT. Venables studied the head on his beer for a bit. You're probably wondering what Randy Cove had in common with the likes of a redneck-looking gent like myself. It crossed my mind. We grew up together in a backwater of Mississippi so small it never really did have a name. We played sports together all the way through because there wasn't much else to do around there. And our little backwater was state football champs 2 years in a row. We also played together at Oklahoma. Venables shook his head. Randy was the greatest running back I ever saw, and the Sooners have turned out more than their share of those. I was fullback first string 3 years running, just like him. Blocked for Randy on every play, threw my body in there like a damn runaway train and loved every minute of it, though. Am really starting to feel the effects of it now. See, you just needed to get Cove a little bit of daylight, and that boy was gone. He'd look up from a pile of bodies and head already be in the end zone, usually with a couple of guys hanging on him. We were national champs our senior year, and he was the reason Oklahoma didn't believe in the forward pass back then. We just handed the damn ball off to Randy Cove and let him do his thing. Sounds like a friendship that would endure. It did. I never had the talent to play pro ball, but Randy sure as hell did. Everybody, and I mean everybody, wanted him. Venables stopped there and ran his fingers along the top of the table. Webb decided to just wait the man out. I was with him at the combine when he blew out his knees. We both knew it as soon as it happened. It wasn't like it is today. Just go in and clean it up, and then you're back on the field the next year, pretty much good as new. His career was over, just like that. And football, man, football was all he had. We sat on that damn field and cried together for nearly an hour. I never even did that at my own mama's funeral. But I loved Randy. He was a good man, was. Venables played with the pepper shaker and then sat back, tilted his cap farther up on his head, and Webb saw a lock of curly gray hair spring out. I take it. You know what happened to his family, said Venables. I heard about some of it. Why don't you tell me what you know? What's to tell? Bureau screwed up and it cost Randy his wife and kids. You saw him back then. Venables looked like he wanted to throw his beer in Webb's face. I was a damn pallbearer at the funerals. You ever carry a 4-year-old's casket? Webb shook his head. Well, let me tell you, that's something you don't ever forget. Is that what Cove told you? That it was the Bureau's fault. Didn't really have to tell me. I was a cop. I know how those things shake down. Ended up in D.C. because my wife's from here. Randy started out with the feds here, too. I guess you know that. Used me as a go-between because he knew he could trust me, and that's a rare thing in his line of work. It seems to be a rare thing in a lot of lines of work. The two men shared a knowing look that seemed to come at a good time, perhaps strengthening a fledgling bond. Then Randy got transferred out to California, and that's where his family got hit. I understand he took out his revenge. Venables laid a cold gaze on Webb, a look that clearly said the man had far more secrets than he would ever care to part with. Wouldn't you have? I guess maybe I would. Cove must really be something. The Russians are no lightweights. Try growing up the wrong color in shit-poor Mississippi. Venables leaned forward, putting his elbows on the table. I heard about you, from the papers, some from Ann Lyle. He stopped and seemed to be checking Webb out. Then Webb realized Venables was staring at the messed-up side of Webb's face. In almost 20 years on the force, I've pulled my gun maybe a dozen times and fired it on 6 occasions. 4 times I missed what I was shooting at, and twice I didn't. I've never been hurt on the job, not even a hangnail. And that's something to brag about in this town, especially these days. Now in the 1st District, which isn't lily white and rich Northwest, but it's not exactly the 6th and 7th districts in Anacostia, where your team got shot up. And I have great respect for guys on the thin blue line who've taken it and gotten back up. You seem like a damn walking ad for that. I never asked to be. Point is, I respect you, or else I wouldn't be sitting talking to you. But the thing is, you'll never get me to believe that Randy has done anything wrong. I know undercover work screws with your mind, and Randy's got no reason to feel good about the Bureau. But what happened to your team is not something he'd ever be a party to. I want you to understand that. And I want you to understand that while you seem sincere as hell, and I wouldn't mind sharing another beer with you some other time, I can't accept a statement like that at face value. Venables nodded in understanding. Well, you'd be a real dumb shit, I guess, if you did. He could have walked away. I checked on that. Bureau offered him a new life, full pension. Why do you think he didn't take it? And what? Spend the next 40 years mowing his grass in a cookie-cutter suburb in the Midwest? That's not Randy. What else was he going to do except keep on plugging? It may sound funny, but he took pride in his work. He thought he was doing good, so do I. That's why I'm here. I'm going to find out the truth. If Cove was part of it, I may take out my revenge just like he did. I can't promise you I won't, friend of his or not. But if he had nothing to do with it, I'll be his best buddy. And believe me, Sonny, most folks would rather have me as a friend than an enemy. Venables sat back and seemed to be considering this. Then he apparently made up his mind and hunched forward, eyed the pool players, chalking their cues, smoking their cigs and sipping their beers, and started talking in a very low voice. I have no idea where Randy is. Haven't heard from him since before this all went down. Way before, in fact. So he never talked to you about what he was working on. You gotta understand, I was his contact on his first gig through D.C. Now, I've seen him on his latest tour through here, but not for business, so to speak. I knew he was working on something pretty big, but he never told me what. So you two weren't that close anymore? As close as you can be to somebody like Randy. After what happened to his family, well, I don't think he could really be close to anybody again, not even to old Sonny Venables from Mississippi on all those damn blocks I threw for him. He ever mention another contact he might have been using on the force? No, if he was using anybody, it would have been me. When's the last time you saw him? Little over 2 months ago. How'd he seem tight-lipped, mind somewhere else? Not looking too good, actually. He hasn't been back to his place in a while. The Bureau checked that out. I never knew where that was. We always met on neutral ground because of his work. We'd just talk about old times, really. Just somebody to talk to is what he wanted, I think. If he needed me to pass something on, I did. How'd he get in touch with you when he wanted to meet? He'd never call me at home. Called at the precinct, used a different name every time. And each time we met, He'd tell me the new name He'd be using next when he called. So I'd know it was him, and he hasn't called. Webb eyed him closely. Venables appeared to be dealing straight with him, but one never really could be sure. No, not one word. I started to worry something happened to him. In his occupation, that's a legitimate concern. Webb sat back, so I guess you can't really help me track him down. Venables finished his beer. Let's take a walk. They went outside and strolled down a street that was pretty empty. The workday wasn't over yet, and most folks were probably still in their offices, counting the minutes until they could bolt. Webb figured, on his first tour through WFO, there was a place that Randy would use as a drop spot if he wanted to leave me a message. He told me he'd also use it to change clothes, as a safe house of sorts. The Bureau know about it. No, even back then, I don't think he trusted the higher-ups at the Bureau all that much. That's why he used me, I guess. Probably a smart move. Have you been there lately? Venables shook his head. Guess I'm a little afraid of what I might find. Not really sure why. Don't even know if Randy uses it anymore. It could have been demolished, for all I know. Care to give me that address? You smoke, don't you? No, I don't. You do now. Venables pulled a pack of Winston's out of his coat pocket and handed it to Webb, who took it better light up, in case anybody's watching. Venables handed him a book of matches. Webb lit up and tried not to gag and then slipped the pack into his pocket. I appreciate the help, but if Cove was involved, he let his voice trail off. If Randy did something like that, I don't think he'd want to go on living. As Sonny Venables walked off, Webb went back to his car, ripped open the Winston's, and clutched the rolled-up piece of paper inside. He looked at the address written on it. Also, inside the pack of cigarettes were 3 small photos folded over. Webb had asked Venables about any light-skinned black kids about Kevin Westbrook's age who had been reported missing in the city in the last month, and this obviously was what he had found. Webb looked at the 3 photos. They were all slightly different versions of Kevin, he decided. All hopes of a decent life, their expressions told him, had already been torn from them. He drove off. 20 minutes later, Webb stared out the car window, his spirits hovering near an all-time low. Venables' offhand remark had proved to be right on target. Where once stood Randall Cove's old safe house there was an open construction pit. A tall crane rose in the middle of this hole, and a group of construction workers were just now walking off the job after what looked to Webb to be a hard day's work. Judging from the degree of work already performed there, Webb had to assume that Cove had not been using his old digs in the recent past. It was a total dead end. Webb crumpled up the piece of paper with the address written on it and threw it on the floorboard. But he still had one more angle to take on Randall Cove. He called Romano from the car. You up for a little snooping around? He picked up Romano, and they headed south toward Fredericksburg. Romano looked around the car's interior. What a piece of shit car. It's a Grand Marquis. The director is probably driven around in one of these. Still a piece of shit. I'll try to do better for you next time. He glanced at Romano and wondered what Angie told her shrink about him. With Romano as a significant other, she probably had a lot to talk about to a mental health professional. How are things at HRT? Same old, same old. We haven't been called up for anything, just training. I'm getting bored with that, man. Hang in there, Paulie. You'll be getting to fire your guns pretty soon. Maybe I should go join the French Foreign Legion or something like that. You just won't admit when you have it good. The guy's been talking about you some, Webb. He should have been expecting this change in the conversation, but it still surprised Webb. So what's the word? Pretty even split, for and against. Gee, I thought I was more popular than that. It's not that nobody thinks you're a coward, Webb. You've done too much crazy stuff over the years, almost as crazy as me, but some of the guys think if you freeze once, you'll freeze again. What happened to you wouldn't have made a difference in what happened to Charlie Team, but next time it might. Webb stared straight ahead. I guess I can't argue with that logic. Maybe I should go join the French? You armed? Do politicians lie? Randall Cove lived on the outskirts of Fredericksburg, Virginia, roughly 50 miles south from Washington, D.C. And Cove's work arena, which roughly doubled Ann Lyle's 25-mile rule of thumb on the minimum distance undercover agents should keep between their abode and their beat. Cove's home address was one of the pieces of information Webb had surreptitiously read from Beta's file. Just missing the brunt of rush-hour traffic, 40 minutes later they pulled down the quiet suburban street where Randall Cove lived. It was a line of carbon-copy townhouses, many with rental signs out front. There were no moms or kids outside. though the weather was pleasant and there were very few cars parked on the street. The community actually looked abandoned, and Webb knew it would be until the commuters started arriving from D.C. and Northern Virginia. This place had bedroom community written all over it, no doubt, with mostly single people or childless couples living here until their salaries or expanded family demands prompted them to move. He could understand why Cove would pick such a place to live. No curious neighbors, people keeping to themselves and no one around during the day when he was probably at home. Most undercover agents in the drug arena did their hunting at night. He knew there was a government-plated Buick parked in front of the house. "Fed babysitter?" commented Romano. Webb nodded and pondered how best to handle it. He drove up to the Buick and he and Romano got out. The agent rolled down his window, glanced at Webb's and Romano's FBI identifications, and then at Webb. "You're famous now." "Don't even need to show your creeds," said the agent, whom Webb didn't know. He was a young guy, full of vigor and promise, and Webb figured he was probably hating life right now, watching a house no one expected Randall Cove to ever come near again. He got out of the car and extended his hand to the pair, Chris Miller, out of the Richmond field office. He flashed his own credentials, which he pulled from his right breast pocket, so that he could shake with his strong hand, which was how the FBI trained you to do it. If the Bureau did nothing else, it enforced upon its agents a stark commonality of how they performed the smallest details. Without looking, Webb knew that Miller had an extra layer of lining in his jacket, so the gun he carried there wouldn't wear a hole in it. He also knew that when he had pulled in behind Miller and approached the car, Miller's gaze had been on the rearview mirror and then locked on Webb's eyes. For eyes always told a person's intent. The men shook hands and Webb glanced at the quiet and dark townhouse. "You guys pulling around the clocks here?" Eight and eight, said Miller wearily. He checked his watch, and I've got 3 more hours on my shift. Webb leaned against the sedan, so I take it not very exciting. Not unless you count a catfight I watched about 2 hours ago. He paused, eyed Webb closely, and then blurted out. "You know, I've been thinking about trying out for HRT. Well, we can always use a few good men. 6 of them, in fact. Webb thought to rebuild Charlie team. I hear the tryouts are hellacious." Romano almost snorted. "Take everything you've heard and raise it by a factor of 10, and then you're getting close to the truth," from his skeptical look. Miller obviously didn't buy that. Webb could tell. Yet he was young and overconfident in his abilities, as the young always were. "Were you at Waco, Miller?" asked Webb, and Romano nodded. "You get any shots off?" "I've actually tried to banish it from my subconscious," said Webb. "Wouldn't Claire Daniels be proud?" "I could see that," said Miller in a doubtful manner that made Webb feel sure the young agent actually did not get the point. "How long you been with the Bureau?" asked Romano. "Almost 2 years." "Well, when you get the big 3 under your belt, you can try out for HRT. Give me a buzz sometime. If you're serious about HRT, I can show you around." Romano handed him his card as Miller tucked the card away in his pocket. Romano and Webb exchanged amused glances. "Man, that would be great," said Miller. "I hear you guys have some awesome firepower." The initial draw for many, Webb knew, was the guns. Several men he knew had joined the Bureau solely for the opportunity to carry and fire fancy weapons. That we do. And we'll show you exactly why it's always best if you don't have to use them. "Right." Miller looked disappointed, but he would get over it, Webb knew. There was an awkward silence, and then Miller asked, "Can I help you guys with anything?" "We just drove out here because I wanted to see the place. You know anything about the guy?" "Not all that much. I know Hez involved in what happened to you guys. Makes you wonder how somebody can turn like that on their own kind. I mean, yeah, it sure does." Webb looked around the row of townhouses. They backed up to woods. "Hope you got somebody covering the rear," Miller grinned. "Something, anyway. K9's in the backyard. It's fenced in. Somebody tries to go in that way. They got a surprise. Cheaper than posting 2 agents out here, I guess." Webb checked his watch, getting close to dinner time. "You eatin'?" Miller shook his head. "I brought some crackers and stuff along, and a bottle of water went through that. And like I said, I got 3 more hours before my relief shows up. Worst part is having no place to use the John. Tell me about it. Worked a bunch of surveillance details in the Midwest." Covered 1,000-acre farms that were suspected drug distribution facilities, and some trailer parks looking for good old boys that thought decent work included robbing banks and shooting people with sawed-off shotguns, had to either hold it, pee in a bottle, or just stand out in the fields and let it go. "Yeah," said Romano. "And when I was a Delta, we used to squat together in rows in whatever piece of shit place we were in and take our dumps. You get to know guys real well when you're crapping next to them. I had to shoot a guy once right when I was taking a shit, man. Let me tell you, that was awkward." Miller didn't look like any of those avenues of relief held sway with him. He was dressed very sharply, Webb noted, and no doubt peeing in a bottle or taking the chance of exposing himself wasn't part of the young agent's image. "There's a Denny's up the road. You want to take a dinner? Well, stay put until you get back." Miller looked uncertain about abandoning his post offers like that. "Don't come along every day, Chris." Webb partially opened his jacket so Miller could see he was armed. "And yeah, I got some shots off at Waco. Go have yourself a good meal. You sure it'll be okay?" Romano answered in his most intimidating voice. "If anybody comes along who shouldn't, they'll wish they got the dog over us." At that, Agent Miller quickly got in his car and drove off. Webb waited until he was out of sight before he went to his trunk, pulled out a small device along with a flashlight, looked around, and then walked with Romano up to the front door of Cove's house. "Damn, that dude would last all of 2 minutes at HRT," said Romano. "You never know, Paulie. You made it, didn't you? You really gonna pop this place?" "Yeah, I'm really gonna. You have a problem with that. Go sit in the car. There is not much in life I have a problem with." The pick gun made fast work of the simple front door lock, and Webb and Romano were inside in a few seconds. Webb closed the door and turned on his flashlight. He saw the alarm panel next to the front door, but it was not armed. Presumably, only Cove would have known the pass code. They walked down the short hallway and entered the living room. Webb hit all corners with the light. Both men's hands were on their pistol grips. The place was very sparsely furnished. Cove probably didn't spend much time in here anyway, Webb assumed. They did a quick search of the main floor and found nothing of interest, which didn't surprise Webb. Cove was a veteran, and vets didn't exactly leave detailed records of what they were doing lying around for folks to find. The basement was unfinished. There were a few boxes down there. Romano and Webb quickly went through them. The only item Webb lingered over was a framed photograph of Cove, his wife, and their children. Webb shone the light at an angle so it wouldn't reflect off the glass. Cove was in a suit, no dreadlocks in sight. His features handsome and confident. His smile was contagious from simply looking at the photo. Webb felt the corners of his mouth curl. One big arm was around his wife, and the other enveloped both his children. His wife was remarkably beautiful, with shoulder-length hair, a big smile of her own, and eyes that could have reduced any man to the quivers. The boy and girl favored their mother. They would have grown up into beautiful people, no doubt, at the same time their mother and father grew old together. That was how life was supposed to work out anyway, and rarely did, at least for people who did what Cove and Webb did for a living. The photograph captured the other side of Randall Cove, focusing on the man as husband and father. Webb envisioned the former All-American tailback tossing a football to his son in the backyard. Maybe the boy had inherited his old man's athletic skills. Perhaps he could have had the professional career that had been denied his father in a Hollywood movie. That might happen, but it rarely did in the unfairness of real life. "Nice family," commented Romano. "Not anymore," Webb didn't bother to explain. He put the photo back in the box and they headed upstairs. As his light glanced off the rear sliding door, something flung itself against the glass in unison. Webb and Romano pulled their guns until they heard the barking and realized it was the K9 doing its job. Well, at least a dog would never rat on you. Maybe that was the real reason they were man's best friends, thought Webb. They kept your secrets to the grave. They hustled to the upstairs level, wanting to be done long before Miller got back. Webb didn't like conning a fellow agent, but he definitely didn't want to be caught conducting an unauthorized search of a major suspect's home. Bates would throw away the key on that one, and Webb probably couldn't blame him. There were 2 rooms up here connected by a bathroom. The front room that overlooked the street was Cove's bedroom. The bed was made, and the closet held few clothes. Webb lifted a shirt out and held it up to himself. Webb could have almost fit his leg into one of the arms of the shirt. Webb wouldn't have wanted to play defense against the man. One might as well try and tackle a van. The room that was on the rear side of the house was empty. It was set up as a bedroom but apparently had never been used as one. The inside of the small closet had no hanger scratches on the walls, and the carpet held no imprints of furniture having been there. Webb and Romano were about to leave when Webb noticed something. He looked at the windows in this back room and then went through the connecting bath and into the front bedroom and looked at the windows there. They had mini blinds for privacy, logical. Since this room overlooked the street, Webb went back through the bathroom and into the other room. There were shades on these windows too, but not mini blinds, noted Webb. These were old-fashioned roll-up shades. The back bedroom overlooked dense woods, so privacy wasn't really an issue. Webb looked out the window and saw where the sun was falling. The back room faced to the north, so it would get no afternoon light that required shades to block. And since the room wasn't being used, why have shades at all? And if one did elect some sort of window treatment, why not the same throughout the house? At least with mini blinds, one could allow some light in and still have a reasonable degree of privacy. With shades, it was all or nothing. And with little light back here as it was, and no overhead light built in, this room would stay in perpetual darkness. It didn't make a lot of sense, but perhaps Cove had inherited this arrangement from a previous owner and had no interest in changing it. "What's got your antenna up?" asked Romano. The man's choice in shades. "You going feminine on me." Webb ignored Romano and stepped to the window. The shades were fully pulled up. Webb took the rope and jerked. The shade did its thing and came down. Nothing out of the ordinary there. He stepped to the other window and did the same thing. The rope was stuck, and the shade did not come down. For an instant Webb was about to just call it quits and leave, but then he shone his light up at the trip mechanism on the shade and saw that it had been bent such that the rope pull wouldn't work anymore. He bent the trip back into place and pulled on the rope. Down came the shade, and Romano gaped as the envelope that had been secreted in the rolled-up shade literally dropped into his hands. Romano stared at him. "Damn, you're good at this? Let's go, Paulie." Webb pulled the shade back up and they jogged down the stairs. Romano checked to make sure the coast was clear, and then they slipped out. Webb pulled the front door closed behind him. Webb and Romano got in their car, and Webb turned on the overhead light and settled down to review what they had found. He opened the envelope and pulled out the yellowed news clipping. It was from the Los Angeles Times, and it was reporting on the deaths of an undercover agent's family at the hands of the Russian mafia. The official speaking on behalf of the Bureau gave a stinging attack on the criminals and vowed that they would be brought to justice. The official was identified as someone very close to the investigation. He was actually the case supervisor of the undercover agent, whom they refused to identify even though the names of the slain family members had been made public. Webb could only shake his head at the name of the Bureau official. Percy Bates Miller drove up a few minutes later, got out and walked over to the car. He patted his belly. "Thanks for the assist, guys." "No problem," said Romano. "We've been there, done that. Anything come up while I was gone?" "Nope, all clear." "Hey, I'm off duty in about 2 hours. You guys interested in having a beer?" Webb glanced past Miller because the failing sunlight had just glanced off some reflective object in the distance. "Webb, look out!" Romano cried out because he obviously had seen the same thing. Webb reached across to Miller, grabbed his tie, and tried to pull him down. The shot hit Miller dead center of the back and came through his chest, zipped right in front of Webb, and shattered the glass on the passenger side. Romano was already out of the car and behind one of the wheels. He poked the gun over the hood but didn't fire Webb. "Get the hell out of there." For a split second, Webb held on to Miller's tie, even as the young agent slid down the side of the car. The last thing Webb saw was the dead man's eyes staring at him, and then Miller hit the ground. "Webb, get your ass out of that car or I'll shoot you myself." Webb ducked down as another shot shattered the rear side window of the blue car. Webb slid out and took up position behind the rear wheel. At the academy, you were taught that squatting behind car wheels was the place to be because there were few weapons that could penetrate all that metal. "You see anything?" asked Romano. "Just that first reflection off a scope. A damn good 1,000 yards away in the woods between those two sections of townhouses. Miller's dead. No shit. Him figuring something like a 308 chambering steel jackets with a Litton 10 power scope. Great. The same stuff we use, replied Webb. Just keep your damn head down. Oh, thanks for telling me, Webb. I was just about to jump up screaming for my mummy. We can't fire back. Our pistols don't have that range. Why don't you tell me something I don't know? You got any goodies in your trunk? I would if it were my car. Another shot hit the sedan and both men ducked, yet another shot came and the left front wheel blew, another and steam rose from the radiator. Don't you think somebody might try calling the cops? Complained Romano. What? You got snipers in the suburbs every day. My phone's in the car. Well, don't try and get it. Hoover's out there knows what he's doing. They waited another 5 minutes and no more shots hit. Then they could finally hear sirens in the distance. Webb edged his head up over the side and looked through the car's windows. He didn't see any more reflections from the woods. The police finally showed and Webb and Romano held up their creeds and motioned for the cops to get down. After another few minutes, Webb crawled over to the squad car and explained the situation. No more shots came, and then apparently all the county cops showed up, along with a half-dozen state troopers. The woods were combed without finding anyone, although a dirt road leading out to the main one on the other side of the subdivision Cove lived in had fresh tire tracks. And they also found a number of spent rifle shells. Romano had been right. Steel-jacketed .30-08s. Chris Miller was officially pronounced dead and the ambulance came and took him away. Webb noted the wedding band on his finger before they zipped the body bag shut. Well, Mrs. Miller was going to get the dreaded visit from the bureau tonight. He shook his head and looked over at Romano. I'm really getting sick of this life. 27 Webb and Romano had given their statements about 3 times each. And Bates had come down and had taken a bite out of Webb's butt for conducting an unauthorized investigation. I told you they'd be gunning for you, Webb, but you stubborn son of a bitch. You just won't listen, ranted Bates. Hey, take it easy, said Romano. Do I know you, said Bates as he got right in Romano's face. Paul Romano, hotel team assaulter. He put out his hand. Bates ignored the gesture and turned back to Webb. Do you realize that Buck Winters is looking for any excuse to squash you? He glanced at Romano. To officially cremate all of HRT? And you're playing right into his hands. All I'm trying to do is find out what happened to my guys, rejoined Webb. And you'd be doing the same thing if you were me. Don't you throw that bullshit in my face. Bates stopped cold because Webb was holding up the newspaper clipping. I found this in the house. Bates slowly reached out and took the clipping. You want to talk about it? Asked Webb. Bates led them away from the crime scene and over to a quiet slice of ground. He glanced at Romano and then at Webb. Okay, said Webb. Cleared for all sorts of top-secret stuff. Even did joint VIP protection on Arafat once, said Romano. Now you talk about a target. Lots of people after that man. You didn't mention you were working with Cove when his family was killed, said Webb. I don't owe you my life story, snapped Bates. Maybe you just owe me an explanation. Bates folded the clipping up and put it in his pocket. It was really nobody's fault. Cove didn't mess up and we didn't either. It was a fluke. And the Russians got lucky. I wish I could take it back, but nobody can. Randy Cove is a hell of an agent, so Cove has no reason to be seeking payback. No, I've talked to him. He almost got popped not that long after Charlie Team. He said he saw that building filled to the brim with everything that was supposed to be there. So his story is, he got set up to feed us bad intel. Out went the files and in came the guns, said Webb. Something like that. It was a short-time fuse, Cove said he was in the building shortly before you guys hit it. He thought Head infiltrated a big-time drug operas, not looking to tell you how to do your job. But the smart thing may be to bring him in. With his cover blown, he sounds like he needs protection. Cove can take care of himself and he can do more on the outside. In fact, he might be getting close to a big-time drug supplier that I don't care about. All I want are the guys who set us up. That's just it. Webb. They might be one and the same. Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Why would a drug supplier want to have the Bureau coming after them loaded for bear? There could be any number of reasons, paybacks, to keep distributors in line, even to set up a rival to take the heat and reduce the competition. "You let me have a crack at those guys," said Romano, "and it'll reduce something like their lifespan." "So I take it Hes not reporting in regularly," said Webb. "How'd you know that?" said Bates. "If Hes really that good, hell no that everybody thinks Hes in on it. So he lies low, doesn't trust anybody, and goes about his own investigation, trying to get to the truth before somebody gets him. That's a pretty good deduction," Webb said. "Actually, I'm just speaking from experience." "Speaking of experience, I finally got a call back from Bill Canfield. I've got an appointment to meet him tomorrow at his farm. Care to join me?" I said I would. "You want to come too, Paulie?" Bates stared at him. "Are you the same Paul Romano that was with Delta Force and then New York SWAT?" "There's only one Paul Romano," said Romano without a trace of conceit. "Arafat, huh? Hey, when you want to send the very best, good. Consider yourself temporarily reassigned. I'll talk to your commander." Romano looked stunned. "Reassigned. Doing what?" "Doing what I tell you to do. See you two tomorrow?" Webb dropped off Romano at home before he got out. Romano said, "Hey, Webb, you think this new gig pays more?" "Angie's been talking about getting a new washer-dryer and maybe finishing the basement. If I were you, I wouldn't mention anything like that to Angie. You'll be lucky if it doesn't pay less." Romano shook his head as he got out. "Story of my life." Webb pulled away and drove aimlessly. He felt miserable about Chris Miller and didn't envy the people who would have to tell his wife. He hoped Miller didn't have any kids, but he looked like the kind who would. Damn, there was just too much misery in the world. Finally, he decided he needed another dose of old-fashioned police work. Webb took the outer loop of the Capitol Beltway around to Interstate 395, headed north, and steered the Mercury Bates had gotten for him across the dilapidated 14th Street Bridge that an airplane taking off from National Airport in a snowstorm had actually fallen on years ago. He pointed the car toward an area of town where few law-abiding citizens other than those who were lost or those who carried a gun and a badge ever dared venture, especially at this hour. The scene was a familiar one to Webb. It was the same route his squad had followed their last night on Earth. Webb knew the car and its government plates just screamed Fed man, but he really didn't care. For an hour he cruised up and down every dead-end street, every alley, every hole in the wall that looked promising. Several times he passed patrol cars that were nosing around looking for trouble, which here was akin to being a cat in an aviary. What you wanted was damn near everywhere. He was just about to give it up when his gaze caught on the flash of red under a streetlight. He slowed the car, grabbed his trusty binoculars from the bag, and got a better look. It was probably nothing, for many wore the do-rag here, and many of them were red. Red for blood. Even people down here had a sense of purpose and also humor about their work. A few seconds later, Webb's pulse kicked to a higher gear. The gent was even wearing the same clothes. A tank shirt over barbell shoulders and shorts below the butt crack. It was his good old neighborhood purveyor of fine crack cocaine and other illegal drugs from the alley, where Charlie Team had run its last lap. Webb cut the car's engine, let the car drift to a stop, and quietly got out. He thought about taking his shotgun, but then decided his pistol would be enough. It was hard to pounce holding a shotgun. He gripped his pistol and slowly made his way down the street, keeping to the shadows. There was a streetlight under which he had to pass on his way to the kid. Just when he stepped into its pool of light, there came a scream from somewhere. The kid looked up, saw him. Webb swore under his breath and took off running. "Still want a deal on my rifle?" Webb called out to him as he hustled forward. The kid bolted down the alley. Webb knew he shouldn't do it, not even armed, and he stopped. Going down that alley without any backup, he might as well phone in his casket order. It was still a tough decision because Webb wanted Bandana Boy in the worst sort of way. In Webb's connect-the-dots manner of thinking, maybe Bandana was the one who hit the remote that had activated the laser that had tripped the machine guns that had sent Webb's dearest friends into oblivion. He finally made up his mind. "Another night, my friend. And next time I won't stop until my hands are around your damn neck." Webb turned to go back to his car. That's when he saw them coming. They seemed in no hurry. There were maybe a dozen of them. Along with their elongated shadows against the brick, he saw the array of weapons they were carrying. Cut off from his car, Webb ducked down the alley and started running hard. He heard the group behind him do the same. Shit, he said to himself. Could anybody say setup? The light from the street lamp was quickly left behind, and Webb could only rely on the presence of some dregs of ambient light from the sky and the sounds of running feet ahead and behind him. Unfortunately, in this high-walled labyrinth, the echoes were not reliable guides. Webb made lefts and rights until he was hopelessly lost. He turned one last corner and stopped. He imagined half the group had probably headed around to block his escape, though for all he knew he was running in circles. He thought he could still hear them coming, but he couldn't tell from where. He ducked down another alley and stopped. Listened. Quiet. Quiet. He didn't like. Quiet meant stealth. He looked left, right, and then up, up, up sounded good. He climbed a nearby fire escape and then froze. The footsteps were close. He soon saw why. Two of them came around the corner. They were tall, lean, with shaved heads and dressed in leather and baggy, low-riding prison shuffle jeans and big jailhouse shoes with thick heels. They were no doubt just itching to grind into Webb's face. They halted and looked around. They were directly underneath him. Just like Webb had done, they looked left and then right. He figured it would only be a matter of seconds before, as he had Dante, looked up. So he swung down, and each foot collided with one head, and both men slammed into the brick wall. Webb landed a little awkwardly, his ankle twisting under him. Since each husky fellow was groaning and attempting to get up, he landed the butt of his pistol against the backs of their necks, and they went down for a long winter's nap. He grabbed their guns, threw them all into a dumpster standing nearby, and then sprinted off. He could still hear running feet, and also an occasional gunshot. Webb didn't know if it was his pursuers or simply a run-of-the-mill gangbanger dispute that happened around here every night. He rounded another corner and was hit low and hard. The impact knocked him off his feet, and he lost his weapon as he sprawled on the asphalt. He rolled and came up, fists cocked. Bandana Boy was standing there, a knife almost as big as he was in hand. He was grinning the same shit-eating grin that Head had in the alley on the night that Charlie Team had disappeared. Webb noted he held the weapon with some skill. The kid probably had fought 100 knife fights. He was shorter than Webb, yet more muscular, probably quicker. This was to be a classic test of youth against experience. Well, come on and eat some experience, young man, muttered Webb as he prepared to defend himself. The kid lunged at Webb, whipping the knife blade around so fast Webb could hardly follow. Yet he didn't really have to, because Webb executed a loop kick that clipped Bandana's legs out from under him, and he went down hard. The kid was up quickly, but only in time to take one of Webb's size 12s to the head. With the kid stunned, Webb was all over him. He locked down the arm holding the knife and proceeded to break Bandana's grip on both the knife and his forearm. With his security of the blade gone and a jagged shaft of his forearm staring him in the face, the kid fled, his cries of pain sweeping the alley with him, and his shit-eating attitude lying next to the knife on the bloody ground. Webb shook his own fuzzy head clear and started to stumble over to retrieve his gun. He never made it. Webb could only watch silently as the group of men appeared from all corners, blocking the path to his weapon. They carried sawed-off shotguns and pistols. Webb could sense they were also very happy to see him here, outnumbered as he was 10-1. Webb figured he had nothing to lose by taking an aggressive posture. He held out his FBI shield. I could bust every one of you on weapons charges. But I tell you what, feeling generous and not up to all the paperwork, so you just pack up and go about your business and, well, forget about it for now. But don't be pulling this shit again. Their response was to move forward. Webb's response to that wasto moved back until he felt the wall behind him, and further retreat and ultimate escape would have to be confined to his imagination. Then two of the crew directly in front of him were tossed to the side so violently it was like gravity had been suspended from underneath them. In this gap, Webb found himself staring up at the largest man he had ever seen outside a professional football game. The giant was 6'6" or 7, and if he carried less than 400 pounds on his frame, Webb didn't know how. He realized that this new antagonist must be the legendary Big F. The man was dressed in a short-sleeved burgundy-colored silk shirt that was so large Webb could have used it for a blanket. Beige linen pants covered long legs that actually looked short, so thick and massive were they. He had on no socks. His bare feet were in suede loafers, and his shirt was open to the navel, even though it was only about 50 degrees with a sneaky little breeze that quickly got under one's skin. His skull had a shadow of fuzz covering it. His facial features matched his great size, with a heavy blob of nose and conical ears, each pierced with about a dozen diamond studs that gleamed impressively even in the poor light. He wasted no time and strode right up to Webb. When Big F reached out to grab a fistful of him, Webb delivered a vicious blow to the man's gut that would have dropped a heavyweight boxer. All he got from Big F was a grunt. Then he lifted Webb off the ground, reared back like he was of blood appeared at the corner of Big F's ear, and Webb noted with satisfaction that he had relieved the man of some of his diamond studs, leaving jagged bits of earlobe in their bloody wake. Yet Big F was still standing, like one of the brick buildings surrounding them. Webb had knocked 100-pound body bags right off their supports with that kick. How could this be? Well, he had no time really to think about how it could be, because Big F, moving faster than a man his size should ever have been able to, delivered a forearm the size of a 6x6 to the side of Webb's head that came one dizzying star from knocking him out. A few seconds later, Big F was half carrying and half dragging Webb down the alley. His shoes and jacket lost somewhere along the way. His pants were ripped and his legs and arms were bleeding from being dragged over the pavement. Apparently just for fun, since Webb was putting up no further resistance, Big F tossed him headfirst against a dumpster. This did knock out Webb, and he stayed that way until he felt himself being thrown onto something soft. He opened his eyes. It was the interior of the Mercury. He flinched when he saw Big F slam the door and walk away. The guy hadn't said one word, and Webb had never been more humbled in his life. No wonder Granny and Jerome had acted the way they had. Hell, Jerome was probably still running. Webb sat up slowly and felt around for broken bones. When he opened his right hand, a paper fluttered out of it. Webb saw the numbers and words scribbled on it, looked over in amazement at where Big F had been but was no longer. He put the slip of paper in his pocket, pulled out his keys, revved up the Mercury, and burned rubber off the rear wheels, getting the hell out of there, leaving behind his jacket, his shoes, his pistol, and a big chunk of his confidence. 28. It was early in the morning, and Webb was soaking in the tub in another crummy motel. Every part of him ached. The long scrapes on his arms and legs burned like there was a branding iron pressed to them. He had a knot on his forehead from where his noggin had met dumpster, and a gash along the good side of his face that probably still had some grains of asphalt inside. Boy, he was aging really well. He should try out for male modeling when he left the bureau. The phone rang, and Webb swung his hand out and snagged it. It was Bates. "I'll pick you and your buddy up in an hour at Romano's house." Webb groaned. "What's wrong?" asked Bates. "Late night? Got a bitch of a hangover?" "Oh, I'm so sorry, Webb. 1 hour. Be there or find another planet to live on." Bates hung up. Exactly 1 hour later, Bates picked up Webb and Romano, and they headed to Virginia horse country. Bates looked at Webb's fresh injuries. "What the hell happened to you?" asked Bates. "You better not have trashed another car, because after the Mercury you're riding a bicycle." Bates glanced over at Webb's car parked at the curb. "I slipped getting out of the bathtub." "You did all that getting out of the tub?" Bates clearly did not believe this. "You know what they say, Perce? Most accidents happen at home." Bates stared at him for a long moment before deciding not to pursue it. He had a lot of other items on his to-do list. After an hour's drive, they got off the highway and drove for miles along twisting roads and hairpin curves bracketed by thick woods. They missed a turn somewhere because they ended up on a dirt road barely wide enough for their car. Webb looked over at a sagging metal gate and the sign next to it that read, "East Winds Farm, no hunting, fishing, or trespassing violators, prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, East Winds." They knew was the name of the Canfield farm. They must have come in on the rear side, Webb concluded. He smiled as he read the sign. Well, damn, these people meant business. He was shaking with fear. He glanced at Romano, who was looking at the sign and smiling too, because he was probably thinking the same thing. The fencing here was low rail board on post. The place was in the middle of nowhere. Somebody who knew what they were doing could hop that fence in a second, go to the main house, kill the Canfields and everyone else there, have a drink, watch some TV, and no one would probably know until the spring thaw, opined Romano knowledgeably. Yeah, and since murder isn't one of the offenses listed on the sign, added Webb, I guess he'd be free from prosecution. Keep that crap to yourself, growled Bates, however. Webb could tell the guy was worried. This place was vulnerable. They finally found the correct turn and reached the front entrance to East Winds. The gates reminded Webb of the ones in front of the White House, and yet with all the exposed property, the big gates were a joke from a security perspective. Above the entrance was an arch of metal scrollwork with the name of the farm written large, and to top it all off, the gates were open. There was a call box, however, and Bates hit the button. They waited, and someone finally came on. Special Agent Bates with the FBI. "Come on up," said the voice. "Follow the main road and take the first right up to the main house." As Bates pulled forward, Webb pointed out, "No closed-circuit TV. We could be Charlie Manson and company for all they know." They headed straight. The rolling green land stretched as far as they could see. Much of it enclosed by horizontal rail fencing. Large rolls of hay lay in the fields. Off to one side was a small pond. The main road was asphalt and ran straight for a while, and then curved right around a swath of towering oak and hickory, with scrub pines wedged between. Through the trees to the right, they caught glimpses of an enormous structure. They finally came to a large 2-story stone house, with high Palladian windows and broad sliding doors below and topped with a large tin-sheathed cupola patinaed by the elements, with a weather vane of a horse and rider mounted on top. To Webb, it looked like a color Martha Stewart might try to copyright and then sell to the masses as something far more chic than simple weather rot. They turned right, away from the carriage house, and passed down a long paved drive. Some of the largest maple trees Webb had ever seen were situated in rows on each side of the drive, forming a natural roof of limbs and leaves. Webb looked up ahead, and his eyes widened. It was the largest house he had ever seen, and it was constructed all from stone, with an enormous front portico supported by 6 massive columns. "Damn," said Romano. "That looks to be about the size of the Hoover Building." Bates parked the car in front and started to get out. "It's a house, Romano. And put your tongue back in your mouth and try not to embarrass the Bureau." The massive door opened, and a man stood there. Billy Canfield had not aged well, thought Webb. He was still tall and trim, but the broad shoulders and deep chest which Webb remembered from the man's visits to Webb in the hospital had fallen in. His hair was now thinner and almost fully gray, and the face had grown even craggier. As Canfield walked out to see them, Webb noted the limp in the man's gait, and he saw where one knee turned inward more than normal. Canfield, he figured, would be in his early 60s now. 15 years ago he had married for the second time to Gwen, a woman much younger than he was. He had grown children from his first marriage, and he and Gwen had also had their own boy, the 10-year-old who had been killed by members of the Free Society at the school in Richmond. Webb still saw David Canfield's face often in his dreams. The guilt had not lessened over the years. If anything, it had grown more intense. Canfield eyed each of them fiercely from under thick tufts of eyebrows. Bates put out his strong hand and held up his credentials with the other. "Just like the Bureau taught you," observed Webb. "I'm Agent Bates with the FBI's Washington Field Office, Mr. Canfield. Thanks for letting us come out." Canfield ignored Bates and instead looked over at Webb. "I know you, don't I? Webb London, Mr. Canfield. I'm with Hostage Rescue. I was down in Richmond that day," he added, diplomatically. "You visited me in the hospital. That meant a lot to me. I want you to know that." Canfield nodded slowly and then put out his hand to Webb, who shook it. "Well, I appreciate what y'all tried to do. Then you did all you could, risk your life and all for my boy." He stopped and looked over at Bates. "But I told you on the phone that nothing's happened out here, and if that son of a bitch comes my way, hell end up dead and not the other way round." "I understand that, Mr. Canfield, Billy." "Thank you, Billy. But you have to understand that 3 people with a connection to what happened at that school in Richmond, and possibly a 4th person, have already been killed. If the Free Society is behind it, And I have to tell you that as yet we have no direct proof that they are, but if they are, you could be a target. That's why we're here. Canfield looked at his watch. And what? You want to put me under lock and key? I got a damn horse farm to run, and let me tell you, it don't run on autopilot. I understand that, but there are unobtrusive steps we can take. Y'all want to keep talking? You gotta come on with me. I got things to do. Bates exchanged glances with Webb and Romano and then shrugged. They followed Canfield over to a jet-black Land Rover and climbed in. Canfield didn't wait for seatbelts to be put on. He hit the gas, and they sped off. Webb was in the front seat next to him. As they drove along, he surveyed the farm. Last I heard, you owned a trucking company in Richmond. How'd you end up on a horse farm in Fauquier County? Canfield slipped a cigarette out of his shirt pocket and lit up, cracked the window and blew smoke out. Gwen doesn't let me smoke in the house. Take my shots when I can, he explained. Now that's a damn good question, Webb, from trucking to horses. I ask myself that sometimes, and sometimes I wish I was back in trucking. I was born and bred in Richmond and like it there. That city creeps into your bones for better or worse, and I've seen both sides of that coin. But Gwen's always loved horses. She grew up on a farm in Kentucky. I guess it gets in your blood too. All it's done for me is make my blood pressure go through the roof. Anyway, we decided to make a go of it. Jury's still out on how we're doing. Sunk every damn dime I have into this place, so at least we have the incentive to make it work. What exactly do you do on a horse farm? Asked Romano as he leaned forward. See, the only horses I've seen are the ones that pull the carriages around Central Park. I grew up in the Big Apple. Sorry to hear that, Yank, said Canfield. He looked around at Romano. Didn't catch your name? Romano? Paul Romano. Friends call me Paulie. Well, we're not friends, so I'll just call you Paul now. The main thing you do on a horse farm is bleed money, Paul. Bleed it like it's ice in a damn hailstorm. You pay out your ass for a property like this and all the people to help run it. You get you some horses and they eat you out of house and home. You pay outrageous stud fees so some son of a bitching horny stallion with a few track victories to its name will impregnate your mares. And then nature delivers you some foals that proceed to chip away at what little money you got left. As the foals grow into yearlings, you spend enough on the little sons of bitches to send a dozen kids to Harvard. And then you hope and pray that maybe one of them shows some promise and you can sell it to some poor sucker and maybe get a 5% return on your money for working your ass off 16 hours a day. And if you don't, then the bank that you've sold your life to comes and takes every single thing you've ever owned in your whole life, and you die dirt poor without a roof over your head, a stitch of clothes on your back, or a single person you could call a friend. He looked back at Romano. That's about it, Paul. You got any other questions? Nope, that about covers it, said Romano as he sat back. They reached a compound consisting of barns, stables, and other buildings, and Canfield drove underneath a pediment wooden arch that Canfield said was based upon the one at George Washington's Mount Vernon, only that it cost more. This is the equestrian center. Horse stalls, big hay barn, manager's office, trainer's work center, wash stalls, riding rings, and the like. God's little acre, if ever there were one, said Canfield, and he laughed as he climbed out of the Rover. The FBI agents followed him. Canfield called out to a man who was talking to a number of what looked to Webb to be farmhands. Hey, Nemo, come on over here for a sec. The man walked over. He was about Webb's height, yet burly, with the powerful physique of someone who worked with his body for a living. He had short, wiry black hair, slightly graying at the temples, and strong, handsome features. His clothes were clearly ranch, loose-fitting jeans and a faded denim shirt. Pointed-toe boots were on his feet. They weren't fancy, no alligator or kangaroo skin and no silver toe clips. They were dusty and creased from hard use and worn away where Webb-figured stirrups met the leather. Muddy canvas gloves stuck out from his back pocket. He took off his sweat-stained Stetson as he walked over and wiped his brow with a rag. Nemo straight? Here's my farm manager. Nemo, this is a bunch of folks from the FBI. They've come here to tell me I'm in danger because they let the asshole that killed my son break out of jail, and he might be gunning for me. Straight gave them all a terrifically unfriendly stare. Webb put out his hand. I'm Agent Webb London. Straight shook his hand, and Webb felt the extra force the man gave to the grip. Nemo Straight was a very strong gent, and obviously wanted to let Webb know it. Webb caught the man checking out his damaged mug. For most it evoked sympathy, which Webb loathed. Nemo, though, came away just looking a little surlier, as though he had suffered far greater wounds on a good day. Webb instantly liked the man. Canfield pointed at Webb. "Now, this fellow here actually tried to save my boy, which is more than I can say for some others involved in the process. Well, in my opinion, the government's not good for much except messing up folks' lives," said Nemo, looking at Webb. His voice was pure country, with little dips in between each syllable, mimicking the bobbing of his prodigious Adam's apple. For some reason, Webb envisioned Big Nemo performing country and Western karaoke and being just a stitch at it. Webb looked over at Bates, who said, "What we're trying to do here is help you, Billy. If somebody tries something with you, we want to be here to stop it." Canfield surveyed his property and then stared at Bates. "I got 10 men full-time on my farm, and every one of them is pretty good with a gun." Bates shook his head. "We waltzed right in here, and you didn't even know who we were. You came out the front door unarmed and alone. If we were looking to kill you, you'd already be dead." Canfield smiled. "What if I told you I had some of my boys watching you from the time you stepped on the property and that they were pointing something at you that wasn't their fingers?" Webb and Romano glanced around without seeming to do so. Webb had a sixth sense about people aiming guns his way, and he was wondering why it hadn't kicked in. "Then it'd tell you your boys probably would end up shooting some innocent people," said Bates. "Well, hell, that's what I got insurance for." I guess Canfield shot back. "I checked the records, Billy. During the trial, you received death threats from Ernest Free, among others. The Bureau put you under protection then." Canfield's features grew very grim. "That's right. Every time I turned around, there was some suit with a gun staring at me and reminding me that my little boy was dead and buried. So, no offense, but I've had enough of you folks to last the rest of my life." "That's about as clear as I can make it." Bates squared his shoulders and got closer to Canfield. "The Bureau is offering you protection again, and until Ernest Free is caught and we're sure that you're not in danger, I'm kind of insisting on it," added Bates. Canfield folded his arms across his chest. "Well then, we got us a problem, because this is the United States of America, and a person has the right to choose who comes on his property and who doesn't, and I'm asking you to get the hell off my land right now." Straight moved closer to his boss, and Webb saw some of the other farmhands also draw nearer. He also noted that Romano's hand had eased to his pistol grip. One big fellow made the truly enormous mistake of putting his hand on Romano's shoulder. In an instant, the man was face down on the ground, Romano's knee against the base of his spine, 145 in the guy's ear, and another 45, which Romano had pulled from the second holster he wore on the back of his waistband, pointed at Canfield's other men. "Okay," said Romano, "any of you other buckaroos want to bring it on?" Webb quickly stepped forward before Romano killed them all. "Look, Billy, I shot 2 of the Frees, and if I had gotten the chance, I would have blown Ernest away too. But the bastard got lucky and took a round through his shoulder instead, and I walked out with half a face and missing most of my blood. Now, I really believe that we all want the same thing here. We're just differing a bit on how to get there. What if Romano and I came to stay with you on the farm? No suits, just jeans and boots. We'll even help with the work, but in exchange, you have to cooperate with us. You'll have to listen to us when we tell you there might be a problem, and if we tell you to get your butt down, you get down. It looks like the Frees have already taken out several people, and they did it in ways that were pretty damn ingenious. So while I'm sure your men are really good at what they do, it might not be enough if these people really want to take you out. I can see that you're not the sort of guy who likes other people to tell you what to do, but I also don't believe you want to give the Frees the satisfaction of killing you. You and your wife have already been through that hell with your son. I don't believe you want her to have to grieve again over you." Canfield looked at Webb a long moment, and for that entire time Webb wasn't sure if the man was going to jump him or maybe order his men to open fire. Finally, Canfield looked down and kicked the dirt. "Let's go on back to the house and talk about this." He motioned for Straight and his men to go back to work. Romano helped the man up and even dusted him off. Nothing personal slick. I would be done that to anybody who touched me. Get the message. The man grabbed his hat and hustled off. From the look of fear in the man's eyes, Webb didn't think he'd be touching Romano ever again. Canfield and the agents climbed in the Rover as they were driving back. Canfield looked over at Webb. Okay, I'm not disputing that. What you say makes a lot of sense. But I'm not looking forward to revisiting that part of my life. And I'm kind of hating it that these assholes are pulling me back into that shithole. I understand that. But Webb was interrupted by the ringing of a cell phone. He checked his phone, but it wasn't his. Bates and Romano did the same thing. Canfield pulled a phone out of a storage panel in the Rover and looked at it. It wasn't ringing. He glanced at the floorboard and reached down and picked up the phone that was lying there. Somebody must have left their phone in here, although it's not Gwen's and I don't know who the hell else drives this truck. Probably somebody wanting to sell me something. He was about to punch the talk button when Webb grabbed the phone out of his hand, hit the window button on his door and threw the phone out. Canfield looked at him. What in the hell do you think you're doing? They watched as the phone flew through the air and then hit the ground in the middle of an empty dirt field. Nothing happened. Canfield pulled the Rover to a stop. You get your ass out there and go get that damn phone. The explosion was powerful enough to rock the Land Rover and send a cloud of black smoke and flames 100 feet in the air. All the men stared at this fiery spectacle for several seconds. Finally, a shaken Canfield looked over at Webb. When do you boys want to start? 29 Webb drove down the street to his mother's home. He still didn't know what the hell to do with it. To sell, it would require him to fix it up, and he would have to do that himself, since his bank account wouldn't allow the convenience of hiring professionals to do it, and yet he had no desire to tighten one hinge or replace one shingle on the place. Webb was here because it had occurred to him that if he was going to be staying out at the farm for a while, he would need some clothes. He didn't want to go back to his own home right now. The reporters were probably still staking it out. However, he kept some clothes at his mom's house, too. He also wanted to return the box containing much of Harry Sullivan's life to the attic, being constantly on the move now. Webb didn't want a chance losing it. He also wasn't sure what to do about his father. Should he call the main prison? Was that the place to get reacquainted with his old man? Yet chances were, at his age, Harry Sullivan was going to die in prison. This might be Webb's only shot. It was funny how almost being blown to bits by a bomb in a phone made you reorder your priorities. His musings about his father stopped when his phone rang. It was Claire, and she sounded nervous yet determined. I've been giving our sessions a lot of thought, Webb. I think we need to change tactics somewhat. I'm curious about a few things, and I think they can be better addressed in a different sort of way. Well, that's incredibly vague, Claire. What exactly are you talking about from our discussions so far, Webb? It seems to me that many of your issues stem from your relationship with your mother and stepfather. During our last session, you told me that you had grown up in your mother's house and that you had recently inherited it from her. So, and you also mentioned that you would never consider living there? Also that your stepfather died there again. So what? I think there might be something else there. You remember I said, I listen for cues from my patients? Well, I'm getting a big one from you here. What does an old house have to do with my issues? It's not the house, Webb. It's what might have happened in the house. He persisted. What might have happened in the house other than my stepfather kicking the bucket that has anything to do with me? Only you know that. And him telling you that's all I know. And I really don't see how my freezing in an alley has anything to do with my growing up in that house. That was a long time ago. You'd be amazed, Webb, at how long the mind can keep something under wraps until it erupts one day. Your encounter with the little boy in the alley could have triggered something from your past. Well, I'm telling you I don't know what that is. If I'm right, you do know Webb, only your conscious mind doesn't realize it. He rolled his eyes. What kind of psychobabble crap is that, in response? Claire said. Webb, I'd like to hypnotize you. He was stunned. No, it really could help us get somewhere. How can making me bark like a dog while I'm unconscious help? Being in a hypnotic state is a form of enhanced consciousness, Webb. You'll be aware of everything going on around you. You will be in complete control. I can't make you do anything you don't want to. It won't help. You can't know that. It can allow you to address some issues you ordinarily would be inhibited from doing. There are some things in my head maybe I don't want to figure out. You never know, Webb, until you try. Please think about it, please. Look, Claire, I'm sure you've got lots of crazy people to help. Why don't you think about them for a while? He clicked off. Webb pulled his car into the driveway, went inside, packed a duffel of clothes, and then hesitated at the bottom of the attic stairs, holding the Harry Sullivan box under one arm. This really shouldn't be so hard, he told himself. An attic was an attic. Though he had told Claire otherwise, there was something about this house that had rattled him somewhere deep in his soul. Yet he reached up, gripped the cord, and pulled down the stairs. When he got to the attic, he put the box down and reached for the light cord, but then drew his hand back. He looked to the various corners, seeking out threats, an endeavor that was now more instinct than habit. He drew his gaze across the plywood floor and then to all the blackened shapes of his family's bleak history, in the form of clothes racks, piles of books, heaps of junk left to rot. The stack of burgundy-colored rug remnants near the stairway held his attention. They were tightly rolled and bound with tape. He picked one up. It was heavy and very hard, stiff as it was with both cold and age. The remnants matched the rug on the floor below, and Webb wondered why his mother had kept them off to the side there. Once had been a large pile of clothes. Now the space was empty. Webb had sometimes come up here, pulled the attic door closed after him, and hidden under the clothes pile during his stepfather's many rampages. His stepfather had also kept his stash of drugs and special liquor up here, too, because he feared his wife getting her hands on them. He would stumble up here in the middle of the night, already wasted, and seek out additional means to do his mind further damage. It was the early 70s. The country still digging itself out from Vietnam, and people like his stepfather, who had never taken up arms for his country or for any other cause, used the general angst and indifference of the times as an excuse to live life on a perpetual high. Part of the attic floor was also over the ceiling of Webb's bedroom. When he was young and in bed, Webb would hear his stepfather's footsteps overhead as the man sought out his mood-altering substances. Young Webb would be terrified that Stockton might come crashing down through the ceiling to land on top of him and beat the hell out of him. A cobra in your bed, kill or be killed. When Stockton did beat him, Webb would have gone to his mother, but most of the time she was not there to console him. She often took long drives at night and came home in the morning, hours after Webb had dressed and fed himself and rushed off to school so he wouldn't have to confront the old man across the breakfast table. The creak of steps still bothered him to this day. He closed his eyes and breathed in the chilly air, and in his mind that old vanished pile of clothes rose high into the air. And then right on cue there was a slash of red, and then sounds flooded him that made Webb open his eyes and rush back down the stairs and close the attic door. He had had this vision 1,000 times and could never figure it out. He had gotten to the point where he didn't want to decipher it, but for now, for some reason, he felt like he was closer to its true meaning than ever before. He sat in the Mercury and pulled out his cell phone and the piece of paper Big F had given him the night before. He checked his watch. It was right at the time the paper said to call. He punched in the numbers and the phone was immediately answered. He was given a set of instructions and then the line went dead. At least they were an efficient bunch. Well, he was going to have a busy night as he drove off. He paraphrased the immortal words of Talk Webb London to the rest of the human race nobody has control. 30 Webb drove to Romano's house and picked him up. Angie was standing in the doorway when Romano came out with his bags, and she didn't look very happy. At least Webb deduced this when he waved to Angie and got the finger in return for his troubles. Romano loaded 2 sniper rifles, an MP5, a set of Kevlar, and 4 semi-automatic pistols along with ammo clips for each into the trunk. Christ, we're not going after Saddam. Paulie, you do it your way, and I'll do it mine. The guy who blew away Chris Miller is still out there. And if Hez getting off 1,000-yard shots at yours truly, then I want to be able to shoot the son of a bitch back. Capiche? He turned and waved to Angie. Bye-bye, sweetie pea. Angie flipped him the bird too before slamming the door behind her. I take it Shay's upset, said Webb. I had some leave time. We were supposed to go see her mother in Bayou Country, Slidell, Louisiana, to be exact. I'm sorry, Paulie. Romano looked at him and smiled before pulling his Yankees cap over his eyes and settling back in his seat. "Im not." They drove to East Winds, where they were met at the gate by a pair of FBI agents. They showed their creeds and were allowed in. The Bureau presence was here in its full glory after the attempted murder of Billy Canfield via exploding cell phone. The Bureau's bomb squad van passed them going out, no doubt with every bit of evidence they could scrounge from the debris. Webb felt sure that Bureau agents were interviewing everyone on the farm who might be remotely connected with where that phone might have come from. Webb was also sure Billy Canfield would be less than thrilled with all that activity, yet at least he had saved the man's life. That had gotten them entry into the farm. He had just finished this thought when a horse and rider came into view. It was a big, glossy thoroughbred, with a perfect blending of shimmering muscle, tendon, and bone, all moving in a delicate synchronicity that made it seem more machine than animal. Webb had ridden a few times, but had never really gotten into it, and yet he had to admit, the sight was really something to behold. The rider was dressed in brown riding breeches, high polished black boots, and a light blue cotton sweater. The hands were gloved. The black riding helmet failed to fully cover the long blonde hair. He rolled his window down as the woman rode the horse over to the car. "I'm Gwen Canfield." "You must be Webb." "I am." "This is Paul Romano. Did your husband tell you the arrangement?" "Yes. He asked me to show you to where you'll be staying," said Gwen. She took off her helmet, pulled back her blonde hair, and it fell across her shoulders. Webb looked at the horse and said, "She's a beauty. It's a he, sorry. Didn't check the equipment. Didn't want to embarrass anybody." She patted the horse's neck. "Baron doesn't mind, do you? Secure in your masculinity, aren't you? We should all be so lucky." Gwen eased a bit back on the small English-style riding saddle, one hand firmly holding on to the double loop of reins, and looked around. "Billy told me what happened in the Rover. I want to thank you for what you did. Billy probably forgot to, just doing my job." Though he had never met Gwen, other HRT members at the trial in Richmond had described her as high-strung and emotional. This woman was very calm, almost detached in a way. Despite her words of gratitude, her tone was subdued. Maybe she had just used up all the emotions she had back then. Webb had seen pictures of Gwen Canfield taken by the media at the trial. Unlike her husband, Gwen had aged very well. He figured, in her mid to late 30s. Her blonde hair was still long. Her figure was that of a woman 10 years younger, with curves where men enjoyed seeing them and a bosom that would never fail to draw stares. Her features were lovely, with high cheekbones and full lips. If she had been an actress, the camera would have fallen in love with her. She was also tall and carried herself very erect. The horse rider's posture, Webb assumed, were going to the carriage house. It's right down this road. Gwen turned Baron around, punched the horse in the sides with her boots, gave a loud call that sounded indecipherable to Webb, yet in horse language must have meant gallop like holy hell. Because that's exactly what old Baron did. Horse and rider flew down the road. Then Gwen leaned forward, actually blending in with the horse's torso as Baron lifted off the ground, clearing the 3-foot slanted jump-in fence linear breach in the fence, designed to allow horse and rider to pass through, landing in one of the paddocks and galloping on without missing a step. Or hoof. Webb honked his horn in applause, and Gwen waved without looking back. The carriage house, as it turned out, was the place with the big Palladian windows and patinade weather vane Webb had seen earlier. Gwen dismounted from Baron and tethered him to a post. As they were unloading their stuff from the car, Webb gave Romano a sign not to unpack his weapons in front of the woman. Webb looked at the location of the carriage house and its relation to the main house, which he could barely see down the long tree-lined road. He turned to Gwen. "I don't mean to sound ungrateful, but would it be possible for us to stay in the main house? If anything goes down, it might take us a little too long to get to you." Billy said the carriage house. "If you have a problem with that, you'll have to take it up with him." "Well, I guess I will," Webb told himself to her. He said, Sorry about all this, Mrs. Canfield. You shouldn't have to go through this again. I never assume the world is fair anymore." She looked at him closely. Sorry," Billy said, "that we know you, but I don't remember from where. I was part of the hostage rescue team that was at the school that day." She looked down for a moment. I see. And now that man is loose again. The one who killed David. Unfortunately, yes, but hopefully not for long. He should have been put to death. I'm not arguing with you, Mrs. Canfield. Just make it Gwen. We're not too formal out here. Okay, Gwen, and you can make it Webb and Paulie. But we're here to make sure that you and your husband are safe. She glanced at him. I haven't felt safe in years, Webb. I don't think things are going to change now. She led them inside. The ground floor of the carriage house was filled with restored antique cars. Webb looked at car-happy Romano and thought his partner was going to have a coronary. Gwen explained. Billy collects them. His little private car museum, I guess. Geez, exclaimed Romano. That's a right-hand drive Stutz Bearcat? He walked around the space in wonder, like a boy at the Baseball Hall of Fame. And that's a 1939 Lincoln LeBaron. Only 9 of them were ever made. And oh my God. He rushed over to the far corner of the room and stopped dead. Webb, this is a 1936 Duesenberg SSJ Speedster. He looked at Gwen. Am I wrong? Or were there only 2 of these ever built? One for Clark Gable and the other for Gary Cooper. Please tell me I'm not wrong. Gwen nodded. You know your cars? That's Coop's? Romano looked to Webb like he was going to faint. This is beautiful, said Romano. He turned to the woman. I want you to know, Gwen, that I am truly honored to be under the same roof with these legendary machines. Webb thought he was going to be sick to his stomach. Gwen looked at Webb and shook her head. A tiny smile clutching at the corners of her mouth. Men and their toys. Do you have any toys, Webb? Not really, didn't have any as a kid either. She gave him a penetrating stare and then said, Upstairs are 2 bedrooms, each with its own bath and a fully stocked kitchen and living area. This used to be the estate's carriage house back in colonial times. It's a very historical property. In the 1940s, the owner set it up as the firehouse. Billy reconfigured it as guest quarters when he bought the place, although with 20 bedrooms in the main house, I always thought a guest house was a bit superfluous. 20 bedrooms? Said Romano. I know, said Gwen. I grew up on a farm outside of Louisville. We had 2 bedrooms for 7 people. Billy didn't come from money either, that I remember, said Webb. Trucking is not an easy business, but he did it. He was complaining that this farm is sucking every cent of his down the drain, commented Romano. But those cars don't come cheap. Gwen really smiled for the first time, and Webb felt himself smiling at her. You'll soon learn that Billy Canfield likes to complain about everything, but especially about money. I'm sure he told you we sank every cent we had into this place, and we did. But what he probably didn't tell you is that the first colt we ever sold won the Kentucky Derby and was 3rd in the Preakness. What was that horse's name? King David? Gwen answered quietly. Now, we didn't get any of that purse, of course, but it put us on the map, and we have the brood mare here that had the king. The stallion that we had her studded with wasn't all that great, which means that our mare's bloodlines got a lot of the credit for the king's prowess. Seems sort of right, though, considering the female does all the real work, said Webb. Gwen shot him a glance. I like your way of thinking. So with the king to our credit, everybody in this country who knows anything about horse racing knows about east winds, and our horses generally fetch a nice premium. Now, we do have some race winners here, and the stud fees are impressive. On top of that, we've got a good crop of yearlings the past 2 years, and we run a tight ship. Don't get me wrong, it is amazingly expensive to run a breeding farm. But as much as Billy complains, I think we'll be okay. That's good to know, said Webb. I guess you came up here soon after the trial, she said curtly. If you need anything, just call the house and we'll take care of it. The number's on the wall next to the phone upstairs. She left before they could even thank her. They went upstairs and looked around. The furnishings were all antique, the appointments refined and elegant, and Webb was sure that Gwen Canfield's touches had been felt heavily here. Billy Canfield just didn't seem the interior decorator type man. This is someplace, said Romano. Yeah, someplace that's a long way from the people we're supposed to be protecting, and that I don't like. So call Bates and have him call Canfield, and they can yell at each other. We're just the foot soldiers, we do what we're told. So what do you make of Gwen Canfield? Seems nice enough. Shay's a real looker, too. A lady Canfield's a lucky guy. Don't get any ideas, Paulie. Yeah, like Angie would let me live to enjoy it. Unpack your stuff and let's make rounds. I want to hook up with Canfield. If we're going to protect him, we need to at least be near the guy. And we're probably going to have to go in shifts, Paulie. So, well, alternate sleep. Hey, just like the good old sniper days? Yeah, just like the good old sniper days. Except you snore like a damn freight train. Not anymore. Angie had me fixed. How'd she do that? I really don't want to get into it, Webb. They went outside and immediately ran into Percy Bates. Any luck on the bomb? Asked Webb. It was a pretty sophisticated device from what the text told me. We're talking to everybody who might know something, but so far nothing but that phone didn't get in there by itself. So maybe we have an inside job. A free society member on the premises. Maybe, added Webb. Bates nodded, and he looked very worried. They recruit people from areas just like this. Rural white guys who like guns and land in the old ways and have a big chip on their shoulder because they see the world changing fast and they're no longer on top of it. Anything happening with the Freeze in Southern Virginia? We've got people watching them, but nothing so far. Now, they might just be lying low after all this activity. That would be the smart thing to do, and they're not dumb. They have to know they're suspected in this and that we're watching. All we need is one link and we can go after them. Where's Canfield? I sort of like to keep track of the man Im's supposed to be protecting, Bates said. And Gwen, too. She received the same death threats that her husband did. Webb thought about this. Well, Paulie and I can split up, but it'd be nice to have more men on this. East Winds looks to be a pretty big place. 2,000 acres and 68 buildings, actually. I talked to Canfield about that, and he said if I wanted to bring more guys out here, he'd see me in court and then see me in hell and Im taking the guy at face value. It's up to you two, but listen, Webb, we're not going to be very far away. Im counting on that purse. Oh, and Webb. Yeah, thanks for saving my life. They found Billy Canfield down at the Equestrian Center, examining the foreleg of a stallion while Nemo Straight and two young men dressed in riding clothes looked on. Canfield said to one of the young men, "Better call the vet. Might only be a sprain, but maybe a fracture. Hope to hell it's not." As the man walked off, Canfield called after him, "And tell that damn farrier that unless he comes up with a better shoe, I'm changing shops. We got some stock with soft hooves, and the glue-ons are pretty damn good for that, and he doesn't even carry 'em." "Yes, sir." Canfield patted the horse's flank, wiped off his hands, and walked over to the HRT men. "Farrier?" asked Romano. "The horseshoer man," answered. Canfield, a glorified blacksmith. In the old days, horse farms would keep one on full time. Now they come around once a week in their truck with a forge in the bed, and their anvil and hammer and pre-stamped shoes and do their work. They're not cheap, but who'd want to do that kind of work? It's hard, hot, and dangerous, what with crazy horses trying to kick your brains out. What are those glue-ons you mentioned? Webb wanted to know. Straight answered, "Sometimes a horse's hoof walls get too thin for the nails and they break up, especially horses imported from Europe because of the climate and soil differences. Their hooves get brittle. A soft shoe doesn't require any nails. It's like a little bag over the hooves. It lasts a couple of months if done right, and the glue-ons are just what they sound like, shoes glued on, no nails. Sound like a lot to learn about this business." "Well, I've always been a quick learner," said Billy with a glance at Straight. Next he stared over at Bates. "You guys done talking to my boys? I've got a farm to run. Well, be out of here pretty soon." Canfield looked at Webb, then pointed at Bates. "He told me about the phone killings and all, but that was still pretty quick thinking on your part." "I'm a fast learner too," said Webb. Canfield studied him curiously. "Well, what's the next thing you'd like to learn about, East Winds?" "I'd like to go over every inch of it." "Have to get Gwen to do that?" "I've got things requiring my attention." Webb looked at Romano. "Paulie here. We'll go with you." Canfield looked like he was going to erupt, but then seemed to pull it back in all right. He looked at Romano. "Paul, how are you on a horse?" Romano jerked, blinked, and looked at Webb, and then at Canfield. "I've never been on one." Canfield put an arm around the HRT man and smiled. "Well, I hope you're as fast a learner as your partner." 31 Gwen was at the Equestrian Center with Barron when her husband asked her to show Webb around the place. She led Webb to the horse stalls. "The best way to see the farm is on horseback. Do you ride?" she asked. "A little. Certainly not in your league. Then I've got just the horse for you." Boo, Gwen told him, was a Trockener, a German breed, a warm-blooded horse bred to be superior war horses, and a cross between a hot-blooded, high-spirited, and temperamental Arabian and a cold-blooded, calm, and hard-working draft. The horse weighed about 1,700 pounds, stood almost 18 hands high, and looked at Webb like he wanted to take a bite out of his skull as they stood next to Boo in the stall. Boo was a great dressage horse, but now his work is done and he doesn't really like to move all that much. Hess gotten fat and happy. We call him Old Grump because that's what he pretty much is. But deep down Hes a sweetheart, and Hes very flexible too. You can ride him English or Western saddle. "Yeah, I'm sure," said Webb as he stared up at the beast. Boo didn't look the least bit happy that Webb was in his personal space. Gwen put the square saddle pad over the horse's back, and next had Webb help her place the heavy Western-style saddle over the pad. "Now watch while I cinch the saddle. Hell hold his breath and push out his belly." Webb watched in fascination as the horse did exactly that. When you think it's tight, Hell let out his breath and it loosens. Then you try and climb on and the saddle slides over his withers. The horse gets a good laugh and the rider gets a few bruises. "Good to know dumb animals are that smart," said Webb. Gwen showed Webb how to transfer from the halter to the bridle and how to slip the ladder over Boo's head, seat it correctly, and then buckle it. They led Boo outside and over to a stone mounting block. Webb adjusted the chaps Gwen had given him to prevent the saddle from chafing his legs, and to allow Webb to get a better grip, stepped onto the block and climbed aboard, while Boo just stood there patiently. "So what do you think?" asked Gwen. "It's a long way down." She noted the pistol in his holster. "Do you have to bring the gun?" "Yes," Webb said firmly. They went to the riding ring, and Gwen led horse and rider around the ring. Next, Gwen showed Webb neck reining to break, turn and back the horse up, and sounds and leg pressure to make the animal go and stop. Boo's been all over the farm, so if you let him, Hell go where he's supposed to, nice and easy. Hired help had brought Baron around while they were working with Boo. Gwen mounted up on her horse. Now, Boo is the patriarch of this place, and he and Baron have never ridden together before. So Boo may try and establish his dominance over Baron to show him who's boss, sort of like guys with too much testosterone, opined Webb. Gwen looked at him in a strange way. "Boo's a gelding, Webb." He looked at her blankly, not getting it. If he were a man, We'd call him a eunuch. Poor Boo. The two horses seemed to establish a grudging truce, and Webb watched as Gwen slipped a Motorola walkie-talkie radio out of her back pocket and turned it on. "Just in case there's a problem," she said. "Smart to keep in communication," said Webb. "I've got my cell phone, too, after what happened today with Billy. I'm not sure he'll ever use one again," she said. Webb looked down at his phone and started having some doubts. They started off, trailed by a golden retriever named Opie, and another compact but strongly built canine Gwen called Tough Straight. "Has a dog running around here, too," she said. "Calls him Old Cuss, and it's an apt description because has nothing but trouble." The sky was clear, and as they went up and down the small hills on the property, it seemed to Webb that he could see almost all the way to Charlottesville. Boo was content to follow Baron and kept up a sedate pace that didn't tax Webb. Gwen reined Baron to a halt. Webb eased Boo next to her. "As I said, East Winds has been around a very long time. The King of England gave Lord Culpeper a land grant consisting of millions of acres in the 1600s. A descendant of Lord Culpeper's gave 1,000 acres of this land grant to his eldest daughter upon her marriage to a man named Adam Rolfe. The central part of the house was started in 1765 and completed in 1781 by Rolfe, who was an expert builder and also a merchant. You've seen the outside of the main house?" Webb nodded. "Well, it was constructed in the Georgian style, and the millwork, particularly the dentil moldings, are some of the best I have ever seen." "Georgian, that's what I would have guessed." Webb was lying. He wouldn't have known a Georgian style if it leapt up and bit him in his dental moldings. The estate remained in the Rolfe family until the early 1900s. During that time, it was a true working plantation, and crops were raised here, tobacco, soybeans, hemp, that sort of thing, and slaves to work it, I guess, said Webb, at least until the end of the Civil War. Actually, no, the plantation was close enough to Washington that its owners were Northern sympathizers. In fact, East Winds was part of the Underground Railroad. In 1910, Gwen continued. The estate was sold out of the family. It passed through a series of hands until Walter Sennick bought it at the end of World War II. He was an inventor and made a huge fortune selling his ideas to the automobile manufacturers. He made East Winds into a small, self-contained town, and at its peak he had over 300 full-time employees here. There was also a company store, crop of yearlings going to sale very soon. It's all very exciting. They rode on and soon came to a high-banked water crossing where Gwen instructed Webb on how to let the horse choose its own footing when going down into the mud. She had Webb lean back very far, so that his head was almost resting on Boo's rump when the horse was going down the bank. Then she had Webb meld his body into the horse's neck and grasp Boo's mane when the horse was heading up the bank on the other side. Webb successfully navigated the stream and earned high praise from Gwen. They passed an old stone and wood building that Gwen told him was an old Civil War-era hospital that they were thinking of turning into a museum. We've rehabbed it, put in central air and heat. It's got a kitchen, bedroom, so the curator could live in there. Gwen told him, an operating table and surgical instruments from the time period are there as well. From what I know of that, a Civil War soldier would be taking a Mini all any day over a trip to the hospital. They rode by a 200-year-old bank barn, so named because it was 2 stories and built on such a steep grade that it had 2 entrances on separate levels. There was also a riding ring where horse and rider practiced their dressage. Dressage, Gwen explained, consisted of specialized steps and movements of a horse and rider, akin to a figure skater's routine. They passed a tall wooden tower with a stone foundation that Gwen told him had been used for both observation of wildfires and also for the horse races that had been held here a century ago. Webb studied the place and the surrounding countryside. As a former sniper, constantly on the lookout for the best ground, Webb concluded that the tower would definitely be a good observation post, yet he didn't have the manpower to utilize it properly. They rode past a 2-story frame building that Gwen identified as the farm manager's house. Nemo Strait seems to do a good job for you. Hez experienced and knows what he's doing, and he brought a full hand-picked crew with him, so that was a plus, Gwen said with what Webb perceived as little interest. They examined entry and exit points in the rear grounds, and Webb made mental notes of each. Once, a deer broke clear of the tree line and Opie and Tuff took off after it. Neither horse reacted to this clamor, although Webb was so startled by the deer flashing in front of him that he had almost fallen off Boo. Next, she led him into a little tree-shaded glen. Webb could hear water running nearby, and he was not prepared as they rounded a short curve to see a small, open building, painted white and with a cedar shake roof, that looked like a gazebo until Webb saw the cross on top and the small altar inside with a kneeling pad and a small statue of Jesus on the cross. He looked over at Gwen for an explanation. She was staring at the small temple as though in a trance, and then she glanced over at him. This is my chapel, I guess you'd call it. Him Catholic. My father was a Eucharistic minister, and 2 of my uncles are priests. Religion runs pretty deep in my life. So you had this built? Yes, for my son. I come out here and pray for him just about every day. Rain or cold. Do you mind, please? Are you a religious person in my own way, I guess? Webb answered vaguely. I used to be a lot more than I am now, actually. I've tried to understand why what happened could happen to someone so innocent. I've never been able to find an answer. She dismounted and went inside the chapel, crossed herself, took out her rosary from her pocket, and then knelt down and started to pray while Webb watched her in silence. After a few minutes, she rose and rejoined him. They rode on and finally came to a large building that had clearly been abandoned for some time. The old monkey house, said Gwen. Sennick built it and kept all sorts of chimps, baboons, even gorillas there. Why, I don't know. Legend has it that when some of the animals would escape from their cages, they'd be chased through the trees by beer-drinking local yokels with shotguns, who didn't want the monkeys around anyway. For that reason, they called the forest around here the monkey jungle. The thought of those poor animals being gunned down by a pack of drunken morons makes me sick. They dismounted and went into the building. Webb could see through the roof, where large holes had been worn in by time and the elements. The old cages, rusted and broken, were still lined up against the walls, and there were trenches presumably for catching animal waste and other disgusting things. Trash and old broken machinery littered the concrete floor, along with tree branches and rotted leaves. Tree roots clung to the outside walls, and there was what looked to be a loading dock. Webb tried to imagine what an inventor of auto accessories would want with a pack of monkeys. None of his theories were pleasant ones. All Webb could think of was animals strapped to gurneys, electrical lines capturing the power of lightning bolts, and old man Senek in surgical garb ready to do his dirty work on the terrified simians. The place had a distinct feeling of melancholy, of hopelessness, of death even, and Webb was glad to leave it. They continued their ride, and Gwen dutifully pointed out all the buildings and their associated history until Webb was having a hard time keeping track of everything. He was very surprised to look at his watch and see that 3 hours had passed. "We should probably head back," said Gwen. "For your first ride, 3 hours is plenty. You're going to find yourself a little sore." "I'm good," said Webb. "I really enjoyed it." The ride had been peaceful, tranquil, relaxing. Everything he hadn't been experiencing for practically all of his life. However, when they got back to the equestrian center and Webb climbed off Boo, he was surprised to find that his legs and back were so stiff he could barely walk upright once his feet hit the ground. Gwen noted this and smiled wryly. "Tomorrow it'll be another part of your body that hurts." Webb was already rubbing his buttocks. "I feel what you mean." A couple of hired help came out and took the horses from them. Gwen told Webb that they would take off the gear and scrub and wash down the horses. That was usually the job of the person riding the horse, Gwen said. It helped you bond with the animal. You take care of the horse, and the horse takes care of you, she said. Kind of like having a partner. Exactly like having a partner. Gwen looked over at the complex's small office and said, "I'll be back in a minute, Webb. I want to check on a few things." As she walked off, Webb started taking off his chaps. First time on a horse in a while. Webb looked up and saw Nemo Straight heading his way. A couple of other guys in baseball caps were sitting in the cab of a pickup truck that had large hay bales in the back. They were watching Webb closely. Damn, how could you tell Straight came up next to Webb and leaned against the stone mounting block? He looked off in the direction where Gwen had gone. "She's a good rider, I'd say she is too. But then, what do I know? She pushes the horses sometimes further than she should, though." Webb looked at him curiously. "She seems to really love them." "You can love something and still hurt it. Now, can't you?" Webb had not anticipated this sort of mental process from Straight. He thought he had the big dumb Neanderthal figured out, and here the guy was being thoughtful and maybe even sensitive. "I take it you've been around horses a long time." "All my life. Folks think they can figure them out. You can't. You just have to go with the flow and never make the mistake of thinking you have them pegged. That's when you get yourself hurt." "Sounds like a good formula for people, too." Straight almost smiled. Webb noted, almost. Straight glanced over at the truck where his men still were watching the two closely. "You really think Mr. Canfield might be in danger?" "I can't be 100% sure, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. He's a tough old cuss, but we all respect him. He didn't inherit his money like most folks around here. Man earned it with his sweat. Got to respect that. Yes, you do." "You have any ideas on how that phone might have got into his truck?" "Been thinking about that. See, thing is, nobody drives that car except him and Mrs. Canfield. We all got our own vehicles. When he got in it, it was unlocked. And do they keep their vehicles in the garage at night? They got lots of cars and trucks, and the garage at the house is only 2 bays, and one of them is filled with supplies. So somebody, particularly at night, could have accessed the rover, left the phone, and probably nobody would have seen him." Straight scratched the back of his neck. "I guess so. You got to understand, out here, lots of folks don't even bother to lock the doors to their homes. Well, until this is over, tell everybody to lock everything they can. You have to understand that threat can come from everywhere, inside and out." Straight stared at him for a long moment. "This free society thing, I've heard of it." You know anybody who might be a member or a former member? No. But I could ask around. Well, if you do, keep it low-key. We don't want to spook anybody. We all got a good gig here. Don't want to see nothing happen to the Canfields. Good. Anything else you think I need to know? Look, if somebody here is in on this, you got to understand that a farm can be a real dangerous place. Big tractors, sharp tools, propane gas tanks, welding equipment, horses that'll kick your brains out if you let down your guard. Snakes, steep slopes. Lot of ways to get killed and make it look like an accident. That's real good to know too, thanks Nemo. Actually, Webb didn't know if that was advice or a threat. Straight spit on the ground. Hey, you keep up that riding. You'll be Roy Rogers in no time. Gwen rejoined Webb and showed him through the equestrian center. There were 11 buildings in total. The foaling stalls were their first stop, and Gwen showed Webb how they were equipped with closed-circuit television to monitor the expectant mares. The floors were rubber-matted and had a covering of straw to keep the dust down. We have really high hopes for some of the foals coming next year. We had several mares bred out in Kentucky by stallions with remarkable bloodlines. How much does that stuff run? It can run 6 figures a pop, that's expensive sex. There are a lot of conditions attached to that payment. Of course, the most important being that the foal is actually born alive and can also stand and nurse. But a great-looking yearling sired by a successful racehorse can bring enormous amounts of money. It's a very picky business, though. You have to think of every contingency, and yet simple bad luck can still ruin your chances. Webb thought that sounded very much like being an HRT man. Yeah, the way Billy described it to us. It doesn't sound like a business for the faint of heart. Well, the money is nice, Webb. But that's not why I do it. It's the rush you get from seeing a horse you raised, nurtured, and trained thundering around that track. The most beautiful, the most perfect racing machine ever created. And seeing the finish line, watching this truly noble animal prance into the winner's circle. Knowing that for at least a few minutes everything in your life is absolutely perfect. Well, there's no other feeling quite like that. Webb wondered if the nurturing of horses had replaced the lost son. If it had, he was glad that Gwen Canfield had found something in her life she could feel good about. I guess you probably feel the same way about your work. Maybe I used to, he replied. I didn't put 2 and 2 together before, she said. I didn't know you were part of what happened to those men in Washington. I'm very sorry. Thanks. It's a pretty sorry situation all around, actually. I never really understood how men could do that sort of job. Well, I guess the easiest way to look at it, Gwen, is that we do that job because there are people in the world who make us do it. People like Ernest Free. People just like him. As they finished at the center, Gwen asked him what Straight had wanted. Just some friendly, neighborly advice. By the way, did he come with the farm or did you hire him? Billy did. He and his crew came with good references. She looked around. So what now? How about the main house? As they drove up to the mansion in an open jeep, Webb heard a roaring overhead and looked up. A small chopper was coming in low and fast. It flew past and disappeared over the treetops. Webb looked over Gwen. Where is that going? She frowned. The neighboring farm. Southern Belle. In addition to the chopper pad, they also have an airstrip. When their jet comes over, it scares the horses to death. Billy's talked to them about it, but they go their own way. Who are they? What are they is more like Ida Company of some sort. They run a horse farm too, but a pretty strange one. What do you mean? I mean, they don't have all that many horses, and the men they have working for them don't look to me to know the difference between a colt and a filly. But they must be doing something right. The house at Southern Belle is even bigger than ours. I guess they have a lot of buildings like you. Yes, although the ones we have came with the spread. They've built a bunch of new ones there, massive ones, almost like warehouses, though I don't know what they'd be storing in that sort of quantity. They only came here about 2.5 years ago. So you've been over there? Twice, once to be neighborly, and they weren't. The second time to complain about their low-flying aircraft. We weren't thrown off the place, but it was pretty awkward, even for Billy. And Hez usually the one making people feel uncomfortable. Webb sat back and thought about all this, even as he glanced in the direction where the chopper had disappeared. It took them a while, but they covered the stone mansion from top to bottom. The lower level held a billiard room, a wine cellar, and a dressing area to change into swimsuits. The pool itself was 30 by 60 feet and made entirely of steel from a World War II-era battleship that had been decommissioned, she said. There was a lower kitchen with a Vulcan stove that had a big chrome hood dating from 1912, working dumbwaiters, and a laundry room. In the boiler room, Webb got to see big McLean units kicking out radiant steam heat, and there was a room containing nothing except wooden bins for storing firewood. Each wood bin was labeled for a particular room. The main-level dining room had the heads of English stags on the walls and an antler chandelier. The kitchen was impressively large, with Delft wall tile and a genuine silver closet. There were 3 ballrooms, assorted studies, parlors, and living rooms, and an exercise room. On the upper floors there were 17 bathrooms, 20 bedrooms, a library that seemed to have no end, and numerous other spaces. The place was truly enormous, and Webb knew he was incapable of making it totally secure. As they ended the tour, Gwen looked around with a wistful air. "I've really come to love this place. I know it's too big and grandiose in parts, but it's also very healing, you know? I guess I can see that. How many staff do you have in the house?" "Well, we have 3 women who come and clean and do laundry and look after things, and then they leave. Unless we're having a lot of guests of dinner, and then they'll stay and help. They're all local folks who does the cooking. It's something else I enjoy. We have a handyman of sorts. He looks like Hez 1,000,000 years old, but Hez just lived life really hard. He comes most days. Nemo and his men run the rest of the farm. Racy horses have to be exercised every day. So we also have riders, 3 young women and 1 man. All of them live at the equestrian center. And there's a security system. I noted the alarm pad as we came in. We never use it. You will now." Gwen said nothing to this. She showed Webb into the last room. The master bedroom was vast but curiously sparsely furnished. Webb also noticed the anteroom off the master bedroom that also had a bed. "Billy works late a lot and doesn't want to disturb me when he comes to bed," explained Gwen. Hess always considered it that way. The way she looked when she said this made Webb think Billy wasn't all that considerate. She continued, "Most people only see the hard side of Billy, and I guess there were more than a few people that were a little skeptical of our getting married. I guess half of them thought I was marrying Billy for money, and the other half thought he was robbing the cradle. But the fact is, we just clicked. We enjoy each other's company." My mother was in the last stages of lung cancer when we started dating, and Billy came to the hospice every day for 4 months, and he didn't just sit there and stare at my mother dying. He brought her things, talked with her, argued with her about politics and sports, and made her feel like she was still living, I suppose. It made it a lot easier for all of us, and I'll never forget that. Hez had a rough life, and Hez rough around the edges because of it, but Hez been everything in a husband that a woman could ask for. He left Richmond, a place he loved, and gave up the only business Hez ever known to start over on a horse farm because I asked him to, and I think he knew we had to get away from it all. Too many bad memories, and he was a wonderful father to David, did everything with him. He didn't spoil him because he thought that would make David weak, but he loved that boy with every ounce of his being. If anything, I think losing him destroyed Billy more than it did me because, while he had children from his first marriage, David was his only son. But if he considers you a friend, there is absolutely nothing he wouldn't do for you. He'd spend his last nickel to help you. There aren't many people like that left." Webb noted the photos on the wall and on a built-in cabinet. There were many pictures of David. He was a handsome boy who had taken after his mother more than his father. Webb turned and found Gwen at his shoulder looking at her son. "It's been a long time now," she said. I guess time really doesn't stop for anyone or anything. Time's also supposed to help. But it doesn't. He was your only child." She nodded. "Billy has grown kids from his first marriage, but David was my only one. Funny, when I was a little girl, I was certain I'd have a big family. I was one of 5. Hard to believe my little boy would be in high school now." She suddenly turned away, and Webb saw a hand go up to her face. "I think that's enough for now, Gwen. I really appreciate your taking the time." She turned back to him, and he could see her damp cheeks. "Billy wanted me to invite you and your friend up for drinks and dinner tonight. You don't have to do that, well. We want to. You saved his life after all. And if we're going to be spending time together, we probably should get to know each other a little better. Say 5:30. Only if you're sure. I'm sure, Webb, but thanks for asking. Just so you know, we didn't bring any fancy clothes. We're not fancy people. 32. Claire was walking to her car in the underground garage of her office building when a well-built man in a suit approached her. Dr. Daniels, she looked at him cautiously. Yes, he held out his identification. I'm Agent Phillips with the FBI. We'd like to talk to you right now. If that's convenient. Claire looked bewildered. Who wants to talk to me? Agent Phillips turned and pointed past the garage gate, where a black limousine with tinted windows was waiting, its engine running. It'll all be explained, Mom. He gently put a hand on her elbow. Just right this way, Doctor. It won't take long at all, and we'll bring you right back here. Claire allowed herself to be led out of the garage. Phillips held the door for her, and then climbed in the front passenger seat. Before Claire was even settled against the cushion, the limo sped off. Claire was startled when the man sitting across from her in the rear-facing seats leaned forward. Thank you for agreeing to talk to us, Dr. Daniels. I didn't agree to talk with anyone. I don't even know why I'm here. She noted that a glass partition that separated the back of the car from the front had been raised. Who are you? My name is John Winters. I'm head of the FBI's Washington Field Office. Well, Mr. Winters, Claire began. My friends call me Buck. Well, Mr. Winters, I don't know why you'd want to talk to me. Winters sat back. Oh, I think you have an idea. You're a very smart woman. He tapped a large file next to him. Quite an impressive CV. Claire stared at the file. I'm not sure whether I should be flattered or deeply annoyed that you've been investigating me. Winters smiled. For now, well, just assume you're flattered. But you also have to realize that in your position you see quite a few members of the Bureau, their spouses, support people. All my security clearances are up to date. And it's not like I'm exposed to anything that's top secret. All files are thoroughly censored before they get to me. But how do you censor the human mind, Dr. Daniels? What my patients tell me is absolutely confidential. Oh, I'm sure it is. And I'm also certain that stressed-out people, folks with serious mental and emotional issues, probably pour out their hearts to you, some more than others. Exactly where is this going, Mr. Winters? The fact is, Dr. Daniels, you were in a position to hear some pretty important information given to you by some very vulnerable people. I am well aware of that, and it goes no farther than my office. Winters leaned forward again. One of your current patients is Webb London, is that right? I can't answer that. Winters smiled. Come on, Doctor, when I said that I do not reveal confidences, I meant it. That includes whether someone is a patient of mine. Well, just so you're aware, as head of WFO, I'm privy to who at the Bureau is seeing a shrink. Okay, we prefer psychiatrist or at least mental health professional, so I know that Webb London is seeing you, Winters said. And I know that he's seen another psychiatrist there several times in the past, an Ed O'Bannon. Again, Claire said nothing. So one thing I want to know is why the switch to you? And again, I can't answer those. She watched as Winters pulled a slip of paper out of the file next to him. He handed it to her. She looked down at it. It was a release form signed by Webb London and notarized. It stated, among other things, that anyone providing psychiatric care to Webb London could discuss the parameters of the diagnosis and treatment with one John Winters, director of WFO. Claire had never seen a form like this before, but it was an original document on official Bureau stationery. Now we can dispense with the reluctance. Where did this document come from, and why haven't I seen it before? It's a new policy, in fact. Webb's case is the first time we've used it. My idea. It's an invasion of doctor and patient confidentiality, not if the patient has waived it. Claire read the document very carefully, so carefully, in fact, and she took such a long time doing it that Winters finally started to fume. She handed it back to him. Okay, let me see some ID, she said. Excuse me, it says I can reveal certain information to John Winters, head of WFO. All I know about you is you drive around in a limo and say you're John Winters. I thought my aide identified himself. He did, but you haven't. Winters smiled, pulled out his creds, and showed them to Claire. She spent longer than necessary going over them. just to put the man on notice that she didn't like this one bit and that she was not going to make this easy. He sat back now. About Webb London. He selected me because Dr. O'Bannon wasn't available. We had a good session and he decided to stay with me. What's his diagnosis? I'm not sure I've made one yet. Have you suggested any treatment to him? That would be a little premature, she said dryly, since I haven't made a diagnosis yet. That would sort of be like operating on someone before you've even done a physical. Sorry, but most shrink-sex-skews mep-psychiatrists I know just prescribe some pills. Well, I guess I'm not like any psychiatrist you know then. Can you tell me what happened to him in that courtyard? No, I cannot. Can't or won't. He held up the release form. We can make this smooth for you or extremely difficult. That form also states that I may withhold any information told to me in confidence by a patient, and also any conclusions of mine based on such information, if, using my professional discretion, such disclosure would do harm to the patient. Winters moved across and sat next to Claire. Dr. Daniels, are you aware of what happened in that courtyard? Yes, I've read the papers and I've talked to Webb about it. You see, it goes beyond the murder of 6 agents, horrific as that is. It strikes right at the fundamental integrity of the Bureau, and without that you have nothing. I'm not sure how someone ambushing a team of FBI agents diminishes the integrity of the FBI. If anything, it should evoke sympathy. Unfortunately, that's not the world we work in. Let me tell you what this ambush has done first by taking out our elite strike force criminal elements, now believe we are vulnerable at all levels. Second, the press has blown this unfortunate incident to such extraordinary heights, using such incendiary language that the public confidence in us has been badly shaken, and even the lawmakers on Capitol Hill, who should know better, are doubting us. And lastly, the morale of the Bureau as a whole is at an all-time low over this. It really is a triple whammy. I guess I can see that, Claire said cautiously. So the sooner the matter is resolved, the sooner we understand how it happened in the first place, the sooner we can make matters right again. I'm sure you don't want the criminals in this country thinking they can run roughshod over honest citizens. I'm certain that won't happen.
Are you?
He stared hard at her. Well, I'm right in the middle of it, and I'm not nearly so certain as you seem to be. Claire felt a chill go up her back at the man's words. He patted her on the shoulder. Now, what can you tell me about Webb without, in your discretion, violating any professional standards? Claire began slowly, the whole process loathsome to her. He has some issues. I believe they go back to his childhood, as such issues often do. He froze in that alley. I'm sure Hez told the investigators at the FBI that. She looked at him for affirmation of this, but Winters didn't take the bait. Go on, he said simply. Claire went through the details of what Webb had seen and heard in the alley, including the words spoken to him by Kevin Westbrook, how they affected him, his subsequent feelings of paralysis, and how he had fought against them and ultimately won. Yes, he won, said Winters. He dropped right before the guns fired, and he managed to walk away alive. I can tell you that he feels enormous guilt for having been the sole survivor, and so he should. He didn't suddenly turn coward. If that's what you were wondering, Hez one of the bravest men I've ever met. In fact, he might be too brave, too much of a risk-taker. I wasn't thinking he had become a coward. Not even his own worst enemy could say that Webb London was a coward. She looked at him curiously. What then? There are worse things than being a coward, he paused, like being a traitor. My professional opinion is that that is not the case. His freezing in that alley represents deep-rooted problems stemming from a very challenging childhood that Webb is trying to cope with. I see. So perhaps he shouldn't be with HRT then. Perhaps not in the Bureau at all. Now Claire could feel herself freeze. What had she just done? That's not what I said. No, Doctor, that's what EZ has promised. They dropped her back off at the garage. As she was getting out, Buck Winters leaned forward and gripped her arm. Claire felt herself instinctively drawing back. I certainly can't stop you from telling Webb about our meeting, Doctor, but I'm asking you not to. This is an ongoing FBI investigation, and the results, whatever they happen to be, will rock the Bureau more than it's ever been. So I'm asking you as a good citizen to keep all this on the QT for now. I can't guarantee you that, and I trust Webb. I'm sure you do. There is a lot about him to trust. Do you know how many men has killed in his career? No, is that important to know? I'm sure the relatives of those people would think it important. You're making it sound like he's the criminal. I'm assuming that if he's killed people, it was part of his job, the job you expect him to do. Well, I guess that's always open to interpretation, isn't it? He let go of her arm and added a parting shot. I'm sure we'll be seeing each other again. When Romano and Webb left for dinner at the mansion, Romano was walking a little funny. He told Webb that Billy had gotten him on a horse, and Romano had immediately fallen off. I don't know why the hell I can't follow the guy in a truck. Horses just ain't my thing. Well, I rode over most of the property today, and a lot of it you can't get to even by truck. Did you fall off too? Yeah, twice, Webb said. Why tell the truth and get Romano's hair up again, he figured. So who'd you ride with? Asked Romano. Gwen. Had a nice time. How about you? Have any fun? Yeah, I never knew how much fun mucking a stall could be. You should try it sometime. Billy met Webb and Romano at the front door of the stone house. He was wearing an old corduroy jacket with patched elbows, a pair of khaki pants, a wrinkled white button-down shirt and loafers without socks, and he already had a drink in hand. He led them through the front hall and down a curving staircase of walnut that looked old enough to have arrived in the colonies as a gift from a long-dead king or queen. Though he'd been through the place earlier, Webb still caught himself occasionally ogling the large rooms, elaborate millwork, heavy draperies, and enormous artwork that looked museum quality, and probably was, and then they arrived at the lower level. Romano looked around and kept muttering, "Holy shit," under his breath. Webb again noted Billy's limp. You have an accident? He asked, pointing to the man's leg. Yeah, a 1-ton draft horse decided to take a roll while I was on the sumbitch. The floor in the lower level was flagstone. The exposed walls, stone and 12-by-12 beams, had the task of holding up the ceiling. There were large leather couches and chairs placed precisely, probably to encourage several conversation groups, or perhaps even conspiratorial factions, for this definitely looked like that sort of place to Webb, though the Canfields didn't seem the type. If they didn't like you, they probably weren't bashful about showing it, especially Billy. The walls were festooned with the racks of yet more English stags, along with numerous mounted heads of deer, a cheetah, a lion, a rhino, a moose, and mounted full bodies of a large variety of birds and fish. Mounted on another wall was a very large wall-eyed pike. There was also a full-size grizzly in a charging pose and an enormous swordfish in perpetual soar. On one display table was a coiled diamondback rattler and a king cobra, with eyes seemingly ablaze and fangs showing and ready to do some serious damage. Webb gave both stuffed reptiles a wide berth. He had never cared much for snakes after almost being bitten by an enraged water moccasin on a mission in Alabama. There was a well-stocked gun cabinet against one wall. Webb and Romano enviously checked out the array of Churchill, Rizzini, and Piatti firearms weapons that would easily set you back 5 figures. You really couldn't be a member of HRT and not be an aficionado of showpieces like these, though most FBI agents lack the financial wherewithal to do more than press their noses to the glass. Webb wondered if the weapons were for show only or whether anybody here ever actually used them. Billy looked like he would be comfortable around guns, maybe even Gwen, too. If the man had killed all these animals, he would damn well have to be handy with firearms. A full bar of dark cherry sat against another wall. It looked like it had been yanked straight from a London pub. Webb's strong impression when he had first seen this room was that it had the feel of an English club spiked with a bit of the Wild West. Gwen was sitting on a couch that looked substantial enough to sail in across the Atlantic. She rose when they entered the room. She was wearing a beige sundress that went down to her ankles, and that had a scooped neckline showing a good portion of cleavage. A bit of her white bra strap showed from under the sundress thin shoulder straps. Her bare arms were browned by the sun and were tight and firm, probably from horse reining, Webb assumed, since his arms were aching a little from doing just that for 3 hours. Black leather flats were on her feet. Still, she was only a couple inches shorter than Romano. As she sat back down and crossed her legs, the sundress slipped back an inch or so, and Webb was a little surprised to see that she wore a gold ankle chain, because it seemed a bit out of sync with her refined bearing. Her face was nicely tanned, too, and the contrast of the blonde hair was striking. Billy Canfield was indeed a fortunate man, thought Webb, though he wondered how much of the life in their marriage had died with their son. Webb was surprised to see Nemo Straight sitting in one of the chairs. The farm manager had cleaned up and was wearing a polo shirt that showed off his muscular physique, with chino pants and loafers. He was a striking man, Webb had to admit. Straight raised his glass to Webb and Romano. "Welcome to Casa Canfield," he said with a big grin. Webb looked at the numerous animal trophies. "They come with the house?" he asked Billy. "Hell no," said the man. "About 4 years ago I had me a calling, I guess you'd say, to go off and shoot things. Became a big game hunter and a deep-sea fisherman. Was even on TV a few times on some sporting shows. Went round the world bagging stuff like that." He pointed to the tusked head of a wild boar on one wall, and then over at the grizzly, which stood at least 9 feet tall on a specially built display unit, its fangs bared and its long claws looking ready to shred somebody. He went over and rubbed the thick neck of the enormous bear. "Now, this thing did its best to kill me twice. Second time it almost did, but I got it." He pointed over at the rhino. "Those damn things look slow and heavy-footed. That is, they do until they're coming at you about 30 miles an hour with nothing between you and your maker but your nerves, good aim, and a steady trigger finger. You aim for the brain. Now, if you miss and hit the rhino's horn, you're a dead man." "Poor animals," said Gwen. "Hell, the damn things cost me a fortune," replied her husband dryly. He looked at one of the stags and then nodded at Webb. "You know, the stag is the old symbol of virility, wisdom, and life. And there it is, hanging on my wall, dead as a doornail. I kind of like the irony in that. Now I do all my own stuffing. Gotta be a pretty damn good taxidermist if I do say so myself." Webb was wondering about the timing of Billy's desire to kill. It must have occurred soon after the trial had ended in Ernest Free's plea bargain that had most certainly let him live. Billy continued. "Here, let me show you. You want to come, Nemo? No way. I've already seen your little operation and I ain't had my dinner yet." Billy led them down a hallway and unlocked a door there. Gwen did not accompany them either. They went inside and Webb looked around. The place was large and crammed with work tables and shelves, and on these surfaces were cans of liquids and pastes and sharp knives and scalpels, dozens of other tools, large vises, ropes, and complicated pulley systems hanging from the ceiling. In one corner was the skin of an elk, partially stretched over a form, and in another corner stood a wild turkey in all its dead glory. In other corners were stuffed birds and fish and some large and small animals Webb couldn't even recognize. Webb had smelled rotted corpses, and it wasn't that bad in here, but all the same, Webb wouldn't want to breathe it every day. "You killed all these?" asked Romano. "Everyone," said Billy with delight. "I only stuff what I kill. I don't do nobody any favors on that score." He picked up a rag and squirted some liquid on it and started rubbing on one of the tools. "Other folks golf for relaxation. I kill and stuff. I guess it's all relative," opined Webb. "It's therapeutic, I've found, but Gwen don't see it that way. She's never come in here, and I suspect she never will. Now taxidermy has come a long way. You don't have to build your forms anymore. You can buy real good ones made out of compressed cork, laminated paper and such, and then fit it to what you're mounting. It's still quite a process, a lot of planning and measuring, and you gotta have a bit of both the butcher and the artist in you. The basic steps are you gut the body and then prep the skin. A lot of folks use borax, but the purists like myself still poison the skin with arsenic. You get your best longevity there. And I even do some of my own tanning. You keep arsenic around here?" asked Romano. "Tons of it." Billy eyed the man. "Don't worry, I always wash my hands after working down here, and I don't do none of the cooking." He laughed, and Romano joined him, albeit a little nervously. "Then you prep the skull, assemble your wires and such, and then do your filling and final assembling." Webb eyed the room's equipment. It seemed one bare step removed from a slaughterhouse. Lots of stuff in here. "Well, you need a lot of stuff to do the job right." He pointed out various pieces. "Like I said, you got your anatomically correct urethane forms for the animals. But I still make some of my own using plaster of Paris, modeling clay, cord-wrapped excelsior, and the like. Ain't got to have everything handed to you. Right? Right, said Romano. Then you got your chemicals, poisons, and salt. Lots of salt to preserve the skin. Then you need your measurite and calipers for linear measurements and achieving symmetry. Scalpels for the obvious reason. I use what's called a perfect knife, German-made. Those damn Germans know how to make the knives. It's for skinning and caping, severing the neck from the body hide, for example. The detail work around the eyes and mouth and the like. You got your skinning knives, paring knives, bone saw, shavers, skeefs for leather, even a fleshing machine. Now that is a damn fine invention under his breath. Webb said, lucky world? Got me Kevlar fleshing gloves so I don't chop off one of my fingers. Scissors, hide pullers, lip tuckers, nippers, forceps, probes, and surgical needles. Sounds like a cross between a mortician and a plastic surgeon, don't it? He pointed to mixing bowls, paintbrushes, an air compressor, and a number of tins. That's the artistic part of the business. The finishing touches to do justice to the animal. Funny thing, said Webb, thinking about doing justice to something you've killed. I guess that separates folks like me from sons of bitches that kill and keep on walking. Billy shot back. I guess so, said Webb. Billy walked over to a deerskin that was drying on a large table. You know what's the first thing you cut off when you're gutting a deer? He asked, looking directly at Webb. What's that? Its penis. Good to know, said Webb dryly. Deer die like people, continued Billy, with their eyes open. Glazing takes place almost immediately. If the eyes are closed or blinking, you better shoot 'em again. He looked at Webb again. I suppose you run across that a lot in your line of work. Sometimes that's not an option with human beings. I guess not, though. It'd take any one of the animals I got on display here over the human scum you got to deal with. He took a sip of his drink. I think that's one of the reasons I like this place so much, said Billy. Damn contradictions, since I seem to be a living, breathing one myself. Born dirt poor, barely finished 9th grade, made a lot of money in the unglamorous business of hauling cigarettes and other junk up and down the highways of this fine country, and married me a beautiful, intelligent young woman with a college degree. And now here I am, the master of an estate smack in the middle of fancy-ass Virginia hunt country stuffing animals. One lucky man. Makes me want to get drunk, so let's go do something about that. He led them back, and they rejoined Gwen. She gave Webb a weak smile as if to say, I know, and am sorry. Bill went behind the bar and pointed at his wife. Scotch, honey? She nodded. I'll join you in another, he said. Boys, and don't hand me that bullshit that you're on duty. If you don't drink with me, I'm throwing your butts out of here. Beer, if you have it. We have everything here, Webb. Webb made a mental note that the man said it like he damn well meant it. Same for me, said Romano. I'll have one too, Billy said straight. He walked over and took a bottle of beer from his boss and then joined Webb and Romano. I'm a lot more used to beer than I am fancy mixed drinks, country boy? Asked Romano. Yes, sir. I grew up at the foothills of the Blue Ridge on a horse farm, said Straight. But I wanted to see the world. He rolled up his sleeve and showed them his Marine Corps insignia. Well, I did, on Uncle Sam's dime. Actually, I only saw a little slice of it called Southeast Asia, and it's hard to enjoy something like that when people are shooting at you. You don't look old enough to have been in Vietnam, commented Webb. Straight smiled broadly. All my clean living, I guess, he added. Truth is, I got drafted right near the end, only 18 years old and change. First year in the jungle, I just kept my head down and tried my best to keep it on my shoulders. Then I got my ass caught and spent 3 months as a POW. Damn Viet Cong were into some sick stuff, messing with your mind, trying to turn you traitor. I didn't know that about you, Straight, said Billy. Well, it's not something I put on my RRM. He laughed. But I finally escaped, and an army shrink helped me to straighten out myself. That and a lot of booze and other stuff I can't mention, he added, grinning. Got discharged. Came back to the States and pulled a little duty as a guard at a juvenile detention center. Now, let me tell you, some of the kids I was guarding, they'd make the damn Viet Cong look like a bunch of wimps. Then I got married, but my ex didn't like my pay scale of $6 an hour, so I got me a desk job for a while. But that just wasn't me. Like I said, I grew up in the outdoors, around horses all my life. It's in your blood. He looked over at Billy. It better be. because it ain't in your bank account." They all laughed at that one except Gwen. She looked annoyed that the cowpoke was even in her home. Thought Webb, who was watching her closely. "So anyway," Straight continued, "I went back to horses, and my wife walked out on me and took my boy and girl." "You see them much?" asked Webb. "Used to, not anymore." He grinned. "Thought my son would follow in his old man's footsteps and be either a military grunt or maybe even get into the horses." He slapped his thigh. "Hell, you know what?" "What's that?" asked Romano. "Found out he was allergic to the damn things." Life sure is funny sometimes. As Webb studied the man, it didn't seem to him that Straight thought life was humorous at all. He had initially pegged Straight as a slow-witted fellow who did what he was told. He was going to have to rethink that. Then Billy come along, and now him helping him. He glanced at Gwen and Miss Canfield build their little empire right here. Billy raised his beer to the man, and doing a fine job of it. Straight on that. Webb noted. Gwen looked away, and despite Billy's words of praise, it seemed that he was not all that enamored of his foreman. Webb decided to change the flow of conversation. "Lower levels are usually cold," Webb said to Billy, "especially with all this stone, and yet it feels warmer down here than it did upstairs." "We have the best heat in the world here," replied Billy, who worked the bar like he had been born to it. "Radiant steam," Gwen said. "She showed you around." "Well, those 3 Weil McLean boilers you saw heat the water to 212 and turn it into steam, of course. The steam flows through the pipes and into the cast iron gurney radiators that are in each room in the house. Then the steam cools back to water, runs through the system again, is turned into steam once more, and on it goes, and you have not only warmth, but a built-in humidifier." He handed Webb his beer. "A lot of the steam pipes run under this floor. That's why it's so nice down here. I love it. And this time of year it can get to be 85 in the day and 40 at night. But McLean boilers is why Gwen can go bare-armed down here and still feel nice and toasty, ain't that right, honey? Actually, I felt hot all day." Webb rubbed his hand against the bar. "Nice setup with this thing. Dates from 1910, said Billy. "The owner back then put a lot of work into the place. It needed it, though. Unfortunately, it needed a lot more by the time we got to it. Story of my life." He carried the drinks over on a serving platter and handed them out. They all sat down. "Gwen tells me you've got some promising yearlings?" "Yeah, maybe a Triple Crown winner in there," said Billy. "Now that would be nice. Pay at least a month's worth of bills on this damn place." Gwen and Webb exchanged smiles at this comment. "We can always hope," said Gwen. "But being one step from the poorhouse all the time at least is exciting." "Well, we do okay here," said Straight, looking at her. Webb thought the choice of pronouns interesting. He was starting to wonder who actually owned the place. Billy took a pull on his scotch. "Yeah, this ain't such a bad place. Even got fox hunting around here." Gwen looked repulsed. "That's disgusting. Well, this is fox hunting country, and in Virginia you got to do like the snooty Virginians do." Billy smiled at Webb. "Actually, our damn neighbors can be kind of a pain in the ass. They got ticked at me because I wouldn't let them ride across my land while they were chasing that damn fox. I told them they didn't fox hunt down Richmond Way, and it seemed like the deck was stacked against the little feller anyway, and I've always tended to root for the underdog. Well, those pricks took me to court, and won. There was some old covenant in my chain of title that said fox hunting apparently runs with the land." Romano looked disgusted. "Now that's a bitch. Talk about your unfree country." "Well, they don't come across east winds anymore," said Straight. "We's that?" asked Webb. Billy shot one of their dogs. "6-cuse me, hounds." He slapped his leg and laughed. Billy was nodding as though remembering a pleasant memory. "He took after one of my horses. That particular horse was worth about $300,000. Damn hound dogs, a dime a dozen. So damn right I shot him." "Did they take you to court again?" asked Webb. "They did, and this time I kicked their ass." He smiled, took another drink, and looked at Webb. "So did you enjoy the 50-cent tour Gwen gave you? She'd make a great tour guide, actually. I was interested in the farm being a stop on the Underground Railroad during the Civil War." Billy pointed to the gun cabinet. "And that stops right over there." Webb looked at the gun cabinet and said, "I'm not getting it." Go ahead and show him, Billy said straight. Billy motioned for Webb and Romano to follow him. He went over and pushed down on what Webb figured must be a lever concealed in the cabinet's frame. Webb heard a click and the cabinet swung toward him, revealing a small opening. There's no electricity or windows in there, just a couple of rough bunks. But when you're running for your freedom, you can't be too picky, said Billy. He picked up a flashlight that was hanging on a wall peg and handed it to Webb. Have a look. Webb took the flashlight, poked his head inside, and swung the light around. He almost dropped the flashlight when the light caught on a man sitting there in a bentwood rocker. As his eyes adjusted to the poor light, he saw it was actually a mannequin dressed as a male slave with a hat and mutton chop whiskers, the whites of its eyes an unsettling contrast to the painted black skin. Billy laughed and said, "You've got some damn strong nerves." Most people scream. Billy put that in there. "Not me, Webb," said Gwen quickly, with a trace of disgust in her voice. "It's one of my sick little jokes," added Billy. "But hell, if you can't laugh at life, what are you going to laugh at?" On that, they finished their drinks and went in to dinner. They didn't eat in the formal dining room. As Billy explained it, the room was so big that when you wanted to talk to one another, you had to scream to be heard, and he was a little hard of hearing as it was. They ate in a small room off the kitchen. Gwen gave the blessing and made the sign of the cross, as did Romano straight. Webb and Billy just looked on. Gwen had made a Caesar salad, sirloin tips, fresh asparagus in a cream sauce, and what smelled and tasted like homemade rolls. Cherry pie and coffee finished off the meal, and Romano sat back, rubbing his flat, hard stomach. "A lot better than MRE's," he said, referring to the U.S. military's meals ready to eat. "Thanks, Gwen. It was great," said Webb. "We used to entertain quite a bit in Richmond," she said. "We don't do a lot of that anymore." She shot a quick glance at her husband as she said this. "Lots of things we don't do anymore," said Billy Canfield. "But it was a fine meal, and my toast to the chef." He went over to the sideboard and brought back a decanter of brandy and 4 cut crystal glasses now. "Impartial to my Jim Beam like any good Southern gentleman, but a proper toast requires a proper libation." He poured out the brandy and filled his glass with Beam, and they toasted Gwen. She smiled and raised her glass to them. "Well, it's nice to be so popular with so many men." As they took their leave, Webb drew Billy aside. "I just want to get the ground rules clear. Be sure to set the alarm when we leave, and set it every night before you go to bed. There are so many ways in and out of this place. I want you and Gwen to come and go the same way. That way you won't inadvertently leave a door unlocked. If you're thinking of going out, even if it's just a stroll, you call us first and we go with you. If anything spooks you or Gwen, you call us. Nothing is too small, okay? Harry's my cell phone number. It'll be on 24 hours a day, and I want you to strongly consider letting Romano and me stay in the house. If something goes down, seconds do count." Billy looked at the slip of paper with Webb's number on it. "Prisoners in our own home. I guess it's come to that, those bastards." He shook his head wearily. "Those guns in your cabinet, they just for show or you use them in your hunting. Most of them are shotguns. Couldn't use them on game you want to mount because shotgun ammo ruins the skin and takes off heads. I keep my big game weapons in a locked cabinet upstairs. I've also got me a 12-gauge and a .357 Magnum, too. Both loaded there for two-legged sumbitches trespassing on my land. Gwen's a damn fine shot, too, probably better'n me." "Good, just remember to shoot only the bad guys. Now, you got any travel plans coming up?" "Just a shipment of horses we're taking up to Kentucky in a few days. I'm going with Straight, and some of the boys talked to Bates. He may see it differently." "Listen to Webb," said Nemo, who walked over after overhearing their conversation. "Somebody's looking to get to you, Billy. Stay put so the feds can protect you." "Going soft on me, Nemo?" asked Billy. "Hell no, something happens to you, I'm out of a job." "Any visitors you expecting out of the ordinary?" Webb asked. Billy shook his head. "Most of our friends in Richmond aren't our friends anymore. Maybe it's mostly our fault. We keep to ourselves here. These neighbors of yours at the Southern Belle, what do you know about them? Only that they're ruder than me." He laughed. "To tell you the truth, I don't know much about them. They don't join in much local stuff, not that I do either. I've only seen what I guess was the foreman. How about that chopper in their plane?" Billy made a face. That is damn aggravating. Scares the horses. How often do you see the plane and the chopper go out? Billy considered this. A lot. What's a lot? Nightly? Weekly? Not nightly, but more often than weekly. Same direction each time, or different. He looked at Webb warily. What were you thinking? Webb gave a tight smile. Thinking, well, just keep an eye on that airline next door. When Romano and Webb got back to the carriage house, Webb filled him in on the talk he had had with Billy. You think something's going down on the property next door? Said Romano. No, I think something going's up. Well, that was an interesting evening. I gotta tell you, that hobby of Canfield's is kind of spooky. Yeah, it's not exactly like building model planes. And what's your take on Nemo Strait? Seems like a regular enough fellow. I was sort of surprised he was invited to the big house for dinner with the boss. Well, look at where Billy came from. Hess probably more comfortable around people like Strait than a bunch of rich fat cats fox hunting. You're probably right. Gwen didn't seem to care for him, though. She's more of a lady, and Hez kind of crude, he added, with a smile. Like me. I didn't know she was Catholic. Yeah, she has got a little chapel in the woods where she goes to pray every day for her son, the one I let die. You didn't let the kid die, Webb. Hell, if the negotiators had let you guys do your thing from the get-go, the boy probably would be alive. Look, Paulie, I got an appointment tonight, so you're gonna have to go it alone. I don't have to leave for a while, so you can get some shut-eye. Bates is keeping agents at the rear and front gates for the next couple of days, though, so you're not really all by your lonesome appointment. What kind of appointment? I'll tell you all about it when I get back. This have something to do with what happened to Charlie Team, maybe. Well, damn, Webb, I'd like to be in on that. And I'd like you to be covering my back. Can't desert the old post. I should be back before morning. Now, if I were you, I'd patrol around a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if Canfield started off by testing us and so he might slip out. Although I think almost dying this morning put the fear of God in him, but we can't take that chance. Not to worry, I'll do some snooping. If you see that plane or chopper go over, log it in. And I brought a bunch of night optics. Help yourself, those damn things always give me a headache, and they screw with your depth perception too much. Yeah, well, you remember those damn things saved our necks in Kosovo. Okay, I'm gonna hit the sack, and Paulie, yeah? Just because there aren't a bunch of guys with big guns surrounding us doesn't mean it's not dangerous. Be extra careful. I don't want to lose anybody else, okay? Hey, Webb, remember who you're talking to? You and me have had our differences over the years, but we've also been to hell and back together. I kind of like having you around, you hear me? Gee, Webb, you really do care. You're a real prick. Romano, you know that?